Apocalypse Tales left and right. Survival panel gets it right.
Man was frozen solid, turning into an ice sculpture completely. His entire body was suspended in midair, maintaining an attacking posture. Then he fell straight towards the ground. Crack! In front of everyone's eyes, the bald man smashed into the ground and shattered into a pile of ice shards. The scene fell into absolute silence. Zhao Yang's several subordinates stared in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. This. How is this possible? Wasn't Lao Jia a level 5 ability user? Isn't his physical body the strongest in the team? How could he be so easily turned into an ice sculpture and then smashed to pieces? What level could the opponent be? What ability did he possess? For a moment Zhao Yang's subordinates looked at Zhang Fan with a hint of fear. If Zhang Fan could easily kill Lao Jia, he could definitely kill them just as easily. How could they not be afraid? Only Zhao Yang, the team leader, remained relatively calm. He had to remain calm. In front of so many subordinates, if he showed fear, how could he command respect in the future or manage the team? Moreover, Zhao Yang did not believe that Zhang Fan was stronger than him. He was a level 6 ability user. What level could Zhang Fan be? At most he was also level 6, right? Besides his ability was the Sunspot ability, which was extremely hot and precisely countered Zhang Fan's freezing ability. Why should he be afraid of Zhang Fan? Of course he did not need to. Kid, I don't care who you are or what background you have. You dare to rampage in our Zhao Yang survivor team and kill my good brother. Today. You must die. Zhao Yang slowly stood up, a thick, hot, viscous crimson liquid bursting forth from his body. This liquid resembled boiling magma but was slightly darker, looking even more intense and at a higher temperature. In fact, this was a plasma state substance similar to the sun, which is a super fireball of plasma with a radius of about 700,000 kilometers. Boom boom boom, the temperature around Zhao Yang was so high that the grass beneath his feet and the surrounding chairs spontaneously ignited under his scorching heat. The two beautiful women serving him in Qipao retreated in fear, feeling as if their outfits might catch fire. Zhao Yang, enveloped in plasma state material, appeared like a magma man wrapped in lava. He slowly ascended into the air, reaching the same level as Zhang Fan, emitting a hoarse and indifferent voice, "Die." Zhao Yang raised his remaining right arm and fiercely pointed. Whoosh! A shockwave composed entirely of plasma material shot forth, leaving a long red trail in the air as it raced toward Zhang Fan. The boss is enraged. This guy is dead for sure. The boss ability is the Sunspot, which can continuously absorb solar energy and store it within his body. Once unleashed, he becomes like a small sun. This plasma state material has an absurdly high temperature capable of incinerating any substance on Earth. This guy will definitely burn to death. Burn him well. A redneck who just popped up from nowhere dares to rampage in our Zhao Yang survivor team. He deserves the death penalty. Exactly. Not only should we kill him, but we should also display his corpse outside the community for 3 days to show all who harbor hostility the consequences of provoking our team. Zhang Fan, this material has a very high temperature. Be careful. Yang Linger warned softly. Her personality was cold, truly as frosty as ice. Her willingness to remind Zhang Fan stemmed from their established rapport after spending time together. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have bothered at all. No worries. Zhang Fan did not flinch, extending a finger as a white cold mist shot out to meet the incoming plasma ray. Hiss hiss hiss, the two forces met in midair. One was extremely cold, the other extremely hot, accompanied by the sound of hissing as clouds of white mist rose. After a brief stalemate, the situation quickly changed. The plasma ray cooled rapidly while the white cold mist continued to advance, soon turning the plasma ray into an ice stick. What? Zhao Yang's face changed dramatically. His subordinates stood there in shock. The plasma ray released by the team leader was actually frozen. How is this possible? Who is this guy? What level is he? Again. Zhao Yang threw a right punch, launching a thicker plasma ray. However, it was of little use. It was quickly frozen into an ice stick and sent crashing to the ground. Damn. What ability does this guy have that makes the temperature so low? Zhao Yang struggled to accept the fact that his proud Sunspot ability was being thoroughly countered. Die. Zhang Fan was too lazy to exchange more words, pointing into the void. A thick stream of white cold mist surged out, transforming into rolling smoke as it rushed towards Zhao Yang. Not good. Zhao Yang's expression changed wildly and he immediately disregarded the team leader's dignity, retreating in an attempt to dodge. As a level 6 ability user, he was incredibly strong, confident that he could evade any attack. But as soon as Zhao Yang moved his feet, he found himself frozen in place, unable to move. What's going on? Zhao Yang was taken aback and struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, it was futile. It felt as if he had lost control over his body, struggling for a long time without budging an inch. Just then the white cold mist rushed over. Wait. Hold on. Zhao Yang pleaded loudly, brother, let's talk it out. Whatever you need I can provide. Zhao Yang certainly did not want to die. He had money, power, status, strength and women. He had a wonderful life ahead with 16 women waiting for his affection. How could he die? I gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Zhang Fan replied coldly. Crack, 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 the white cold mist surged toward Zhao Yang, engulfing him. In just a few seconds he was frozen solid and fell straight to the ground. Crack, he shattered into pieces, becoming a pile of ice shards. Zhao Yang met the same fate as the bald man, dying on the spot. Whoosh, 3 light orbs fell. Zhang Fan casually picked them up. Physical strength 630000. Spirit 27600. Acquired sunspot ability. Zhang Fan glanced at his attributes panel, revealing a smile. Name Zhang Fan. Level 7 ability user. Physical strength level 7 238000010000000. Spirit level 58746310000000. With 23800000 physical strength at level 7, he was still 7 million points away from maxing out. For a level 6 ability user like Zhao Yang, just 10 more would allow him to break through to level 8. But that was clearly very difficult. Level 6 ability users are rare. Where could he find 10 more? With 87000 spirit at level 5, he was only 13000 points away from maxing out at 100000. This meant that by hunting one more level 6 ability user, his spirit could reach level 6 and enhance further. As for the sunspot ability, Zhang Fan carefully sensed it, nodding slightly. This ability was indeed powerful. It could continuously absorb solar energy and store it within his body. Once unleashed, he would transform into a small sun, and the energy and temperature released would possess terrifying destructive power. Moreover, the absorbed solar energy could accelerate his evolution. Zhao Yang's rapid breakthrough to level 6 within such a short time was closely related to this ability. This ability is not bad. I'll integrate it into my domain ability later for greater destructive power. Zhang Fan thought to himself. Now whenever he encounters a suitable ability, he would integrate it into his domain ability to enhance its functionality. Integrating the sunspot ability into his domain ability would undoubtedly greatly amplify its power. After completing this, Zhang Fan turned his gaze to Zhao Yang's subordinates, contemplating how to deal with them. Run. The 10 or so subordinates, seeing Zhang Fan's gaze, hesitated for almost no time before rushing off into the distance. With the team leader killed, could Zhang Fan let them go? Better to flee. Fleeing still offered a glimmer of hope. Staying behind meant certain death. With their strength they could live comfortably wherever they went. They could even gather a group of survivors, become the boss and enjoy women. What a wonderful life. I haven't figured out how to deal with these guys yet, and they already want to flee. Fine, I'll kill them instead. Zhang Fan activated the control thunder function of his domain ability. Several thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking down on the subordinates, killing them instantly. As soon as he arrived, he enveloped the entire Sandalwood Villa community with his domain, and not even a fly could escape. These guys thought they could escape right under his nose. What a foolish dream. Whoosh, more than 30 light orbs fell. Zhang Fan picked them up one by one. In total, physical strength 590000. Spirit 42000. Boom, his spirit successfully broke through, reaching level 6. Level 6 spirit. Zhang Fan carefully sensed it. He discovered that a level 6 spirit was incredibly powerful, and not only could he multitask effectively, but it also had a significant additional effect. Internal vision. Yes, internal vision. His spiritual power swept through his body, clearly revealing every bone, muscle and internal organ as if he were observing them in detail. I never expected my internal body to look like this. Level 6 spirit is indeed miraculous. After carefully sensing, Zhang Fan continued to collect the remaining white light orbs. He had some anticipation for these white light orbs. Previously when Zhao Yang and others took Fat Tiger away they disappeared into thin air, which was clearly some kind of teleportation ability. Zhang Fan was eager to know what kind of teleportation ability it was. He picked up the first light orb. Acquired possession ability. The body-snatching ability resembles the exchange ability of Captain Jinyu from Dragon Ball Z and the possession power of the X-Men's arch-villain Apocalypse. This ability allows one to seize another's body, gaining a new vessel while inheriting their powers, much like Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation. In Zhang Fan's view, the greatest use of this ability was to attain a prolonged lifespan akin to Orochimaru and Apocalypse. Birth, aging, sickness and death were fates no living being could escape. But with the body-snatching ability one could avoid that. Stricken with a terminal illness. No matter, just seize a new body. Nearing death from old age. No problem either, just take over a youthful body. By repeating this cycle one would forever possess a young and vigorous physique, achieving a form of eternal life. Thus it was a formidable ability, but unfortunately it held little use for Zhang Fan. He was still young and had no need for it. Even if he grew old in the future he could use his cloning ability to create a young and strong body for himself. The body-snatching ability. It had no place to shine. He continued collecting. He picked up the second white orb and gained the water control ability. He picked up the third white orb and gained the double buff ability. He picked up and gained. He picked up the 12th white orb, obtaining the long-range teleportation ability. Long-range teleportation. Zhang Fan's mind stirred if this was the ability he had anticipated most. Earlier when Zhao Yang and his men had taken Fatty Hu, they had vanished into thin air. Zhang Fan suspected they possessed a teleportation ability akin to a portal. And indeed there it was. After a brief examination Zhang Fan quickly understood the function of this ability. The long-range teleportation ability was similar to the portal ability, both belonging to the category of long-distance transport. However, they differed. The portal ability was imagination-based teleportation. As long as one could vividly picture a specific place in their mind, they could open a portal to that location, arriving instantly. The long-range teleportation ability was different. It was fixed-point teleportation. One only needed to leave a spatial coordinate at a certain place, then sense that coordinate to teleport there. Thus the long-range teleportation ability was much like the Flying Thunder God technique, requiring only the pre-placement of a seal to instantly transport oneself to that spot. One was imagination-based teleportation, the other fixed-point teleportation. They were similar yet distinct. The former required having visited a place and remembered its appearance, if the latter did not require a visit but a spatial coordinate had to be left at the destination. He continued collecting. He picked up the 13th white orb. He gained the one-fold enhancement ability. One-fold enhancement. What kind of ability is this? Zhang Fan examined it closely and found himself somewhat speechless. This ability was quite peculiar. At regular intervals the user's physical body and spirit would double in strength. In other words, even if the ability user did nothing and simply lay at home all day, once the time came their body and spirit would double. At first glance this ability seemed powerful, allowing one to grow stronger without effort, a perfect fit for a slacker. Yet it was rather useless because the enhancement cycle was as long as a year. That meant it only enhanced once per year, being virtually inert the rest of the time. A useless ability. Zhang Fan shook his head. Doubling in strength once a year was far too slow. Relying on this ability everything would be long over. Zhang Fan quickly dismissed it from his mind and paid it no further heed. He continued collecting. He didn't pick up any other remarkable abilities. Zhang Fan rescued Fatty Hu and brought him home. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, their departure plunged the entire Zhao Yang survivor team into chaos. Zhao Yang and his dozen underlings were the team's high-ranking members. With their deaths the entire team was left leaderless. The 4th-level ability users engaged in deadly conflicts. They fought over supplies, women and manpower. Within a few days the entire team fell apart. Some took a group and declared themselves rulers, while others left to join different teams. In short, the once large survivor team was completely destroyed with the deaths of Zhao Yang and the others. Meanwhile the survivors who had left spread the news of the high-ranking members' demise to other survivor groups. The name Zhang Fan appeared for the first time before the leaders of various survivor teams, instilling fear in many. Zhao Yang was a 6th-level ability user with the Sunspot ability, making him incredibly formidable in combat. Thus Zhao Yang had quickly gathered over 1,000 survivors, becoming one of the largest survivor teams. Yet a figure like him was effortlessly killed by this Zhang Fan along with all the 5th level ability users and many 4th level ones in his team. How strong was Zhang Fan? Moreover, since Zhang Fan could kill Zhao Yang, he could likely kill other 6th level ability users as well. Who wouldn't be wary? For a time many survivor teams began digging up information on Zhang Fan, seeking to learn more about him. This wasn't to target him but stemmed from an instinct to understand an unknown formidable foe, better safe than sorry. After returning to Changheng Island, Fatty Hu's family of 4 was reunited and Zhang Fan's life returned to tranquility. In the mornings he went out with Jingye to search for supplies and living creatures. Their team already had ample supplies and now they were just increasing their stockpile. They collected whatever they encountered. They weren't picky, just took everything as the portable space was large enough. In the afternoons he took Fatty Hu to Chongzhou Island to hunt zombies. Zhang Fan hunted zombies every afternoon to boost his strength, but discarding the zombie corpses was too wasteful. So he let Fatty Hu make use of them. With its gluttony transformation ability, zombie corpses were excellent cultivation resources. While Zhang Fan was busy, others weren't idle either. The construction team continued building the defensive wall around Changheng Island, making progress each day. The demolition team kept tearing down buildings on Shashing Island, tall structures, shops, public toilets, roads, all demolished, with the growth team planting vegetation behind them. The hunting team continued to kill zombies and collect white crystals. The entire team was managed efficiently by Lu Chang, with all tasks progressing in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye several days passed and the date arrived on June 30th. On the afternoon of the 30th, after lunch, everyone was filled with anxiety due to the 3 prior experiences. Zhang Fan gathered everyone and led them to Shuyun district to hold a meeting. Lu Chang, having been informed in advance, had everything ready. Over 300 people were seated neatly in the courtyard and in front of them stood a high platform. On the platform was a row of tables clearly prepared for the team's leaders Zhang Fan and Jingye. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate, he took Jingye and ascended the platform while Zhang Wenxi and others sat in the front row below. From the platform he could clearly see every team member's face and the expressions they wore. Everyone's faces bore reverence and approval. Zhang Fan sat down in a chair. Jingye took her seat beside him, opened her laptop and began taking meeting notes. That was her job. Zhang Fan looked up, scanning every person present, and said slowly, "Today marks the first truly significant full team meeting for our group. This full team meeting covers 3 main issues." Zhang Fan continued, "Let's start with the first one. After 12 days of intensive work, the defensive wall around Changheng Island is complete. The demolition of Shashing Island's buildings and the growth work are also finished. I want to give special recognition to the comrades in the construction, demolition and growth teams. You've worked hard." Applause erupted, a wave of clapping from everyone. "As for the hunting team, comrades, you've been responsible for collecting crystals. The crystals we've used for cultivation came from your efforts, you've contributed just as much. The logistics department, comrades, need no further praise, our 3 daily meals are your doing." Zhang Fan went on, "To acknowledge everyone's hard work during this period, I've decided to grant the following rewards." Rewards? There are rewards? Many were confused, while veteran members like Zhang Wenxi and Yang Guang lit up with joy. The first reward: each person receives a tin of tea, a pack of sugar, a carton of cigarettes, a bottle of liquor and a set of clothes. Zhang Fan announced with a smile. At these words the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. Since the apocalypse began, many had struggled to eat. After arriving at Changheng Island, food was no longer a concern. But daily meals were basic, mainly noodles and rice. Noodles came with a bit of garnish. Rice was typically served with 2 dishes, either dried items like stir-fried wood ear mushrooms, dried radish or lettuce slices, or various canned meats. Occasionally they had some fresh vegetables. This standard of living was naturally far from pre-apocalypse days, but it already surpassed the era under Yang Chao. In recent days meat was plentiful, with fresh beef and mutton every day, something unimaginable before. As for cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea and clothes, many hadn't seen them since the apocalypse. Smoke. Dream on. Drink tea. They wished, but where would they find tea leaves? As for clothes, many only had the set on their backs, washing them at night and wearing them again the next day. Changing clothes daily like before. Dream on, dreams had everything. These items were now luxuries impossible to find. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan's announced rewards included these things, delighting many. When the applause subsided, Zhang Fan continued, the second reward: ability rewards. At this, Zhang Fan took a stack of forms from his portable space and handed them to Jingya. Jingya took them, walked down from the platform, divided the forms into several batches and had them distributed. Soon everyone received a form and saw a list of many abilities on it. These are 19 abilities I've compiled. You can choose any one from them. For this conference, Zhang Fan specifically listed 19 types of superpowers. These included 8 manipulation-type superpowers such as metal manipulation, plant manipulation, water manipulation, flame manipulation, earth manipulation, lightning manipulation, crystal manipulation, and gravity manipulation. There were also 5 transformation-type superpowers: silver alloy transformation, black smoke transformation, white smoke transformation, rubber transformation, and diamond transformation. Additionally, 6 other superpowers included speed phasing, self-healing detection, sonic waves, and energy absorption. These 19 superpowers covered a comprehensive range, offering offensive, defensive, speed-enhancing, and restorative abilities. It was truly a generous offering. The team members examined each superpower one by one, reading the detailed annotations, their excitement palpable. So many superpowers. It's dazzling to look at. Gravity manipulation is great, with that we can fly in the sky like the boss. I'll choose this one. Alloy transformation is better. It not only greatly increases strength but also provides unmatched defense. As long as you don't encounter a metal manipulator, you can just bulldoze through everything. Energy absorption is even better. Brother Yang and the others have it, and they never tire from hunting zombies. They're like machines on steroids. They're all excellent superpowers. What do we do if we want them all? It's already a great kindness that the boss lets us choose one. Wanting them all is too greedy. Can't I just say it? 10 minutes later, Zhang Fan spoke again. All right, the selection time is over. Now let's begin pasting the superpowers. As his words fell, replicas shot out from Zhang Fan's body. In the blink of an eye, 60 replicas appeared. At level 7, Zhang Fan could create up to 70 replicas at once, so making 60 was quite effortless. Under the guidance of the 60 replicas, within less than 10 minutes everyone had completed the pasting. After 10 minutes the courtyard fell silent once again. Everyone has obtained the superpower they desired. The reward session is over. Let's continue the meeting. Zhang Fan looked around at everyone and continued, the second issue is the work arrangements ahead. The defensive wall has been built and the demolition and greening of Shark Island have also come to an end. The focus of our team's next work is to enhance strength and cultivate vegetables, potatoes, and other crops. Our team now has a total of 381 people. I plan to divide everyone into 2 parts. One part, about 50 people, will be responsible for logistics and cultivating vegetables, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and the like. Cultivating vegetables, potatoes, and sweet potatoes was naturally meant to improve the team members' living standards. The small amount of vegetables at the Holiday Inn was enough to supply Zhang Fan and the others, but it was far from sufficient to feed the entire team. Therefore they needed to expand the cultivation area. This part didn't require too many people, 30 to 50 would suffice. The remaining people will form a hunting team, all heading to the entrance of the Yangtze River tunnel to hunt zombies. Zhang Fan continued. After interacting with large-scale teams like Zhao Yang's survivor group, Zhang Fan realized that his subordinates' strength was still too low. They needed to acquire more crystals to enhance their power. This required hunting zombies. Therefore Zhang Fan planned to have the remaining 331 members of the team all go hunting zombies to collect white crystals. After the meeting everyone can find Secretary Lu Chang. Zhang Fan said, those willing to wash dishes, cook and cultivate vegetables can join the logistics department. Those willing to hunt zombies can join the hunting team. Everyone nodded silently, already calculating in their minds. Some were naturally combative and enjoyed hunting zombies. Some were inherently averse to killing and preferred tending to plants and vegetables. They could choose what they liked to do based on their preferences. The third issue. Zhang Fan paused, the team member ranking system. Ranking system? What does that mean? Are they going to divide us into different classes? Damn. What's the point? Many people's expressions changed slightly. Before the apocalypse descended everyone was supposedly equal, though in essence it wasn't truly equal. Yet overall it was still somewhat fair. But after the apocalypse society collapsed and the established order vanished. The survivors who lived through it gradually built a new order. The strong rule and the weak are subjugated. This wasn't something the survivors deliberately created. It was a system that naturally formed in the chaotic environment of the apocalypse. The strong with their power inherently enjoyed various privileges while the weak were often oppressed and bullied. After many joined Yang Chaos team under his deliberate guidance, a distinct ranking system had formed. All team members were divided into levels based on their strength and contribution to the team. Those at higher levels enjoyed better treatment, higher benefits, more resources and additional privileges. Those at lower levels barely scraped by, sometimes even struggling to get enough to eat. As a result, many people despised this system but couldn't resist it. Under Yang Chaos' iron-fisted rule, whether you liked it or not, you had to accept it, or die. After joining Zhang Fan's team, this ranking system disappeared. Everyone thought they were lucky to have found a wise leader and could finally enjoy equal treatment. But now, was it ultimately inevitable that they would be divided into different classes? Zhang Fan noticed the expressions on everyone's faces and smiled slightly. The ranking system I'm talking about is different from what you understand. Different? How is it different? Everyone perked up their ears. This ranking system only pertains to the distribution and use of crystals. As for other aspects such as food distribution, supply of vegetables and meat and luxury items, they are not involved. In these areas everyone is treated equally. What was before will remain the same and nothing will change. Zhang Fan explained, specifically the higher your rank the more crystals you can obtain for cultivation. For example, a level 4 superpower user has priority in using level 4 crystals while a level 3 user has priority in using level 3 crystals. And so on. The specific implementation plan is that from now on all crystals collected by everyone must be handed over and distributed uniformly. A level 4 superpower user can use up to 10 level 4 crystals and 100 level 3 crystals per day with no limit on level 1 and level 2 crystals. A level 3 superpower user can use up to 10 level 3 crystals and 100 level 2 crystals per day with no limit on level 1 crystals. A level 2 superpower user can use up to 10 level 2 crystals and 100 level 1 crystals per day. From this rule you can see that the higher your rank, the higher the level of crystals you can use, the greater the quantity and the faster your strength improves. This is a virtuous cycle. Conversely, the lower your rank, the lower the level of crystals you can use, the smaller the quantity and the slower your strength improves. This is a vicious cycle. Over time this will inevitably lead to severe polarization. The strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts felt heavy. The good news was that the ranking system Zhang Fan proposed only applied to crystal distribution and didn't involve other aspects or issues of personal equality. This meant that even if they were weak they wouldn't face discrimination. That was a good thing. They feared that Zhang Fan would copy Yang Chaos' ranking system, dividing people into classes where the strong took everything and the weak got nothing. The bad news was that the ranking system was unfavorable to those who didn't like to cultivate and preferred to coast along. Previously everyone was treated equally, whether high or low level they received the same number of crystals each day. This allowed many to slack off and neglect cultivation. Now that was no longer possible. With different strength levels the crystals they could receive were vastly different, leading to severe polarization. The strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. How could they continue to coast along? It had to be said that Zhang Fan's move was ruthless, directly hitting the weak point of many slackers. Yet no one could argue. Diligent people naturally deserved access to better resources. If everyone were treated equally, wouldn't that be like encouraging laziness and coasting? This system also won the hearts of many who were passionate about cultivation. As long as they cultivated diligently and worked hard to improve their strength, they could enjoy the best resources, naturally growing stronger and gaining more motivation to cultivate. So to obtain more cultivation crystals in the future, everyone needs to cultivate hard. Zhang Fan continued, furthermore, the higher your rank the more superpowers you can obtain from me. Hearing this the crowd was in an uproar again. Obtain superpowers. I promise here that starting from breaking through to level 4 everyone can gain a new superpower with each level breakthrough. Zhang Fan smiled, specifically after you break through to level 4 you can come to me for a superpower. Then with each subsequent level breakthrough you can come to me for a superpower until you become stronger than me. Whoa! As soon as these words were spoken the entire venue erupted, followed by thunderous applause. Zhang Fan had pasted superpowers once before and today was the second time. But no one knew when Zhang Fan would paste them again. Maybe if he was in a good mood one day he would do it, if he was in a bad mood he might never bother again. Everyone was uncertain. But now Zhang Fan had finally clarified, even formalized it into a system for full implementation. Everyone suddenly had the motivation to cultivate, if for no other reason than to gain new superpowers. They had to train like crazy. Reach level 4, gain a new superpower. Reach level 5, gain another new superpower. Reach level 6. Continuing like this, wouldn't they end up with several superpowers? Having multiple superpowers in one person, just thinking about it was thrilling. Seeing the excitement in everyone's eyes, Zhang Fan smiled slightly, knowing his plan was solid. People are prone to laziness, especially when life is stable and there's no competition around. So as the leader, he needed to establish systems to artificially create competition and boost enthusiasm for cultivation. The crystal acquisition system and the superpower reward system were undoubtedly excellent ways to stimulate cultivation. Zhang Fan believed that with these two systems in place, the team members' motivation to cultivate would greatly increase. Recently, several level 4 superpower users have emerged in our team and they must be rewarded. Zhang Fan said, "Now I invite all comrades who have reached level 4 to come up on stage. I will personally paste superpowers for them." Recently, quite a few 4th-tier ability users had emerged from Zhang Fan's team. It went without saying for Jingya and Lu Chang, who had already reached the 4th tier 10 days ago. Chao Jia Zhang Wenxi Yang Linger Wang Yuan Yang Guang Bao Yuning Chui Yen Wu Miao Huang Mao and 16 others had also broken through one after another. Under the gaze of over 300 team members, they stepped onto the stage one by one, approached Zhang Fan and lined up in a row. The crowd below looked at them with envy. Jingya and the others had just acquired one ability and now they were receiving another, that made 2 abilities. Who wouldn't be envious of obtaining 2 abilities in a single day? Just as everyone was staring at the stage with envy, they saw a medium-sized yellow dog follow them up. What's that dog doing? Why is it following them up? Where did that dog come from? That's Big Yellow. The boss' beloved pet. It must have reached the 4th tier too, so it's going up on stage. Even the dog is 4th tier. Damn. Even a dog is stronger than me these days. What a failure. Big Yellow had indeed reached the 4th tier. Despite spending its days cooped up in the house watching shows, it never stopped devouring crystals, so its level skyrocketed. It was now a bona fide 4th tier dog. Xiaoya, what ability do you want? Zhang Fan approached Jingya first, asking with a gentle smile. Pasting an ability to Jingya was just a formality for everyone to see. She already had more than enough abilities. White smoke transformation. Jingya winked and threw a flirtatious glance at Zhang Fan. Alright. Zhang Fan created a white smoke transformation ability orb, pasted it to Jingya and sent her off to fuse it. Sister Chao. Zhang Fan walked over to Chao Jia. White smoke transformation ability. Chao Jia said softly. She also had several abilities, offensive, defensive and recovery, but she lacked a flight ability. Alright. Zhang Fan pasted them one by one. In less than 20 minutes, over a dozen people had all obtained abilities. Except for Jingya, everyone else returned to the audience. The meeting continued. As you've all seen, as long as you reach the 4th tier you can come to me for an ability. Zhang Fan scanned the crowd, so everyone must train diligently. With higher levels, high-tier crystals will come and new abilities will follow. Thunderous applause erupted across the venue. When it died down, Zhang Fan said, "There's one last issue. Today is already June 30th. June 30th. At these words everyone shuddered, stirred by unpleasant memories, their faces turning pale. The zombie outbreak on June 1st. The blood rain on June 10th. The blood rain on June 20th. These 3 experiences had left an indelible mark on everyone. Each time they had brushed past death, spending nearly every night in mortal peril. So from early morning everyone felt uneasy, filled with dread about the night ahead. According to the pattern, tonight will bring another blood rain and the zombies will evolve drastically again. Zhang Fan's voice was low, but don't be afraid. We've cleared the zombies on Changheng Island, and the Yangtze River Tunnel and Yangtze River Bridge connecting Changheng Island are already severed. Barring any accidents, the zombies from Mahai and Chongzhou Island can't reach Changheng Island. You can rest easy. Changheng Island lies between Mahai and Chongzhou Island, with the Yangtze River Tunnel linking it to Mahai. Changheng Island and Chongzhou Island are connected by the Yangtze River Bridge. Currently both bridges are severed, so theoretically zombies from Mahai and Chongzhou Island can't cross over. The only threat to Changheng Island remains the aquatic zombies in the Yangtze River. But aquatic zombies can't come ashore, and with the defensive wall built around Changheng Island it should effectively repel them. So in theory tonight could be worry-free. Of course it's better to be safe than sorry. Caution never hurts. Zhang Fan swept his gaze over everyone. Tonight sleep in your clothes and don't take off your shoes so you can react quickly in case of an emergency. Everyone nodded. Even if they wanted to sleep tonight they wouldn't dare. They couldn't sleep. That's all for today's meeting. The rest of the time is for Secretary Lu Chang. Zhang Fan turned to Lu Chang, you handle the grouping. Try to divide everyone into 2 parts before nightfall. Yes boss. Lu Chang immediately stood up. He used to call Zhang Fan master but that title didn't sound good so Zhang Fan had him change it. Carry on. Zhang Fan nodded, meeting adjourned. With that Zhang Fan took Jingya and left Shuyun residential area leaving the rest to Lu Chang. The two flew through the air. Zhang Fan wore a black t-shirt, black shorts and black running shoes looking clean and handsome. Jingya was the opposite in a black t-shirt and blue shorts revealing long slender legs, radiant and sexy. Honey, where are we going? Jingya spread her arms like a bird soaring freely in the sky. The warm river breeze caressed her face and her long hair fluttered in the wind like a wind fairy. Zhang Fan gazed at the beauty before him, swallowing hard as he fought the urge for a mid-air tryst. He smiled and said, let's inspect the defensive wall first to make sure there are no issues tonight. The two flew side by side toward the island's perimeter, soon arriving at the defensive wall. The defensive wall was majestic, 10 meters high and 2 meters thick, forged entirely from gold alloy. It encircled Changheng Island like a sturdy city wall. In just over 10 days they had built such a magnificent structure. Remarkably, only a few dozen people were involved without any modern tools. It was a miracle, but that was the power of ability users. Seeing the defensive wall, Zhang Fan could imagine that even if humanity eliminated the zombies and rebuilt civilization, they might not return to the old path of technological civilization. The defensive wall is magnificent. Jingya exclaimed in awe. With this wall I believe we can hold off the aquatic zombies. I hope so. The two circled Changheng Island to confirm there were no issues, then headed to Shaxing Island. Shaxing Island had transformed completely. The high-rises, shops, vehicles, asphalt roads and other modern structures on the island had all vanished, replaced by vast stretches of wild grass and patches of forest. All traces of modern civilization on the island had disappeared, as if it had become a wilderness island. Traces of livestock like pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese and rabbits could be seen here and there. They grazed carefree, strolling leisurely around the island. These creatures were the originals of all the livestock Zhang Fan had collected, serving as templates for his replicas. All the replicas were raised in the space farm. The originals and replicas were in separate locations, never to meet, so there was no issue of absorption. Your initial idea of setting up a breeding base was right. Jingya looked at the transformed Shaxing Island. With an island like this as a breeding base, we'll have an endless supply of meat in no time. Naturally. Zhang Fan chuckled. It's just that I later acquired the space farm ability, which gave me a better breeding base. Otherwise Shaxing Island would definitely be the top choice. The acquisition of the space farm greatly diminished Shaxing Island's value. The team no longer needed it as a breeding base, it could only be used to raise the originals, which still served a purpose. Afterward the two flew around Shaxing Island. Zhang Fan couldn't resist any longer. He pulled Jingya down to the island, found a secluded spot and engaged in a wild outdoor contest. An afternoon slipped away quietly. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth. The day had started clear and sunny, but after sunset the weather shifted abruptly and dark clouds soon blanketed the sky. The sky turned gloomy again, the air thick and oppressive. After dinner everyone was drenched in sweat. They sat in the courtyard or under the shade of trees, seeking coolness and chatting aimlessly. The atmosphere was far from lively, it was heavy, even stifling. Everyone was anxious about the blood rain tonight. Zhang Fan and Jingya along with the others decided not to leave. They would stay in Shuyun residential area tonight just in case something unexpected occurred. If no zombie attack happened, they would simply spend the night in Shuyun residential area, just a change of scenery. But if zombies did attack, gathering everyone together would allow them to look out for one another. Moreover, they could lure the zombies here, turning this place into a battlefield, thereby preserving the resort. Lu Chang arranged rooms for Zhang Fan and his group. Zhang Fan and Jingya stayed on the top floor of Building 12. It was a 3-bedroom to living room apartment exquisitely decorated with brand new sheets and bedding, ready to move in. Zhang Fan reclined on the sofa, but his consciousness had already entered the space farm. The verdant space farm stretched out like an endless prairie with lush green grass reaching up to his knees. Zhang Fan couldn't quite identify what kind of grass this was. It resembled the pasture grass of the Hulumber prairie but was softer, more tender, and tasted better. The key was its astonishing growth rate. Even if livestock devoured it, it would grow back in a day or two, incredibly fast. Whether cattle, sheep, pigs, or poultry like chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits, they all loved this grass, thriving and growing plump and strong. As far as the eye could see, cattle frolicked on the grassland, lambs bounced around, and piglets chased each other in play. The chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits, needless to say, strolled leisurely on the grass, foraging and enjoying themselves. It had been quite some time since Zhang Fan acquired the space farm ability. Using timers on his phone, he had conducted tests. The final conclusion: the time flow in the space farm was incredibly fast, about 10 times that of the outside world. In other words, 1 day outside equaled 10 days in the space farm. 1 month outside equaled 10 months in the space farm. This was astonishing. Under normal conditions, livestock and poultry typically took about 10 months to be ready for slaughter. With the space farm, it took only a month for them to be ready, drastically shortening the breeding period. Just look at those piglets romping on the grass. They had only been in the space farm for about 7 or 8 days, yet they were already the size of 3 or 4 month-old pigs. And their coats were glossy, clearly thriving. Besides, the livestock, Pang Hu's family was also in the space farm. Since everyone had come to Shuyun residential area tonight, Zhang Fan brought them along. Entering the space farm for the first time, Pang Hu was thrilled at the sight of the livestock. However, bound by Zhang Fan's command, he could only suppress his instincts, refraining from hunting any of the creatures here. His intelligence was exceptionally high, and he obeyed Zhang Fan's orders, absolutely never harming the livestock. The 3 little tigers adored the environment of the space farm. They frolicked, rolled, chased, and wrestled on the grass, having the time of their lives. The livestock kept their distance from the tiger family, fearing they might be caught and eaten by Pang Hu. Watching the peaceful, serene scene in the space farm, Zhang Fan felt a surge of contentment. Here there was no noise, no zombies, no killing, no deceit, no scheming. It allowed the soul to find tranquility, to settle into peace, and to relax. I should come in here more often, Zhang Fan mused silently. Suddenly he felt a nudge, and his consciousness was instantly pulled from the space farm, returning to his body. "Honey, it's raining blood." Jing Ya's voice rang in his ears. Zhang Fan glanced at her, then rose and walked toward the balcony. Crack, thunder rolled across the sky. Lightning bolts slashed through the air, illuminating both the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by the pattering rumble, a torrential downpour cascaded from the sky, crashing onto the ground. What a downpour! Zhang Fan sighed softly. The blood rain tonight is indeed heavy. Jingya came to Zhang Fan's side, her delicate brows furrowed, her expression grave. I don't know why, but I feel a bit uneasy, as if something is about to happen. Don't be nervous. Zhang Fan put his arm around her shoulder. It's probably because of your past experiences with the blood rain, which left a shadow on your heart, making you restless this time. Maybe. Jingya nodded. Crack, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire world. Then a thunderclap nearly pierced their eardrums, rattling the windowpanes. Jing Ya's delicate body trembled slightly, and she leaned closer into Zhang Fan's arms. Only in her man's embrace did she feel safe. Patter, 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 the sound of rain grew louder, like countless pearls crashing down, producing a crackling impact. The rain is getting heavier, Jing Ya sighed softly. No, Zhang Fan frowned slightly. That's not the sound of raindrops, it's the sound of heavy objects striking. Heavy objects? Jing Ya blinked her moist eyes, looking at him. Where would heavy objects come from? It's hailing, Zhang Fan said slowly. Damn. It's hailing. Shit. How can the hailstones be so big? I've never seen such huge hailstones in my life. Curses suddenly erupted from downstairs. The buildings in Shuyun residential area were all low-rise, none exceeding 6 stories. Many people were still awake, sitting in the lobby of the stairwell, chatting and cooling off, so someone immediately noticed the hail. It's really hailing. Jingya was somewhat surprised. Let's go down and see, Zhang Fan said, taking Jing Ya's hand. He teleported them directly out of the room and into the first-floor lobby. Boss. The team members who were cooling off and chatting in the lobby greeted them. Zhang Fan nodded to them and strode to the building's entrance. At a glance he saw many hailstones on the ground. Round, smooth hailstones like marbles. But the key was they weren't white, they were blood-red like marbles of cinnabar or rubies scattered carelessly on the ground. Patter patter patter, countless blood-red hailstones fell from the sky. Some shattered on the concrete. Others landed on the grass remaining intact. Under the lamplight they reflected a dazzling blood-red glow, red evil, red eerie, red unsettling. It's actually hailing. Jingya frowned, her round face etched with melancholy. Could this hail be trouble? Zhang Fan didn't answer. He grasped at the air and 2 hailstones flew up hovering before him. Examining them closely, the hailstones didn't seem particularly special. They looked much like ordinary hail. It was just that their color was blood-red. Given the blood rain, it was understandable that the hail was also blood-red. The question was, what was the use of this blood-red hail? Honey, could this hail be even more effective than the blood rain in evolving the zombies? Jingya voiced her doubt. Possibly. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. After all, it's the crystallized form of the blood rain. It would make sense for it to be more potent. If that's the case, how far will the zombies evolve after tonight? Jingya asked worriedly. The blood rain on May 31st brought the zombies, the blood rain on June 10th brought the weakest to level 1. The blood rain on June 20th brought the weakest to level 2. Zhang Fan sighed. After tonight, level 2 zombies will surely disappear. The weakest will be level 3 zombies. Level 3 zombies. Jingya's heart grew heavy. Level 3 zombies had awakened intelligence. Though their IQ was low, it was comparable to that of many animals. With her strength as a level 4 psychic, she could easily handle a single level 3 zombie. But if she were surrounded by a group of level 3 zombies, she would be the one getting beaten. The problem was, after tonight all zombies in Mahai across the country and even globally would become level 3. This meant that from now on the weakest they would face would be level 3 zombies, a truly terrifying thought. Don't worry, Zhang Fan held his girlfriend's hand. While the zombies growing stronger is certainly bad, it also has its benefits for us. Of course there were benefits. Killing a level 1 zombie yielded only 5 points of constitution. Killing a level 2 zombie yielded 50 points of constitution. Killing a level 3 zombie yielded 500 points of constitution. With all zombies becoming level 3, it meant Zhang Fan could level up faster. The same applied to everyone else. Because stronger zombies meant more and higher level, better quality crystals, leading to faster leveling. Giggle giggle giggle. Just then a clear childish laugh suddenly echoed in their ears. The voice was soft and babyish like the laughter of a 3-year-old, a healing innocent sound. But at this moment everyone who heard it felt a chill run down their spine, their hair standing on end. In the dead of night, where did a child's laughter come from? Don't scare people. Is that Xiao Yudian and Yang Miao? Zhang Fan looked at Jingya. The team had 2 children, 3-year-old Xiao Yudian and 5-year-old Yang Miao. So hearing this childish laughter, Zhang Fan's first thought was of them. He he he. Just as Jingya was about to answer, another childish laugh rang out, followed by a second, a third. In an instant the laughter rose and fell, echoing from all directions, from every corner. It felt as if children were laughing and playing everywhere, above, below, and all around. Where is that child's laughter coming from? Do we have kids in our team? Two. Then where is all this laughter coming from? Could it be ghosts? The laughter rising and falling like a spell pounded heavily on everyone's hearts. Everyone felt their scalps tingle, their skin crawl. In the dead of night, with the blood rain falling, nerves were already on edge. This sudden addition was enough to rattle anyone. Look over there. Someone behind them shouted. Zhang Fan whirled around and saw a child standing deep in the hallway. It was only about a meter tall, wearing a red bellyband with a single braid on its round head. But its face was deathly pale, its eyes like cataracts, lifeless, and its lips were as red as blood. Giggle giggle. Those pale white eyes stared fixedly at Zhang Fan and the others, and its mouth stretched to the ears emitted a crisp laugh. He he he, the rainy night. The darkness. The eerie child. The chilling laughter. Everyone felt a surge of cold air rise from the soles of their feet, travel up their spine, and shoot straight to the top of their heads. Every hair on their bodies stood on end and their scalps felt like they were about to explode. G-Ghost. What the hell is that? Everyone in the hall was terrified, staring at the child deep in the corridor, trembling like leaves in a storm. Jingya was also frightened out of her wits, clutching Zhang Fan's arm tightly, her delicate body quivering, her beautiful face pale with terror. He he he. The child continued to giggle, its voice crisp yet chilling. Giggle giggle. Those pale deathly still pupils fixed on Zhang Fan and the others, its mouth stretched to the ears emitting a crisp laugh. Stop playing tricks. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, his domain ability instantly expanding, enveloping the child ahead. Die. A bolt of lightning struck down from thin air and the child was instantly obliterated into nothingness, vanishing from the spot. Vanished. Zhang Fan squinted his eyes. His lightning was certainly powerful, but it couldn't reduce a zombie to ash. Yet it had disappeared. Could it be an illusion? Zhang Fan frowned. He he he. At that moment the sound of a child's laughter came from elsewhere. Zhang Fan immediately unleashed his domain ability, enveloping the entire Shuyun residential complex, and was stunned. Upstairs. Other buildings. Even in every inhabited building of the complex, in the corners of each floor there was a child. What shocked Zhang Fan was that these children were identical, as if stamped from the same mold. 1 meter tall, wearing a red bellyband. Faces deathly pale, white pupils lifeless. Lips blood-red, grinning widely. Where did so many of these freaks come from? Zhang Fan was utterly baffled, but it didn't stop him from striking ruthlessly. Kill. Wherever his domain ability extended, Zhang Fan could launch attacks whether inside or outside the buildings. Crack. Bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, striking the children, and one by one they vanished. Like the first child after being attacked, they all disappeared without a trace. No corpses left behind. No light orbs dropped. Too eerie. They must all be illusions if the real body is definitely hiding somewhere. Under Zhang Fan's assault, every child in the entire complex vanished completely. The laughter echoing in their ears also abruptly ceased, and the complex fell silent once more. Only the sound of pouring rain and hailstones crashing down continued incessantly. Vanished. People looked around in shock and disbelief, then cautiously stepped out of their houses and descended the stairs to the ground floor. The child that had appeared and the eerie laughter had indeed terrified everyone, and no one dared stay in their rooms any longer. Honey, where did that thing go? Jingya asked Zhang Fan beside her. It vanished. Frowning, Zhang Fan briefly recounted what had happened. This zombie is very strange. You suspect it's a zombie? Jingya asked. Undoubtedly a zombie. Zhang Fan nodded. Just like that female ghost last time, it's merely a zombie with a special ability. As he spoke, Zhang Fan created several duplicates to protect Jingya, then teleported away. When he reappeared, he was on the rooftop terrace. Rain and hail poured down but didn't touch him. He expanded his domain, forming a transparent protective shield around his body, blocking the rain and hail. Detection ability. Zhang Fan activated his detection ability, and the scene within a 7-kilometer radius quickly appeared in his mind. Then he was stunned. Zombies. A massive horde of zombies flew from the direction of Chongzhou Island like heavenly soldiers soaring through the sky. A pitch-black mass, their momentum terrifying. Sensing the auras of these zombies, the weakest were at level 3, with level 4 and level 5 zombies everywhere. Level 6 zombies were also not uncommon. Damn it! Zhang Fan cursed under his breath. At this point he couldn't dwell on why these zombies could fly. The urgent task was to warn everyone. Attention everyone. Zhang Fan's voice echoed in each person's ear. A large number of zombies are approaching, prepare for battle. Attention everyone. A large number of zombies are approaching, prepare for battle. Attention everyone. A large number of zombies are approaching, prepare for battle. Given the urgency, Zhang Fan repeated it 3 times. Everyone was shocked. Zombies? Where did they come from? The boss said they're from Chongzhou Island. Aren't the Yangtze River tunnel and bridge connecting Chongzhou Island and Mahai destroyed? How did they get across? I don't know. But it's not that hard to figure out. Zombies have abilities too. Whether repairing the broken bridge or crossing the Yangtze River, it's not impossible. They can even fly. True. With abilities, nothing is impossible in this world. Stop the chatter and get ready to fight. Right. Every time the blood rain falls, the zombies become much stronger. I'm only level 2, tonight looks grim. That's what you get for slacking off. At Zhang Fan's command, the entire team hurried downstairs and stood ready. They didn't have to wait long. About 5 minutes later, the blood rain in the sky suddenly lightened. The rain is easing. People looked up in confusion. Then they were stunned. In the sky, a vast number of zombies appeared, countless of them forming a pitch-black mass that blotted out the sky. Roar. Beastly howls erupted, countless roars merging into a terrifying wave of sound that swept through the entire complex. The sound was like crashing waves or 1,000 stampeding horses, shaking everyone pale with terror. Zombies in the sky. So many zombies, and they flew here. What the hell? Why can zombies fly? Everyone was stunned. Humph. A cold snort rang out. Everyone looked up to see Zhang Fan rising into the air, flying toward the zombies in the sky. The boss is making his move. We're safe now. The team members felt a surge of confidence in their eyes. Zhang Fan was absolutely invincible. Roar. Seeing Zhang Fan, the zombies became even more agitated, howling and snarling like rabid dogs. However, they were clearly bound by some force, unable to break free, otherwise they would have charged. He he he. The eerie laughter sounded again. There it is again. Everyone shuddered, then watched as the zombies in the sky silently parted to form a passage. Then a one-dimensional child stepped forward, coming to the front of the zombie horde. It's that child zombie. Jingya on the ground exclaimed. Zhang Fan naturally recognized this creature. His eyes locked onto the child zombie, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. Having killed so many child zombies earlier without leaving bodies or light orbs, he knew the child zombie hadn't truly died. It must be hiding somewhere, and now he found it lurking here. The child zombie giggled for a while, then its deathly pale pupils fixed on Zhang Fan and it stopped laughing. Human. A childish voice rang out. Zhang Fan shuddered violently, his eyes locked on the child zombie, a storm raging in his heart. It can speak. This child zombie could actually talk. What a joke. Zhang Fan was utterly astounded. Until now, every zombie he had encountered couldn't speak. Even De Piao Liang, a high-intelligence level 5 zombie, could only communicate telepathically, not utter a single word. Yet this child zombie could. Was it its ability or a capability of high-level zombies? And what level was it? Level 7. Zhang Fan couldn't be sure. The aura of this child zombie was very subtle, making it impossible to determine its rank. Jingya and the others were also stunned. Could zombies really talk? Human, you must be curious why I can speak, right? The child zombie grinned at Zhang Fan. Indeed. Zhang Fan didn't deny it. I have an ability called Soul Search. The child zombie explained with a grin. I've read many human memories, so naturally I learned to speak. I see. Zhang Fan understood. Zombies were once humans. Anatomically they were no different from humans. The reason zombies couldn't speak was that their consciousness was young and naive, like a blank slate. They had never been exposed to or learned language. It was perfectly normal they couldn't talk. The same applied to humans. Language wasn't an instinct, it wasn't innate, but a skill acquired through learning. Just like foreign languages. Without learning we couldn't speak a foreign language either. The same principle applied to zombies. But if they learned, they could certainly master a language just as humans learn foreign tongues. With its soul search ability, this child zombie had read human memories, so its ability to speak made perfect sense. By reading human memories, I've learned about your culture, history, economy, social structure, emotions, knowledge, and all sorts of information. The child zombie's mouth moved. Human, do you want to know my assessment of you? Your assessment of humans? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I'd love to hear what you think of humans. Zombies. Initially just the living dead. But as their levels increased, zombies grew stronger and smarter. To some extent, zombies had become another form of life, another intelligent species. What did zombies think of humans? Zhang Fan was eager to hear. He didn't underestimate this creature just because it looked like an infant. If this little one was smarter than any human on Earth. Perhaps its knowledge surpassed that of many humans. You humans are a rather successful race. The child zombie laughed. You became the only intelligent species on Earth in billions of years and ultimately dominated the planet. You are the most successful race in Earth's history. Was that a compliment? Let's take it as one. Your assessment is fair. Zhang Fan smiled. But I believe it's precisely because of your success that this apocalypse has befallen you. You have a saying I find apt: what goes up must come down. The child zombie smiled. You humans have reached your peak. Inevitably you'll decline, and thus this apocalypse has arrived. This apocalypse, like the previous mass extinctions on Earth, will utterly annihilate you, wiping you from the planet and turning you into dust of history. And what will replace you will be us zombies. We will take your place, becoming the new rulers of Earth, standing atop your bones to forge new glories. So humans, you should accept your fate and quietly become dust of history. The future belongs to us zombies. Humans, accept your fate, meekly reduced to dust in the annals of history. The future is destined to belong to us zombies. The child zombie's voice was tender but forceful, each word striking like a hammer against every heart. Many were gripped by fear. Across the world, zombies now outnumbered humans by an unfathomable margin. The most terrifying part was the blood rain that fell every 10 days, driving the zombies into rapid evolution. It was hard not to suspect that the zombies were truly favored by the heavens, destined to supplant humanity and become the new rulers of Earth. Were humans fated to fade from history's stage? Many were lost in confusion. At that moment a soft chuckle rang out. I don't know if the future belongs to you zombies, but I do know this: you for one have no future. The speaker was Zhang Fan. All eyes turned to him, a flicker of hope in their gazes. You mean to say you want to kill me? Do you think you can? The child zombie was sharp-witted, instantly grasping the implication in Zhang Fan's words. It bared its teeth in a light laugh. Kill you? Is that so hard? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. I am curious though, what level are you now to be so confident? By human standards I am currently at level 7. Yes, a levels even zombie. The child zombie grinned, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of its mouth. Level 7. Heavens. It's a levels even zombie. How the hell are we supposed to fight that? A levels even zombie already. Is the old man in the sky determined to wipe out humanity? I don't want to die. The child zombie's single statement plunged everyone present into despair. Among the 300-odd people gathered, more than 2/3 were merely second-level ability users and about a third were third-level. Only a scant dozen or so were fourth-level. Not a single person was fifth-level, let alone sixth. The child zombie was level 7, a terrifying power that was enough to crush all hope. Human, do you still believe you can kill me now? The child zombie grinned, its lifeless pale pupils fixed on Zhang Fan with a mocking glint. As clever as it was, having absorbed countless human memories, it was still at its core a newborn barely a month old with a mischievous spirit. It reveled in flaunting its strength and showcasing its power, much like a child showing off. Level 7. Excellent. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Far from being intimidated by the child zombie's level, a look of greed spread across his face. What kind of look is that? The child zombie glared at Zhang Fan, displeased. It detested the way he looked at it, as if it were prey. You'll understand soon enough. Zhang Fan smiled faintly as his domain ability silently expanded, enveloping the child zombie and the endless horde it had brought. Human, you must understand one truth: before absolute power all schemes and tricks are paper tigers. The child zombie lifted its chin. Rest assured. I won't kill you, but I will turn you into a zombie, binding you to serve me for eternity. Before it could finish, a bolt of lightning as thick as a thigh crashed down from the sky, striking it fiercely. With a crack, the child zombie was stunned senseless. The bib it wore was instantly reduced to ashes. The ponytail tied atop its head exploded, shooting upward as black smoke billowed from its body. Yet as a levels even zombie, its physical form was immensely powerful. The lightning, though formidable, failed to injure it, but it did ignite a blaze of humiliation and rage. Human, you're asking for death. The child zombie bared its teeth, its voice shrill and piercing like a rooster's, tinged with exasperation. Another bolt of lightning struck. Human. The child zombie was now fully enraged. But before it could launch an attack, another lightning bolt descended. A third, a fourth. Lightning bolts materialized out of thin air, hammering the child zombie relentlessly like a continuous generator. The child zombie trembled violently, its small frame convulsing and spasming under the barrage. If one set aside its identity as a zombie and saw it as a human child, its plight was pitiable, struck again and again by lightning enough to stir sympathy. Bastard! The child zombie was utterly enraged, its small face twisting into a hideous snarl. Human, I want you dead. As it spoke, clusters of white light shot from its body, coalescing into glowing orbs. Once these orbs left the child zombie's body, they transformed into more child zombies like its own doppelgangers. Die. They howled, roaring at the sky as rings of tangible sonic shockwaves blasted toward Zhang Fan. The very air vibrated, humming with a resonant drone. The people on the ground clutched their ears in agony, feeling as if their eardrums were about to burst and their heads were splitting apart. Many second-level teammates collapsed in pain, rolling on the ground while clutching their heads. Blood spurted from their ears, eyes, noses and mouths, a horrifying sight. Zhang Fan glanced at his fallen comrades, his expression darkening with gravity. If merely the residual shockwaves could inflict such grievous wounds, the full force of the sonic attack was unimaginable. A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes as he uttered 2 words, delete. In the next instant the domain activated its deletion function. A strange wave of energy engulfed all the child zombies, infiltrating their bodies and erasing their abilities. Including the original child zombie, every one of them let out agonized screams as if something was being torn away from within. The process was swift, lasting about 30 seconds before the pain subsided. What did you do to me? The child zombie glared at Zhang Fan. Your sonic ability is powerful and its effects are impressive, so you won't be using it anymore. Zhang Fan stated flatly. Human, you've hurt me. The child zombie's face contorted with fury. Kill this human. Its hundreds of clones howled in frenzy, attempting to unleash their sonic attacks. But to their dismay, though their roars were louder than before, no deadly shockwaves emerged. What's going on? The child zombie was stunned. Your sonic ability has been deleted, Zhang Fan said calmly. Neither you nor your clones possess it any longer. What? The child zombie was both shocked and enraged, growing hysterical. Human, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. The sonic ability was one of its killing moves, a crutch it relied on heavily, and Zhang Fan had erased it. How could it endure this? Blow him up, the child zombie shrieked. With a chorus of roars, hundreds of clones charged at Zhang Fan, covering the tens of meters in an instant. Then, like living bombs, they detonated in a thunderous explosion. Boom after boom echoed through the air, and a terrifying shockwave engulfed Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan! Jingya screamed. The residual blast swept downward, flinging everyone, including Jingya, through the air. Some crashed into walls, others tumbled onto the grass, and a few were hurled dozens of meters away. Blood sprayed from the mouths of the severely injured. Some suffered broken ribs, others had splitting headaches. The shockwave alone had rendered most of the team combatant effective, a testament to its devastating power. The explosions continued for over half a minute before ceasing. Under the cleansing blood rain, the sky cleared. Yet only the child zombie remained standing in the air. Zhang Fan, who had stood opposite it, was gone. He had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Zhang Fan! Jingya scrambled to her feet, soaked by the blood rain, and screamed his name. Where are you? Come out. Don't scare me. Please. Where? Where's the boss? How did he disappear? Could he have? Shut your mouth. Our boss is invincible, how could he die? Ignorant humans. The child zombie cackled. I didn't want to kill you, but since you sought death, I obliged. Plunder. A clear voice rang out. What was that? The child zombie froze. In the next moment, another wave of energy washed over its body, surging inward. Then a familiar excruciating pain flooded its system, assaulting its nerves like a raging tide. The child zombie howled in agony. What's happening to it? The teammates on the ground watched in confusion. A familiar figure materialized silently in the sky. It was Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan! Jingya was overcome with surprise and joy as tears streamed down her face. The boss. It's the boss. Haha, I knew it, the boss couldn't die. The boss is alive, thank goodness. The crowd erupted in elation at Zhang Fan's reappearance. So zombies can feel pain. Zhang Fan stared at the shrieking child zombie, lost in thought. It seems that after evolving to level 7, a zombie's body fully recovers even its neural tissue. Every zombie he had encountered before felt no pain even when their limbs were severed. This trait had caused humanity no small amount of trouble in the early days of the apocalypse. It was a universal truth among survivors: zombies had no sense of pain. Yet this child zombie did, proving that at advanced stages their pain receptors fully regenerated. Half a minute later the pain receded like a tide and the child zombie regained its composure. It glared at Zhang Fan, a trace of fear in its eyes. Human, what did you do to me? Your self-destruct ability is excellent and its power is remarkable. So now it's mine, Zhang Fan said coolly. What did you say? The child zombie shrieked, attempting to create more clones to use its self-destruct ability against Zhang Fan. But Zhang Fan spoke first. This clone ability of yours is also decent. I'll reluctantly take it. As his words fell, he invoked the domain's plunder function once more, and the child zombie screamed again. Oh, and you seem to have a soul search ability. I happen to need that too, so I'll gladly accept it. First the sonic ability was deleted. Then the self-destruct clone and soul search abilities were plundered. Having lost 4 abilities in an instant, the child zombie seemed drained of its very essence. It panted heavily, its body trembling slightly. Yet its lifeless pale eyes still burned with ferocity. Human, you possess a plundering ability. Even if it were dim-witted, the child zombie would have realized by now, but it was exceptionally clever. Realizing it now. Too late. Zhang Fan's expression was cold. If you have any other abilities, use them now. Otherwise you'll lose your chance. The child zombie burned with rage, itching to tear Zhang Fan apart with its remaining abilities, but it forcibly restrained itself. It had been terrified by Zhang Fan's actions. If he learned of its other abilities, wouldn't he just plunder them too? Human, I'll remember you. The child zombie's face was vicious. One day I'll make you pay dearly for what you've done today. Trying to leave? Zhang Fan sneered. Do you think you can escape today? Do you think you can stop me? The child zombie laughed coldly. Human, I am a levels even zombie. Level 7. Zhang Fan shook his head lightly. Little one, you'll never fathom what kind of enemy you're truly facing. The child zombie's expression froze. Stay right here. Zhang Fan spread his arms, his voice majestic and resounding. Become the stepping stone for my breakthrough to level 8. As his words faded, an incredibly viscous black ink erupted from Zhang Fan's body, rising above his head to coalesce into a pitch-black mysterious tome. The Book of Life and Death. The jet-black Book of Life and Death abruptly materialized above Zhang Fan's head, exuding a mysterious and soul-snatching aura. The child zombie merely glanced at it, feeling as if its very soul might be drawn away, its expression instantly shifting to one of alarm. Danger. Alarm bells clanged in the child zombie's mind. Without a second thought it turned and fled, but it was already too late. If Yen Luo decrees you die at the 3rd watch, who dares keep you until the 5th? I sentence you to death. A majestic and resonant voice echoed through the void, suppressing even the sound of the pouring bloody hailstorm. The entire world seemed to pale, leaving only this single voice. The child zombie turned its head with difficulty, only to see a black arrow shooting forth from the Book of Life and Death, hurtling straight toward it. No, the child zombie sprinted desperately. As a 7th level zombie, its flight speed was incredibly swift. Yet the black arrow was even faster. The child zombie had barely covered 100 meters before the black arrow caught up, piercing through the back of its head. With a sharp sound, the child zombie's body stiffened, its pupils dilated violently, and the light in its eyes rapidly faded, soon becoming hollow and vacant. It then plummeted toward the ground. It was dead. Slain in a single blow. So what if it's a 7th level zombie? Zhang Fan shook his head lightly. The child zombie was merely high in level. From the perspective of abilities, its powers were actually quite mediocre. Truly very mediocre. A sonic wave ability. A clone ability. A self-destruct ability. A soul-searching ability. Looking at these 4 abilities alone, they were hardly exceptional. Dead. That 7th level zombie is dead. Incredible. The boss is truly incredible. He even killed a 7th level zombie. Just what level is the boss? He must be 7th level too. I thought the boss was only 6th level, but it turns out he's 7th level. Awesome. The boss is mighty. The boss is badass. The boss is invincible. Boss, I crown you the strongest. Seeing the child zombie's death, the team members erupted in ecstasy, their spirits soaring as they cheered and celebrated. Upon learning that the child zombie was a 7th level zombie, they had been terrified, even feeling despair, believing today would be their end. Unexpectedly the tide had turned. The boss crushed the child zombie with a mere gesture, a truly delightful surprise. That bad man. Jingya laughed and cried simultaneously. These were of course tears of joy. She knew her man was strong and she knew he was 7th level, but facing a 7th level zombie, Jingya's heart was uncertain, her mind filled with anxiety. But now all was well. Her man was truly the strongest, dispatching the 7th level zombie in no time. Jingya was completely relieved, filled with immense pride and adoration. This was her man. The man of Jingya. The most formidable man. With the child zombie's death, several luminous orbs dropped. A golden orb. A silver orb. 2 white orbs. The golden and silver orbs needed no explanation, representing physique and spirit, while the white orbs represented abilities. 2 white orbs meant the child zombie had 2 more abilities, adding the 4 that were deleted and plundered. It had a total of 6 abilities. Only 6 abilities, and it dares to be so arrogant. With my many abilities I'd soar to the sky and rub shoulders with the sun. Zhang Fan shook his head, then proceeded to pick up the attribute orbs it had dropped. Picking up the golden orb. Physique 10800000. The physique stat thus reached the 7th level 34600010000000, a remarkable change. An unprecedented surge of warmth flooded his body like a breached dam, rampaging through his form. Every cell, every organ, every bone, like ravenous wolves, devoured the warm current frantically. Zhang Fan felt his body begin to strengthen wildly. His power grew mightier. His defense became more astonishing. His mind sharpened. Picking up the silver orb. Spirit 12000. His spirit began to intensify wildly, reaching the 6th level 410010000000. Picking up the first white orb. Acquired the essence absorption ability. Essence absorption ability. The so-called essence absorption ability referred to the power to absorb life essences such as vitality, chi, and spirit. Much like the tales of monsters sneaking into homes at night to drain a person's essence, leaving them as desiccated husks. The essence absorption ability was much the same. It was precisely because of this ability that the child zombie could voraciously absorb the vitality of survivors, allowing it to cultivate so swiftly and break through to the 7th level on this night of bloody rain. In terms of effect, this ability is somewhat similar to the devouring or gluttony abilities, as it can accelerate cultivation. Zhang Fan nodded inwardly. I wonder if this ability can absorb the essence of zombies. If it can, it could be granted to my subordinates to speed up their cultivation. Let's test it. Zhang Fan turned his gaze to the horde of zombie underlings brought by the child zombie. When they first arrived with the child zombie, these zombies were ferocious, roaring incessantly, each one incredibly arrogant. But now they had lost their former arrogance and frenzy, growing quieter and more docile by the moment. Low-level zombies were stupid, acting only on instinct. But these zombie underlings were quite intelligent. At least 3rd level, 4th and 5th level zombies were abundant, and there were plenty of 6th level ones as well. Such high-level zombies were undoubtedly very clever. Seeing the child zombie killed, these zombies lost their greatest support, and naturally they could no longer be arrogant. Zhang Fan casually reached out and grabbed a 6th level zombie, pulling it before him. It was a plump otaku-like zombie, not tall, barely reaching 1.7 meters, but with a thick waist, broad shoulders, and a stout neck, exactly as the saying goes. Let out a low roar. The fat zombie's deathly pale pupils were filled with terror. Essence absorption. Zhang Fan opened his mouth and inhaled. Instantly an invisible wave enveloped the fat zombie. The next second a stream of golden chi mixed with silver flew out from its body, entering Zhang Fan's mouth. Zhang Fan glanced at his attribute panel. Both physique and spirit began to rise simultaneously. Looking back at the fat zombie, it was visibly shriveling. In just a few seconds it was drained into a dried husk, nothing but skin and bones, its eye sockets hollow. Zhang Fan ceased absorption, and the mummified fat zombie fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Zhang Fan carefully sensed the changes in his physique and spirit, then exhaled. The essence absorption ability is effective on zombies, and it seems to have no side effects. Zombies were once human. Even if they carried zombie virus, their vitality and spirit were similar to humans. The essence absorption ability absorbed the essence from zombies, not their flesh and blood. Thus theoretically the essence absorption ability had no side effects. The only drawback was that it could be addictive, leading one down a dark path of harming one's own people. Zhang Fan picked up the last white orb dropped by the child zombie, acquiring the gravity ability. No wonder this thing could fly and even carry so many zombies along. It had the gravity ability. Zhang Fan's face lit up with joy. Gravity is the most universal force in nature, the attraction between any two objects or particles. The gravity ability was precisely the power to manipulate gravity. Weight is a component of the gravitational force exerted by the Earth on objects, thus gravity is merely one form of it. The scope of gravity is far broader, attraction between people and objects. All are gravity. Manipulating gravity meant possessing the ability to control this force. This was the true almighty push and universal pull. Universal pull. Zhang Fan grasped at the void. A terrifying gravitational force surged from his hand, acting upon the child zombie's underlings. These zombie underlings were uncontrollably pulled toward Zhang Fan. When they reached him, Zhang Fan suddenly clenched his fist. An immense gravitational force crushed in from all directions. The scattered zombie underlings were compressed together, tightly packed into a ball of flesh. Explode. Zhang Fan squeezed hard. The flesh ball burst instantly like a squeezed tomato. Gory bits splattered and blood flowed. Torrents of blood cascaded down like a waterfall, mingling with the bloody rain. A shocking stench of blood spread, soon saturating every corner of the neighborhood. Countless tricolored orbs like falling stars formed a rain of light plummeting toward the ground. From Zhang Fan's perspective, everything he saw was filled with orbs, golden, silver, white, almost dazzling his 32K titanium alloy dog eyes. So many orbs. Zhang Fan inhaled sharply. Collect. He immediately activated the collection function of his domain ability, prioritizing the golden orbs representing physique. Countless golden orbs flew up, rushing toward him, then merging into his body like homing swallows returning to their nest. A warm current exploded within him, and the physique stat on the attribute panel began to skyrocket again. This enhancement was even more prolonged and astonishing than when he had collected the child zombie's physique orb. By the time all the golden orbs had merged into Zhang Fan's body and the last trace of warmth dissipated, several minutes had passed. Zhang Fan clenched his fist. His power was immeasurably greater than before. Every inch of muscle and every bone in his body contained vast surging strength. Zhang Fan had the illusion that he could shatter a mountain with a single punch and crush the earth beneath his feet with a single stomp. Just how much has my physique increased? Zhang Fan marveled, immediately checking his attribute panel. Physique 7th level 953000100000000. No wonder. Zhang Fan understood. His previous physique was 3460000, and now it was 9530000, a difference of 6070000. That was no small gap. This harvest is enormous, even greater than from killing the child zombie. Zhang Fan exclaimed. This was actually quite normal. The child zombie was powerful, but it was only one. Its group of zombie underlings were lower in level, but their sheer numbers made up for it, at least over 10,000. If each zombie underling provided an average of 500 physique points, totaling 600,000 physique points, was perfectly normal. This was the terror of quantity. It was like the country's 1.4 billion people, each contributing 1 yuan, negligible for each household. But combined, that 1.4 billion yuan could turn a person into a billionaire overnight. With the massive evolution of zombies, leveling up has become easier for me. 9530000, only 470000 away from 1000000. He picked up the silver orbs. His spirit underwent frenzied enhancement. When the enhancement ended, his spirit had directly increased by 470000, reaching an astonishing 6th level 510000100000. Though it hadn't broken through to the 7th level, it had increased over a dozen times. Zhang Fan felt his spirit was unprecedentedly powerful, his thoughts and consciousness incredibly sharp, and his ideas flowing smoother than ever. With the massive evolution of zombies, enhancing the spirit has become easier too. How delightful. He picked up the white orbs. The white orbs representing abilities were numerous, with a dazzling variety of powers. Earth control, water control, lightning control. As before, over 99 of the abilities were useless, worthless, and utterly insignificant. Zhang Fan had long grown accustomed to this and paid it no mind. Shared ability. Suddenly one ability caught his attention. Anyone who has used a phone knows it has a personal hotspot feature, allowing others to use one's data. This is data sharing. The sharing ability is similar to a hotspot, but instead of sharing data, it shares abilities. Specifically, a sharing ability user can establish a connection with others and lend their other abilities, granting them temporary access. For instance, Zhang Fan now possesses the sharing ability. He can use it to share his domain ability with Jingya, granting her temporary access to the domain ability. During the sharing period, Jingya can use the domain ability freely, like using hotspot data. Once the sharing ends, Jingya loses the domain ability and can no longer use it. This ability is incredibly useful. Zhang Fan stroked his chin. He had always been dissatisfied with his teammates' low strength, especially after tonight their strength would be even lower. Yet Zhang Fan was reluctant to offer powerful abilities like Tao Tai Transformation and Devour, which could rapidly increase strength. After all, the human heart is unfathomable. With the sharing ability, Zhang Fan saw a solution. He could share Tao Tai Transformation and Devour with his teammates, granting them temporary access to both abilities. Then the teammates could use Tao Tai Transformation and Devour to consume zombies and rapidly boost their strength. This way their power increased without them truly acquiring the abilities. A win-win situation. After tonight, zombies have evolved drastically. The weakest are now level 3. If they have Tao Tai Transformation, the team can definitely enhance their strength significantly. Yes, that's the plan. Zhang Fan decided that tomorrow, when heading to the Yangtze River tunnel entrance to hunt zombies, he would share Tao Tai Transformation with the hunting team to help them improve. He continued picking up ability orbs. Causing an earthquake on Mars. Attracting a meteor to strike the moon. Flying head ability. Lending ability. Zhang Fan blinked. What kind of ability is this? He examined it and was astonished. The lending ability was very similar to the sharing and paste abilities. In simple terms, the lending ability, like a bank loan, allows one to lend their ability to others, granting them temporary possession. From this perspective, the lending ability does resemble sharing and paste, as all enable others to possess one's ability. The difference is sharing is temporary. Once the connection is severed, the recipient loses the ability. Paste is permanent. Once pasted, the recipient retains it forever. The lending ability falls between permanent and temporary. Once lent, the recipient gains the ability, but Zhang Fan can reclaim it at any time. Of course. If Zhang Fan does not reclaim it, the recipient will keep the ability indefinitely. Besides this, the three abilities have another major difference: cost. Sharing and paste abilities require no cost for others to gain Zhang Fan's ability. It's like borrowing money. Sharing is a temporary loan for emergencies. You return it immediately, no interest. Paste is a gift. You neither repay the principal nor interest. The lending ability is different. It is not free. It requires a cost, which could be physique, spirit, cultivation, or any other item. The specifics are determined by Zhang Fan, the ability user. So lending is like a bank loan. You can borrow money, but not for free. You must pay interest. Upon seeing this ability, Zhang Fan immediately thought of its use, pairing it with the infinite pickup ability. The infinite pickup ability allows one to pick up attribute orbs, rapidly enhancing strength and acquiring new abilities. If he lent the infinite pickup ability to others, they could also pick up attribute orbs after killing zombies. Zhang Fan would only need to collect interest, and he could decide what that interest would be. For example, lend infinite pickup to Jingya and she would gain the ability. Thus, after Jingya kills a zombie, she can pick up physique, spirit, and ability orbs. Zhang Fan can take interest, say half physique orbs, half spirit orbs, and all ability orbs. In this case, Jingya would only get half physique and half spirit orbs. Is she at a loss? Of course not. If Zhang Fan didn't lend her infinite pickup, she would have none at all. So she benefits. As for Zhang Fan, the lender, he benefits even more. For every zombie Jingya kills, he gains half physique, half spirit, and all ability orbs, earning while idle. And this is just with Jingya. If Zhang Fan lends to more people, he collects more interest. Lend to 10, get 10 shares, lend to 100, get 100 shares. This is true effortless earning with others working for him. The more he lends, the more workers he has. His strength will soar, practically improving without lifting a finger. But unlike moneylending, Zhang Fan doesn't worry about defaulters. Because he can reclaim the lent ability at any time. So he never loses. This ability combined with pickup is simply unbeatable. Zhang Fan's eyes gleamed. The only issue now is that I've integrated infinite pickup into my domain. Essentially, I've lost the infinite pickup ability. To lend it, I need to obtain it first. Zhang Fan thought of the 9 clones. On the Bloody Rain night of June 10th, when they fled to Central Tower, he deployed 10 clones. 1 died, leaving 9. These 9 clones possessed the infinite pickup ability. So finding any one of them would allow him to regain it. This was simple. Zhang Fan immediately released 100 clones, sending them to the MOC Central Tower area to find the 9 clones. The 100 clones instantly opened a portal to MOC. The lending ability is more useful than sharing and paste. Zhang Fan mused, the latter two are free gifts offering no benefit to me. Lending allows me to collect interest. Yes, from now on I'll lend and charge interest. Previously Zhang Fan worried about exposing infinite pickup due to a desire to hide his strength, but now there's no need. He believed there were few beings stronger than him, so hiding was unnecessary. He could lend freely and collect interest. Moreover, the more people he lent to, the stronger he became. What was there to fear? If anything, others should fear him. He continued picking up ability orbs. However, what followed were either useless, mediocre, or duplicate abilities. None were valuable. By the time all orbs were collected, no impressive abilities had appeared. The torrential blood rain continued, but the hail had stopped, leaving a thick layer of hail on the ground. It shimmered like bloodstone under the light, glowing with a scarlet sheen. The zombies were all eradicated. Zhang Fan descended to the ground amidst the worshipful and awed gazes of his teammates. There shouldn't be any more zombies tonight. Everyone go back to sleep. Zhang Fan's voice carried far. Yes, boss. The teammates dispersed. Let's head back too. Zhang Fan approached Jingya. Jingya nodded obediently, her watery eyes gazing at Zhang Fan with a hint of spring in them. What's up? Zhang Fan pinched her cheek. Jingya leaned close to his ear, whispered something with a flushed face, then covered her cheeks and lowered her head. So eager. Zhang Fan chuckled, then held her and teleported back to their room. Ah. As Zhang Fan had anticipated, no more zombies came that night, and the group spent a restless night in fear. The next morning the sky was a clear washed blue and the whole world seemed scrubbed clean, bright and radiant. A heavy rain had fallen the night before, yet the ground was oddly dry with not a single drop of water left. No hailstones were visible either, as if the storm had never happened. When Zhang Fan and Jingya rose, breakfast was already prepared. Lu Chang had the meal sent up, offering impeccable service. After breakfast Zhang Fan spent some more time being affectionate with Jingya. He only stopped when Jingya was breathless and her eyes were languid with desire. Then he took her downstairs to the residential complex. The team members had already eaten and Lu Chang was organizing the squad, preparing them for the day's work outside. Apart from Zhang Fan, Jingya and Lu Chang, the remaining 378 members of the team were divided into two groups: the logistics department with 50 people, and the hunting squad with 328 people. These 328 were further split into 8 units each with 41 members. They were designated as Hunting Unit 1, Hunting Unit 2, Hunting Unit 3 and so on up to Hunting Unit 8. Each unit selected a captain responsible for organizing the team and leading zombie hunts. By the time Zhang Fan and Jingya came downstairs, all 8 hunting units had assembled. Reporting Comrade Secretary. Hunting Unit 1 has assembled. Expected 41, present 41. Please give instructions. Captain Zhang Wenxi of Hunting Unit 1 trotted up to Lu Chang and reported loudly. Fall in. Lu Chang barked. Yes, sir. Reporting Comrade Secretary. Hunting Unit 1 has assembled. Expected 41, present 41. Please give instructions. After all 8 units had reported, Lu Chang ran to Zhang Fan and announced, reporting boss. The hunting squad has assembled. Expected 328, present 328. Please give instructions. Fall in. Zhang Fan ordered and Lu Chang immediately returned to the formation. Zhang Fan swept his gaze over everyone, his authoritative voice resonating in each person's ears. Last night's bloody rain left a deep impression on all of you. You should now have a clear understanding of the strength on both sides. The crowd fell silent, their hearts heavy. Last night's bloody rain had caused a massive, unprecedented evolution among the zombies. Even a level 7 zombie had appeared, implying there must be a great many level 4, 5 and 6 zombies. Yet among their group, aside from Zhang Fan, a level 7 superhuman, there were only 16 at level 4. The rest were all at level 3 or 2. How could such strength stand against the zombies? No. They didn't even qualify to fight. Without Zhang Fan last night they would have been annihilated. I won't say much else. Your main task now is to hunt zombies and increase your power. Zhang Fan said slowly. To help you all grow stronger, I'm going to grant you a superpower. At these words everyone was startled. They turned to look at Zhang Fan, hope flickering in their eyes. Another superpower. What would it be this time? This is a power I just acquired last night called the Infinite Loot ability. Zhang Fan explained. It allows you to pick up the physical and mental attributes dropped by zombies. After killing a zombie, 2 orbs drop, 1 for physique, 1 for spirit. With the infinite loot ability you can absorb these orbs to strengthen your body and mind. After a brief introduction to the infinite loot ability, Zhang Fan could clearly see the ecstasy on many faces. They had obviously grasped its immense potential. Indeed, Zhang Fan felt he had explained it simply enough. Next, I'll lend you the infinite loot ability. As for how it works, you'll understand naturally once you kill a zombie. With that, Zhang Fan created 8 clones and tasked them with lending the infinite loot ability to the 8 hunting units. The 100 clones he had sent out the night before had all returned this morning, bringing back the infinite loot ability. You all know the interest, right? Zhang Fan communicated telepathically with the 8 clones. Half the physique orbs, 80% of the spirit orbs, and all the ability orbs. The 8 clones replied. Go. Zhang Fan nodded. He wouldn't lend the infinite loot ability for free, and naturally he had to collect interest. The interest was half the physique orbs, 80% of the spirit orbs, and all the ability orbs. In simple terms, for every zombie a team member killed, Zhang Fan would take half the physique, 80% of the spirit, and all the ability orbs from the 3 orbs dropped. Correspondingly, the team members would only get half the physique and 20% of the spirit. As for the ability orbs, they would get none. Zhang Fan didn't want them to. Everyone has selfish motives. Zhang Fan intended to keep abilities firmly in his own hands, ensuring he always maintained an edge and secured his position. Jingya, let me lend it to you. Zhang Fan said to her. Jingya nodded obediently. Zhang Fan smiled and activated the lending ability. A white light shimmered in his hand, gradually coalescing into something resembling a scroll. At the top of the scroll were 4 large characters: lending contract. Below were several lines: ability lended interest, borrower lender using his will as a pen. Zhang Fan filled in the contract. Ability lended infinite loot interest, 10% physique orbs, 10% spirit orbs, all ability orbs. Borrower Jingya, lender Zhang Fan. Since Jingya was one of his own, Zhang Fan offered her very low interest. Only 10% physique, 10% spirit, and all ability orbs. In return, Jingya would receive 90% of the physique and 90% of the spirit. The process of lending an ability was similar to copying it, with the added step of filling out a contract. Soon Jingya successfully integrated the infinite loot ability, meaning she now possessed it. Unless Zhang Fan retracted it, she would have the infinite loot ability forever. Under the operation of the 8 clones, all 328 members of the hunting squad quickly acquired the infinite loot ability as well. Everyone was raring to go, eager to find zombies and test the power of their new ability. Let's split into 2 groups. Zhang Fan commanded. Units 1 through 4 head to the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel and hunt zombies there. Units 5 through 8 go to Chongming Island and clear out the zombies there. Understood. The 8 clones immediately opened portals and led their respective teams out of the complex. Jingya, let's go too. Zhang Fan opened a portal and took Jingya to the Shanghai Sea. Chongming Island had zombies, but how could it compare to the Shanghai Sea? If they were going to kill, they should go where the zombies were plentiful. Besides, Zhang Fan was worried about encountering a cross-dressing powerhouse on the island. That would be the end of them. Stepping through the portal, they arrived in the Shanghai Sea. They were near the Lujiazui Oriental Pearl Tower, a bustling downtown area teeming with zombies, the perfect hunting ground. Zhang Fan brought out a Rolls-Royce, turned on the loudspeaker and started playing Lonely Warrior. Dare you? Does it match? This tattered cloak. Fight. Fight. With the humblest of dreams. Roar, roar, roar. Hearing the noise, distant zombies immediately turned and surged toward them in a swarm. Xiaoya, you're up. Zhang Fan opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat and lit a cigarette. I'll handle the zombies above level 4. You take care of the level 3 and 4 ones. As he spoke, Zhang Fan suddenly felt a warm current surge into his body, strengthening it. He raised an eyebrow, familiar with the sensation. This was the feeling of absorbing a physique orb after killing a zombie. Has someone already killed a zombie and picked up the first physique orb? Zhang Fan rejoiced inwardly. Indeed, it was true. In the moments that followed, warm currents continuously flowed into him, strengthening his body, while cool streams rushed into his mind, enhancing his spirit. Checking his status panel, the numbers for physique and spirit were climbing rapidly. Zhang Fan's physique and spirit were growing at an astonishing rate. The lending ability is truly a treasure. Zhang Fan smoked his cigarette, blowing out rings of smoke. Doing nothing, just lying back, and I'm still getting stronger. Hee, this feels great. Zhang Fan was thrilled. The hunting squad members were even more ecstatic. At the entrance to the Yangtze River tunnel, the beautiful zombie had as usual gathered a massive horde. The members of the 4 hunting units didn't hesitate. They charged forward immediately, their eyes blazing red like wolves spotting lambs, their gazes utterly voracious. Zhang Wensi, his body alloyed and wielding a sharp blade, plunged into the zombie horde and sliced off the head of a level 3 zombie with one strike. 3 orbs dropped. Are these the physique and spirit orbs the boss mentioned? Strange, why is there an extra orb? Zhang Wensi wondered, but he absorbed all 3 orbs without hesitation. Instantly a warm current surged into his body and a cool breath flowed into his mind. Moments later. My body has strengthened significantly. And my spirit has increased a bit. Sensing the substantial boost to his physique, Zhang Wensi was overjoyed. The boss was right, this ability really lets me absorb the zombie's physique and spirit. Thrilled, Zhang Wensi's gaze toward the zombies changed. They were no longer enemies but miraculous elixirs. Kill. He charged out again. Zhang Wensi was not alone, others were similarly affected. Many who killed zombies and absorbed the orbs felt the changes in their bodies, becoming ecstatic and driven. For a time more and more people went wild. The lending ability was indeed a marvelous tool. In less than 10 minutes Zhang Fan had gathered the remaining 470000 physique points. His physique finally broke through the 10 million mark, entering another realm, level 8. An 8th level body is truly formidable. With a body of level 8, Zhang Fan felt an overwhelming strength, as if he could shatter the very planet beneath his feet with a single punch. This was certainly an illusion, yet it indirectly indicated just how formidable Zhang Fan's physique had become. Open the attribute panel. Name Zhang Fan, level 8, Esper physique level 8 300010001000, spirit level 65600010000000, abilities several. A full capacity of 100 million. How many zombies would I need to kill if I relied solely on myself to hunt them? Zhang Fan sighed inwardly. He was somewhat grateful for the borrowing ability he acquired last night. Without this ability he would have to rely entirely on himself to level up in the future. How difficult would that be? I love you, walking through dark alleys. The recording on the car roof repeatedly played the lone brave attracting nearby zombies. Zhang Fan dealt with all the zombies above level 4 while Jingya handled the remaining level 3 zombies by herself. Each level 3 zombie killed could provide an average of 500 physique attributes and some spirit attributes. After deducting 10% interest, Jingya would receive 90% of the physique gain. This meant that for every level 3 zombie she killed, Jingya could average 450 physique attributes. Jingya had only killed a couple dozen level 3 zombies and had successfully broken through to level 5 astonishingly fast in her upgrade speed. This was actually quite normal. The weakest zombies now were level 3, casually killing 20 or 30 of them could easily accumulate enough to break through to level 5. Excited by her breakthrough to a new realm, Jingya's pretty face flushed as she exclaimed, "Hubby, I've reached level 5. I actually broke through so quickly. It's just level 5, there's no need to be so excited." Zhang Fan flicked the ash from his cigarette, pinching her jade-like cheek, chuckling, "Wait until the day you break through to level 7, then it will be worth celebrating." With Jingya at level 4 her combat power was too weak and Zhang Fan could never fully enjoy himself, it was always a back and forth. Even if she broke through to level 5 now, her combat ability wouldn't improve much. Thus Zhang Fan genuinely hoped she could quickly advance to a higher realm. "I will, hubby." Jingya nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Having personally tasted the immense power of the infinite picking ability, she had become deeply enamored with this feeling of continuous growth, full of motivation. "Keep it up." Zhang Fan smiled in encouragement. Jingya nodded, her little head swinging her curved blade ready to continue. At that moment she suddenly realized that there were no zombies nearby, all the zombies had vanished without a trace. "Where are the zombies?" Jingya showed a puzzled expression. There had clearly been zombies before, yet now not a single one was in sight. This was highly unusual. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, about to unleash his detection ability to investigate, when the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Looking up he saw countless zombies approaching from the east side of the intersection. Yes, they were walking. They approached without the usual howls, roars, or the frantic chasing typical of lower-level zombies. They marched with purpose, striding confidently, much like a gang of tough guys ready for a brawl led by a tall and burly zombie. It possessed muscles as robust as a bodybuilding champion, with a square face and sharp features, a cold demeanor, and eyes as white as death. It was bare-chested, wearing only a denim vest exposing its chest. Its lower half was clad in jeans, and it wore a pair of high-top combat boots, clearly dressed like a trendsetter. This burly zombie strode forward, followed by hundreds of zombies, each taking a step back. Seeing the imposing stance of this group of zombies, Jingya was stunned. If these creatures did not have blank white eyes and grayish skin, she would have suspected they were human. A group led by a black boss ready to get into a fight with humans. What kind of zombies were these? Marching forward proudly, was this really a zombie? Clearly they resembled an organized, disciplined, hierarchical group of intelligent beings. But it didn't end there. Sounds of orderly footsteps were also heard from the northern street. Jingya turned her head and saw yet another group of zombies. There were approximately hundreds of them following behind a female zombie who was sexy, enchanting, and dressed in black clothes. The black leather jacket outlined her slender waist and long straight legs, while her bosom, encased in the leather, was bulging and stretched tightly against the material. Her face was a standard oval shape, slightly round at the top and tapering at the chin with smooth lines. If not for her grayish-white skin, she would definitely be an alluring vixen. However, that wasn't the end. Footsteps were also heard from the western and southern streets. Jingya turned to see groups of zombies striding confidently from both the west and south. Leading the western group was a senior zombie with white hair, his face covered in age spots, yet he stood tall with a well-proportioned body exuding the spirit of a seasoned warrior. Leading the group from the southern street was a chubby elementary school zombie. He had a youthful face, a buzz cut, and stood about 1.6 meters tall, but around his neck hung a large gold chain. Have these zombies become intelligent? Jingya swallowed hard at the sight of these four groups of zombies. Completely overturned her understanding of zombies. In her impression, zombies were merely creatures that would bite anyone they saw, pouncing like beasts. Zombies were mad, foolish, rude, chaotic, and devoid of reason. Even if there were occasional zombies that awakened intelligence, they still could not escape their feral and bloodthirsty nature. But looking at the group before her, they were nothing like the crazy, bloodthirsty zombies she had known. They were more like humans. The situation I predicted has finally occurred. Zhang Fan got out of the car and approached Jingya, speaking slowly. Zombies are evolving towards a different form of intelligent life. Another form of intelligent life. Jingya stared blankly at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan took a puff of his cigarette, exhaling smoke. As the level of zombies continues to rise, they are becoming increasingly intelligent. High intelligence will inevitably lead to the formation of specific social structures and the establishment of a certain social order. Zhang Fan gestured towards the four groups of zombies, saying, "Do you see? They have already established a preliminary social structure like us humans, and have even produced their own leader. Aside from their value and perception, their skin and eyes differ from ours. Zombies are almost indistinguishable from us, even though they are still quite immature." Upon hearing this, Jingya felt an unexplained sense of unease. "Hubby, are you saying that in the future we will have to compete with zombies for survival space? Originally there was only one intelligent species on Earth, which is humans, who have dominated the planet for a long time. Any species on Earth is a resource for humans to exploit, use, and hunt as they please. Now there is another intelligent life form on Earth, and humanity's dominant position is experiencing a serious threat. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Moreover, the number of these zombie tigers far exceeds that of humans." Jingya could imagine just how dire the future situation for humanity would be. Of course. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Humans must eliminate zombies to progress and improve. Zombies must kill humans too. We humans and zombies are destined to be mortal enemies. It's either you die or I die. Jingya swallowed hard, suddenly feeling anxious. While the two were conversing, the four groups of zombies had already reached the middle of the intersection and stopped. They very tacitly halted more than 10 meters away from the two. Moreover, after stopping, they merely gazed silently at the two without howling or attacking. Is this the behavior of zombies? No. There has never been such a zombie. At least not in the past. Hubby, are those four leading zombies all level 7? Jingya asked with a tremble. Yes, all level 7. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. The four groups of zombies combined have over 2000 heads, and not a single one is below level 4. Not a single one below level 4. Jingya shivered, a chill running down her spine. Over 2000 zombies above level 4. What a terrifying force that was. Just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. Last night's blood rain plus hail helped the zombies far more than the previous 2 times. Zhang Fan sighed lightly. By today the weakest zombies are level 3 and the strongest have reached level 7. Humanity's survivors are in deep trouble. I can even imagine that last night many survivor bases must have suffered heavy casualties. Zhang Fan was right. Last night's blood rain night was undoubtedly a nightmare for all survivor bases. Under the stimulus of the blood rain, zombies not only evolved significantly but also became extremely sensitive, restless and bloodthirsty. They could smell human scents from miles away and attack. Last night all survivor bases were attacked by zombies, with some bases even facing assaults from zombie armies led by level 7 zombies. The strongest among the survivor teams were mostly only level 6, so they were in deep trouble. The frenzied zombie army invaded the survivor bases, launching a savage slaughter against humanity. Countless people died tragically, many torn to pieces by zombies. Countless survivor teams were obliterated. Just in the city of Mo Hai, over 70% of the survivor teams suffered devastating blows. A large number of survivors were slaughtered, with only a few fortunate ones surviving. The rest were all killed. Jingya fell silent. Had it not been for Zhang Fan last night, their team would have undoubtedly suffered heavy losses, possibly even facing obliteration. Jingya could imagine the situation that other survivor teams were facing. "Hubby, is humanity really going to be extinct?" Jingya asked in a hushed voice. "Extinction is unlikely, but the circumstances for survival are certainly tougher than before." Zhang Fan sighed deeply. "Humans." A crisp, cold voice suddenly rang in his ears. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes, looking towards the beautiful zombie with an oval face from the western street. The voice just now belonged to a cold female. Among the 4 zombie leaders, only she was a female zombie, so. Was it her who just spoke? Was it you who spoke? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow at her. "How dare you slaughter my kind so brazenly on our territory? Who gave you the audacity?" The sexy female zombie's voice was icy, her deathly white pupils radiating intense coldness. "Hee hee." Zhang Fan took a puff from his cigarette, slowly exhaling a smoke ring, and chuckled. "If I kill, I kill. What can you do about it?" In response to the seductive female zombie's accusation, Zhang Fan let out a scornful laugh. "I killed it, so what can you do about it? Human, you are courting death." The seductive female zombie's expression turned icy cold, and a chilling murderous intent burst from her pale lifeless pupils. "At death's door, and still you speak boldly. This human must die. Human, we zombies are not prey for you to hunt. Today you will pay for your foolishness. Human, in this world only we zombies deserve to live. All you humans deserve to die." The burly zombie in a vest, the white-haired old zombie, and the chubby schoolboy zombie all spoke in turn. Some spoke casually, some coldly, some with murderous intent, but their meaning was unanimous: kill. In the eyes of these 4 zombie overlords, or rather zombie kings, Zhang Fan was already a dead man. He had to die today. A blood rain last night gave you lot a massive evolution, and you think you're something now. Zhang Yu took a drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. "In my eyes, you zombies are nothing more than nutrients for us humans to cultivate and grow stronger. As nutrients, you should have the awareness of your role, to obediently offer your heads for the taking, instead of making a fuss and clamoring to wipe out humanity." Hearing this, the 4 zombie kings flew into a rage. "Foolish and ignorant human." The white-haired old zombie sneered. "We zombies are the favored species of heaven. Your human destiny is sealed. Complete elimination." "Ha." Zhang Fan flicked his ash. "I don't know about humanity's fate, but yours is sealed." "Human." The white-haired old zombie tried to say more, but the burly zombie in a vest barked, "Enough. Why waste words on a dead man? He's dead anyway, just kill him and be done with it." With that, the burly zombie in a vest stomped the ground hard. With a thunderous boom, the asphalt beneath its foot instantly cracked, forming a crater several meters wide. Using the rebound force, the burly zombie launched itself like a cannonball, shooting toward Zhang Fan. Whoosh! Its speed was so immense that it broke the sound barrier, instantly producing a piercing sonic boom. Along its path, the garbage on the road was sent flying. After a month without cleaning, the streets were littered with leaves, withered grass, paper scraps and plastic bags. Yet these were all swept away by the turbulent air current stirred up by the burly zombie, just like a supersonic jet passing by. The distance of dozens of meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The burly zombie clenched its right fist and the muscles in its entire right arm and upper body swelled instantly, becoming explosively powerful. "Human, die for me." The burly zombie roared, its voice like the thunder of a tiger or leopard, causing the air to vibrate. Then it swung its right fist like a cannonball, smashing heavily toward Zhang Fan. The burly zombie in a vest was a level 7 zombie, and its innate ability was clearly strength-based. This punch, fueled by rage, contained unimaginable power, enough to reduce a 30-story building to dust in an instant. Facing such a ferocious punch, Zhang Fan smiled leisurely. With a cigarette in his left hand, he casually swung his right fist, courting death. Seeing Zhang Fan's contempt, the burly zombie felt insulted and added even more force to its blow. Crack! It was like two supersonic jets colliding. With a deafening earth-shattering thunderclap, a violent shockwave radiated outward from the two of them. Jingya, standing nearby, let out a scream as she was flung away like a small boat in a raging storm. Even the Rolls-Royce behind her was swept by the blast, sliding 7 or 8 meters across the road. As for the garbage and debris on the ground, they were hurled far away like floating duckweed in the wind. Looking at the two combatants, Zhang Fan stood firmly in place, his face unchanged, his breathing steady and his expression never wavering. Even the cigarette in his left hand remained undisturbed, though the lit tip had been extinguished. In contrast, the burly zombie's entire right arm from the knuckles upward shattered inch by inch upon impact. Wrist, elbow, upper arm. The entire right arm exploded, sending blood splattering, flesh flying and bone fragments scattering like gravel. Ah! The burly zombie let out a piercing scream as its massive body flew backward. It flew dozens of meters before crashing back to its original spot, slamming heavily into a group of its minions, sending them tumbling. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. The other three zombie kings' pupils contracted sharply as they stared at Zhang Fan, their pale, lifeless eyes filled with disbelief and incredulity. They truly couldn't believe it. As one of the zombie kings of this area, they all knew exactly how powerful the burly zombie was. The burly zombie's abilities were super strength and super defense. Once activated, its strength and defense would both increase tenfold. With these two abilities and its formidable physique, the burly zombie was essentially an unkillable juggernaut, tough to defeat and immensely strong, the most troublesome type of zombie. And yet, this human had crippled its right arm with a single punch, all while appearing completely relaxed and effortless. Just how strong was this human? Bastard! The burly zombie got back up, clutching its broken arm, its eyes fixed on Zhang Fan, its face twisted in fury. "Human, you will die. I'll tear you apart limb from limb." Roar! The burly zombie let out a beastly howl. Its already muscular body suddenly began to inflate like a balloon, expanding visibly. 2 meters, 3 meters. 4 meters, 5 meters. Rip! The vest, jeans and high-top boots on the burly zombie all burst apart. What ability is this? This guy has another ability. The seductive female zombie, the white-haired old zombie and the chubby schoolboy zombie watched the expanding burly zombie with confusion. They were all zombie kings of this Lujiazui area, constantly clashing with each other, and they knew each other's strengths well. They had thought the burly zombie only had super strength and super defense. They never expected it to possess a third ability, which was quite surprising. Under the astonished gazes of the three zombie kings, the burly zombie stopped growing at 7 meters. Now it resembled a small giant, its entire body covered in bulging chiseled muscles. It exuded a fierce bloodthirsty aura, and its pale lifeless pupils became savage. "Foolish human, die." The burly zombie stomped the ground, producing a thunderous rumble that shook the earth. Although its steps were slower due to its increased size, its speed was faster than before, and it covered the distance to Zhang Fan in just a few strides. Then it raised its massive foot and stomped down hard on Zhang Fan. "Watch out!" Jingya shouted a warning. Zhang Fan turned to her and gave a reassuring smile before looking back at the burly zombie. "What's the point of getting bigger?" Zhang Fan shook his head. "Just a useless all-show-one no-go waste." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless red threads appeared around them, coiling toward the burly zombie like venomous snakes. In an instant they wrapped the burly zombie in layers upon layers, binding it like a zongzi. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers and a small flame appeared before him. He relit his cigarette, took a deep drag and slowly exhaled smoke, saying, "Break." Squelch! The countless red threads tightened instantly. Squelch! Like wire cutting through tofu, countless bloody lines appeared on the 7-meter burly zombie. The next moment it crumbled apart, collapsing into countless cubic chunks. Boom! Countless chunks of flesh hit the ground, blood flowing out and seeping into the drains along the lowlying terrain. A deathly silence fell. The three zombie kings were stunned. Their minions were also stunned. The course of events had completely exceeded all the zombies' expectations. They had come with such ferocity, confident they would kill these two humans and make them pay a heavy price. But who could have imagined that one of the zombie kings, the burly one, would be so easily obliterated? How could this be possible? How could this happen? How could this be? Why is this human so strong? The three zombie kings stared intently at Zhang Fan. Since gaining intelligence, they had encountered many humans and killed many with their own hands. For instance, during last night's blood rain they had destroyed several survivor bases and killed countless human survivors. But none of those humans were as strong as this one before them. He was too strong. Unreasonably strong. Why was he so strong? The three zombie kings stared at Zhang Fan, this question arising in their minds. Swoosh, 6 light orbs dropped. 1 was gold. 1 was silver. 4 were white. Zhang Fan picked them up one by one. Physique 5. 9 million. Spirit 60000. Gained super strength ability. Gained super defense ability. Gained gigantification ability. Gained essence absorption ability. So that ability was indeed gigantification. Strange. Why does this guy also have essence absorption? Zhang Fan marveled inwardly. The child zombie from last night had essence absorption, and now this burly zombie had it too. It was truly strange. Roar, roar, roar. Just then a commotion arose. Zhang Fan looked up and saw that the burly zombie's minions were becoming chaotic. Faces filled with fear, they slowly backed away, and once they had retreated a certain distance they turned and fled. They fled. They fled in a swarm. Clearly their leader's death had terrified them and they dared not stay any longer. Knowing fear and how to run, zombies are becoming more and more like intelligent beings. Zhang Fan remarked admiringly, but since you're here you might as well stay and join your leader in hell so you can keep each other company on the road to the underworld. Zhang Fan wouldn't let them go. These zombies were all at least level 4 each, capable of providing tens of thousands of physique points. Together they could contribute a few million. How could he let them escape? Zhang Fan activated the essence absorption function of his domain ability. After killing the child zombie last night, he had initially planned to bestow the essence absorption ability on one of his subordinates. But after acquiring the superior lone ability he abandoned that idea. Instead he merged essence absorption into his domain ability to further perfect and strengthen his domain. Essence absorption. Essence absorption. Zhang Fan directly activated the essence absorption function of his domain ability. A resonating hum filled the air as the omnipresent force of the domain instantly targeted the 400 to 500 minions brought by the burly armored zombie. These zombie minions felt a terrifying suction force acting upon them, and the vital energy within their bodies began to drain wildly like a leaking balloon. Roars and growls erupted from the zombie minions, who were mostly unable to speak, venting their terror through bestial howls. They howled incessantly, restless and agitated, yet utterly unable to break free, forced to watch their vital energy drain away. What's happening to them? The other three zombie kings along with their minions simultaneously turned their gaze toward the minions of the burly armored zombie. And then they were stunned. The 400 to 500 minions of the burly armored zombie visibly withered before their eyes. They went from plump to gaunt. From gaunt to shriveled. Finally they became desiccated corpses. Thud after thud echoed as skeletal figures with sunken eyes and skin stretched taut over bone collapsed haphazardly to the ground, soon falling silent. White light clusters fell one after another. Because these zombie minions had died from having their vital energy drained, they dropped no physique or spirit light clusters. Only ability light clusters were dropped. Essence absorption ability. The sexy female zombie, the white-haired old zombie, and the chubby elementary school student zombie all changed expression drastically, turning in unison to look at Zhang Fan. Damn it! Why does this human possess the essence absorption ability? The essence absorption ability was no ordinary power. Any zombie that reached level 6 would awaken this ability. Why this was the case the three zombie kings could not explain. Regardless of when they themselves had reached level 6 or when any of their subordinate level 6 zombies had done so, they had all indeed awakened this ability. This ability seemed to be an instinct of high-level zombies innately mastered upon evolving to level 6. Wasn't this guy before them human? How could he possess the essence absorption ability? Moreover, his essence absorption seemed even more terrifying than that of these zombie kings. They could only drain the vital energy of a single target at a time, yet this guy had drained several hundred zombies in one go. How had he done it? He's different from any human we've encountered before. The sexy female zombie's gaze deepened. Who exactly is he? What level is he, and what is his true strength? The white-haired old zombie and the chubby elementary school student zombie also fixed their eyes on Zhang Fan, their minds churning with turmoil. Although they had only been born for a full month and could be considered inexperienced in the ways of the world, they were exceedingly intelligent. They all realized that Zhang Fan was not to be trifled with, and if they made a misstep they might very well lose their lives here. That big guy is dead. Zhang Fan flicked his finger, discarding the cigarette, but he had finished, then leisurely pulled out a cigarette pack, shook one out, placed it between his lips and lit it. He took a deep drag and exhaled a plume of smoke. Now it's just you three left. Zhang Fan, cigarette dangling from his mouth, slowly regarded the three zombie kings. Tell me, how do the three of you plan to die? How to die? They certainly did not want to die. The three zombie kings remained silent, merely staring at Zhang Fan with cold, fixed gazes, their consciousness stretched to the breaking point. The moment Zhang Fan made a move, they would absolutely unleash a thunderous strike to inflict a severe wound upon him. Why the silence? You were so talkative just now. What's the matter, cat? Got your tongues? Zhang Fan flicked the ash from his cigarette and put it back between his lips. Let me tell you, staying silent won't help. You're all going to die today. Not even Jesus can save you. I said so. Attack. Together. Kill. The three zombie kings acted with perfect coordination. The instant Zhang Fan's words faded, they simultaneously erupted into action. The sexy female zombie slammed her palm against the ground, and the earth beneath Zhang Fan's feet began to shake violently. Ripples spread like water on a pond's surface, and a colossal figure emerged from the center of the ripples. Standing nearly 10 meters tall and composed entirely of sand and mud, it was a sandman. The sandman clenched its fists, swung its right arm in a wide arc, and brought down a watermelon-sized fist with immense force, crashing toward Zhang Fan. The white-haired old zombie soared into the air, ascending into the sky. Sword come. He let out a low roar, and within a 500-meter radius, vehicles, utility poles, and other metallic objects instantly disintegrated. A torrent of metallic powder converged toward him. Then this metallic powder rapidly coalesced into countless metal longswords, each 3 feet in length and 3 inches in width. These metal longswords hovered around the white-haired old zombie, dancing around him like a myriad of swords returning to their master. Go. The white-haired old zombie pointed a finger through the void, and the incalculable number of metal longswords instantly shot through the air, all aimed directly at Zhang Fan. If the attacks of the sexy female zombie and the white-haired old zombie could be considered normal, the chubby elementary school student zombie's attack was decidedly abnormal. Dazzling golden light continuously burst forth from its body, converging above its head to form a massive bell. This bell, 3 meters tall and radiating a brilliant golden hue, resembled a blazing sun emitting 10,000 rays of golden light. Upon the bell's surface were engraved the sun, moon and stars, earth, water, fire and wind, as well as mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, fish and insects. A terrifying, soul-shaking pressure emanated from the bell. Zhang Fan only glanced at it and felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if his consciousness were about to be ripped away and devoured. What kind of ability is this? Zhang Fan was greatly astonished. It resembles the Book of Life and Death ability and the God-beating whip ability. Could it be another mental type ability? Mental type abilities should never be underestimated. Zhang Fan stared intently at the chubby elementary school student zombie, his vigilance heightened. Human die. The chubby elementary school student zombie let out a low growl, activating the bell above its head. A resonant boom echoed as a dazzling golden soundwave centered on the bell swept toward Zhang Fan. In the instant the bell was struck, the entire world fell silent, as if only this one sound remained. Not good. Zhang Fan sensed a fatal crisis and without a second thought activated time freeze, attempting to immobilize the attack. But he miscalculated. Time around him was indeed frozen. The Sandman's attack from the sexy female zombie and the myriad swords returning to the origin from the white-haired old man were indeed halted. However, the dazzling golden soundwave from the bell continued unabated, surging forward without pause. Moreover, its speed was inconceivably fast. The golden soundwave struck Zhang Fan directly. His mind went completely blank, his head buzzing, and his consciousness fell into a state of stagnation. As his consciousness stalled, both the time freeze and his domain ability lost all effect. The Sandman resumed its movement, its watermelon-sized fist slamming heavily into Zhang Fan. At the same moment, the countless metal longswords released by the white-haired old man also struck Zhang Fan's body. Zhang Fan was instantly engulfed by the fist and the metal blades. Zhang Fan. Jing Ya's eyes blazed with fury and she let out a hysterical scream. But in the next instant she was sent flying by the shockwave. Jing Ya tumbled like a leaf in the wind, flying dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. Ignoring the pain racking her body, she scrambled to her feet and rushed recklessly toward Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan. She called out his name over and over. When she reached his side, she found Zhang Fan standing still, his eyes tightly shut. His body was pierced by metal longswords and blood dripped from them, falling to the ground in a steady patter. Zhang Fan. At that moment Jing Ya's heart shattered. She lunged forward. Zhang Fan, don't scare me. Don't scare me. Wu, say something. She frantically slapped his face, trying to wake him. Xiaoya, I'm fine. A slightly hoarse voice sounded. Jing Ya looked up in surprise and saw Zhang Fan's eyes open, their gaze blazing with the same brilliance as always. You scared me to death. Jing Ya burst into tears, throwing herself into Zhang Fan's arms, her tears falling like a broken kite string. Don't worry. Zhang Fan smiled and patted her back, but his eyes were fixed on the chubby elementary school student zombie, a burning intensity in his gaze. It's okay, go stand over there, Zhang Fan said gently. Are you really okay? Jing Ya asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Fan smiled, gave a slight shake of his body and sent the swords piercing him flying, his wounds rapidly closing. In a short while all the wounds on his body had healed completely. If not for the remaining blood, he would have looked as if he had never been injured. Good, you're fine. Jing Ya breathed a sigh of relief. They can't kill me yet. Zhang Fan pinched his girlfriend's cheek, then looked back at the chubby elementary school student zombie. Your ability is very strong. It's not only a mental attack but also ignores time freeze. That ability is outrageous. Still not dead. The chubby elementary school student zombie's face darkened so gloomy it could drip water. Its ability was exceptionally powerful. Even an ordinary level 7 zombie once struck would surely have its soul scattered and its consciousness annihilated. Yet Zhang Fan was fine, acting as if nothing had happened. Was he a monster? Your ability is strong, but it's not quite enough to kill me. Still, there's no denying it's a good ability. Zhang Fan licked his lips, gazing greedily at the chubby elementary school student zombie. I'll reluctantly take it off your hands. With that he reactivated his domain ability, enveloping the chubby elementary school student zombie. Plunder. Zhang Fan gave the zombie no further chance, directly initiating the plunder function of his domain. A strange unsettling fluctuation enveloped the chubby elementary school student zombie and it immediately began to scream in agony. Its face contorted, its body convulsed and spasmed violently, accompanied by piercing shrieks, all signs of immense suffering. Seeing this, the sexy female zombie and the white-haired old zombie were filled with terror. They turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. They were frightened by Zhang Fan. He had just withstood their combined violent assault, yet he was fine, recovering in the blink of an eye. How strong was he? The sexy female zombie and the white-haired old zombie saw no hope of killing him, so they decided to flee. Taking advantage of Zhang Fan's focus on the chubby elementary school student zombie, they fled, immediately escaping as far as they could. They shot into the distance at their top speed, covering over 600 meters in an instant, an incredible velocity. Fleeing. Zhang Fan glanced at them and activated the imprisonment function of his domain ability. His mental strength was at level 6, allowing him to multitask, simultaneously plundering one while imprisoning the other two. In an instant the two zombie kings were frozen in place. Damn it! They struggled violently but could not budge an inch. Escape was nothing but a fantasy. It's over. We're doomed. The two zombie kings were filled with despair, their hearts overflowing with terror. Half a minute later the plunder ended and Zhang Fan began to fuse with the chubby elementary school student zombie's mental type ability. Chaos Bell ability. Chaos Clock ability. Zhang Fan stared blankly at the attribute panel, gazing at the abilities column, fixated on the newly added power. This chubby little zombie schoolboy's ability is actually the Chaos Clock. Zhang Fan found it hard to believe. The Chaos Clock. As a seasoned reader who had devoured countless mythical novels, he naturally knew what the Chaos Clock was. The Chaos Clock. The supreme primordial artifact of creation in mythical tales, one of the three innate supreme treasures, its reputation was undeniably illustrious. This ability was truly the Chaos Clock. Zhang Fan immediately examined the effects of the Chaos Clock ability and was utterly astounded. Just as he had speculated earlier, the Chaos Clock ability was indeed a psychic power, one that seamlessly integrated offense and defense. For attack, it could ignore time, ignore space, bypass any defense and deliver a devastating psychic blow to the enemy. For defense, it could reflect any psychic assault or harm, making it the perfect psychic defense ability. No wonder it's the Chaos Clock ability, incredibly powerful. Zhang Fan's heart trembled with awe and a wave of realization washed over him. No wonder my timestasis ability was utterly ineffective. The Chaos Clock ignores time, space and all defenses, it's practically invincible. If my psychic strength weren't far superior to that chubby zombie schoolboy's, I'd have been utterly defeated by that strike. This ability is too formidable. Psychic abilities were exceedingly rare. Offensive psychic powers were rarer still, almost to the point of absurdity. Any such ability often possessed a terrifying battle-decimating force. Thus far Zhang Fan had acquired 4 offensive psychic abilities: Super Hypnosis, the Divine Whip, the Book of Life and Death and the Chaos Clock. Each one was nearly unmatched among peers. Among them, the Chaos Clock ability was undoubtedly the most fearsome, the most formidable and the most inescapable offensive psychic power. Ignoring time, space and all defenses while integrating offense and defense, it was sheer perfection. Let's test its effect. Zhang Fan turned his gaze toward the seductive female zombie and the white-haired old zombie, and a single thought flashed through his mind. Buzz! Brilliant golden light erupted from Zhang Fan, surging upward and coalescing above his head into a massive bell. This bell stood 3 meters tall, radiant with dazzling gold like a blazing sun, emitting boundless light. On its surface were etched the sun, moon, stars, earth, water, fire, wind, mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, fish and insects. A soul-shaking, terrifying pressure emanated from the bell. At first glance, the Chaos Clock above Zhang Fan's head appeared identical to the one released by the chubby zombie schoolboy. But upon closer inspection, Zhang Fan's Chaos Clock was more condensed, more substantial, and the engravings of celestial bodies, elements, landscapes and creatures were far more vivid and lifelike. This bell. The seductive female zombie and the white-haired old zombie stared fixedly at the Chaos Clock above Zhang Fan, their pale, lifeless pupils filled with shock and disbelief. Wasn't this the chubby zombie schoolboy's ability? How could this damned human possess it too? They immediately looked toward the chubby zombie schoolboy and saw equal astonishment in its eyes. Perish! A cold voice rang out. The seductive female zombie and the white-haired old zombie shuddered as a bell toll echoed across the heavens and earth. Dong! A dazzling golden sound wave radiated from the Chaos Clock. Like surging golden tides, it rolled and swept forth at terrifying speed toward the 2 zombie kings. No! The seductive female zombie and the white-haired old zombie could only let out a scream before a thunderous roar exploded in their minds, accompanied by an indescribable piercing pain. Then consciousness faded. Thud! The 2 zombie kings collapsed to the ground lifeless. Blood gushed from their 7 orifices and their pale vacant pupils lost all light. Whoosh! Several light clusters dropped. Impressive! Zhang Fan marveled. A single strike had shattered the consciousness of 2 zombie kings. The Chaos Clock's power exceeded expectations. This ability can serve as a trump card, a hidden ace that might turn the tide in the future. Zhang Fan muttered, bending down to collect the light clusters dropped by the 2 zombie kings. He picked up 2 golden light clusters. Physique 4. 6 million. Physique 3. 9 million. Physique surged by 8. 5 million. A warm current rushed through his body, rapidly enhancing his cells, organs and viscera. His physique had soared yet again. I thought my progression would slow after reaching level 8, but it seems slowing down is impossible. Zhang Fan was overjoyed. As the zombies grew stronger, his advancement became easier. Even if he only hunted levels even zombies, he could still level up swiftly. Thus the zombies' increasing strength, a disaster for others, was a boon for him. This was the flaw in the infinite pickup ability, undoubtedly the ultimate leveling skill in this apocalypse. He continued collecting. He picked up 2 silver light clusters. Psychic 70000. Psychic 50000. Combined, his psychic power increased by 120000. He picked up a white light cluster. Gained quicksand manipulation ability. Gained inorganic reanimation ability. Inorganic reanimation ability. What kind of power is this? Zhang Fan quickly understood the inorganic reanimation ability's function. It was equally astonishing. It could bestow life upon lifeless inorganic objects and control them. For instance, the sand golem released by the seductive female zombie earlier. It wasn't controlled by her quicksand manipulation to attack, it attacked on its own. The seductive female zombie first manipulated quicksand to create the sand golem, then used inorganic reanimation to grant it life, commanding it to attack Zhang Fan. Because it possessed life, the sand golem could attack autonomously without her control. Moreover, its speed, strength, agility and flexibility far exceeded what could be achieved through manual manipulation. Another miraculous ability. Zhang Fan praised, then continued collecting. Gained essence absorption ability. Why another essence absorption ability? Zhang Fan was taken aback. The child zombie last night awakened essence absorption. The burly zombie in the armor earlier also awakened it, and now this seductive female zombie has it too. Why? Why do all these creatures possess the essence absorption ability? Zhang Fan couldn't fathom it. He continued collecting. Gained metal manipulation ability. Gained parasitic ability. Parasitic ability. The so-called parasitic ability allowed one to latch onto another being, controlling not only the host's body and mind but also their abilities. It was without a doubt a rather insidious power. He continued collecting. Gained essence absorption ability. Another essence absorption. Zhang Fan frowned deeply. What's going on with these creatures? Why does each one have this ability? Zhang Fan turned to the chubby zombie schoolboy. Little fatty, you wouldn't happen to have the essence absorption ability too, would you? Why are you asking? The chubby elementary schooler zombie was now in utter despair, completely and utterly hopeless. The power of this human before it was beyond its imagination. It was a kind of strength that had no visible peak, no fathomable depth, an unfathomable might that left it seeing no glimmer of hope. The chubby elementary schooler zombie swore it had never encountered a human as formidable as Zhang Fan. It had only been conscious for just over a month, yet the humans it had slain numbered no less than 8,000 if not 10,000. Yet none were as powerful as Zhang Fan. The 4 zombie kings had joined forces, yet they failed to inflict even a scratch on Zhang Fan, only to see 3 of them fall by his hand, leaving it as the sole survivor. The chubby elementary schooler was seized with overwhelming terror. It did not want to die. Truly, it did not want to die. It had just arrived in this vibrant world, just begun to savor the joys of life. It possessed immense power and a vast horde of underlings. It dreamed of turning the earth into a kingdom of zombies. It did not want to die. But escape was impossible. Its body was bound by an inexplicable force, utterly immobile. Escape. A sheer fantasy. Just then Zhang Fan suddenly turned his gaze toward it. The chubby elementary schooler zombie shuddered, a flicker of fear darting through its deathly pale pupils as its body quivered uncontrollably. You wouldn't happen to have the essence draining ability, would you? Zhang Fan asked, looking at the chubby elementary schooler zombie. The chubby elementary schooler zombie was taken aback. Why do you ask? I've encountered several 7th-level zombies and every single one of them possessed the essence draining ability. Zhang Fan voiced his doubt. Don't you think that's abnormal? Abnormal? The chubby elementary schooler zombie shook its head. No. It's perfectly normal. Because every zombie that evolves to the 6th level awakens this ability. Is that so? Zhang Fan frowned slightly. Of course. The chubby elementary schooler zombie nodded. Zhang Fan sank into thought. Why would every zombie that evolves to the 6th level awaken the essence draining ability? Was it a common trait that emerged once zombies reached a certain stage of evolution? If that were true, the rate of evolution for 6th level zombies would undoubtedly accelerate dramatically, which would also mean humanity's plight would become even more dire. It's so unfair. The blood rain every 10 days already gives zombies a far faster evolution rate than humans. Now with the awakening of the essence draining ability, their evolution speeds up even more. Is there any hope left for humanity? It's too hard. Humanity truly faces an uphill battle. Zhang Fan sighed softly. He felt compelled to take action, unwilling to stand by and watch all humans be slaughtered by the zombies. Otherwise, if all other humans were wiped out, what meaning would there be in the mere 300 or so of them left? The most troublesome part was that once other humans were annihilated, would the zombies spare their group of 300? Certainly not. So with their fates intertwined, he had to do something to protect humanity, which was also a way to protect himself. the best solution is naturally to lend out the infinite pickup ability. That way other survivors would also gain a fast track to rapid strength enhancement, enabling them to contend with the zombies. Zhang Fan was reluctant to let others possess the infinite pickup ability outright. But he had no qualms about lending the infinite pickup ability to others. These were two different concepts. The former brought him no benefit and was beyond his control, easily creating enemies that could threaten him. The latter, however, allowed him to reclaim the infinite pickup ability at any time while also collecting substantial interest, reaping great rewards. Undoubtedly, lending out the infinite pickup ability was a win-win deal. The more people borrowed it, the greater the interest he would collect. If he set the interest rate at over 50%, Zhang Fan would certainly rake in immense profits. After calculating in his mind, Zhang Fan turned back to the chubby elementary schooler zombie. Seeing how naive you look, I'll spare your life. You can stay as a dog, useful for luring zombies. With that under the chubby elementary schooler zombie's astonished gaze, Zhang Fan activated the enslavement function of his domain ability. Roar! The chubby elementary schooler zombie let out a wretched scream, but after half a minute the enslavement was complete. Master! Since you're so plump, I'll call you Big Smart from now on. Zhang Fan declared in a tone that brooked no argument. The chubby elementary schooler zombie, now to be called Big Smart, felt indignation in its heart. After becoming the local overlord, it had proudly given itself a domineering name, Sang Outyan. Sang because it was a zombie, so it took Sang as its surname. Outyan sounded imposing and majestic, perfectly embodying its kingly zombie demeanor. Big Smart. What kind of name was that? Yet it could not defy Zhang Fan's command, so it had no choice but to submit, grudgingly accepting this humiliating moniker. Now, it's your turn. Zhang Fan shifted his gaze to the sexy female zombie, the white-haired old man zombie, and the zombie underlings brought by Big Smart. They were a rich source of nutrients, and Zhang Fan would not let them go even if some were Big Smart's minions. Absolute Zero. Zhang Fan activated the Absolute Zero function of his domain ability. Crack, crack, crack. Terrifying white frost spread through the air, quickly enveloping an area of 1 square kilometer. After breaking through to level 8, the coverage of his domain ability had expanded from a radius of 500 meters to 1 kilometer. The strike range had quadrupled, a massive increase. Crack, crack, crack. In just a few seconds the entire square kilometer was transformed into a white realm, a frozen kingdom. Streets, haphazardly parked vehicles, lampposts, gardens, surrounding buildings, all were encased in a thick layer of solid ice, turning into ice sculptures. As for the over 1,000 zombie underlings, each one had also become an ice sculpture, their faces frozen in exaggerated expressions of fear, panic, howls, and flight. An astonishing chill permeated the entire domain. Though the area within a few meters of Big Smart was free of frost, it still shivered violently. Partly from the cold. And partly from fear. In an instant the surroundings for 1 kilometer had become a frozen hell with over 1,000 zombies all dead. What kind of divine power was this? Couldn't it be called godlike? Shatter. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers. A strange wave of energy rippled outward, and all the ice sculptures within the 1 kilometer radius crumbled into ice shards in that instant, crashing to the ground. Crack, boom, the shattering of vehicles and zombie ice sculptures was nothing compared to the terrifying collapse of the tall buildings. Like an avalanche of ice mountains, massive chunks of ice mixed with reinforced concrete crashed down, unleashing an earth-shattering roar, a spectacle of awe-inspiring and terrifying momentum. Jingya and Big Smart stood stunned, gazing at the collapsing building, swallowing hard. So powerful. Is this truly something human strength can achieve? After a long while all the buildings and shops within the square kilometer had collapsed, reduced to piles of ice shards on the ground. Collect. Zhang Fan activated the pickup function of his domain ability. First he gathered the golden light orbs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, orbs representing constitution flew toward him, merging into his body one after another. Endless waves of warmth exploded within him, and the constitution stat on his attribute panel began to skyrocket. When the growth finally ceased, his constitution had surged by a staggering 9 million, reaching an astonishing 22 million. With roughly 1500 4th, 5th and 6th level zombies, my constitution has increased this much. This is the terror of quantity. Zhang Fan had always understood the power of quantity. Any entity when scarce poses little threat, but once its numbers multiply it unleashes unimaginable energy. Water molecules are tiny, aren't they? Yet when water molecules accumulate in vast numbers, they can form lakes, rivers, and even vast oceans. That is the terror of quantity. Fully aware of this principle, Zhang Fan was willing to lend out his infinite pickup ability. If one person borrowed it he could earn 1 share of interest. If 10 people used it he could earn 10 shares of interest. With 110,000, once the numbers grew, even if each person killed just one weakest 3rd level zombie a day, the interest Zhang Fan could collect would be terrifying. This is quantity. Name Zhang Fan. Level 8 ability user. Physique level 8 22,100,000. Spirit level 689,000,001 million. Abilities several. Today is a big win. Looking at the attribute panel, Zhang Fan was very pleased with his gains. His physique increased by 18 million. His spirit increased by 39,000,000. With both physique and spirit greatly enhanced at this rate, it won't be long before he breaks through to level 9. Level 9. Just the thought of it is exciting. In the following time, Zhang Fan took Jingya to other places in Lujiazui to hunt zombies. It was just like the situation near Mingzhu Tower. The scattered zombies had significantly decreased and almost all zombies had grouped together, forming gangs. The large gangs were led by level 7 zombies while the small gangs were led by level 6 zombies. Each zombie gang occupied a specific area, claiming their territory and forming the most primitive social structure. This was in stark contrast to the chaotic scene when the apocalypse first broke out, where the undead roamed like headless flies. Zombies grouping together greatly increased the difficulty of hunting for other survivors. But for Zhang Fan and Jingya this was just convenient for their hunting. With a single strike they could take down a group of zombies, greatly improving their hunting efficiency. As they continued to hunt, Jingya unknowingly broke through to level 6, becoming a level 6 ability user with her speed of improvement rapidly increasing. Zhang Fan hardly lifted a finger. If he encountered good resources he would casually collect them, and only when faced with level 6 or 7 zombies would he take action, leaving the rest to Jingya. Even so, Zhang Fan's gains were quite impressive, with his physique and spirit constantly growing. His abilities were also increasing continuously. More than 90 of the abilities were quite useless, but occasionally some high-quality abilities would appear. For example, the ability to control hearts. This was the most bizarre ability Zhang Fan obtained this afternoon. This ability granted Zhang Fan the power to control the hearts of others. This control, similar to manipulating metals or earth, meant that as long as Zhang Fan wished he could reshape the enemy's heart into various forms. Crush, decompose, cut. It was indeed extraordinarily sinister. Another example is the ability to shrink. This ability is marvelous. It can shrink any material, reducing it to as small as 1/1000th of its original size. Including the ability user themselves. The ability to shrink is very similar to Ant-Man's ability in Marvel movies. Although it cannot shrink to the quantum level like Ant-Man, shrinking to 1/1000th is still astonishing. Another example is the mind-reading ability. This ability allows Zhang Fan to listen to others' thoughts. No matter what others are thinking, Zhang Fan can hear it, meaning there are no secrets in front of him. In this apocalypse where human hearts are hard to fathom, having the ability to hear others' thoughts undoubtedly enables Zhang Fan to understand a person more clearly. The acquisition of these abilities greatly enriched Zhang Fan's means, allowing him to further transform into an omnipotent being. Time passed. Unknowingly the sun set and the western sky glowed with the colors of sunset. Xiaoya, it's time to go back. Zhang Fan opened a portal and brought Jingya and Tsongming back to Changheng Island, first arriving at Shuyun Community. All 8 members of the hunting team had returned and most of their faces were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. They were all discussing fervently. Old Zhang, what level are you now? Level 4. TSK Tisk, if I'm not mistaken you were only level 3 yesterday and now you're level 4. Impressive. What is that? Our captain reached level 5 today, that's incredible. Yang Linger. It's her. That's amazing. But her ability is indeed powerful, she can freeze a large area, the lethality is tremendous. I heard all 8 captains have broken through to level 5, TSK Tisk, so envious. Don't be envious. With the infinite pickup ability we can definitely break through to level 5, it's just that there are too few zombies. Yeah, with so many people grabbing together it feels like there's not enough to kill. Absolutely not. At the entrance of the Yangtze River tunnel we killed wave after wave, making Demeli so annoyed that she was too lazy to help us summon zombies, hahaha. We are almost the same. If the zombies on Chongzhou Island are originally few, and with over 100 people in 4 teams it's really not enough to share. Thanks to the boss. He showed me hope I can also become a high-level ability user in the future. Yes. Previously I had been muddling along just thinking about getting through each day without seeing any hope. Zhang Fan's hearing was exceptionally keen. The team members' conversations reached his ears perfectly. Zhang Fan felt very pleased. It was worth all his efforts to borrow the infinite pickup ability, and his teammates were very supportive. Boss. The boss is back. Boss, hello. Seeing Zhang Fan return, the teammates all stood up to greet him, each face carrying a look of respect. I'm back. Today's dinner was quite sumptuous with only 2 dishes. But they were both meat dishes. Potatoes stewed with beef and Chinese cabbage with vermicelli stewed with lamb along with fragrant rice. It was truly authentic. Thanks to the space farming ability and the duplication ability, the team had already achieved meat freedom. Zhang Fan would regularly produce batches of cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks and geese to improve everyone's meals. In terms of strength, the Changheng Island team might not be the strongest, but the food was definitely the best. After lunch, the team members sat in the yard chatting, and Zhang Fan also called for Lu Chang. Lu Chang, make a batch of recruitment flyers, then send people to distribute them. We need to expand our team. Zhang Fan aimed to expand the team to allow more people to borrow the infinite pickup ability and work for him. Doing this would not only strengthen the abilities of human survivors but also accelerate his own strength growth. This is a win-win. Got it, boss, I'll take care of it right away. Lu Chang nodded. The team had A4 paper and printers, so making flyers was not difficult. Hurry up and get it done. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Yes. Lu Chang was very efficient. In less than half an hour the recruitment flyers were produced. Zhang Fan took the flyer and looked it over. After a moment he couldn't help but shake his head. Too subtle, too coy. How can we recruit anyone like this? We need to be bolder. Saying this, Zhang Fan took a pen and made some revisions. Only then was he satisfied and handed it to Lu Chang, who began to read it. Changheng Island Survivor Base Major Recruitment Announcement. Changheng Island Survivor Base, located on Changheng Island, one of the Chongzhou Islands, is surrounded by rivers on 3 sides, absolutely safe. The base currently has 1 level 8 ability user, 9 level 5 ability users and 189 level 4 ability users, with the rest being level 3 ability users. The strength is absolutely formidable. In light of last night's blood rain, many survivor bases suffered devastating blows. Our base is specifically recruiting human survivors from all over the Demon Sea. Recruitment requirements. Any survivor is welcome. Welfare and benefits: 8-hour work system with 1 day off after 9 days of work. Basic salary: 100 level 3 crystals per person per day, a new set of clothes and a new pair of shoes every month. Meals: meat at every meal, rice or noodles at every meal. Accommodation: the base provides free dormitories, individual dormitories for each person equipped with air conditioning, bathrooms, long-term supply of hot water, safe and comfortable environment, and salaries issued on time every month. Abilities: after breaking through to level 4, every level up grants an additional new ability. Serious commitment. 1. We promote, practically guaranteeing that every point above is completely true. 2. We are directly recruiting from a wide range of survivors with no intermediaries. Everyone can be assured of the black intermediary issues. 3. Boss, isn't this a bit too blatant? Lu Chang's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Meat at every meal, rice at every meal, doesn't that make others envious? And the last point about ability benefits completely exposes that the team has a way to allow people to gain new abilities. One might ask, how would other survivor bases react to this? What would the zombies think? Would their Changheng Island base become a target? So what if it's blatant? Zhang Fan waved his hand. If others dare to have bad intentions, then let them come. Whoever dares to reach out will chop off their hand. Anyone who dares to covet us shall be killed. As long as we are strong enough, we will not fear any covetousness. Understood, boss. Lu Chang was also infected and couldn't help but feel a surge of blood. Just print the flyers according to my revisions. First print 100,000 copies and then send people to distribute them overnight. Yes, boss. Go. In the eastern outskirts, the Chaohu residential complex stood. Originally a high-end neighborhood, it boasted villas, sprawling penthouses and other commercial apartments. This complex also served as the headquarters of the Shirkai Survivor Base, a formidable bastion of strength. At its peak, the base housed over 1900 survivors commanded by the powerful 6th-tier superhuman Shirkai. His forces included more than a dozen 5th-tier superhumans, over 100 4th-tier ones and over 800 3rd-tier superhumans. This force was comparable to any other survivor base in the Demon Sea region. Yet last night a torrent of bloody rain and hail triggered a massive evolution and frenzy among the zombie horde. They stormed the Chaohu residential complex, launching a bloody massacre against the Shirkai survivor base within. Every superhuman in the base from the commander to the cooks fought desperately. But the zombies were too powerful. The bloody rain had drastically evolved the zombies, spawning high-tier ones like 7th and 6th tier. Despite its strength, the Shirkai survivor base was ultimately outmatched by the evolved horde. The slaughter raged from the early hours of the night until late. Blood stained the entire Chaohu residential complex with piercing screams and the sounds of battle echoing through the darkness. By dawn the screams had faded. When morning arrived, not a single intact survivor's corpse remained in the complex. All the bodies had been stripped clean, reduced to bare skeletons with the flesh completely devoured. It was the work of the zombies. They had not only killed everyone in the Shirkai survivor base but had also feasted on their flesh, leaving behind only the bones they couldn't consume. The scene was a gruesome horror. The entire Shirkai survivor base was utterly annihilated. From the commander down to the cooks, nearly all had perished. Only a handful of fortunate souls blessed with unique abilities managed to survive. They were few, barely a dozen, and now huddled together in a basement trembling. Their leader was a man named Tang Gung, a 4th-tier superhuman with the power of phasing through walls. It was this very ability that allowed him to burrow into the earth and escape the zombie onslaught. Throughout the day he had searched the complex for other survivors, gathering them together. Now Tang Gung led them in hiding within a basement. Each person sat slumped against the walls, their eyes vacant, their spirits utterly drained. Some silently chewed on dried meat. Others sobbed quietly. A few chain-smoked in silence. The basement was thick with smoke, the atmosphere heavy with despair, everyone teetering on the brink of collapse. As survivors of the previous night's massacre, they had witnessed the zombies' slaughter and feasting firsthand, leaving them deeply traumatized. Whenever they closed their eyes, the horrific scenes from the night before would involuntarily flash through their minds, jolting them awake in terror. "Stay away. Don't come near me. Don't kill me." A dirty, disheveled girl suddenly screamed, waking with a start, her wide eyes filled with fear. "It's okay. The zombies are gone." Someone beside her quickly comforted her. Tang Gung glanced at the girl's side and then stubbed out his cigarette as he stood up. "Everyone listen up." At his words the others in the basement looked over, their gazes lifeless and hollow. Seeing he had their attention, Tang Gung cleared his throat and spoke solemnly, "Everyone, the dead are gone. We who are still alive must find a way to keep living." "Live? How?" a hoarse voice asked. "By hiding in this basement, barely surviving until our end comes." Tang Gung turned to see a long-haired young man wearing glasses. He recognized him. His name was Lu Fuweng, a former sophomore at Demon Sea University who had awakened the power of quicksand after the apocalypse. He was a 3rd-tier superhuman, and it was his quicksand ability that had saved him. "Hiding here won't work. We need to leave and find another survivor base," Tang Gung said. Tang Gung slowly shook his head. "The blood rain every 10 days makes the zombies stronger. We survived this time on our own, but we might not be so lucky next time. We must find another survivor base and join them for protection." The others listened silently, a glimmer of hope returning to their eyes. No one wanted to die. Especially those who had survived the previous night's disaster. They cherished life and the chance to live more than ever. Everyone pondered Tang Gung's words. Honestly, he was right. Relying only on themselves, even if they had survived the night of blood rain, they might not survive the next. After all, each blood rain drastically strengthened the zombies. Who knew how powerful the zombies would become next time? Finding a new survivor base and gaining their protection was the only way to possibly survive. "Our Shirkai survivor base was one of the strongest in Demon Sea, and it was completely destroyed last night," Lu Fuweng questioned. "Other bases probably aren't any better. Who can we turn to? I seriously doubt any other survivor bases are still standing." Hearing this, the hope in everyone's eyes dimmed completely. Indeed, if even the Shirkai survivor base had fallen, how could any other base in Demon Sea have survived? Perhaps all survivor bases in the world had been wiped out. "I don't know about other bases, but one is still intact," Tang Gung said, pulling a flyer from his pocket. "I found this in the complex this morning. Take a look." "Let me see. What base could have survived last night's uprising? Do they have an 8th-tier superhuman?" "Let me see." The previously lifeless group immediately crowded around, snatching the flyer from Tang Gung's hand. "The Changheng Island Survivor Base. Holy crap. The leader is an 8th-tier superhuman. No wonder they survived last night's chaos. Am I reading this right? Their benefits are insane. Meat with every meal, rice at every table. Are they kidding? Where do they get the meat? What does the last one mean? Gain a new ability every time you level up after reaching tier 4. I don't understand. I don't get it either. Once you awaken an ability, it's fixed. How can you get a new one? Exactly, that's ridiculous. Tang Gung, where did you get this flyer? Some joker trying to fool people. Seeing the contents of the flyer, most people's first reaction was disbelief. They couldn't believe it. Having survived from the start of the apocalypse until now, they had seen a lot, but this flyer was too much to swallow. The earlier benefits were plausible. Meat at every meal was possible if they had raided a large meat storage facility. But the last point, gaining new abilities, was the hard part. They had never heard of anyone being able to acquire new abilities. It was too absurd. I found this flyer in the complex yard, Tang Gung said. Whether it's true or not, I plan to go to Changheng Island and see for myself. It's our only option. Better to believe it than not. The group exchanged glances. Finally they all nodded in agreement. Fine. Staying here will only mean death eventually. Might as well go and see if it's real. We have no choice anyway. Besides, Changheng Island isn't far. At our current pace we can get there in half a day. Then let's set out now. Without further hesitation they ate their fill and departed together. Having survived the previous night, their abilities were all unique, phasing, quicksand, mist, smoke. In short, their powers were excellent for concealment and survival, making it hard for zombies to detect them. The journey was fraught with danger but ultimately uneventful. They finally reached the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel, where they encountered a hunting squad killing zombies. Tang Gung and his group were stunned. What's with these people? How do they all have the alloy transformation ability? Look at that bald guy, he can control lightning too. And that one, he can manipulate plants. Tang Gung's group felt dizzy. What they were seeing was unbelievable. The ones hunting zombies at the tunnel entrance were hunting squad 1 through 4. When they had chosen their abilities, 90% had opted for the alloy transformation power. So now before Tang Gung's eyes, almost every member of the hunting squads had transformed into silver alloy humanoids. So many people with the same ability. How was that possible? Tang Gung and his group found it hard to believe. Even more absurd was that the hunting squad members could also control lightning, earth spikes, flames, plants. Clearly, besides the alloy transformation, they had other abilities. What was going on? I remember now. Tang Gung suddenly exclaimed excitedly. That recruitment flyer said that after breaking through to tier 4, every subsequent level up grants a new ability. Look, almost everyone has 2 or more abilities. Could it be, this survivor base really has a way to awaken new abilities in us? The others' eyes lit up. They hadn't believed before, but what they were seeing now forced them to. Let's go check it out. Let's go. The group walked over. Their appearance immediately caught the attention of the hunting squad members. But the squad members seemed to expect them. Instead of stopping them, they welcomed them over. A replica of Zhang Fan was there to receive Tang Gung's group. Zhang Fan had assigned 1 replica to each of the 8 hunting squads to oversee operations and open portals. So at the tunnel entrance 4 replicas were stationed. You must be survivors who saw the recruitment flyer and want to join our Changheng Island survivor base, right? The replica said with a warm smile. Yes, yes. Tang Gung and the others nodded eagerly. I'll send you to the base. Someone there will be in charge of receiving you, the replica said, opening a portal. Follow me, the replica said, stepping toward the portal. What is this? Tang Gung hesitated. They had never seen a portal before and instinctively felt wary. This is a portal. It leads directly to the base headquarters. The replica explained briefly before stepping through. Tang Gung and his group exchanged glances, then gritting their teeth followed. When they emerged, they were in the Shuyun residential complex. Where is this? Weren't we just at the tunnel entrance? How did we get here in the blink of an eye? Tang Gung and his group were astonished. Welcome everyone to Shuyun residential complex. This is the headquarters of our Changheng Island survivor base. The replica smiled, then called out to Lu Chang, they're yours now. Got it, boss. Lu Chang nodded, then turned to Tang Gung and the others. This was the fifth group to arrive at Changheng Island today. Combined with the previous 4, there were now over 100 people. The flyer was proving highly effective. "Follow me," Lu Chang said. Tang Gung and his group followed Lu Chang to his office. The office, once the residential community's property management room, had been repurposed by Lu Chang into his own workspace. As Zhang Fan's secretary and the de facto manager of the entire team, he naturally required a private office. It was worth noting that, constantly occupied with trivial matters, he had no time to hunt zombies, which would typically hinder cultivation, but not for Lu Chang. This was because the hunting team members now possessed the infinite loot ability, rendering their need for crystals nearly non-existent. Thus crystals accumulated. To compensate Lu Chang and the logistics department members for their inability to hunt zombies and cultivate, Zhang Fan specially bestowed upon them the gluttony ability. He also entrusted Lu Chang with distributing the daily crystal collection. Consequently, Lu Chang and the logistics team members spent their workdays munching on crystals like sunflower seeds. How delightful. Their strength naturally did not lag. Take Lu Chang for instance. When he first joined the team, he was already a level 4 ability user, and now he had reached level 6, a genuine level 6 ability user. This level was exceedingly high. Within the entire team, only Zhang Fan and Jingya surpassed him. Lu Chang produced a stack of forms, distributed them to Tang Gung and the others, and said, "Fill out this form." Tang Gung and his companions examined the forms, finding them to be identity information sheets: name, age, gender, level, ability. Without further ado, they began to fill them out. After completing the forms, Lu Chang took out a set of keys and another sheet stating, "These are the dormitories assigned to you. I'll have someone escort you there now. Wash up and rest well. Someone will call you for dinner." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Xiao Yang, take them to the dorms. Tang Gung and his group were led to their dormitories, discovering the rooms to be immaculately clean, equipped with new bedding sheets, a set of clothes and a pair of shoes. There were also wash basins, toothbrushes, cups, shampoo, body wash, toilet paper, mops, brooms, air conditioners. Every conceivable daily necessity was available. Most crucially, the rooms had electricity and hot water. Tang Gung and his companions were overjoyed, and many wept with happiness. Since the apocalypse descended, such daily comforts had become a distant memory. Even after joining the Shirkai survivor base, they had merely teetered on the edge of subsistence. Dream of a normal life. Dream on. Electricity. Hot water. Wishful thinking. Those days were gone. Tang Gung and his group had gone without electricity, hot water and toothbrushes for far too long. Consequently, their appearance was disheveled and they carried a pungent odor. The women were unkempt, the men unshaven. Calling them savages would be an exaggeration, but they were undeniably filthy, their clothes equally soiled. But they were not unique in this regard. Every survivor base was the same, if the harsh environment dictated it beyond human alteration. Yet to their astonishment, the Changheng Island survivor base was different. "We made the right choice. This is undoubtedly the best decision we've made since the apocalypse. This is the life humans deserve. At the Shirkai base we lived worse than beasts. What a loss. If only we'd known how good life is here, we would have joined sooner. It's not too late now. Listen everyone, we must perform well and strive to stay here, understand? Isn't that obvious? Having seen this life, I'd rather die than be expelled. Yes. Going back to the old days would be worse than death. Enough, go wash up. Didn't Secretary Lu say we can still make dinner? I'm curious, what's the food like here? Should be decent, right? The flyer promised meat every meal and rice or noodles each time. I never believed it before, but now I'm starting to. Maybe there really is meat. Meat. Just mentioning it makes my mouth water. Hurry and wash up, dinner soon. Right. As evening approached, a tantalizing aroma of meat drifted from the community cafeteria, spreading throughout the compound. Is that meat? It really is. Let's check it out. Let's go. Drawn by the scent, Tang Gung and his group eagerly left their rooms and headed toward the cafeteria. With shaved beards, washed hair and fresh clothes, Tang Gung and his companions looked completely transformed. No one would associate them with the ragged figures from before. Arriving outside the cafeteria, they saw many people in the courtyard, all hunting team members. The auras exuded by these hunters were formidable, each one nearly matching Tang Gung's strength. This imposed immense pressure on Tang Gung's group, and they marveled inwardly the Changheng Island survivor base truly had members of such caliber. Indeed it was true. Today was July 2nd, the day after the blood rain on June 30th. After 2 days of relentless slaughter, the 328 hunting team members had seen terrifying improvements in strength. As of now there were no more level 2 ability users, if the weakest were level 3. Most had advanced to level 4, with elites like Zhang Wenxi and Yang Linger reaching level 5. This was only natural. Now even the weakest zombies were level 3, each kill yielding an average of 500 physique points. Zhang Fan took half. The remaining half went to the team members. A level 2 member needed only to kill 4 zombies to break through to level 3, a level 3 member needed 40 to reach level 4, a level 4 member required 400 to advance to level 5. Not to mention the numerous level 4 and level 5 zombies which provided even more physique points. Suffice it to say, Zhang Fan's gift of the infinite loot ability had dramatically accelerated the members' cultivation speed. This was a tangible enhancement, one they could clearly feel. They're all so strong. Yeah. Most of them are on par with Boss Tang. Boss Tang was a captain-level figure at the Shirkai base, yet here such strength is commonplace. Sure. Don't call him Boss Tang. You must remember to change your address, here there's only one boss. Got it. Dinner did not disappoint Tang Gung and his group. Though it consisted of only one dish, it was utterly delicious. Chicken curry rice. The rich curry flavor was perfectly infused into the ingredients. With each bite the creamy coconut-inked curry burst in the mouth, immersing one entirely in a world of curry. It was heavenly. Tang Gung devoured 2 large portions of curry rice until his stomach bulged, yet he still craved more. A simple curry rice can taste this amazing. Sitting on the lawn outside the cafeteria, Tang Gung rubbed his full belly with contentment. After a month of bread, sweet potatoes and porridge, this delicious curry rice is naturally a feast. The food here is indeed good, at least it's hot and satisfying, far better than at Shirkai. Absolutely. After dinner, as Tang Gung and his companions chatted contentedly, a loudspeaker blared, "Attention everyone. Proceed to the meeting ground immediately for a gathering." The announcement echoed 3 times, reaching every corner of Shuyun community. A meeting? What for? A welcome party for us. Can't be, we're just nobodies. Why would the base hold a meeting just for us? Definitely not. Look at those people, they're all suddenly excited. Really? Tang Gung looked around and noticed the veteran members were indeed elated, beaming as they hurried toward the meeting ground. What's going on? Why are they so excited? Let's go see. Come on. Puzzled, Tang Gung and his group followed the crowd to the meeting ground. The so-called meeting ground was a simple area before a stage, the same one used for the previous gathering. Many benches were arranged in front of the stage and members quickly took their seats. Within 5 minutes all team members had arrived. Tang Gung's group found seats as well. With a whoosh, a figure materialized in the center of the stage. It's him. Tang Gung and his companions were startled. Wasn't he the one who opened the portal and brought us here this afternoon? Who is he? Could he be the base leader? No way, would the leader bother with small fries like us? I doubt it. Overhearing their murmurs, a veteran member chuckled, "He's our boss clone." Clone? Tang Gung and his group turned to the veteran, their eyes filled with confusion. Our boss has an ability to create clones of himself. Since they're clones, they look exactly like him. The veteran explained, "The one who opened the portal and brought you here this afternoon was one of his clones." So that's it. Tang Gung and his group nodded in realization, awestruck. The boss is truly something. He awakened such a powerful ability. That's nothing, the veteran chuckled. Our boss' total number of abilities remains a secret. The clone ability is just one among many. Tang Gung and his companions were stunned, finding it hard to believe. Big brother, does our boss really have that many abilities? Hey, you'll find out soon enough. The veteran smiled mysteriously, teasing them. Tang Gung and his group exchanged glances, their curiosity about Zhang Fan burning like a cat scratching. Everyone. Zhang Fan on the stage spoke. Instantly all conversation ceased and every gaze fixed on him with fervent anticipation. I've called this impromptu meeting for 3 main matters, Zhang Fan said, calmly scanning the crowd. First, as of now 104 new members have joined our team. Now let's invite these 104 new members to the stage. Tang Gung and his companions exchanged looks, then rose and ascended the stage via the stairs on either side. Soon the stage was crowded with people, exactly 104. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our 104 new members, Zhang Fan announced. Thunderous applause erupted across the venue. Tang Gung and his group clapped vigorously, tears glistening in their eyes, their hearts overwhelmed with emotion. At their original base they had been invisible nobodies, who cared if they lived or died. Yet upon arriving at Changheng Island they received such a grand reception. How could they not be moved? In that moment a fierce loyalty surged within them, vowing to work diligently and repay Zhang Fan's gracious welcome. As the applause subsided, Zhang Fan approached Tang Gung and his companions with a smile. Upon joining the Changheng Island survivor base, everyone receives a basic ability. Now I shall bestow this ability upon you. Basic ability. Paste. Paste. Tang Gung and the other newcomers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. But they quickly recalled the final perk listed on the flyer: after a member breaks through to level 4, each subsequent breakthrough grants a new ability. Could it be that new abilities were obtained through pasting? As this thought crossed their minds, Tang Gung and the others instantly grew excited, their eyes fixed intently on Zhang Fan. Every team member was equipped with a basic ability. What could it be? With a series of whooshing sounds, replicas flew out from Zhang Fan's body, and in the blink of an eye 100 replicas stood on the platform. Next it was time to lend the infinite pickup ability to newcomers like Tang Gung. The interest charged to them was the same as for other members: 50% physique light orbs, 80% spiritual light orbs, and all ability light orbs. After half a minute of agonizing fusion, Zhang Fan said calmly, "As long as you keep hunting zombies, this ability will help you rapidly enhance your strength. Experience it for yourselves. Alright, you may step down now. Rapidly enhance strength. An ability like that." With such doubts swirling in their minds, Tang Gung and the other 104 newcomers descended from the platform, leaving only Zhang Fan and his 100 replicas. Second matter. Zhang Fan continued, given that many members have recently broken through to level 4, level 5, and even level 6, I will naturally fulfill my promise and paste new abilities for these members. At these words the veteran members erupted into a frenzy. Long live the boss. The boss is mighty. Boss, I love you. The members cheered in unison, venting their excitement and thrill. Witnessing the sudden uproar among the veterans, Tang Gung and the newcomers were startled. What's going on with them? Why are they so hyped all of a sudden? Didn't you hear the boss? He's going to paste new abilities for the veterans who broke through to level 4. Holy crap. They're really going to paste. The boss said it himself, how could it be fake? I am a level 4 ability user too. I wonder if he'll get one. Probably not. After all, we just joined today. The boss said, veteran members. Let's hear what the boss has to say. Tang Gung stared intently at Zhang Fan, his heart filled with anxiety. He was also a level 4 ability user, and by the rules he was eligible for a new ability. A new ability. Tang Gung dreamed of acquiring a new ability. Unfortunately, his wall phasing ability had 0 offensive power and was utterly useless except for occasionally popping out from the ground or walls to catch enemies off guard. Thus Tang Gung yearned desperately for a new ability. The question now was whether Zhang Fan would paste new abilities for newcomers like him. Zhang Fan raised a hand and the restless members immediately fell silent. He produced a stack of papers and explained, these are the 24 new abilities I've listed. You have 10 minutes to make your choices. With that he handed the papers to his 100 replicas, who distributed them. Soon everyone had a copy and all eyes were glued to the listed abilities. 9 control abilities: metal control, plant control, water control, fire control, earth control, lightning control, crystal control, gravity control, quicksand control. 7 transformation abilities: alloyization, black smoke, white smoke, rubberization, diamondization, gigantification, water form. 8 other abilities: speed phasing, self-healing, detection, sonic wave, energy absorption, super strength, super defense. There are 5 more abilities than last time. Super strength. That seems like a good one. I'll go with super strength this time. I'm level 5 now, so I can choose 2 abilities. I need to pick carefully. So many awesome abilities, I wish I could take them all. Unnoticed 10 minutes slipped by. Zhang Fan spoke again, now all members who have broken through to level 4, please come up to the platform, including today's new recruits. Hearing this, Tang Gung nearly cheered with joy. He He could actually get a new ability. Fantastic. So thrilling. Thank you, boss. Love you. Tang Geng's eyes grew a bit misty. He had just glanced over the 24 abilities and he adored every single one. He had thought that as a newcomer he would miss out this time, but the boss treated everyone equally. Tang Geng felt immense gratitude toward Zhang Fan, a feeling he had never experienced for anyone since the apocalypse began. Boss, thank you. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Geng followed the veteran members and ascended the platform one by one. The number of members who had broken through to level 4 was considerable, counting both newcomers and veterans. The count neared 200. This meant that the Changheng Island survivor base now boasted nearly 200 level 4 ability users, an astonishing figure that reflected the base's formidable strength. However, even with 200 people, the 100 replicas made pasting abilities a breeze. Which ability do you want? Super strength. Alright. In less than 2 minutes the pasting was complete and the 200 members descended to take their seats. Tang Geng ultimately chose the alloyization ability, which greatly enhanced defense and strength, a divine skill he had always dreamed of. Next came the level 5 members. Their numbers were much smaller, only a little over 20, including veteran squad leaders like Zhang Wenxi, Yang Guang and Yang Linger. Finally the level 6 members. Only 2 had reached level 6, Jingya and Lu Chang. Under the envious gaze of everyone present they ascended the platform and each received 2 new abilities. Having broken through to level 6, they were entitled to 3 abilities in theory. But since they had already received 1 new ability when they broke through to level 4, they only underwent 2 pastings this time. Zhang Fan kept a meticulous record of such accounts. His memory was astonishing, truly photographic, even better than a computer. He remembered exactly who had undergone pasting and how many times, as well as which abilities they had received. There was no way to fool him. Third matter. Zhang Fan recalled his 100 replicas, leaving only himself on the platform. Scanning the crowd, he announced, "In light of the rapid growth in team members and the issues you've raised, I will adjust our work arrangements. The 104 new members will be assigned to 8 hunting squads, with each squad gaining 13 new members. Lu Chang will handle this. It must be finalized by tonight to avoid delaying tomorrow's missions." Zhang Fan looked toward Lu Chang below the platform. "Yes, boss." Lu Chang nodded emphatically. Furthermore, hunting squad members have reported that there aren't enough zombies to go around. Zhang Fan addressed the crowd. "To solve this, I've made the following arrangements. Starting tomorrow morning, hunting squads 1 through 7 will head to the downtown area of Mahai to hunt zombies. Hunting Squad 8 will remain on Chongzhou Island to continue clearing out zombies until the task is complete. Additionally, I'll leave Big Smart with Squad 8 to help gather zombies. Time is tight. I hope everyone can focus on cultivation over the next 8 days to reach higher levels and prepare for the Blood Rain Night on July 10th. I've set a small goal for you before the Blood Rain Night on July 10th. Every member of the team should reach level 6 or above. Do you have the confidence to achieve this?" "Yes." On the morning of July 3rd, the cross-dressing beauty curled up in the man's arms like a cat, clearly awake yet unwilling to open her eyes. Zhang Fan pinched her delicate nose and teased, "Time to get up, sleepyhead." Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, pouting and murmuring, "It's all your fault for keeping me up half the night. You nearly plowed the field to ruin." "The field was too dry, so am I to blame," Zhang Fan joked. "You're level 6 now. Let's try to slay more zombies today and give this field a good irrigation, turn it from dry land into paddy fields." "Pervert," she spat lightly, her cheeks flushing red as she sat up. The towel slipped away, revealing her generous curves. Zhang Fan's eyes went wide as he pulled her into his arms and rolled on top of her. "What are you doing? Let's try the second set of calisthenics." "Wait. Let me create 2 clones to make lunch first, otherwise we'll have nothing to eat." "Hurry up." Clone ability. This was the ability Zhang Fan had acquired from the child zombie that night. It bore some resemblance to replication and splitting abilities, but with significant differences. The replication ability created copies of oneself identical in consciousness and body to the original. The clone ability, however, produced only avatars, solid entities with only a tenth of the original's power, much like Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique. The splitting ability, not worth mentioning, resembled Piccolo's power, literally splitting oneself into 2. That night the child zombie had created countless clones to haunt Shuyun community. After obtaining this ability, Zhang Fan had pasted it to the cross-dressing beauty. She didn't intend to use it for battle but rather to help with housework, cooking and cleaning. She was an incredibly clingy woman. Though she stuck to Zhang Fan like glue every day, she still wished she could hang on him. Any other man would have long grown tired, but Zhang Fan loved it. The cross-dressing beauty could be coy and cute, instantly turning icy and regal like a queen or shrinking into a gentle lamb. She'd invite Zhang Fan to the rooftop for ice cream, take him street racing, or suggest swimming in the Yangtze River. She played hard. But she truly knew how to have fun. With her there was never a lack of novelty. With her he felt utterly relaxed and at ease. When they finally woke up, it was already noon, with the sun high in the sky. Compared to the other half of Zhang Fan, who rose at 7 and took Jingya out zombie hunting by 8, this half and the cross-dressing beauty were far more carefree. They stayed up all night. They never got up early. By the time they woke it was usually midday, and after lunch it would often be afternoon before they ventured out. They didn't care. It was the apocalypse, no mortgage worries, no need to struggle for a living. So why not enjoy themselves? Their philosophy was to live happily. Humanity's fate. The future. The burden of rebuilding civilization. To hell with it all, they would live for themselves. After lunch it was past 1 in the afternoon. Leaving the dishes to the clones, Zhang Fan and the cross-dressing beauty headed out. The weather was beautiful today. Master, have you noticed that since the apocalypse, except for the days of blood rain, the weather has been perfect? The cross-dressing beauty clung to his arm, a stunningly beautiful woman beside a handsome man, a perfect couple. I noticed long ago, Zhang Fan nodded. Since the apocalypse, apart from those blood rain days, it's been sunny every other day. That's too strange. The cross-dressing beauty sighed. I feel like there's an invisible hand manipulating everything. The signs of human control are too obvious. Indeed, Zhang Fan looked up at the sky. If it were a natural phenomenon, blood rain wouldn't fall every 10 days with such precision. The timing is too accurate, the possibility of human manipulation is very high. But who is behind it all? The cross-dressing beauty also gazed skyward. Let's go hunt zombies. Zhang Fan shook his head. We're still too weak to uncover the truth behind the apocalypse. When we grow stronger, everything will come to light someday. Zhang Fan opened a portal and took the cross-dressing beauty to the neighboring city of Shenyang. Chongzhou Island and Shenyang were separated only by the Yangtze River, closer than to Mahai. Ever since sending hunting teams to Chongzhou Island, Zhang Fan had stopped bringing the cross-dressing beauty there, switching instead to Shenyang. Shenyang had even more zombies. Like Mahai, no lone zombies roamed the streets anymore. All had gathered into groups, forming zombie gangs that were very hard to hunt. But for Zhang Fan and the cross-dressing beauty this wasn't a problem, it made hunting easier. Activating his detection ability, every zombie within an 8-kilometer radius appeared in his mind. That direction has a large group of zombies. Take me there. Using teleportation, Zhang Fan and the cross-dressing beauty reached the destination in less than 5 minutes. Sunshine Sea City Residential Complex. This complex hides many zombies. Zhang Fan pointed. Same rules. They'll handle the level 6 and 7 zombies, you take care of the rest. She nodded eagerly like a chick pecking rice. Let's go. Zhang Fan smiled and vanished before her. He reappeared on the rooftop of a building. Activating his domain ability, it enveloped the entire Sunshine Sea City complex. Tisk. 3 level 7 zombies and 12 level 6, what a terrifying force. But still time to die. Zhang Fan never showed mercy to zombies, not before and certainly not now. On the night of June 30, THS blood rain, countless human survivor bases were slaughtered, leaving only a handful of survivors. Those who survived that night either had special abilities for hiding or survival, or were exceptionally powerful like Zhang Fan. In short, the zombies' attitude toward humans hadn't changed with their newfound intelligence. If anything, they had become more savage, cruel and ruthless. It was a true war of mutual annihilation, kill or be killed. Under these circumstances, Zhang Fan showed no hesitation. Die. He activated the freezing function of his domain ability, turning the 3 level 7 and 12 level 6 zombies in the complex into ice sculptures, sending them to hell. Hundreds of light orbs dropped. He picked up the golden ones first. Physique 4. 55 million. Physique 3. 98 million. Physique 6. 66 million. Physique 910000. Physique 640000. After collecting all 45 physique orbs, Zhang Fan's physique surged by 19 million, an astonishing increase. He then picked up the silver orbs. Spirit 70000. Spirit. After collecting all 45 silver orbs, Zhang Fan's spirit soared by 210000, finally breaking through to level 7. Level 7 Spirit. The 7th level spirit was far more powerful than the 6th. The 6th level manifested specifically in the ability to internally observe one's own body. Every bone, organ and muscle in the entire body was laid out crystal clear and transparent, as easily discernible as the lines on one's palm. Upon reaching the 7th level, the spirit grew even stronger, elevating the internal vision of one's own body to the cellular level. What did that mean? In short, when Zhang Fan used his spirit to internally observe his body, he no longer saw macroscopic organs like bones, muscles and internal organs. Instead, he saw individual cells or bodily structures of a size equivalent to cells. Observing the bones internally, he saw individual bone cells, strands of collagen fibers and patches of matrix, all richly supplied with blood vessels, lymphatic vessels and neural tissues to provide nourishment. Observing the muscles internally, each muscle fiber was composed of countless muscle cells and sarcoplasm, with the sarcoplasm containing numerous myofilaments. The 7th level of spiritual power allowed Zhang Fan to see the microscopic world within his body just as if he were observing through a microscope. He could see countless cells moving within the tissue fluid like tireless little soldiers busily at work. Observation was just one aspect. After some experimentation, Zhang Fan discovered that he could also use his powerful spirit to manipulate these cells. This sensation of controlling cells was identical to using his abilities to manipulate metal flames or quicksand. He could knead and squeeze them, cause them to burst or even expel dead cells from his body. This discovery filled Zhang Fan with astonishment and delight. This was no trivial matter. It meant that if Zhang Fan were invaded by foreign substances such as viruses, bacteria or other harmful external agents, he could completely use his spirit to forcibly expel these harmful materials from his body. Just imagine. If he could achieve this, then terrifying viruses like HIV and Ebola would be rendered irrelevant. Without even needing his immune system to exert itself, he could simply mobilize his spirit to kill, expel and eliminate them from his body. If he could achieve this, he would no longer need to fear the novel coronavirus. If he could achieve this, he would no longer be afraid of over 80 of all diseases. Because over 80 of diseases are caused by viruses or bacteria. Therefore, achieving this was an extraordinary feat, a monumental transformation of the spirit. Of course, from a macro perspective, Zhang Fan could now multitask with 7 distinct minds simultaneously performing 7 completely unrelated tasks without interference, as if 7 different people were each doing one. The 7th level spirit is truly monstrous. Zhang Fan marveled silently. I'm very curious now, what would it be like to reach the 8th, 9th or even 10th level? Forget it, I won't dwell on it. I'll just keep working hard and reach it sooner. It's almost here anyway. Thanks to the lending ability, even if Zhang Fan did absolutely nothing, his physique, spirit and abilities were all advancing by leaps and bounds. All 432 members of the hunting team were working for Zhang Fan. Every time they killed a zombie, he collected a share of interest. Many hands make light work. Unity is strength. Many hands make light work. With 432 people working together, the interest Zhang Fan could collect each day was astonishing. On July 1st alone, Zhang Fan received interest of 6 million physique 110000 spirit and countless abilities. On July 2nd, this number nearly doubled, 11 million physique 210000 spirit and an incalculable amount of abilities. Today is July 3rd. Although only half the day has passed, his physique has already grown by 12 million and his spirit by 230000. The rate of increase is even more exaggerated than the previous 2 days. It was foreseeable. As time passed and the team members grew stronger, the interest Zhang Fan earned would only increase. At this growth rate, even if Zhang Fan did nothing all day, within a week he could accumulate 100 million physique and successfully break through to the 9th level. The speed was simply incredible. This was the terrifying energy unleashed by the combination of the 2 divine abilities, lending and infinite pickup. It was precisely because he foresaw this that Zhang Fan was willing to part with the infinite pickup ability and lend it to others. On the other side, the cross-dressing beauty transformed, becoming an alloy human, and then took out a recording loudspeaker. Flicking the switch, the speaker blared out words dripping with mockery and humiliation. Damn zombies, I'll fuck your grandmother, get the hell out here now or I swear I'll blow your dog heads off. Damn zombies, I'll fuck your grandmother, get the hell out here now or I swear I'll blow your dog heads off. Damn zombies, I'll fuck your grandmother, get the hell out here now or I swear I'll blow your dog heads off. The cross-dressing beauty stepped step by step into the Sunlight Sea City residential area. The recording played the humiliating words over and over. Whether the zombies would feel humiliated was anyone's guess, but the loud commotion certainly lured many of them out. Roar! 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 Accompanied by bestial howls, zombie after zombie surged out from the residential buildings. They charged ferociously, swarming towards the cross-dressing beauty. Perfect. The cross-dressing beauty pursed her sexy red lips, a silvery white glint appearing in her moist eyes. The next instant a golden shield burst forth from her body, spreading outwards in all directions. In an instant it enveloped an area of 100 meters. Domain ability. That's right. This was precisely the domain ability. After all, she was his woman, so Zhang Fan naturally granted her preferential treatment. Zhang Fan had not only pasted the domain ability to the cross-dressing beauty but also the fusion ability and the absolute zero ability. She had fused absolute zero into her domain, making her domain ability exceptionally powerful. Of course, Zhang Fan had considered pasting other manipulative abilities to her, but the cross-dressing beauty refused. She was a person of singular focus, in personality, in conduct and in her use of abilities. She believed that specializing in one ability was sufficient and that having too many abilities would actually hinder her strength. So her domain only had a freezing function, but her development of absolute zero was in no way inferior to Zhang Fan's. Absolute zero. The cross-dressing beauty uttered two words. Within the domain, endless white frigid mist surged forth, filling the entire space in just a few seconds. Crack. 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 All the zombies enveloped by the domain were rapidly encased in ice, frozen solid and transformed into ice sculptures. With a gentle snap of her fingers, the cross-dressing beauty shattered all the ice sculptures into a pile of ice shards on the ground. Whoosh! 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 Countless orbs of light fell. Collect. The cross-dressing beauty had also borrowed the infinite pickup ability, but her interest rate, like Jing Yas, was 10 physique plus 10 interest plus all abilities. This meant she could keep 90 of the physique and 90 of the spirit, so her strength increased far more rapidly than the hunting team members. Collection complete. The cross-dressing bowtie's physique increased by 650000 and her spirit by 30000. At this rate, after one more wave of hunting I can break through to the 7th level. Then the dry land can turn into a paddy field, right? The cross-dressing beauty mused silently, a faint blush spreading across her delicate face. Let's go again. Everything has two sides, and the massive evolution of zombies is no exception. After their drastic evolution, the threat to human survivors skyrocketed. This was the downside. The benefit, however, was that breakthroughs and upgrades for human survivors became incomparably easier than before. Now even the weakest zombies were at level 3 with high-level ones everywhere. By slaying a few and absorbing their crystals, one could potentially break through to new realms and become stronger than ever. This advantage was especially evident for those with the infinite looting ability. Shortly after arriving at Sunshine Coast City, after just 3 waves of zombie hunting, the cross-dressing prodigy smoothly broke through to level 7. Overjoyed, the cross-dressing prodigy immediately found Zhang Fan to share the good news. Zhang Fan gently pinched her nose and said, "You must keep pushing forward and break through to level 8 as soon as possible." "I'll do my best." The cross-dressing prodigy nodded. "In just 3 days I've gone from level 3 to level 7. I'm now full of confidence in my cultivation and believe I can reach level 8 soon." "Keep it up." Zhang Fan planted a kiss on her forehead and asked, "Shall we head back?" "I don't want to." The cross-dressing prodigy wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes growing hazy. "Let's sleep here tonight like we're camping out. It's not cold this season anyway." "All right," Zhang Fan agreed readily. He used to have a habit of sleeping on the rooftop back in his hometown, where the lack of air conditioning made the nights unbearably hot. The rooftop offered a cool breeze and sheer comfort. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Fan produced a camping tent, and together with the cross-dressing prodigy they set it up. Soon the tent was ready and they placed a moisture-proof mat, an air mattress and bedding inside. "Barbecue for dinner." Yes. After bustling about until 11 p.m. They finally crawled into the tent to sleep. In high spirits they whispered and playfully tussled, not drifting off until 2 a.m. No sooner had he fallen asleep than Zhang Fan began to dream. He found himself in a strange place surrounded by boiling magma that bubbled and churned. A pungent smell of sulfur assaulted him, choking him with discomfort. Why am I having this dream? Zhang Fan looked around in disbelief. And if it's a dream, why does it feel so real? It was too real, the boiling magma, the acrid smell, the terrifying heat. Everything felt genuine. Zhang Fan felt the scorching heat searing him, and the only garment he wore, his underwear, was instantly reduced to ashes. A burning pain spread across his skin as if it were being roasted, his entire body on the verge of combustion. Is this really a dream? If it's a dream, why does it hurt so much, feel so real? Zhang Fan pinched himself hard. His skin was tough, but his grip was strong too. Ouch, it hurt. This isn't a dream. Zhang Fan's expression shifted dramatically. I have to get out of here or I'll be burned to death. With that thought, Zhang Fan immediately visualized the Longheng Island base in his mind and activated his portal ability, attempting to open a gateway to the base. But it failed. What's going on? Zhang Fan tried again, but there was still no response. It was as if he had lost his portal ability entirely, and no matter how hard he tried to open a portal, nothing happened. What the hell is happening? Zhang Fan grew frantic. He felt his skin burning even more intensely, the outer layer seemed to be scorched, sizzling and oozing oil. Alloy transformation. Zhang Fan attempted to use his golden alloy ability to turn his body into an alloy form to withstand the searing heat. But still, nothing worked. His body remained unchanged, still flesh and blood. Black smoke form. No use. White smoke form. No use. Quicksand form. No use. No use. None of it worked. Zhang Fan seemed to have lost all his abilities, reduced to an ordinary person incapable of using any power. Can someone tell me what's going on? Zhang Fan was utterly panicked. Since the apocalypse he had grown accustomed to his various abilities, to the feeling of being all-powerful. But now, with all his abilities gone, an overwhelming sense of dread consumed him. Not so pleasant being stripped of your power, is it? A low mocking voice echoed. Who's there? Zhang Fan jolted in alarm. Gurgle gurgle, the magma nearby churned and bubbled violently. A figure slowly rose from the magma, eventually floating in midair above it. It's you. Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed in shock. The man before him was none other than the one with the copy ability, Zhou Tong. It's me, Zhou Tong said with a faint smile. Brother Zhang Fan, we meet again. It's been a while, hasn't it? Last time I killed one of your avatars and you went into hiding. I thought you'd stay hidden like a rat, but here you are popping up again today. Zhang Fan sneered at him. Aren't you afraid I'll destroy this body of yours too? Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. Zhou Tong didn't deny it. That's why I stayed hidden until today, daring to show my face. Do you think you can kill me? Zhang Fan scoffed. Absolutely, Zhou Tong nodded slightly. To deal with you I went to great lengths, traveling across the country in search of various abilities. Heaven rewards the diligent. Finally I found an ability that can kill you. Zhou Tong smiled at Zhang Fan. You must be curious now, what kind of ability is it? Yes, Zhang Fan admitted honestly, he was indeed curious. Zhou Tong didn't answer directly but instead looked around at the surroundings. Brother Zhang Fan, do you know where we are? Zhang Fan shook his head. This is a dream, your dream. Zhou Tong said with a grin. And the ability I found is called Dream Domination. This ability grants me the power to create dreams, control them and pull people into them. Once inside a dream I am omnipotent. Conversely, you can't use any of your abilities here, including your powerful domain ability. Zhang Fan's heart sank. Zhang Fan never expected that this place was indeed a dream created by Zhou Tong. Unbelievable. Yet the dream felt so real. Magma. Heat. Smoke. Everything was so vivid as if it were real. You might be encountering the ability of dream manipulation for the first time, right? Zhou Tong smiled at Zhang Fan like a hunter who had already secured his victory, gazing at his prey in a cage. Let me give you a few tips. In ordinary dreams, no matter what happens, it has no effect on us in reality. A dream is just a dream, nothing more. But here. Zhou Tong chuckled, glancing at the magma around him. In the dream I created, if you die you will also die in reality. Zhang Fan shuddered. Die in a dream? Die in reality too? Die. His heart sank, his face expressionless, but his mind raced for a solution. Although this body was only one of his two halves, he would avoid death if possible. The loss of either half would be a tremendous blow. I can sense your fear and panic, am I right? Zhou Tong said with a grin. Fear is only natural. Anyone facing certain death would feel scared, so there's no need to hide it. Go ahead and cry if you want. If you wish to beg for mercy, I'd welcome it. Begging to survive isn't shameful. Of course. Even if you weep and kowtow, I won't spare you. You must die. Once you're dead, it'll take your ability, your Changheng Island base, and your women. Zhou Tong stared at Zhang Fan, chuckling darkly. It'll take everything you have, and it'll all be perfectly justified. Your followers won't suspect a thing, your women will obediently submit. You know I have the power to do this. He certainly had the power. With his cloning ability he could use Zhang Fan's genetic material to create a replica of his body. Then by transferring a portion of his consciousness into that body he could imperceptibly replace Zhang Fan, becoming the master of the Changheng Island survivor base, the new Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan remained expressionless. Are you furious now? Resentful? Do you wish you could kill me? Zhou Tong's face twisted with madness. But you can't. This is my dream, I am the sovereign here, omnipotent. You are powerless. Enough talk. Time for you to die. Zhou Tong snapped his fingers. The scorching magma beneath surged upward, forming a colossal wave that crashed toward Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan instinctively tried to dodge, but his body was frozen. An invisible force pressed down on him, binding him, rendering him immobile. Can't move, can you? Zhou Tong laughed heartily. Last time you suppressed me with your domain ability and I couldn't escape either. Today you'll taste what it's like to be pinned down, unable to move, forced to watch death approach. With a crash the magma wave struck Zhang Fan violently, engulfing him entirely. The wave receded into the magma lake, dragging Zhang Fan with it until he vanished from sight. Letting you die so easily is too good for you. Zhou Tong shook his head, brimming with confidence in his dream control. He had tested dream killing many times and knew the sensation well. Zhang Fan was surely dead. You might be disappointed. Suddenly a cold, mocking voice sounded from behind him. What? Zhou Tong jolted violently and spun around. There stood Zhang Fan, staring at him coldly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Tong staggered back, eyes fixed on Zhang Fan. How are you not dead? I thought I was going to die. Zhang Fan examined his body, covered in scars and burn marks from being dragged into the magma. This was the result of the searing heat. But unfortunately I discovered after falling in that this so-called magma can't kill me at all. Impossible. Zhou Tong roared. I created this magma specifically. How can it fail to kill you? Unless. Zhou Tong's eyes widened as a realization struck him. What level is your spirit? Level 7. Zhang Fan stated calmly. Level 7. Zhou Tong trembled. How can your spirit be level 7? How is that possible? Zhou Tong's own physique was level 7, but his spirit was only level 6. That was already exceptionally high. Spirit growth always lagged behind physique, not just for him but for all ability users. In his travels Zhou Tong had encountered countless high-level ability users, none with a spirit surpassing his. He had assumed everyone's spirit was like that. But he never imagined Zhang Fan's spirit had reached level 7. Believe it or not. Zhang Fan shrugged. Though I don't fully understand dream abilities, it seems to me that killing in dreams is a form of spirit ability. And at its core, spirit combat is about comparing spiritual strength. If your spirit is stronger than your enemies, you can kill them easily. But if your spirit is weaker, you're in trouble. Just like now. My spirit is stronger than yours and yours is weaker than mine. So even with home field advantage, even with omnipotence in this dream, you can't kill me. It's like a rock sitting still while eggs smash against it. No matter how many eggs you throw, you can't break a rock. Am I right? Zhou Tong stared at Zhang Fan, choosing silence. Right or wrong, we can test it easily. Zhang Fan shrugged, then smiled. Zhou Tong, let me tell you a secret: the gap between a level's even spirit and a level 6 one is far greater than you imagine. With that, Zhang Fan threw a punch. It seemed ordinary, but the power it unleashed was beyond imagination. With a crack, the void before him splintered like a shattered mirror. Stop. Stop right now. Zhou Fan was shocked. Panicking now. Too late. Zhang Fan sneered, unleashing a barrage of punches, each carrying overwhelming force. Cracks spread across the void like a spiderweb, covering everything. Even the magma lake below was fissured with terrifying gaps. It's over. Zhou Tong's face turned pale. Break. Zhang Fan leaped, channeling all his strength into a final blow against the fractured void. With a deafening crack, the entire dream world shattered. In reality, Zhang Fan jolted awake, a sharp glint in his eyes, and teleported out of the tent. Activating his detection ability, he found his target and vanished, reappearing on the rooftop of a nearby building. Zhou Tong was crouched there, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, ears and mouth. His face was ashen, his breath ragged, his spirit utterly broken, clearly severely injured. Well well. Isn't this brother Zhou Tong? You were fine a moment ago and now you're in such a state. Zhou Tong said nothing, turning into a plume of white smoke to flee. Don't rush off. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers, using his domain's deletion ability to remove Zhou Tong's smoke transformation power. With a thud, Zhou Tong reverted to human form and collapsed. What happened? He tried to use the ability again, but his body remained unchanged. What did you do to me? Zhou Tong glared at Zhang Fan. Nothing much. I just deleted your smoke ability. It was rather annoying. Zhang Fan said casually. Bastard. Zhou Tong's eyes blazed with fury. Zhang Fan, what do you want? Nothing much. Zhang Fan shrugged. I just want to strip your abilities one by one and watch your expression of despair. Zhou Tong's face twisted in terror. Which ability should I start with? Zhang Fan stroked his chin, then snapped his fingers. Let's begin with dream manipulation. No. Zhou Tong panicked. Brother Zhang Fan, let's talk this out. Don't delete my abilities, please. You can weep and kowtow, but it'll still kill you. That's what you said. Zhang Fan scoffed, then uttered two words, plunder. Ah, accompanied by Zhou Tong's piercing pig slaughter-like screams, his dream manipulating ability was gradually stripped away. Then it was fused by Zhang Fan. Let's test this ability. Zhang Fan's eyes widened and he activated the super hypnosis power. Zhou Tong's eyes rolled back, instantly hypnotized, his eyelids slowly drooping as he fell into a deep slumber. Moments later, his consciousness was pulled into an utterly unfamiliar world. Yellow sand. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but endless yellow sand. Undulating sand dunes stretched out, with a blazing sun overhead relentlessly casting its scorching rays. This was a desert at high noon, under the blistering sun, sweltering and unbearable. Where is this? Zhou Tong looked around, still bewildered. Why am I in a place like this? Just as confusion arose in his mind, he suddenly noticed a dark shadow appearing in the sky above. What is that? Zhou Tong stared at the shadow in the sky, watching it grow larger and larger. When the shadow approached to a certain extent, Zhou Tong's face twisted in horror. Damn it! A meteor. It's actually a meteor. It was a meteor, massive, unknown in speed, and hurtling toward him without cease. How can there be a meteor here? Zhou Tong ran while trying to use his abilities, only to find that none of them worked, as if they didn't exist. Zhou Tong abruptly stopped staring at his hands and the surroundings, his face darkening to the extreme. A dream. This is my dream. That bastard not only plundered my ability but also trapped me in this dream world. Zhou Tong was frantic, wishing he could tear Zhang Fan apart limb from limb and grind his bones to dust. This was too much. Stealing his ability and then using it against him, such a blatant outrage. Zhang Fan, get the hell out here. Zhou Tong cursed at the surroundings. If you've got the guts, kill me. What kind of skill is this torment? All around was dead silent, with no response, only the rustling sound of wind whipping up the yellow sand. Zhang Fan, you bastard, you scumbag, you piece of trash, you idiot. I curse your whole family to die out. Zhou Tong raged on, trying to provoke Zhang Fan into giving him a swift end. But Zhang Fan remained silent, and the meteor above fell even faster. Whoosh! As it descended, drawing closer, the meteor finally revealed its terrifying visage. It was a colossal meteor several kilometers in diameter hanging overhead blotting out the sky. Rumble, the giant meteor scraped against the air producing a thunderous roar, its surface ablaze with searing flames. Let me die then. Zhou Tong collapsed to the ground, too weary to flee. With a meteor this massive, given his current speed, there was nowhere to run. Fleeing meant death. Not fleeing meant death. So he gave up struggling. Rumble, the giant meteor finally descended from the sky, appearing above Zhou Tong and slammed down fiercely upon him. Boom, like a hydrogen bomb explosion. The moment the meteor struck the ground, it unleashed terrifying energy, the searing heat instantly obliterating Zhou Tong's consciousness, erasing him on the spot. A fearsome shockwave swept through the yellow sand and a massive mushroom cloud rose into the air. Whoosh, Zhang Fan appeared silently in midair, gazing at the mushroom cloud rising over the desert, and blew out a gentle breath. Whoosh, that breath once released formed a terrifying tornado that roared and scattered the mushroom cloud. As the cloud dissipated, a colossal crater several kilometers wide was revealed. Quite the power. Zhang Fan muttered, rain come. Splash, the once clear sky suddenly filled with dark clouds and soon torrential rain poured down. The rain grew heavier, showing signs of a yellow river flood, an unstoppable deluge. Endless floodwaters mixed with silt rushed into the crater left by the meteor impact. Before long the crater was filled with water. Summoning wind and rain, moving mountains and seas, calling down meteors. Zhang Fan sighed, Zhou Tong was right, in this dream world I am like a creator god. Truly omnipotent. This ability is remarkable, but it's limited to dreams. If only it worked in reality. Zhang Fan sighed and returned to reality. Zhou Tong was kneeling nearby on the rooftop, his eyes vacant and lifeless, already dead beyond recovery. Several light clusters lay scattered around him. Seeing Zhou Tong dead, Zhang Fan wasn't pleased, because this Zhou Tong was still just a body, not his true self. In other words, Zhou Tong himself was still alive. In fact, through reading Zhou Tong's thoughts with mind reading, Zhang Fan knew that Zhou Tong was an extremely cowardly and cling-to-life character. To survive, he strictly adhered to the principle of, a wily hare has 3 burrows, and, don't put all your eggs in one basket, cloning a large number of his own clones. Then Zhou Tong split off many consciousnesses to control these clones, dispersing them across the country. That way, even if one died, he still had other bodies to survive, making him hard to kill. This guy is too cunning, but I need to learn from him, make more clones of myself and scatter them around to avoid what just happened again. Zhang Fan silently calculated. Zhou Tong's sudden ambush served as a wake-up call for Zhang Fan. Although he had successfully killed Zhou Tong, it involved some luck. If Zhou Tong's spirit had been stronger, the one dead this time wouldn't be Zhou Tong but him. Zhang Fan admitted that facing the dream manipulating ability he had been utterly helpless. His victory was purely due to a level advantage or perhaps luck, but next time might not be the same. A wily hare has 3 burrows. With that thought, Zhang Fan immediately cloned his replicas, creating 10 in one go, then split off 10 consciousnesses into each clone. Let's learn from Zhou Tong. Zhang Fan looked at the 10 clones, lit a cigarette and said, you should leave now. You can go to various parts of the country or hide in other places around the world. That way, no matter what happens to the others, as long as one survives, we won't die. The 10 clones all nodded. They were different from replicas. Replicas were independent lives controlled by Zhang Fan, but these clones were Zhang Fan himself. Same body. Same consciousness. As long as one of them lived, Zhang Fan as a person would never die, unless all of them were killed. But since they were about to head to different places across the country, killing them all at once was nearly impossible. All of you go. Remember to keep a low profile. Zhang Fan waved his hand, take care. You take care too. Watching the 10 clones vanish into the vast night sky, Zhang Fan's heart finally settled completely. There was no need to create too many clones, 10 were sufficient. With these 10 clones he could rest easy, it would be difficult to die even if he wanted to. Time to collect the spoils. Zhang Fan began to gather the light orbs that had dropped after Zhou Tong's death. First the golden orb. Physique 930000. Ho! Truly bountiful. Zhou Tong's body was undoubtedly at the 7th level as well. How many 7th level bodies did he have? This man must be guarded against. He picked up the silver orb. Spirit 470000. Then he continued with the white orbs. Obtained dragon transformation ability. Obtained all-encompassing ability. That was it. Only 2 white orbs meant only 2 abilities had dropped and only 2 could be collected. But it didn't matter. Gaining the dream control ability alone was already a profit, and Zhang Fan didn't covet other abilities. He could understand Zhou Tong's mindset. Zhou Tong had come to hunt him, an undeniably risky move, so he naturally had to be prepared for death. Once killed, his abilities would surely be taken by Zhang Fan. Thus Zhou Tong had deliberately used this body for the hunt, possessing only 4 abilities. Even if he was ultimately killed, the loss to Zhou Tong himself would not be too great. This guy is too shrewd. Zhang Fan cursed under his breath, then turned and teleported back to the tent, embracing the crossdressing man and continuing his slumber. In the following days, whether it was Zhang Fan on Changheng Island or Zhang Fan on Chongzhou Island, life was peaceful. The former, accompanied by Jingya, hunted zombies across the Demon Sea. The latter, with the crossdressing man, operated in Jinyang City. Under the leadership of the clones, the hunting team killed zombies in both the Demon Sea and Chongzhou Island. In just a few days, whether it was Zhang Fan the lender or the workers like Jingya the crossdressing man and the hunting team members, all made rapid progress, leaping in levels. Jingya and the crossdressing man both broke through to the 8th level. Among the 432 hunting team members, 16 reached the 7th level, 144 reached the 6th, and the rest were all at the 5th level. 2 at the 8th level. 16 at the 7th. 144 at the 6th. The rest all at the 5th. Such strength was incomparably greater than on the night of June 30th. After all, the entire team had only Zhang Fan at the 8th level back then. Everyone else, including Jingya, had only 2 at the 5th level. There were just over a dozen at the 4th, most were at the 2nd, and fewer than 100 at the 3rd. Now compare that to the present. The difference was like night and day. The question arose, since his subordinates had improved so much, what level was Zhang Fan the leader at now? The answer, of course, was the 9th level. 2 days ago Zhang Fan had successfully broken through to become a 9th level ability user. 9th level physique. 9th level abilities. 9th level attack range. Both far surpassed the 8th level. It could almost be described as world-shattering. For instance, Zhang Fan's domain now covered an astonishing 3 kilometers. This meant that once Zhang Fan launched an attack, everything within a 3-kilometer radius was within his range. Such an attack was comparable to a small-yield nuclear bomb. He was essentially a humanoid nuclear weapon. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that over these days scattered survivors had gradually joined the Changheng Island survivor base. The base's team members now numbered over 600. The strength of these new members was uneven. Although Zhang Fan had also lent them the infinite loot ability, they had joined too recently and were weaker than the veteran members. Today was July 10th. On the 10th, 20th, and 30th or 31st of each month, the Changheng Island base had a day off, amounting to 3 rest days per month. Naturally, today, the 10th, was another holiday. But no one went out and no one was in the mood to have fun. Everyone stayed within the residential area, either gathering to play cards or staying in their rooms to sleep. On July 10th, as usual, blood rain would fall tonight, causing another major evolution of the zombies. Haunted by past shadows, no one dared to relax today. Even on a day off, they had no interest in going out. Thus the entire Shuyun residential area was as quiet as usual, still and silent. As evening arrived after dinner, everyone gathered together, not returning to their rooms, waiting for the blood rain. Time quickly reached 7 p.m. Zhang Fan along with Jingya and the others arrived at Shuyun residential area. Looking at the sky just moments ago, it had been full of stars, but now it was overcast with rolling thunder. The boss is here. Great. With the boss here, I feel at ease. Seeing Zhang Fan and the others emerge from the teleportation gate, the team members breathed a collective sigh of relief, finding their anchor. Everyone, don't worry. Zhang Fan said casually. The progress you've all made over these 10 days is evident to all. It's no exaggeration to say you've been reborn. Have confidence in yourselves and go back to rest. Zhang Fan's words were simple and his tone calm, but to everyone listening they were like a shot of adrenaline, lifting their spirits and boosting their confidence. Indeed, they were no longer the same people from 10 days ago. Their strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. Why be afraid? If the zombies dared to come, they would simply cut them down for training. With this thought, the team members dispersed, returning to their rooms to sleep and rest. Zhang Fan also took Jingya back to the top floor room. It was still early and neither felt like resting. They leaned together, watching a movie and eating popcorn. Thanks to Lu Heng's efforts, the base had long since installed solar photovoltaic panels. Now all the electricity used by the team came from solar power. Daily lighting, watching TV, movies and charging phones and computers were no problem at all. The only annoyance was the lack of internet. They could only watch saved media files. Fortunately, after days of collection, the team had amassed a rich library of film and television resources, enough to ensure everyone could watch movies, TV shows or various variety programs. Crack! After an unknown time, a thunderclap nearly deafening erupted outside the window. The next moment a pounding sound rang out from outside, a dense drum-like rhythm striking the ground, producing a muffled jarring noise. Bang bang bang, is it raining? The couple exchanged glances. It doesn't sound like it. Let's go see. Zhang Fan pressed the remote to pause the movie, and together with Jingya they went to the window. Pulling back the curtain, the pre-installed searchlights were already on, illuminating the entire Shuyun residential area as bright as day. By the light they could clearly see things falling from the sky like bullets. It's hailing, Jingya exclaimed. Not just that, Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. Look closely, there's no blood rain this time, it's all hail. Jingya looked immediately. In just a short while a thin layer of hail had covered the ground. Hailstones the size of horse eyes piled up like snow or riverbed pebbles. Dazzlingly red. Eerily red. Uncannily red. Through the hail not a single drop of rain could be seen, for the ground was dry. This time it's only hail, no blood rain. No rain, only hail. This is too strange. What trick is the heavens playing again? Could it be that with the evolution of zombies the blood rain is also upgrading? You might not be wrong, there is indeed a possibility. If we think back to the blood rain after the apocalypse, the one on the night of May 31st lasted less than half an hour, and then on June 10th it lasted for 2 hours. The later it got, the heavier the blood rain became, lasting longer, and last time there was even hail. This time astonishingly the blood rain is gone, replaced entirely by hail. Blood rain, it is indeed upgrading. The effects of hail should be far stronger than blood rain. I wonder what trick will be pulled tonight. Don't be afraid, we have the boss. With the boss in charge, are we still afraid of the zombies turning the world upside down? Exactly. I heard from Secretary Lu yesterday that the boss has already broken through to level 9. Tisk tisk, level 9. No matter how much the zombies evolve, can they compete with a level 9 ability user? Hiss. The boss really broke through to level 9. Secretary Lu said it personally. Can that be false? The boss is amazing. It hasn't been long and he's already broken through to level 9, it's like he's cheating. Ha ha ha, isn't everyone in the entire base cheating now? After all, in just 10 days everyone in the base has at least increased by 3 levels. That's true. The unusual blood rain naturally caught the attention of everyone in the team. Many people gathered in small groups using bright searchlights to look at the hail outside, discussing animatedly. Roar, a beast-like roar rang out, drawing everyone's attention. What sound is that? Are there zombies coming again? Everyone's hearts tightened, and as they turned to look in the direction of the sound they saw a zombie standing under a big tree in the corner of the community. Oh, it's Big Beauty. You scared me. I thought the zombie army was attacking again. Look at Big Beauty. What's wrong with her? What happened to her? During the day Zhang Fan had specifically called back Big Beauty and Big Clever to guard the community. Although Big Clever and Big Beauty are both zombies, their personalities and temperaments are completely different. Big Clever is a jokester, cheerful and enjoys life, so he prefers to stay indoors. Zhang Fan arranged for Lu Chang to set up a room for Big Clever to stay in. Big Beauty on the other hand is cold as ice, like a giant iceberg, unsmiling and keeps people at a distance. Moreover, she doesn't like staying indoors. She has always lived outside, braving the wind and rain, and has never stayed in a room. Today she has been under the big tree in the corner of the community, and the earlier roar was from her. After the hail fell, Big Beauty became agitated, opening her mouth to inhale, producing a terrifying sucking force. Buzz buzz buzz, the hail on the ground was drawn towards her, flying into Big Beauty's mouth. Swish swish swish, Big Beauty was voraciously devouring the surrounding hail. After frantically consuming for about 5 minutes, a strange blood-red flame suddenly erupted from her body. Let's tentatively call it a flame. A blood-red entity resembling flames enveloped Big Beauty entirely, looking just like real fire. Roar, under the cover of the blood-red flames, Big Bowtie's aura rapidly strengthened, climbing steadily. She continued to consume hail and her aura kept increasing. Once her strength maximized, Big Bowtie's aura finally came to a halt, but that wasn't the end. Roar! Big Beauty suddenly let out a chilling scream. Her skin emitted a sizzling sound as purple substances began to emerge from her flesh. Like bamboo shoots after a rain, they quickly covered her entire body. What happened to Big Beauty? Is she not evolving? Why are so many purple things emerging from her skin? What is this? It looks like scales, like the scales of a python. Now that you mention it, it does resemble python scales. Zhang Fan and Jingya also stared at Big Beauty, focusing on the suddenly emerging purple substances. The purple substances were smeared with bright red blood, making it hard to see their true appearance. But as the blood gradually slipped away, the purple substances began to reveal their true form. They were oval-shaped, resembling snake scales, neatly covering Big Bowtie's skin like armor, crawling all over her body. Her face, neck, her entire body was covered in purple scales. Big Beauty looked like a humanoid monster wrapped in white scales, exuding an eerie and noble aura. But that wasn't all. With two soft pops, a pair of bloody, flesh balls emerged from the protruding bones on her back at the shoulder blades. These flesh balls dripped with blood, gradually expanding into a pair of small wings. A pair of palm-sized wings. Roar! Big Beauty let out a long howl, and the sucking force in her mouth became even more violent, pulling all the hail within a 1-kilometer radius towards her mouth. After devouring a massive amount of hail, the blood-colored aura swirling around Big Beauty became denser, like an inescapable blood mist, increasingly bizarre and vivid. In front of everyone, the small wings growing from Big Bowtie's back expanded in the wind 30 centimeters, 50 centimeters, 1 m, 2 m, 3 m, until they reached over 4 meters before finally stopping. What the? Everyone, including Zhang Fan, was already stunned, staring blankly at the wings on Big Bowtie's back. These wings neither resembled those of a bird nor a bat, instead they looked more like butterfly wings covered in purple scales. What's going on? Zhang Fan was completely bewildered. Big Beauty actually grew wings. What kind of plot twist is this? Big Beauty had just evolved to level 8, which Zhang Fan could tell, so he wasn't surprised. Before tonight, Big Beauty was already a level 7 zombie, and evolving to level 8 due to tonight's hail seemed quite normal. She indeed evolved to level 8, but the problem is, after evolving to level 8, Big Beauty grew scales and wings. This is too strange. Did Big Beauty mutate, or is it that zombies all undergo such changes after evolving to level 8? Jingya glanced at Big Beauty and then turned to the man beside her, frowning as she asked. I'm not sure. Zhang Fan slowly shook his head. Before this, none of us had seen an 8-level zombie, so we know nothing about it. Naturally, we have no way to deduce Big Beauty's situation. However, after tonight. Just as Zhang Fan was speaking, suddenly another roar interrupted his words. Zhang Fan turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw Big Clever standing on the rooftop of a building undergoing rapid changes. De Tsongming appeared on the rooftop of a neighboring building at some unknown time. Like De Piaoyang, it was frantically devouring the surrounding hailstones. As it continued to consume, its aura steadily rose. In no time it broke through to level 8, becoming an 8th-level zombie. Then it began to transform. White scales pierced its skin, crawling across its body and covering it entirely. With two soft pops, two tender little horns emerged from its forehead, rapidly growing. Soon the horns reached 20 centimeters in length and split into 4 branches resembling deer antlers. Pop! At the same time, a bloodied tail sprouted from the coccyx above De Tsongming's rear. Shaped like a serpent's tail, it instantly grew to 1.5 meters long. The tail was smeared with blood, beneath which lay white scales like pure suet jade. Roar! De Tsongming threw its head back and roared a high and resonant sound like a tiger's growl or a dragon's cry, shaking the hearts of everyone present. De Tsongming has mutated too. Jingya stared blankly at De Tsongming. Both De Piaoyang and De Tsongming underwent this mutation after evolving to level 8. Zhang Fan's voice was heavy. It's clear now. All zombies undergo this change upon reaching level 8. Shock filled Zhang Fan's heart. He had never known that zombies would undergo such a transformation upon reaching level 8, it was truly beyond belief. Level 6 zombies awakened the essence-draining ability. Level 8 zombies mutated simultaneously. What kind of creatures were zombies, and what changes would they undergo in the future? Zhang Fan knew nothing of all this, but he was deeply wary. In some ways, zombies truly seemed more favored by the heavens. First the blood rain, then the hailstones, and now this mutation, the heavens' favor toward zombies was almost enviable. Jingya nodded lightly, a hint of gravity in her brow. This change is unprecedented. I wonder how it will affect their combat prowess. We'll ask De Piaoyang and De Tsongming later. After their mutations ended, De Piaoyang and De Tsongming did not stop devouring the blood-colored hailstones. The force of their devouring greatly increased and the range they could cover expanded several-fold. At level 7 they could only consume hailstones within 500 meters, and now they could cover a kilometer. As vast amounts of hailstones were drawn into their bodies, the blood-colored flames around them grew denser, thicker and hotter. Their auras became more terrifying, more ferocious and more heart-stopping. Fortunately, they remained quiet, merely devouring the hailstones in cultivation without further changes. The team watched for a while, then relaxed and began discussing among themselves. What's happening with De Piaoyang and De Tsongming? One grew wings, the other grew horns and a tail. Why are they different? The common trait is that both grew scales, though different colors, one purple, one white. Did they evolve to level 8? Do all zombies undergo this change at level 8? It seems so. Alas. We've all experienced the apocalypse for the first time. We know nothing about the future or zombies. Faced with this unknown, we're completely in the dark. That's true. Who isn't experiencing the apocalypse for the first time? Do you think someone actually reincarnated from the end times? Haha, in many apocalyptic novels the protagonist reincarnates from the end times. The team chatted and laughed, the atmosphere quite relaxed. Whoosh! Suddenly a piercing sound of something breaking the air came from above like a supersonic jet streaking across the sky at beyond sound speed. What's that sound? Everyone jolted and looked up, but the sky was too dark to see anything. It's too dark. Can't see a thing. Honey, can you see? Jingya quickly asked the man beside her. Zhang Fan's eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. He stood frozen, long silent. Seeing his expression, Jingya knew her man had spotted something extraordinary. Anxious and puzzled, she tugged at his arm. Boom! Then another thunderous sound of air being torn echoed, followed by one after another. The sky seemed filled with countless supersonic jets racing past. What is it? Jingya's curiosity was unbearable. She was about to ask Zhang Fan again when his face changed drastically. Damn it. Domain ability. Zhang Fan's domain instantly spread, enveloping the entire Shuyun residential area, protecting everyone and every building within. The next second Jingya saw countless giant water spheres in the sky crashing down like meteorites. Boom! Each of these giant water spheres was hundreds of meters in size, carrying massive amounts of water, and there were an overwhelming number of them. If they had crashed down directly, even if the buildings held, the entire area would have been flooded. Fortunately, Zhang Fan's domain was there. The domain acted like a barrier, steadfastly protecting the whole area. The water spheres collided with the domain and were all blocked outside, only producing booming impacts. The collision lasted several minutes before the sounds gradually faded. What just happened? The sky was too dark, I didn't see anything clearly. The impact was so violent. Was it a meteor? Nonsense. If it were a meteor, we'd be dead 1,000 times over. Did something attack the area but the boss blocked it? Wasn't someone installing floodlights the other day? Did they put any pointing upward? Ask Lu Heng. Where is Lu Heng? The team erupted in chatter discussing the incident. Swoosh! Just then lights on the rooftops of buildings turned on and beams of light shot up from each rooftop, piercing the dark night sky. Now everyone finally saw what was in the sky, and they all froze in place. The sky was densely packed with hundreds of colossal beings standing proudly above the clouds like heavenly soldiers. The smallest were over 10 meters long, the largest more than 30 meters. Some were golden, some silver white, some pitch black, some dark with green. Are these aquatic zombies? They don't look like it. Aquatic zombies are still zombies. Shouldn't their skin be grayish white and their eyes dead fish eyes? Look at these, their colors are completely different. Look closely, these monsters all seem to have horns very similar to De Tsongming's. Look at the leading one. Is it a dragon? It really looks like a dragon. The night was as dark as ink and hailstones fell like a waterfall. The entire world was silent except for the relentless pounding of hail against the ground and buildings. At that moment everyone in the residential complex stared fixedly at the monsters hovering overhead, struck dumb. Many monsters were suspended in the air above the complex, clearly belonging to the aquatic zombie category, yet they were vastly different from ordinary aquatic zombies. Previously aquatic zombies were merely aquatic animals transformed into zombies, zombie fish, zombie turtles, zombie crabs, and so forth. Like land zombies, aquatic zombies had the pallid floating corpse skin and cataract-like dead fish eyes. However, these hovering aquatic zombies were dramatically different from the ones seen before. They bore brightly colored scales, some black, some purple, some white. Their eyes were no longer dead fish eyes but displayed a variety of different forms. They all grew horns, some were curved like ox horns, some were spiraled unicorn horns, and some resembled deer antlers. Their appearances were vastly distinct from ordinary aquatic zombies. Ordinary aquatic zombies, though larger than their former aquatic animal counterparts, generally retained similar appearances given their origin as transformed aquatic life. These monsters before them not only had horns and were covered in various scales, but some even grew claws. The most astonishing was the serpentine behemoth at the lead. Its body exceeded 30 meters in length with a girth as thick as a Wuling Hongguang minivan, and its surface was clad in pitch-black scales. What was truly miraculous? It had 2 horns on its forehead and 2 claws growing from its abdomen, each claw divided into 4 toes. 2 horns. 2 claws. Was this a snake? It looked more like a flood dragon. Honey, these monsters. Jingya couldn't help but grip her husband's hand tightly, her brows furrowed as she stared intently at the creatures in the sky. Before, Zhang Fan would have been clueless about their origins, but after witnessing the transformations of De Piaoyang and De Tsongming, he had already guessed where these monsters came from. They are like De Piaoyang and De Tsongming, aquatic zombies that evolved to level 8 and then mutated. Zhang Fan said slowly. Look at that one, entirely golden, it should be a level 8 zombie large yellow croaker. And that silvery white one is probably a level 8 zombie hairtail, if that snake-like one is a zombie eel. As for that flood dragon. Zhang Fan's gaze fell upon the largest, most majestic and most eye-catching flood dragon among the monster horde. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a zombie snake. Or, Zhang Fan mused, given its appearance calling it a snake might be somewhat inappropriate. It should be called a flood dragon zombie. Flood dragons and dragons. The difference between them is vast. The most obvious features are the horns and claws, which are entirely distinct. Dragon antlers resemble deer antlers with branches. Flood dragon horns are short and straight without branches. Dragons have 4 claws, a pair on the chest and a pair on the abdomen. Each claw has 5 toes, much like human hands and feet, which have 5 fingers or toes. Flood dragons have only 2 claws, both located on the abdomen, and each claw has only 4 toes. I simply can't fathom why zombies upon evolving to level 8 undergo such mutations. Jing Ya's eyes were filled with astonishment. Now even flood dragons have appeared. Will there be even more bizarre things later? Hard to say. Zhang Fan replied slowly, but it's nothing major. The apocalypse has already erupted, zombies have emerged, and we've awakened our abilities. Even if stranger things appear, it's not beyond comprehension. True enough. Similar conversations were taking place throughout the complex. It must be said that the appearance of this group of aquatic zombies delivered a tremendous visual shock to the team. It left everyone utterly astounded. Roar! At that moment the leading flood dragon zombie suddenly craned its neck and let out a high-pitched resonant dragon's cry. The terrifying sound waves rolled down like thunderclaps exploding in the air. Even with the domain barrier in place, the sound penetrated through and reached everyone's ears. Crack! Glass shattered everywhere. Many people cried out in pain, clutching their heads and crouching to the ground, letting out agonized groans as blood trickled from their ears. Wretch, how dare you! Zhang Fan's expression darkened. With a furious roar he appeared in the air above the domain in an instant, glaring coldly at the flood dragon zombie. The flood dragon zombie ceased its roar, its fragmented golden vertical pupils fixed on Zhang Fan, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes. Growl! The flood dragon zombie gave a low growl, and one of its zombie underlings stepped forward, charging directly at Zhang Fan. It was a zombie moray eel. Its body exceeded 15 meters in length with a girth thicker than an adult man. Its surface was covered in dark brown scales, and on its head grew 2 long slender sharp horns that seemed ready to pierce the sky. This was a level 8 zombie moray eel. Most incredibly, the pair of pectoral fins on its abdomen had become enormous, like 2 massive wings spreading to an astonishing wingspan of 30 meters. With a gentle flap, wild winds howled. Roar! The moray eel zombie let out a piercing shriek, its ventral fins flapping lightly as its streamlined body transformed into a streak of light tearing through the air and shooting toward Zhang Fan like lightning. Whoosh! its speed was incredible. In an instant it broke the sound barrier, unleashing a shrill sonic boom. At supersonic speed, a distance of several dozen meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. The moray eel zombie opened its massive maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth like a file, and lunged to bite Zhang Fan's neck as if intending to sever his throat in one bite. Zhang Fan snorted coldly. He grasped the air and instantly crushed the moray eel zombie's heart. The heart manipulation ability. SSS. The moray eel zombie froze before Zhang Fan, its body twitching and convulsing slightly as it let out a pained hiss. Evolution comes at a price. This truth applies perfectly to zombies. In the early days of the apocalypse, all zombies were ordinary, level 1 or level 2. Such zombies felt no fatigue, no pain. Their only fatal weak point was the head. Only by severing the head would they die. As they continued to evolve, as their levels increased, the zombies' physical bodies gradually revived, gradually regained vitality, and gradually became capable of feeling pain. By level 5, a zombie's body was almost fully revived and could fully experience pain. This meant that a zombie's vital weak points were no longer limited to the head. Other parts could also be fatal. Injury to any part could severely cripple a zombie. This was the price, the cost of zombies evolving into life. Thus, after Zhang Fan crushed its heart, this moray eel zombie was completely incapacitated. However, its vitality was extremely tenacious. It did not die immediately but merely convulsed violently. It convulsed in excruciating pain. Level 8 zombies really have too much life. Zhang Fan remarked admiringly. A red thread materialized out of thin air, wrapping swiftly around the moray eel zombie's neck. Then he gave a gentle tug. Thud! The moray eel zombie's head was instantly severed from its body, and torrents of blood gushed out profusely as if free for the taking. A single strike, the 8th level zombie was slain. 4 light clusters fell. 1 was gold, 1 silver, and 2 were white. Zhang Fan picked them up one by one. Physique 12 million. Spirit 390000. Acquired water control ability. Acquired essence absorption ability. As expected of an 8th level ability, the rewards are indeed generous. Zhang Fan sighed inwardly. A single 8th level zombie had granted him a physique boost of 12 million. If he hunted several more 8th level zombies, would he not break through to the 10th level in no time? Zhang Fan turned his gaze to the remaining aquatic zombies, a burning glint flashing in his eyes. There were at least several hundred 8th level zombies here. If he killed them all, it should allow him to break through to the 10th level, shouldn't it? The aquatic zombies also looked at Zhang Fan, but their expressions were entirely different, a mix of fury and shock. They were enraged because this human Zhang Fan was audacious enough to hunt their kind. It was utterly unforgivable. They were shocked because Zhang Fan had killed the sea eel zombie with a single strike. Just how powerful was he? Roar! The leading flood dragon zombie let out a low growl. Its fragmented golden vertical pupils erupted with boundless rage. Roar! Instantly a water spear materialized out of thin air beside the flood dragon zombie. This water spear was 100 meters long, thicker than a heavy truck on the street. Its tip was sharp and thin, finer than a needle, reflecting a cold gleam under the searchlight. The flood dragon zombie lashed its long tail, and the water spear instantly pierced through the void, shooting toward Zhang Fan like lightning. Whoosh! The spear tore through the air, emitting a shrill sound, its speed exceeding the speed of sound. Under normal circumstances, a water spear flying at such speed would have disintegrated long ago. But this one did not. The terrifying air resistance seemed to have no effect on it as it continuously advanced at supersonic speeds. So fast. Zhang Fan's heart tightened, and the power of his domain formed an impenetrable barrier before him. Thud! The immensely thick water spear carrying a surging impact force slammed heavily into the domain barrier. With a tremendous resonant boom like a great bell, the domain barrier shook violently. At the same time, it emitted a buzzing sound like a plastic greenhouse battered by a fierce gale on the verge of collapse at any moment. Such terrifying power. Zhang Fan's expression changed drastically. From this spear he sensed an overwhelming, unmatched force, something he had never encountered before. This creature is a 9th level zombie. Zhang Fan stared intently at the flood dragon zombie, a flicker of caution mingled with intense curiosity in his eyes. The flood dragon zombie before him was the first 9th level existence Zhang Fan had ever encountered besides himself. A 9th level zombie. An entity equal to his own level. He actually blocked it. A thunderous roar suddenly sounded in his ears as a flash of astonishment crossed the flood dragon zombie's eyes. It seemed not to have anticipated that Zhang Fan could withstand its attack, leaving it somewhat shaken. But after the shock, the flood dragon zombie quickly regained its composure. So what if you blocked 1? Can you block 2, 3 or even 10? Rumble. The flood dragon zombie swiped its long tail and immediately everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shake violently. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? No. It can't be. The team members were panicked. The next second an incredibly thick water column suddenly burst through the ground, flying toward the flood dragon zombie in the sky. Condense. The flood dragon zombie let out a dragon roar. The water column instantly converged wildly, quickly forming a second 100-meter-long truck-thick water spear. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth. In just over 10 seconds more than a dozen 100-meter-long water spears materialized around the flood dragon zombie. These water spears seemed cast from the same mold, identical in length, thickness, sharpness, and equally oppressive to behold. Go! The flood dragon zombie lashed its tail. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, over a dozen 100-meter-long water spears shot forth like intercontinental ballistic missiles. They tore through the air, emitting a piercing screech all exceeding the speed of sound. Watching the 100-meter spears fly overhead and hearing their sonic booms, everyone was awestruck. How terrifying! Just from the sound of the sonic booms, everyone could fully sense the fearsome power contained in these water spears. If they were struck by them, wouldn't they be riddled with holes? Can the boss withstand this? Everyone grew tense. They too realized that this flood dragon zombie was no ordinary zombie, it might even be a 9th-level zombie. Facing a 9th-level zombie in the form of a flood dragon, could the boss hold his ground? No one was certain. Husband. Jing Ya's delicate brows were tightly knit, her watery eyes filled with worry, her heart clenched. Boom boom boom, over a dozen 100-meter water spears like multiple intercontinental missiles struck the domain barrier one after another. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz, with each impact the domain barrier shook violently. With each impact it grew weaker, and with each impact Zhang Fan's expression darkened. After the 9th water spear struck the domain barrier, it finally could no longer withstand the assault. Like shattered glass, it cracked inch by inch and ultimately disintegrated into fragments. Pfft! Zhang Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, his body staggering slightly. Husband! Jing Ya's heart broke and she screamed hoarsely. Boss! Boss! The team members' faces changed drastically as they shouted. Splash! With the domain barrier gone, the dozen water spears unimpeded shot toward Zhang Fan. Just as they were about to strike him, a strange temporal fluctuation spread out. The fierce water spears were instantly frozen in place. Behind Zhang Fan a pitch-black portal appeared. Through the portal one could see the dark river water outside. It led to the Yangtze River near the island. Zhang Fan dispelled the time freeze, then sidestepped as the dozen water spears shot in a swarm toward the portal. They plunged into the portal and vanished without a trace. The portal slowly faded and soon disappeared before his eyes. The flood dragon zombie watched this scene, a hint of surprise flashing in its fragmented golden vertical pupils. This human had neutralized its attack in such a manner, somewhat unexpected. Zhang Fan wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, then looked at the blood on his fingers and suddenly smiled. I'm actually injured. Zhang Fan raised his head to look at the flood dragon zombie. Since the apocalypse began, you are the first to wound me. The flood dragon zombie watched coldly. To show my appreciation, I'll bring out a couple of trump cards for you to witness. Zhang Fan grinned at the flood dragon zombie. You're in the form of a flood dragon, so I too shall transform into a dragon. I too shall transform into a dragon. Zhang Fan's voice was not loud, yet it reverberated clearly above the residential area, ringing in everyone's ears. I too shall transform into a dragon. What does that mean? Could it be that the boss can also turn into a dragon like that flood dragon zombie? But how is that possible? The boss is clearly human. How can a human become a dragon? The crowd, filled with doubt, looked at Zhang Fan in confusion. Then everyone witnessed Zhang Fan's transformation. With soft popping sounds, patches of golden scales emerged from Zhang Fan's skin like bamboo shoots after rain, instantly covering his entire body. Everyone's bodies trembled violently. This scene was all too familiar. When De Piaoyang and De Zongming had evolved to level 8 and changed, the situation was identical to Zhang Fan's at this moment. Could it be? A terrifying thought arose in everyone's hearts. With two more soft pops, a pair of forked antler-like dragon horns emerged from Zhang Fan's forehead. Simultaneously, Zhang Fan's body began to elongate. His limbs transformed. His stature rapidly increased. His limbs became dragon claws. His head elongated and reshaped. His clothes burst and tore apart. When the transformation ceased, Zhang Fan had vanished, replaced by a 5-clawed golden dragon over 9 meters in length, its entire body covered in golden scales with a pair of horns on its head. Yes, 5-clawed. This golden dragon into which Zhang Fan had transformed bore 4 claws under its belly, a pair at the chest and another at the abdomen, totaling 4 claws. Each claw was shaped like an eagle's talon and had 5 toes. This was a genuine 5-clawed golden dragon. In contrast, the flood dragon zombie had only 2 claws located at its abdomen, each with just 4 toes. Thus it was a 4-clawed flood dragon. A dragon. Has the boss really turned into a dragon? This. How is it possible? How did the boss do it? Could the boss be the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, walking among mortals, always interacting with us as an ordinary person? Is that so? I never knew there was such a big shot by my side. Leaving everything else aside, the dragon the boss turned into is truly magnificent. With golden scales all over, dragon claws under the belly, a pair of horns on the head, and the 2 dragon whiskers at the corners of its mouth, absolutely stunning. And look at that flood dragon zombie, pitch black like a loach. What kind of creature is it? Strength is one thing, but style lasts a lifetime. So cool. It'll always support the boss. Witnessing Zhang Fan's transformation into a dragon brought immense shock and a powerful visual impact to everyone. How could a perfectly normal person turn into a dragon? As the crowd murmured among themselves, the flood dragon zombie opposite Zhang Fan was equally stunned. This human had also turned into a dragon. The flood dragon zombie found it utterly baffling. The reason it had transformed into a dragon was because it was a python-type zombie. Upon evolving to level 8, like all level 8 zombies, it had also mutated, growing dragon scales, 2 claws and dragon horns, making it resemble a flood dragon. Yes, resemble. It itself wasn't entirely sure if it was truly a flood dragon. But it considered itself a flood dragon, believing that only such a legendary divine creature was worthy of its identity. Never did it expect that this human would also transform into a dragon, casting a shadow over the flood dragon zombie's heart. One mountain cannot harbor 2 tigers. Out of concern for its own status, the flood dragon zombie did not wish for another dragon to exist in this world. Flood dragon zombie. Zhang Fan, now a dragon, spoke in human tongue, his voice like rolling thunder. How do I look? Not bad, Human, do not be so arrogant. The flood dragon zombie's fragmented golden vertical pupils stared intently at Zhang Fan. In my eyes you are nothing but an insignificant speck. 1 claw of mine can crush you. Feel free to try. Zhang Fan twisted his dragon head, producing crisp cracking sounds. I must warn you, if you fail to crush me, then you will surely be crushed by me today. In a word, either kill me or be killed by me. Human, you will die. The flood dragon zombie let out a dragon roar, its rolling sound waves exploding like thunder. The next second the flood dragon zombie lashed its tail, turning into a streak of black light and shooting toward Zhang Fan like lightning. Well met. Zhang Fan was not flustered. He slammed his dragon claw and also turned into a golden lightning bolt, charging forward fearlessly. Seeing this, the hearts of the others in the team tightened. Although the boss had also transformed into a dragon, the dragon he became was too small, less than a third the size of the flood dragon zombie. Could the boss defeat it? Everyone was skeptical. Under the watchful eyes of all, the golden dragon and the flood dragon zombie collided. Like 2 high-speed locomotives crashing violently together, a deafening boom erupted. With a piercing cry, the flood dragon zombie spat blood and was sent flying backward, howling in agony. It then hurtled straight toward a building, slamming into it with full force. With a rumbling crash, the 6-story building, fragile as a sandcastle, collapsed under the impact of the flood dragon zombie. Damn it. Crap. Get out. Many people were living in that building, and they too suffered the consequences, scrambling out in panic. They were now all level 5 superpowered individuals, each like a superhuman. A collapsing building couldn't kill them. With a roar, debris burst outward as the flood dragon zombie emerged from the ruins, hovering in midair, glaring furiously at Zhang Fan. Human, I will kill you. The flood dragon zombie's fragmented golden vertical pupils locked onto Zhang Fan, its body radiating a violent, wrathful aura. With those words it lunged at Zhang Fan again. Think I'm afraid of you? The two dragons, one black and one gold, engaged in another fierce battle. With a single light claw strike, Zhang Fan sent the black flood dragon flying, then closed in and grabbed with his sharp claws. Like a sharp hook cutting through tofu, Zhang Fan's dragon claws easily pierced the black flood dragon's scales, then raked across its belly, leaving a long bloody gash. The black flood dragon, wincing in pain, swung its thick tail like a steel whip, aiming a fierce blow at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan twisted his body lightly, easily dodging the black dragon's tail, and retaliated with two claw strikes. With a tearing sound, two more bloody gashes appeared on the black flood dragon's tail and torrents of dragon blood spilled. The battle continued. Everyone could see that although Zhang Fan was smaller, only 9 meters long, while the black flood dragon stretched 30 meters, their combat abilities were clearly not on the same level. Zhang Fan was faster, more agile, repeatedly raking bloody wounds across the black flood dragon's body. The black flood dragon suffered one setback after another, yet after attacking for a long time it couldn't even touch Zhang Fan's body. After just 2 minutes of fierce combat, Zhang Fan bore not a single scratch, while the black flood dragon was drenched in blood, its scales shattered, covered in countless bloody gashes. Roaring in fury, the black flood dragon attacked with even greater ferocity and speed, yet it couldn't even touch Zhang Fan's tail. The disparity in their speed was visibly immense. Flood dragon zombie, is this all you've got? How disappointing. Enough, be gone. Through the previous battle, Zhang Fan had roughly determined the disparity in combat prowess between himself and the flood dragon corpse. Overall, after his draconic transformation, he completely suppressed the flood dragon corpse in every aspect: strength, speed, agility, defense and neural response, far surpassing it. His strength was greater, his speed faster, his defense stronger, his movements more nimble, and his neural responses quicker. Although both were level 9, the gap was as evident as that between a robust young man and a decrepit old man. This was only natural. After draconic transformation, all of Zhang Fan's attributes were amplified tenfold. How could the flood dragon corpse stand against him? Having realized this, Zhang Fan grew weary of the fight. There was no pleasure in bullying the weak, it was time to end it. Electric current surged across Zhang Fan's body. With a crackling boom, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket erupted from him and hurtled toward the nearby flood dragon corpse. No! The flood dragon corpse's eyes bulged with terror before the lightning struck. With a sharp crack, its head exploded, instantly pulverized into a bloody paste by the thunderbolt. Simultaneously, countless bolts of lightning danced wildly across its form. Its scales shattered and its entire body convulsed violently, twitching and spasming uncontrollably as if possessed. After a moment, the lightning gradually dissipated and the massive body of the flood dragon corpse plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily. A resounding boom echoed as everyone looked. They saw that nearly all its scales were shattered, its flesh charred black. It was as though it had been scorched by flames, most of its tissue highly carbonized. One strike. And he killed this level 9 flood dragon corpse. Our boss is just too powerful. This flood dragon corpse was also a level 9 zombie, yet it was utterly dominated by the boss. Just as I guessed, our boss is undoubtedly the strongest even among those of the same level. It's only natural. With so many abilities, the boss is absolutely invincible at the same level. What I'm curious about is how many constitution points the boss will gain from killing this flood dragon corpse. This is a level 9 zombie, at least over 100 million, right? Over 100 million. That's terrifying. It's normal. The higher the zombie's level, the more constitution points it provides and the greater the benefit. With the boss strength, even if he only hunts level 7 and above zombies daily, he can amass a sea of constitution points. That's why his cultivation speed is so fast. It's a virtuous cycle. If the boss collects the light orbs dropped by this flood dragon corpse, can he break through to level 10 in one go? That's hard to say. Could he break through to level 10? The answer was of course no. After the flood dragon corpse died, it dropped only 5 light orbs, 1 gold, 1 silver and 3 white. He picked up the gold orb constitution 230 million. He picked up the silver orb spirit 203 million. He picked up the white orbs. He obtained the water control ability, the essence absorption ability and the mutation ability. The water control and essence absorption abilities were unremarkable. What caught Zhang Fan's attention was the mutation ability. After integrating this ability, Zhang Fan understood its nature. The mutation ability caused abnormal changes in the body. This change was almost identical to the transformations of De Piaoyang and De Zongming with slight differences in detail but essentially the same in nature. Recalling the changes in De Piaoyang and De Zongming, Zhang Fan realized the mutation ability was likely a power all zombies gained upon evolving to level 8, much like how all level 6 zombies acquired the essence absorption ability. All zombies evolving to level 6 gain the essence absorption ability, accelerating their evolution. All zombies evolving to level 8 gain the mutation ability, enhancing their combat prowess. This zombie species is truly blessed by the heavens. The heavens clearly treated zombies and humans differently. Zombies were like favored sons. The blood rain every 10 days greatly accelerated their evolution. Upon reaching level 6 they awakened the essence absorption ability, and at level 8 they awakened the mutation ability. The heavens force-fed them advantages. Humans on the other hand were like stepchildren, given nothing and hunted by zombies. It was utterly tragic. Zhang Fan glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Zhang Fan. Level 9 ability user. Constitution level 9 340 million 1 billion. Spirit level 7 4. 91 million 10 million. With 340 million constitution at level 9, this level 9 zombie truly offered a generous reward. Zhang Fan felt elated. He only needed another 660 million constitution points to break through to level 10. With this thought, Zhang Fan looked toward the horde of zombie minions the Flood Dragon Corpse had brought. They appeared as a dark mass, but their numbers were actually small. It was their massive size that made them seem numerous. In reality there were only about 100 or so. However, these 100-odd zombie minions were all level 7 or 8 with astonishingly high levels. Don't disappoint me, Zhang Fan murmured as he launched his attack. A terrifying white cold current spread out of nowhere, enveloping the zombie minions from all directions. These zombie minions had already been terrified out of their wits. The moment their leader, the Flood Dragon Corpse, was killed, they were scared witless and wanted to flee. But trapped within Zhang Fan's domain, escape was nothing but a pipe dream. Now, seeing the white cold current surging toward them, they could only resign themselves to death in despair and terror. The horrifying cold current swept through, and in mere seconds over 100 zombie minions were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, then fell to the ground like dumplings. They shattered upon impact, turning into ice shards on the ground, leaving behind only a multitude of light orbs. Collect. Constitution 10. 8 million. Constitution 11. 3 million. Constitution 17 million. A surging torrent of warmth rampaged within his body, invading Zhang Fan's being like a raging tide. Every cell, every muscle, every bone greedily devoured the warmth, growing stronger under its nourishment. Looking at Zhang Fan's constitution stat, it surged 500 million, 600 million, 700 million. It quickly breached the 900 million mark, then charged ahead, ultimately reaching the 1 billion threshold. Then it stopped. Yes, it stopped. It remained utterly still. What's going on? Zhang Fan noticed this and froze in place. The warmth still raged within him, and a third of the gold orbs on the ground remained uncollected. Yet the constitution growth had halted, stuck at level 9, 1 billion, unmoving. Why is this happening? Zhang Fan was utterly baffled. This had never occurred before. Previously, whenever he collected constitution orbs, the constitution stat on his attribute panel would increase synchronously. From level 1 to level 9 he had never encountered such stagnation. It was too strange. Could it be that my constitution has reached its peak and will never increase again? Zhang Fan was somewhat frustrated. He refused to believe it and continued collecting the remaining gold orbs. The surging warmth continued to flood his body, raging through his limbs and bones, yet his constitution refused to grow. When the last gold orb vanished and the final wave of warmth dissipated, the constitution stat had not changed at all. Who the hell can tell me what's going on? Zhang Fan was utterly dejected. Zhang Fan was utterly frustrated. Just because his physique could no longer improve, he had wasted over 30 golden light orbs. These were physique orbs that could provide millions, even tens of millions of points, all wasted. Frustrating. On top of that, what did it mean that his physique could no longer grow? Had he truly reached his peak? Was there no way to advance further? With a troubled and vexed heart, Zhang Fan continued to pick up silver light orbs, strengthening his spirit. Spirit 30000. Spirit 280000. Spirit 90000. The good news was that his spirit was still increasing. A cool refreshing energy filled his mind and his spirit surged wildly. Zhang Fan felt his thoughts grow sharper, his memory more powerful and his ideas more agile. In the blink of an eye he had collected over 100 silver light orbs. He glanced at his status panel. Name Zhang Fan. Level 9th tier awakened. Physique 9th tier 10000000010000000000000. Spirit 7th tier 9910000010000000. Abilities several. My spirit is only 90000 short of breaking through to the 8th tier. That's just one 8th tier zombie away. But this physique. Sigh. Zhang Fan shook his head and continued to pick up white light orbs. Obtained essence absorption ability. Obtained water control ability. Obtained aberration ability. Obtained aberration ability. As he kept collecting, Zhang Fan became more certain of one thing: all 8th tier zombies possessed a common ability, aberration ability. Clearly, upon evolving to the 8th tier, zombies would awaken the aberration ability just like Zhongming and Piaoyang. Zhang Fan fused the aberration ability and then activated it. Puff puff puff, golden scales emerged from his skin and 2 sharp tender dragon horns sprouted from his forehead. With 2 more soft sounds. A pair of blood-soaked wings grew from his shoulder blades. The wings expanded with the wind and within seconds their span reached an astonishing 6 meters. These wings were different from the Piaoyang's. Her wings resembled a butterfly's, thin as cicada wings. Zhang Fan's wings were like those of a golden eagle but covered in golden feathers exuding majesty. A piercing pain shot through his coccyx as a bloody tail grew from it. In an instant, Zhang Fan transformed into a monstrous being, neither fully human nor dragon, with horns on his head, wings on his back, a tail behind him and golden scales covering his body. Boss, what the hell is this? Do you even need to ask? The boss got that mutation ability from the 8th tier zombies, the same as Piaoyang and Zhongming. This transformation looks pretty badass. How's the combat power? You'd have to ask the boss. How was the combat power? The answer was astonishing. Zhang Fan carefully assessed it and concluded that the aberration ability provided an incredible boost to combat strength. After aberration, all of the user's attributes increased 4-fold. What did that mean? It meant strength, speed, defense, agility, abilities, neural reactions, every attribute, multiplied by 4. This was undoubtedly amazing. A 4-fold increase in all attributes meant the boost in combat power was far more than just quadruple, it was dozens of times greater. That was precisely why before Zhang Fan's draconic transformation he had lost the unknown fight against the Flood Dragon zombie. Both were at the 9th tier, but with the Flood Dragon's 4-fold boost, how could Zhang Fan have stood a chance? These damn zombies, the heavens are force-feeding them. Zhang Fan shook his head. Evolving to the 6th tier. They collectively awakened the essence absorption ability, drastically speeding up their evolution. Evolving to the 8th tier. They collectively awakened the aberration ability, boosting their combat power by dozens of times. How could humans compete? Humans were nothing but prey against zombies. The heavens favor zombies far too much. Of course, as powerful as the aberration ability was, it paled in comparison to the draconic transformation ability and the 10-fold amplification ability. After all, the draconic transformation and 10-fold amplification abilities both provided a 10-fold boost while the aberration ability only gave 4-fold, the difference was clear. I can grant the aberration ability to my team to enhance their strength. Zhang Fan himself looked down on the aberration ability as he already possessed the draconic transformation and 10-fold amplification abilities. When one has a gem, who would care for a stone? In no time all the ability light orbs were collected. Zhang Fan noticed that the aquatic zombies primarily had 3 types of abilities: water control, essence absorption and aberration, or sometimes ice ability and water transformation ability. Almost all abilities were water-related, far less diverse than those of land zombies. Bang bang bang, the night was deep and hail continued to fall relentlessly, piling up thick on the ground. Marble-sized blood-red hailstones like bright red bloodstones accumulated on the earth. Piaoyang and Zhongming kept devouring them, their auras steadily strengthening. Zhang Fan unleashed his detection ability, easily covering the entire Changheng Island, and the island situation reflected back into his mind. No zombies. Zhang Fan sighed in relief and descended back to the ground. Honey. Jingya rushed over. I'm fine. Zhang Fan smiled reassuringly, then looked at the crowd in the compound and announced loudly, "Everyone come out of your rooms. I'm giving you all an ability." At these words the crowd erupted. "Boss is mighty. Boss long live. What ability is the boss giving us this time? Probably that mutation ability from the zombies. Really? Really? This transformation ability looks so cool, like the Dragon Blood Warrior from Coiling Dragon. What's Coiling Dragon? The ability Zhang Fan intended to grant was the Aberration ability. Since every 8th tier zombie had it, his subordinates certainly couldn't be left out. Zhang Fan immediately released 100 replicas to bestow the Aberration ability door to door. The first to receive it eagerly tested it out. Just like the Draconic Transformation ability, the same Aberration ability manifested differently in different people. Take Zhang Wenxi for instance. His body was covered in yellow scales with straight spiral dragon horns and a tail but no wings. Take Yang Linger for example. Her scales were crystalline white with forked antler-like dragon horns on her forehead, bat-like wings on her back and a tail. Take Chao Jia for instance. Her scales were green with purple dragon horns on her forehead, butterfly wings on her back and no tail. And so on. The aberration features varied completely from person to person. The commonality was that almost everyone had dragon horns and scales, with some having dragon wings or tails. Within half an hour over 600 team members had obtained the aberration ability, each one ecstatic, admiring their transformed forms in the mirror. Some were satisfied with their new looks, finding them very cool and handsome. Others were less pleased, thinking them too ugly. After all, looks are a lifelong matter. This night was destined to be restless. Everyone stayed up late, only falling into a deep sleep after much activity. Afterward, Jing Ya's forehead was beaded with sweat, her face flushed, and between her brows lingered an undeniable spring of passion and satisfaction. "Honey, you seemed unhappy tonight." Curling up in the man's arms, leaning against his sturdy chest, Jing Ya asked softly. "I am a bit down." Zhang Fan then revealed the issue of his physique no longer improving. Their relationship was intimate, so there was nothing he couldn't tell her. Jing Ya frowned deeply upon hearing this. "Your physique not improving anymore? That's too strange." Jing Ya immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhang Fan's terrifying ability to overpower everything stemmed partly from his numerous and powerful superpowers and partly from his cultivation speed, which far exceeded that of ordinary superhumans, granting him a level advantage. If his strength stopped growing, the level advantage would vanish completely. This was hardly good news. Evolution was like sailing against the current. If you didn't advance, others would catch up, which was undoubtedly dangerous. Imagine the surrounding zombies evolving to level 9. Facing countless level 9 zombies, how could Zhang Fan alone withstand them? How could the team withstand them? "Honey, heaven never seals off all exits. Well, find a solution." Jing Ya whispered comfortingly. "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile." Zhang Fan smiled, then leaned close to Jing Ya's ear and said, "Didn't I paste the dragon transformation power to you? How about we try it after transforming?" This. Jing Ya's pretty face flushed so red it seemed to bleed. Come on. Zhang Fan urged. "You pervert." Jing Ya spat with a blush but didn't refuse. She then transformed into a white dragon. After all, she was his woman, so Zhang Fan naturally gave her preferential treatment by pasting the dragon transformation power to her. After transforming, Jing Ya was pure white all over her body, covered in jade-like white scales. Her dragon form was long, supple, less majestic than Zhang Fan's, but full of beauty. Hee. The night was absurd. The next morning, Lu Chang had already arranged for breakfast to be delivered. Zhang Fan and Jing Ya got up to wash up. There was a hailstorm for half the night, but this morning the hail has completely evaporated. While brushing his teeth, Zhang Fan went to the balcony, looked at the empty yard and couldn't help but marvel. Before going to bed last night, the ground was covered with half a meter of hail. But when he woke up, the hail had vanished completely, just like the blood rain before, all evaporated without a trace. I wonder what the hail is made of. After breakfast, everyone went out to work. Those headed to Chongzhou Island went to Chongzhou Island. Those headed to the Demon Sea went to the Demon Sea. Zhang Fan took Jing Ya to the Demon Sea as usual to hunt zombies. The halt in his physique's growth didn't dampen Zhang Fan's enthusiasm, instead it drove him even more fiercely. He wanted to hunt more zombies, quickly raise his spirit to the level 9 limit and gain as many superpowers as possible. Zhang Fan's goal was clear: if his physique could never grow again, he would establish a strong advantage in spirit and superpowers to ensure his strength. So Zhang Fan wanted to acquire as many superpowers as possible while the zombies were still weak to strengthen his advantage in superpowers. He opened a portal. The next second Zhang Fan and Jingya arrived at Jinling Road in the Demon Sea. Jinling Road was one of the earliest commercial streets established after the port opening and one of the bustling commercial streets in the Demon Sea. There were various large shopping malls here. Strolling around, one could buy almost any product, making it an excellent shopping destination. After the apocalypse like Lujiazui, it had also become a zombie nest, one of the most densely zombie-infested areas. Using his detection power, all zombies and survivors within a 9-kilometer radius appeared in his mind. Whoa! So many zombies! Zhang Fan exclaimed, pulling Jingya and immediately teleporting to the nearest zombie cluster. After breaking through to level 9, Zhang Fan could teleport up to 3 kilometers at a time. This meant he could freely move within 3 kilometers, appearing anywhere in that range. Whoosh, the two appeared above a residential complex, Luoan Garden Villa District. It was a luxury villa district with rows of opulent villas quietly standing within the upscale neighborhood. The complex featured rockeries, flowing water, lawns and gardens, everything imaginable, with astonishing green coverage and a luxurious living environment. Honey, are there zombies in this complex? Jingya, holding the man's arm, asked softly. More than that. Zhang Fan laughed. These zombies know how to enjoy themselves now. They're living in villas, tasting fine wine and gourmet food. Damn, they're just like humans. Zhang Fan wasn't exaggerating. There were indeed zombies quietly savoring fine wine and food in the rooms, and some were even mating. This series of behaviors was almost indistinguishable from humans. Zombies were becoming more and more human-like. Zombies drink wine too. Jingya was stunned, her mouth agape. Zhang Fan nodded and smiled. Same rule, level 7 and level 8 zombies are mine, the rest are yours. No level 9 zombies had appeared on land yet. Even though the hailstorm last night was astonishing, it only spawned level 8 zombies, not level 9. Thus the strongest zombies infesting this complex were only level 8. Moreover, level 8 zombies were rare, far fewer in number than aquatic zombies. Die. Zhang Fan unleashed his domain, enveloping the entire villa complex, then locked onto all level 7 and level 8 zombies. Kill. With a single thought, all the level 7 and level 8 zombies in the complex were instantly killed. He collected the light orbs. His physique did not increase. His spirit continued to grow stronger. Boom! Upon absorbing the first white light orb, Zhang Fan's spirit broke through a bottleneck, reaching level 8. Level 8 spirit. Level 8 spirit was incredibly powerful. First, there was the ability to multitask 8-fold, handling 8 different tasks simultaneously without interference. This was astonishing. It meant Zhang Fan could use 8 different superpowers at the same time without any mutual effects. Next was spirit externalization. Zhang Fan discovered that after his spirit reached level 8, the biggest change was the materialization of spirit power, allowing it to be released externally. This materialized spirit power could extend beyond the body in the form of detection waves scanning the surroundings. This detection was different from the detection power, it leaned more toward the domain type detection. The detection power could only detect life forms like survivors and zombies, not inanimate objects. Spirit power detection was like domain detection, but more refined, comprehensive and detailed. It was clearer and more subtle than what the eyes could see. It could also see through objects and even observe material structures. It could enter others' bodies and suppress their thoughts. Level 8 spirit is indeed much stronger than level 7. Spirit externalization allows for probing the surrounding matter and observing material structures. But for me, the domain power can also do this, so level 8 spirit isn't that impressive. Let's continue hunting, hoping to get some powerful superpowers to consolidate my advantage in that area. While Zhang Fan and Jingya hunted zombies on the Demon Sea side, the members of the hunting squad were not idle either. Since the recruitment flyers were distributed, other survivors had gradually joined the Changheng Island base. As of now, the number of survivors on the island had surpassed the 600 mark. Excluding the 60 logistics staff, the remaining 500 plus were all members of the hunting squad. Each member of the hunting squad possessed an infinite pickup ability and a mutation ability coupled with other abilities bestowed by Zhang Fan, granting each individual at least 3 abilities. With an abundance of abilities naturally came an advantage. At the same level, the hunting squad far outmatched the zombies. The current land zombies after repeated enhancements from the blood rain ranged from the weakest at level 4 to the strongest at level 8. As for the hunting squad members, the weakest was level 5 and the strongest was level 7. Thus not only had the level gap been bridged between the squad and the zombies, but they even held a certain edge. With that advantage, hunting zombies became safer and simpler. The 8 hunting squads dispersed, each led by a duplicate, to hunt down zombies in their respective areas. Nanmin Road in Demon Sea. Being one of the bustling districts of Demon Sea, it was surrounded by residential areas with comprehensive supporting facilities. Before the apocalypse, this place was exceptionally prosperous. After the apocalypse, it inevitably turned into a zombie nest, now becoming the most densely populated zombie area. A portal silently opened and a group of people filed out. Leading them was Yang Linger, followed by over 70 hunting squad members, with the duplicate bringing up the rear. During routine zombie hunts, the duplicate rarely made a move. Its task was to open portals and eliminate level 8 zombies. The squad members would handle zombies below level 7. Yang Linger closed her eyes and activated her detection ability. This ability was bestowed upon her by Zhang Fan after she broke through to level 7, intended to better locate zombies. As a level 7 ability user, Yang Linger's detection ability could cover a range of up to 7 kilometers, a truly astonishing scope. After a brief scan, she quickly pinpointed a residential complex and immediately led her team to attack. The Monxiang County Complex. This upscale complex consisted entirely of standalone villas with extensive greenery and an exceptionally superior living environment. Yang Linger led the hunting squad into the complex, creating some noise to lure out the zombies. Zombies surged from the villas, roaring and charging at the squad members. Kill. Yang Linger waved her hand, conjuring an ice blade, and charged at the zombies at the forefront. The hunting squad members immediately rushed forward, each one highly exhilarated, their eyes bloodshot. In their eyes, these zombies were no longer mere monsters but pulsating golden orbs of light. Slaying them meant they could harvest these orbs to enhance their own strength. Yet the zombies were limited and their comrades were competitors. Thus they had to seize the opportunity. Whoever claimed the kill earned the reward, leaving everyone with crimson eyes. The slaughter was nearly one-sided. The zombies were greater in number, but the hunting squad boasted higher quality. 90% of the squad members possessed the alloyization ability. Fearless of injury and unafraid of close combat, they fought with a reckless life-for-life style. How could the zombies withstand such an onslaught? In less than 10 minutes the zombie horde was routed, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. The hunting squad members, far from showing fatigue, grew more valiant with each passing moment, their morale soaring. Just as the zombie army was nearly annihilated, a thunderous roar echoed. The next moment a streak of black light shot into the sky, hovering above the hunting squad. Everyone immediately looked at the black streak. It was a zombie. This zombie was covered in black scales with 2 curved goat horns on its head, demon-like bat wings on its back, blood-red eyes, and swirling black mist around its body. Mutation ability. Level 8 zombie. This is a level 8 zombie. The hunting squad members' faces changed in unison. Though they yearned to slay this zombie, they knew a level 8 was beyond their capability. Everyone fall back. A lazy voice sounded. Retreat. Yang Linger immediately led her squad members back. The duplicate advanced slowly, glanced at the black-scaled zombie wreathed in mist, and snapped its fingers lightly. Countless red threads materialized around the black-scaled zombie, wrapping around it like fishing lines. The black-scaled zombie tried to dodge, but red threads surrounded it from all sides, leaving no escape. The threads tightened, binding the zombie into a Tetris-like shape, sending it plummeting to the ground. Impressive! The teammates exclaimed in admiration. A level 8 zombie which they could not contend with was effortlessly slain by the duplicate. Such was the might of their leader. Strange. The duplicate frowned, for no attribute orbs dropped after the black-scaled zombie's death. This meant it wasn't dead. But how was that possible? Just as the duplicate was bewildered, the black-scaled zombie, now in Tetris form and falling eerily, rose back into the sky, its shattered pieces reassembling. Soon the black-scaled zombie restored itself, its wounds vanishing as if it had never been injured. What's going on? How is it alive again? The teammates were in an uproar. The black-scaled zombie had clearly been shredded into pieces, yet it revived. What ability was this? Could it be some powerful restoration ability, or perhaps a time reversal ability like the initial divine light? A glint flashed in the duplicate's eyes as it shot into the air, appearing before the black-scaled zombie. Annihilation. The duplicate's eyes blazed with silver light and the black-scaled zombie's eyes closed instantly hypnotized. Obliterating black mist. The duplicate flicked its finger shooting a vibrational wave that pierced the black-scaled zombie's brow. The zombie fell to the ground once more. Yet before it hit the ground it flew back to its original spot, the wound on its brow swiftly vanishing. Then it restored itself again. It's alive again. What ability does this thing have? The teammates were in an uproar once more. It's definitely time reversal. Far from being annoyed, the duplicate's eyes lit up. It had clearly seen that the black-scaled zombie's ability was not restoration but time reversal. This was astonishing. Any time-related ability was an absolute bug highly coveted. Since you use time ability, I'll counter you with time ability as well. The duplicate flicked its finger, freezing the surrounding time along with the black-scaled zombie's consciousness and thoughts. With your thoughts frozen, how can you use your ability? The duplicate smiled faintly, waved its hand to unleash a wind blade, severing the black-scaled zombie's head. It then flicked its finger, sending out obliterating black mist to rapidly dissolve the zombie's body. In an instant the black-scaled zombie was completely annihilated. Several orbs dropped. Upon picking them up, Constitution 21 million. Spirit 310000. Obtained Essence Absorption ability. Obtained Mutation ability. Obtained Time Reversal ability. It is indeed the Time Reversal ability. After the fusion, the duplicate understood the function of this ability. The Time Rewind ability, like the Primordial Divine Light ability Zhang Fan already possessed, belonged to the category of time rewinding abilities. However, there were differences between the two. First, their targets differed. The Primordial Divine Light could only target a single living being, such as a zombie or a survivor. Even though Zhang Fan had integrated the Primordial Divine Light into his domain ability, greatly expanding its range of targets, it could still only affect living beings. In contrast, the Time Rewind ability targeted a large area, rewinding time within that region. Regardless of whether there were living beings in the area, it could revert the time there to the past. Second, the duration of rewinding differed. The Primordial Divine Light could rewind a living being's time to end days ago. At his current 9th level, Zhang Fan could rewind a single being's time by up to 512 days. By comparison, the Time Rewind ability could only rewind time for a very brief period, at most 9 minutes. Beyond that limit, rewinding was impossible. Yet even so, Zhang Fan was delighted. This was a range-based ability, as long as everything within the area, whether people or objects, could be rewound. This was something the Primordial Divine Light could not match. For instance, if a building collapsed, the Primordial Divine Light was useless. But with the Time Rewind ability, the building could be restored to its state before the collapse. Third, the Primordial Divine Light could only be used on others, not on oneself. This was easy to understand. Zhang Fan could use the Primordial Divine Light to rewind someone else's time by days, but he could not rewind his own. If he insisted on doing so, he would have to create a duplicate to act on his behalf, as he could not do it himself. The Time Rewind ability, however, could. This ability affected a range. As long as Zhang Fan was within that area, time could be rewound. These were the three differences between the two abilities. Overall, each had its own strengths and weaknesses. Taken alone, both had certain flaws, but combined they complemented each other perfectly. After dealing with the black-scale zombie, Yang Linger led the others to continue slaughtering zombies. Over half an hour later, the several hundred zombies entrenched in Chang'e community were all killed, leaving a large pile of corpses. The bodies were not spared either. De Piaoyang followed behind, first collecting all the white crystals. Then she activated the Tao Tai transformation ability to devour the zombie corpses. This De Piaoyang was merely a split body of the original. There were 3 more such split bodies, each accompanying the other 3 hunting squads specializing in digesting zombie remains. As for the other 4 hunting squads, they were followed by 4 split bodies of De Tsongming. These 2 8th-level zombies were responsible for cleaning up the zombie corpses. This not only protected the environment but also enhanced their strength by absorbing the bodies, a win-win situation. The duplicate was in charge of leading the way and eliminating 8th-level zombies. The hunting squad members were tasked with hunting down the lesser zombies. De Piaoyang and De Tsongming were responsible for collecting crystals and processing the zombie corpses. This was the current working model of the 8 hunting squads at the Changheng Island survivor base. Each team member had their own duties, with clear divisions of labor cooperating seamlessly and in perfect harmony. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan only needed to collect the interest. And so days passed. The hunting squad members grew stronger each day, killing more zombies and facing increasingly powerful foes. Every day they earned Zhang Fan increasingly abundant interest, 50% of the physical light orbs, 80% of the spiritual light orbs, and all of the ability light orbs. Zhang Fan, accompanied by Jingya, casually hunted some zombies every day and his strength skyrocketed. The only regret was that his physique remained stagnant while his spirit and abilities continued to improve. In just 4 days, on July 14, Zhang Fan's spirit successfully broke through to the 9th level, reaching the same rank as his physique. This was unprecedented. Throughout his journey, Zhang Fan's physique had always far surpassed his spirit, even at their closest there was a gap of 1 level. But now his spirit had caught up, reaching the same realm as his physique. This fact perfectly illustrated the saying, evolution is like sailing against the current, if you don't advance you retreat. The 9th level spirit was far more powerful than the 8th level, and the greatest difference was spirit out of body. Zhang Fan discovered that after breaking through to the 9th level, his spirit transformed into something akin to a primordial spirit capable of leaving the body's confines, soaring into the sky and wandering freely outside. This was very much like a soul leaving the body. Whether it was truly that, Zhang Fan wasn't sure, but he knew the reason he could achieve spirit out of body, it was because the 9th level spirit was too strong. An 8th level spirit had already materialized, allowing it to be released externally to observe the surroundings. A 9th level spirit materialized further, becoming tougher and more solid, enabling it to leave the body's protection, contact the outside world, and roam freely. It feels amazing. Zhang Fan manipulated his spirit to fly freely in the sky while his physical body stood motionless on the rooftop. In this spiritual state I feel no weight at all and I can fly freely in the sky. It's incredibly light. In this state, apart from a few spiritual abilities, none of my other abilities can be used. Also, in the spiritual state I am immune to all non-spiritual attacks, but I cannot defend against spiritual attacks. It's a very strange experience. After more than 10 minutes of spirit out of body, Zhang Fan returned to his body. This was the enhancement of his spirit. The improvement in abilities was also enormous. In recent days Zhang Fan received various abilities every moment, with over 90% being useless. But occasionally he encountered good ones. The most delightful abilities in these days were 4. First, undoubtedly the time rewind ability, which was a bug-like power, nothing more to say. Second, the water extraction ability. This ability was very simple, it extracted water. It could remove all moisture from any substance, including living bodies. This power was formidable. After all, water made up over 60% of the human body's weight. Once all moisture was extracted, a person would become a dried corpse, dead beyond recovery. This ability also had another crucial use, creating water. After the apocalypse erupted, groundwater, rivers and lakes were all contaminated. Survivors could not use them. But with this ability, water could be extracted from polluted sources, yielding clean drinkable water. In other words, with this ability, even if bottled water ran out, the base would never lack drinking water. Third, Earth dominance. This ability was an enhanced Supreme Plus and Super version of Earth control. Its power far exceeded that of Earth control, and its command over soil and quicksand was naturally stronger. Moreover, as long as he stood on the ground, he could continuously draw Earth vein power from it for his use. The ability user would gain superior endurance to sustain stamina for prolonged battles. Fourth, eternal youth. This was the ability Zhang Fan was most satisfied with. Its effect was very simple, preserving youth forever. As long as he didn't die, he could maintain eternal youth and a youthful appearance until the moment of death from old age. This meant that until he aged to death, Zhang Fan would always possess a young body and appearance, never growing old. This ability was fine for men, but it held a fatal allure for women. After Jingya and the crossdresser acquired it, they were so thrilled they couldn't sleep for days. No woman could resist the temptation of eternal youth and everlasting beauty, especially beauties like them. Today is July 14. 4 days have passed since the hailstorm on July 10. On Changheng Island it is now 7 p.m. After dinner the team members relaxed, some chatting in the courtyard while others took a walk outside the community. Previously, after a busy day, they would return to their rooms to cultivate and enhance their strength. Not anymore. Ever since acquiring the ability of infinite looting, the members of the hunting team have been improving their strength all day long. In the evening, after returning, everyone generally focused on leisure and entertainment, playing cards, basketball, watching movies, racing. Of course, some were also dating. Each team member engaged in their own form of entertainment. One could say that Changheng Island is truly a place of peace and prosperity. This is unimaginable in the post-apocalyptic world. While survivors in other places are struggling with issues of food safety and even survival, Changheng Island has already entered the stage of spiritual needs. Recently Zhang Wensi has started dating a girl named Gao Yan who is a young member of the hunting team. As the team leader, Zhang Wensi manages over 70 members of the hunting team and Gao Yan is one of them. Wenwen, get in the car. After dinner Zhang Wensi drove his Range Rover taking Gao Yan out for a ride. The base does not prohibit dating and encourages free love as long as one has the ability. Girls can be pursued freely. However, caution is needed when it comes to having children. Although the base has never prohibited childbirth, it does not currently advocate for pregnancy. Zhang Wensi, being the team leader, successfully won over Gao Yan. The men envy Zhang Wensi. Gao Yan is indeed beautiful, tall and graceful with a lovely face, making her an 8-point beauty. Such a stunning beauty being pursued by Zhang Wensi is truly a flower growing out of cow dung. The women envy Gao Yan. Zhang Wensi is an 8th level ability user, the captain of the hunting team and a loyal subordinate of Zhang Fan. He holds a high position at the base and possesses great strength, making him an ideal choice for a partner. For Gao Yan to gain Zhang Wensi's favor is akin to striking gold, an immense stroke of luck. Zhang Wensi drove his Range Rover leaving the Shuyun community amidst the envious gazes of the team members. Today the two are headed to the Orange Grove, as Changheng Island is famous for its oranges, with thousands of acres of orange groves planted on the island. After the apocalypse the orange groves went unmanaged, yet the orange trees still bore many beautiful fruits. The car sped along the road, the two chatting and laughing, soon entering deep into the orange grove along a narrow path. Zhang Wensi stopped the car and took his girlfriend's soft hand, admiring the beauty of the orange grove. In summer, night falls late, the sun has just set and the afterglow of the sunset bathes the orange grove in a golden hue. The scenery is beautiful and so is the person. Zhang Wensi exclaimed, lost in the moment. Hearing her boyfriend's praise, Gao Yan giggled and gave him a sweet kiss. Zhang Wensi instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, leading to a passionate kiss. As they kissed they became a bit carried away and entered a small grove. Shortly after, sounds of intense collisions echoed. Boom! At that moment a massive fireball carrying an intense heat engulfed the orange grove where Zhang Wensi and Gao Yan were. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted and the surging sea of flames instantly swallowed that area. Large swathes of orange trees ignited under the scorching flames as if the grove had been set ablaze. Damn it! A furious roar suddenly erupted as Zhang Wensi emerged from the firestorm holding Gao Yan, who was similarly clad in silver. Zhang Wensi was filled with rage, unable to suppress his anger. Was it so easy to sneak into a small grove? To suffer such an attack, it left a psychological scar. How could they ever sneak into a small grove again? Burning with anger, Zhang Wensi looked up, wanting to know who had attacked him. He was determined to make them pay. However, as he looked up, Zhang Wensi was stunned. In the sky there appeared nearly 100 zombies, not many in number, but each one was terrifying. Where did these zombies come from? Zhang Wensi's pupils shrank. He quickly realized that the zombies appearing in the sky were all land zombies, not aquatic ones. The vast majority were various human zombies interspersed with a few canine zombies. They shared a uniform grayish-white skin and dead fish-like eyes, with many having undergone mutations. The mutated zombies were clearly 8th level zombies. 8th level zombies weren't too concerning. After 4 days of cultivation, Zhang Wensi had broken through to the 8th level and was now a bona fide 8th level ability user. Facing 8th level zombies, Zhang Wensi felt no fear. However, there were too many 8th level zombies among this group, at least 30 could be counted at a glance. Realizing the terrifying number, Zhang Wensi knew he was no match and immediately embraced his girlfriend, sprinting towards the community. He needed to escape. Only by escaping back to the community could he survive, otherwise surrounded here he would undoubtedly perish. As an 8th level Zhang Wensi, he ran at an astonishing speed, tearing through the air, his speed surpassing the speed of sound, leaving a piercing sonic boom. The zombies in the sky clearly would not let Zhang Wensi have his way, as various attacks poured down like a torrential storm. Fireballs, stone projectiles, ice arrows, lightning. Zhang Wensi and Gao Yan were once again engulfed and then propelled high into the air, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Thanks to the alloy state, Zhang Wensi was unharmed. Not daring to hesitate, he picked up Gao Yan and continued to sprint. Suddenly he felt his feet lighten, lifting off the ground, and he began to float slowly. Damn it! It's metal manipulation ability. Zhang Wensi was no longer the novice he once was but an experienced ability user. He immediately realized what he was facing and quickly released his alloy state, landing back on the ground to continue his frantic run. Boom! At that moment the surrounding space seemed to freeze and Zhang Wensi was directly immobilized, unable to move. What kind of ability is this? Zhang Wensi struggled hard but his body couldn't move at all, as if everything around him had frozen. Soon he felt his body lift off the ground, pulled by a force, and he was quickly brought before the horde of zombies. Leading the horde were more than 38th level zombies. Some were clad in blood-red scales, others in white scales, some had bat-like wings, some had black horns, and others had robust long tails. Their mutated forms varied, but their appearances undeniably indicated their identity: 8th level zombies. More than 38th level zombies. Such a force was unimaginable in the past, yet here it was. What do they want? Zhang Wensi's heart was filled with shock. At that moment he saw himself being brought before a zombie that was entirely golden, with purple dragon horns covered in golden scales and a golden scale embedded in its forehead. Then the zombie extended a finger and pressed it against Zhang Wensi's forehead. Unaware of the other's intentions, Zhang Wensi instinctively struggled violently. Yet he could not move at all, only able to watch helplessly as the finger pressed against his forehead. In the next moment an excruciating pain pierced through his head. Zhang Wensi felt his memories flooding out of his mind like a breached dam. Soul searching. The other party is searching my soul. The opponent is searching my soul. Zhang Wensi, not of low rank, quickly realized what he was facing and was struck with panic. Soul searching. It is an extremely domineering supernatural ability. This is a violent method of extracting another's memories. For the one being searched, soul searching not only allows their memories to be read but also leaves severe after effects. The lighter consequence is memory loss. The heavier consequence could turn one into an idiot. The specific after effects depend entirely on the degree of brutality of the practitioner. If the practitioner disregards the life of the one being searched, the consequences could be catastrophic. Metallicization. Zhang Wensi attempted to metallicize in order to stop the opponent's soul search. Though he was unsure if metallicization could counter the soul-searching ability. But given the situation he could only try anything as a desperate measure. Zhang Wensi failed and sadly discovered that for some unknown reason he couldn't even metallicize. Moreover, he found that all his supernatural abilities were completely unusable, as if he had lost them. Why? Zhang Wensi was filled with shock, anger and anxiety, feeling like an ant on a hot pan, desperate to the point of almost exploding. Unfortunately he was powerless to stop it and could only watch helplessly as his memories continued to fade away. Am I really going to die here today? Zhang Wensi felt an overwhelming unwillingness. The apocalypse had descended and he had struggled to reach this point, putting in countless efforts. And now he was to die here. This was unacceptable. Yet no matter how unwilling he was, it was futile. In this world where strength reigns supreme, without power everything was in vain. Under the soul-searching of the golden-scaled zombie, Zhang Wensi's memories were rapidly extracted and became familiar to it. After a long time, the golden-scaled zombie opened its eyes wide, foaming at the mouth, while the unconscious Zhang Wensi's face turned pale. This is bad. Something's wrong. What's wrong, Wang? The surrounding level 8 zombies looked towards the golden-scaled zombie, their eyes filled with inquiry. I found a very troublesome piece of news. The golden-scaled zombie referred to as Wang had a grim expression. A level 9 human has also appeared on this island. A level 9 human. The faces of the surrounding level 8 zombies changed drastically. There's a level 9 human here. Damn it. Why are these humans evolving faster than us zombies? This doesn't make sense. It's one thing for a level 9 human to appear in Jiaha, but now a level 9 human has emerged from the Demon Sea. This is simply outrageous. These damned humans have neither been drenched in blood rain nor possess blood-sucking abilities. How can their cultivation speed be so fast? What do we do now, Wang? Should we continue searching for new territory or what? The golden-scaled zombie remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, let's leave. The Demon Sea isn't suitable for us. They are not actually zombies native to the Demon Sea, but zombies from the neighboring Jiaha city. They fled to the Demon Sea. A very powerful human appeared in Jiaha city, carrying out brutal and bloody massacres against the zombies in the entire Jiaha region. To survive, they fled from Jiaha to here. They originally wanted to take root in the Demon Sea, but unexpectedly upon arriving they found another level 9 human. This caused a shadow to loom over the golden-scaled zombie. What was even more crushing was that this level 9 human in the Demon Sea seemed to be stronger than the level 9 human in Jiahe City. Moreover, all those humans under him possessed a supernatural ability called infinite retrieval. With this ability, these humans rapidly upgraded their powers through hunting zombies. In just half a month, over 500 humans in the Changheng Island human base underwent rapid transformations. As of now, there are more than 600 survivors in the entire Changheng Island base, with the weakest being level 6 supernatural beings and the strongest reaching level 9 with over 10 level 8 supernatural beings. What a terrifying force this is. If they stay in the Demon Sea, it will definitely be very dangerous. But Wang, where can we go if we leave the Demon Sea? One level 8 zombie asked. Let's head north. The golden-scaled zombie sighed. If we stay in the Demon Sea, we will eventually be killed by the humans there and become nourishment for their evolution. Enough, no time to lose, let's hurry and run. Our previous attack must have attracted the attention of the humans. We must leave quickly. Once that human arrives, we will be doomed. That human is really that formidable. A level 8 zombie scoffed. You have a suppression field. If he dares to approach us, all his abilities will disappear. What can he do to us? That human is far more terrifying than you can imagine. If the suppression field may not work on him. Enough. Stop the nonsense and leave quickly to avoid unforeseen circumstances. After the golden-scaled zombie finished speaking, it said no more, casually discarding Zhang Wenxi and calling its subordinates to leave. Did you think you could come and go as you please in this place? At that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed, resonating in the ears of every zombie. Hearing this voice, the golden-scaled zombie's expression changed again and it stopped looking around. A ripple stirred in the void not far away and a whirlpool-like portal quietly appeared. In the next second, a man and a woman stepped out from the portal, appearing in the void, coldly staring at them. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, resembling a couple blessed by the heavens, akin to celestial beings. He has arrived. The golden-scaled zombie's face changed drastically, showing a look of terror, its entire body tense to the extreme. Seeing the change in their leader's expression, the group of level 8 zombies immediately understood the identity of the newcomers, each changing their expressions. The newcomers were none other than Zhang Fan and Jingya. The two had just had lunch and were strolling near the hotel when they heard the sound of an explosion. After investigating, Zhang Fan discovered this group of zombies, feeling both surprised and confused. This group of zombies, though not many, was extraordinarily powerful. There were no fewer than 30 level 8 zombies, while the rest were all level 7 zombies. This strength was terrifying. Even if you combined all the zombies in the Demon Sea, you might not gather so many level 7 and 8 zombies. After all, due to their hunting, most of the zombies in the Demon Sea had been killed off, leaving very few. So where did this group of zombies come from? Could they be zombies from elsewhere? Of course that wasn't important. Since they dared to intrude upon Changheng Island, they must be prepared to be killed. Humans, wait before you act. As if sensing the killing intent in Zhang Fan's eyes, the golden-scaled zombie hurriedly said, we merely passed through the Demon Sea without any intention to offend. Please allow us to leave. Passed through the Demon Sea. They are indeed zombies from elsewhere. Zhang Fan's heart stirred, his face expressionless. No intention to offend. My people have already been turned into idiots by you, and you say no intention to offend. If you had intended to offend, would you have killed us all without leaving a trace? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The golden-scaled zombie explained, we just passed through the Demon Sea. Enough, stop the excuses. Zhang Fan interrupted with a wave of his hand. Trespassing on Changheng Island and injuring my people, you deserve to die. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Fan directly launched his attack. Whoosh! Red threads shot out from the void, targeting the golden-scaled zombie and the other zombies. Seeing this, the golden-scaled zombie knew that no explanation would suffice. Humans and zombies are inherently enemies. It's either you kill me or I kill you. Coexistence is impossible. Not to mention that this human before them possesses the infinite retrieval ability, allowing him to enhance his power through hunting zombies. They, as high-level zombies of level 7 and 8, would be perfectly served on a platter. How could this human let them go? Then let's fight. The golden-scaled zombie immediately launched a counterattack. Suppression field. The golden-scaled zombie roared and a white halo spread out from it, quickly enveloping a radius of 1 kilometer. At that moment, the area transformed into a white sphere, as if shrouded in a faint white ball. Level 8. The range of the supernatural ability is exactly 1 kilometer. As a level 8 zombie, the golden-scaled zombie's suppression field covered an area of 1 kilometer. Countless red threads shot towards them, but once they entered the suppression field they lost their vitality, like they had lost control, becoming limp and then falling down. As soon as the red threads approached the golden-scaled zombie they became limp and fell to the ground completely out of control. This had never happened before. Zhang Fan attempted to manipulate the red threads again, but they were utterly unresponsive, no longer under his command. Interesting. He snapped his fingers. With a crack, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket materialized out of thin air, tearing through the void toward the golden-scaled zombie. The bolt was immensely powerful, capable of reducing any grade 8 zombie to ashes. Yet as soon as it entered the region enveloped by the white sphere, the same thing happened to the lightning as with the red threads. First it lost control, then it vanished. The lightning dissipated into nothingness before even reaching the golden-scaled zombie. "Honey, what's going on?" Jingya asked, utterly perplexed. "I have a guess," Zhang Fan said slowly, "but I need to verify it." Then Zhang Fan unleashed all his abilities: meteorites, freezing rain of fire, flying swords, annihilating black mist, solar flares, curses. A torrent of various attacks poured down like a violent storm, fierce and domineering. However, every attack that entered the white sphere lost control completely and eventually dissipated. After attacking for a while, Zhang Fan found that none of his assaults could even reach the golden-scaled zombie, let alone harm it. "Human, stop wasting your effort. All your attacks are meaningless before our king's ability nullifying domain. Foolish humans trying to hunt us down, how laughable. What's with this human? How many abilities does he actually have? This is unreasonable. I've never encountered a human like this, he has far too many abilities. No matter how strong he is or how many abilities he has, can he do anything against our boss? Once the ability nullifying domain is activated, all ability-based attacks become ineffective. What use are multiple abilities? Hey! Our king's ability nullifying domain is specifically designed to counter someone like him with multiple abilities." Seeing Zhang Fan's attacks, all the zombies were terrified. They had never imagined that Zhang Fan possessed so many abilities, something utterly unheard of. Only then did they realize why their king was so wary of this human. At grade 9 with so many abilities, anyone would be extremely cautious. This human was indeed terrifying. Yet seeing Zhang Fan's repeated failures and how his attacks vanished under the suppression of the ability nullifying domain, the zombies grew excited again. So what if he had many abilities? Wasn't he still powerless against the king's ability nullifying domain? What kind of technique is this? Why are all attacks rendered useless? Jingya was baffled. It must be an ability that nullifies other abilities, like that little boy in X-Men who made all mutants lose their powers. Zhang Fan's face remained calm, but his eyes burned with fervor. In this post-apocalyptic world where everyone possessed abilities, an ability that nullified all others was nothing short of divine. A divine skill that countered all abilities. Just imagine if he possessed this ability, no matter how strong or freakish others were, they would all be helpless against him. "This ability is mine," Zhang Fan murmured, then said to Jingya, "Wife, step back." Jingya nodded lightly. "Honey, be careful. Don't worry, it's just a grade 8 zombie. Even if I stood still and let it attack, it couldn't kill me." Zhang Fan smiled confidently, then turned his gaze back to the golden-scaled zombie. When all abilities were nullified, only two means of attack remained: physical and spiritual. As a grade 9 ability user, Zhang Fan had both his physical and spiritual strength at grade 9. This was something the golden-scaled zombie could never contend with. "The only problem is once I enter the white sphere, my flight ability will also be nullified and I won't be able to fly. Without flight it's troublesome to even reach it. So the best way to engage is through spiritual attack." As he spoke, Zhang Fan's spirit suddenly left his body, transforming into an invisible stream of light shooting toward the golden-scaled zombie. Spirit. Formless and intangible. When Zhang Fan's spirit left his body, the golden-scaled zombie and its minions couldn't sense it at all. They only saw Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly become vacant, the light in his pupils fading. What's happening to this human? A flicker of alertness arose in the golden-scaled zombie's mind. In his spiritual state, Zhang Fan easily entered the white sphere and shot toward the golden-scaled zombie. Just as I thought. This ability can nullify all other abilities, but it's ineffective against physical and spiritual attacks. That's its greatest flaw. In his spiritual state, Zhang Fan instantly plunged into the golden-scaled zombie's body, attacking its spirit. The next moment a roar echoed within its mind, followed by a sharp pain. The golden-scaled zombie let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching its head with a twisted, agonized expression. "King, what's wrong?" The zombie minions were startled, looking at the golden-scaled zombie with concern and asking urgently. It wasn't that they cared deeply for their king, but their lives were all tied to him. None of them wanted anything to happen to him. "My head feels like it's splitting." The golden-scaled zombie roared in pain, its face contorted in extreme agony. "What's going on? What's happened to our king?" The zombie minions were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but there was nothing they could do except watch helplessly. Another agonized howl, and then the golden-scaled zombie suddenly went still. Its eyes were closed, its body limp as if all its vitality had been drained away. At the same time, the white sphere that had covered a kilometer in radius silently vanished. Several light orbs dropped from the golden-scaled zombie's body, exactly 6, 1 gold, 1 silver and 4 white. Zhang Fan's body trembled slightly and his vacant eyes regained their luster, the light of consciousness returning to his pupils. Jingya had been guarding her man's body. Seeing the light return to his eyes, she knew he had succeeded. "Honey, how did you do it?" "Spiritual attack." Zhang Fan smiled slightly. "I just used the simplest, most crude spiritual attack, tore apart its spirit and shattered its consciousness." "I see." Jingya understood. Zhang Fan had told her that after breaking through to grade 9 spiritually, one could project their spirit and wander outside the body. She just hadn't expected that spiritual projection could be used for such a crude spiritual attack. This guy is a grade 8 zombie, but its spirit is barely at grade 6, fragile as can be. Zhang Fan glanced at the golden-scaled zombie. 2 simple spiritual shocks were enough to crush its spirit. Both survivors and zombies had weaker spirits compared to their physical bodies. A zombie's spirit was often 3 grades lower than its body. For humans it was slightly better, but still 2 grades lower. So physical enhancement was relatively easier while spiritual growth was much slower. "Collect." Zhang Fan reached into the void and the 6 light orbs flew toward him, merging into his body one by one. Physical strength unchanged. Spirit 960000. Acquired ability Essence Absorption. Acquired ability Mutation. Acquired ability Soul Search. Acquired ability Ability Nullifying Domain. Ability Nullifying Domain. Ability Nullification Domain. Much like a domain ability, it belongs to the category of area-based domain abilities. However, unlike Zhang Fan's domain ability, the effect of the ability nullification domain is singular nullification. Nullification, the prohibition of all abilities. In simple terms, once any ability enters the ability nullification domain, it becomes ineffective and uncontrollable, just as when Zhang Fan previously unleashed various attacks against the golden scale zombie. This ability is practically the bane of all abilities, absolutely fantastic. From now on, even if every zombie reaches level 9 with the ability nullification domain, he'll have nothing to fear. Zhang Fan inwardly rejoiced, then turned his gaze to the golden scale zombie's minions. Time to test it out. Whoosh! Zhang Fan activated the ability nullification domain and a white sphere silently enveloped an area of 3 kilometers. This region instantly became an ability nullification domain. All abilities immediately ceased to function naturally, including flight abilities. The zombie minions, unable to maintain flight, plummeted straight toward the ground. What's happening? Why can't I fly anymore? My flight ability has failed. Damn it. It's the ability nullification domain. What? The zombie minions were thrown into panic, a chaotic uproar ensuing. It works like a charm. Still, this needs to end. Zhang Fan attempted to use his lightning control ability, unleashing a thunderous strike. Yet as the lightning appeared, it slipped from his control. Did my attack fail too? Zhang Fan furrowed his brow. Indeed, no ability is perfect, not even the ability nullification domain. He discovered another flaw: its nullification effect was indiscriminate, affecting friend and foe alike. In other words, once the ability nullification domain was deployed, not only would the enemy's abilities fail, but Zhang Fan's own offensive abilities would also become ineffective. Simply put, it nullified both the enemy and himself. This flaw is too significant, greatly diminishing the value of the ability nullification domain. I wonder if merging it with the domain ability could remedy this shortcoming. Zhang Fan pondered silently. Merging with the domain ability could improve many abilities' flaws. The most typical example was the primordial divine light ability. Initially, this ability was a single target attack capable of striking only one enemy at a time. However, after merging with the domain ability, this flaw was remedied. As long as the enemy was within the domain, the primordial divine light could strike them, transforming a single target skill into a group attack. Nevertheless, to ensure he wouldn't lose the ability nullification domain, Zhang Fan first created a duplicate. He instructed it to later reapply the ability nullification domain ability to him. After these preparations, Zhang Fan integrated the ability nullification domain into his domain ability. Upon completion of the fusion, the domain ability successfully acquired the nullification function. Zhang Fan immediately began testing it. He expanded his domain ability, enveloping the golden scale zombies' minions, then activated the nullification function, causing their abilities to instantly fail. Zhang Fan launched an attack. Crackle, bolts of lightning descended from the sky, heavily striking over a dozen zombie minions, charring them to cinders. Success! Zhang Fan's face lit up with joy. Just as I predicted, after integrating the ability nullification domain into the domain ability, the indiscriminate flaw was immediately improved and vanished. This kind of nullification ability is truly perfect. Zhang Fan felt a surge of delight, then resumed his assault, hunting down the other zombies. Under the nullification function's effect, these zombies lost all their abilities, becoming mere sitting ducks. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan unimpeded effortlessly wielded various abilities, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the zombie minions. Within less than a minute, all the zombie minions were slain. Some were reduced to charcoal, others crushed into pulp, frozen into ice sculptures, or sliced into Tetris-like pieces. Hundreds of light orbs dropped. As usual, he absorbed the golden orbs. His physique remained unchanged. What a waste of so many physique orbs. Zhang Fan winced in pain. These 100+ zombie minions were all level 7 or 8 zombies. Each one could have provided millions, even tens of millions of physique points, yet he had squandered them all. Heartbreaking. But Zhang Fan had no choice. His physique not increasing made him anxious, yet he was powerless. Then he collected the silver orbs. Spirit 23 million. Finally he gathered the white orbs. Obtained essence absorption ability. Obtained mutation ability. After collecting everything, Zhang Fan gained another pile of abilities. Most were essence absorption and mutation abilities, along with various other useless and trivial abilities. Of course, there were also good ones. Zhang Fan identified two most valuable abilities. First, the fusion ability. This ability differed from the combination ability he had acquired earlier. The fusion ability blended two different abilities into one, such as integrating the ability nullification domain into the domain ability. In contrast, the combination ability merged two individuals into a single person. This ability resembled the fusion technique from Dragon Ball. For instance, Trunks and Goten fused into Gotenks. Goku and Vegeta fused into Gogeta or Vegeto. When two people combined using this ability, it wasn't simply 112, but 11 was far greater than 2. After combination, the fused entity could use all the abilities of both individuals, and their combat power could increase tenfold, even dozens of times compared to each individual alone. The amplification was astonishing. In short, the combination ability was a divine skill for skyrocketing one's combat power in a short time. The conditions for fusion were that both parties must possess the combination ability and both must willingly combine. Only when these two conditions were met could fusion occur. Of course, no ability in this world was absolutely perfect, and the combination ability was no exception. This ability also had drawbacks. First, after fusion, while combat power surged, physical stamina consumption increased exponentially. Once stamina was depleted, the fusion would end. Second, upon fusion, not only did their bodies merge, but their spirits, consciousness, thoughts and memories also intermingled seamlessly. This meant exposing one's memories completely to the other, leaving no secrets. After understanding this ability, Zhang Fan's first thought was, could he fuse with his duplicate? Although the duplicate was created by him, it was essentially a normal life form with independent thoughts. It fully met the two conditions of the combination ability. Theoretically, Zhang Fan could fuse with his duplicate. As for whether it would actually work, he would have to try to find out. If it did, Zhang Fan's combat power would absolutely skyrocket dozens of times. Consider this. The duplicate was created by Zhang Fan, identical to him in body, spirit and abilities. They were also in perfect sync, making them the ideal partners for fusion. Let's give it a try then, I've got nothing better to do. Zhang Fan immediately created a duplicate and began the attempt. Being in perfect sync, the duplicate naturally understood his thoughts. They exchanged a glance, then simultaneously activated the combination ability. Brilliant golden light erupted from both Zhang Fan and his duplicate. The golden radiance spread completely enveloping the two, making them resemble twin suns blazing with boundless light. Whoosh! When the golden light reached its most dazzling peak, the two golden orbs almost simultaneously collided into each other, merging into a single larger orb. The massive orb emitted a blinding, piercing brilliance, forcing even the nearby Jingya to shut her eyes. What are they doing? Jingya was bewildered. At that moment the golden light gradually receded, dimmed and finally faded completely, revealing Zhang Fan once more before their eyes. At first glance, Zhang Fan appeared no different from before. After all, since it was the fusion of two identical individuals, there would naturally be no change in appearance. But upon closer inspection one could notice. Zhang Fan's eyes had turned a dazzling gold, the whites a brilliant golden hue and the irises a blazing gold. Jingya glanced at him and immediately felt a sharp sting in her eyes with blood trickling from the corners. She quickly covered her eyes, but fortunately her super self-healing ability mended the injury in no time. Yet Jingya dared not meet her man's gaze again. Honey, what's wrong with your eyes? Nothing, just testing a new ability. Zhang Fan chuckled, but inwardly he was astounded beyond measure. He could clearly sense that his current self had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to before. A vast power surged within him like an endless river flowing ceaselessly or an ocean brimming with inexhaustible energy. An overwhelmingly formidable sensation welled up in his heart. Zhang Fan could feel every muscle and every bone in his body exuding a gratifying and pleasurable thrill. His spirit was equally formidable. Zhang Fan felt his consciousness unprecedentedly lucid. With a single thought, countless inspirations burst forth in his mind. His spirit spread outward, revealing every detail within a 10-kilometer radius with crystal clarity, leaving nothing hidden. In the silt of the riverbed several kilometers away, fish eggs were hatching. On the neighboring Chongming Island, mosquitoes fluttered their wings, and deep underground several kilometers beneath the soil, mole crickets writhed. Just how powerful am I now? Zhang Fan was utterly stunned, then glanced at his attribute panel only to be slightly taken aback. Name: Zhang Fan. Level unknown. Physique unknown. Spirit unknown. Abilities several. Why is everything unknown? Zhang Fan was perplexed. Such a thing had never happened before. Could it be that after the fusion I've become so powerful that it surpasses the attribute panel's recognition? No way. Forget it, never mind. Let's test my current power. Zhang Fan swept his gaze and fixed it on the orange grove below. Due to the destruction caused by the Golden Scale Corpse and others, a large portion of the once pristine orange grove had been ravaged, with flames still raging even now. Fruits were precious these days. Fruits were also one of the resources that the Chongming Island base had yet to achieve self-sufficiency in. Thus this orange grove was especially valuable, and Zhang Fan was looking forward to eating oranges in autumn. Zhang Fan unleashed his domain ability, enveloping the entire orange grove, and activated the time reversal function. The time in the orange grove immediately began to recede. Flames blazed. Fireballs descended. Fireballs retreated. Zhang Wenxi and Gao Yan walked hand in hand into the small grove. When time had rewound to a few minutes earlier before the orange grove was damaged, Zhang Fan stopped. Too easy. For my current self, reversing time over such a large area is this effortless. Unbelievable. But it's still not enough. Zhang Fan was eager to know just how strong he had become, so he took Jingya to the skies above the Yangtze River. The Yangtze River was now much clearer than before, its rolling waters surging forward, eventually emptying into the sea. Though the water was not crystal clear, it had lost its former murkiness, exuding a sense of purity. Zhang Fan released his domain ability, covering a vast expanse of the river's surface. Instantly the riverbed's secrets were laid bare. Zhang Fan saw numerous aquatic zombies lurking beneath the water, all at least level 6. Level 7 zombies were everywhere. Level 8 zombies were also plentiful. To put it in a phrase, level 7 zombies roamed in droves, while level 8 zombies were as common as dogs. There were too many. These zombies resembled colossal behemoths, occasionally surfacing on the river or diving back into the depths. If this were before the apocalypse, any one of them would be called a water monster by people dominating online trends and news headlines, causing massive uproars. Yet now these fearsome water monsters were ubiquitous. Rise! Zhang Fan let out a low roar, unleashing his omnipresent domain power to envelop the zombies. Splash! Sounds of water breaking echoed. One by one the grotesque aquatic zombies emerged like submarines surfacing, slowly rising above the water and eerily floating into the air. They varied in size and form. Those below level 8 had merely grown larger, their shapes and appearances not much different from pre-apocalypse fish. Those at level 8 and above had not only increased in size but also undergone mutations, becoming more ferocious and terrifying. Scales, horns, wings, tails. Every zombie above level 8 possessed mutated traits. Roar. These zombies suddenly restrained, naturally resisted. They struggled violently, attempting to break free from the domain's grip. Yet the pressure bearing down on them was too terrifying, and no matter how they fought back it was futile. Water extraction. Zhang Fan uttered 4 words. Hum. In an instant a fearsome force acted upon these aquatic zombies and a startling scene unfolded. Streams of water seeped from their bodies like torrents of sweat cascading downward. As for the aquatic zombies, they resembled shriveled vegetables or wind-dried fish deflating at a visible pace, their skin cracking, scales withering. In just over 10 seconds all the aquatic zombies had become desiccated corpses like dried fish. Whoosh! A torrent of light orbs descended. Golden, silver and white orbs rained down like droplets, nearly blinding Zhang Fan's eyes. Absorb! Whoosh! The orbs flew toward him one by one. His physique remained unchanged. But his spirit surged dramatically. His abilities also increased. After all the orbs were absorbed, Zhang Fan felt his spirit had skyrocketed yet again, taking a massive step toward the limit of level 9. There were no surprises with the abilities. Most aquatic zombies only possessed 3 abilities: water control, vitality drain and mutation. The scarcity of ability types was far inferior to the diversity of land zombies. Perhaps this was a form of balance. After all, with aquatic zombies reaching such high levels, if they also mastered various powerful abilities, would there be any room for others to survive? Continue the hunt. Zhang Fan shifted to another area, beginning a new slaughter. He wanted to thoroughly test the power after fusion to know just how strong he had become. Annihilating black mist. Touch of gold. Thunderclap step. Black flames. Zhang Fan followed the Yangtze River, killing relentlessly, showcasing the myriad abilities he had mastered to their fullest. His spirit surged wildly. Jingya followed closely. She watched her man slaughter hordes of zombies with ease, feeling a mix of envy, awe and admiration. Through days of cultivation she had also broken through to level 9. Her level matched Zhang Fan's. But her level 9 was worlds apart from his, the gap was immense. The carnage continued until 9 p.m. When darkness fully fell, Zhang Fan finally stopped. He hadn't wanted to stop, but his stamina was severely depleted, causing the fusion state to dissolve and separate him from his duplicate. Zhang Fan retracted his duplicate and glanced at the attribute panel again. Name: Zhang Fan. Level 9 ability user. Physique level 9 1 billion 1 billion. Spirit level 9 730 million 1 billion. Abilities several. My spirit increased this much. Zhang Fan was greatly surprised. Today was July 14th and his spiritual energy had just broken through to the 9th level. This morning it was at the 9th level 500,000,1 billion, and now it had reached the 9th level 730 million 1 billion. A surge of 730 million. This speed was unprecedented. But upon careful thought it was only natural. When he had been hunting the aquatic zombies in the Yangtze River, each time he deployed his domain it annihilated all zombies within a 10-kilometer radius, and the number of zombies was astonishing. Coupled with the fact that these zombies were of extremely high levels, after several hours the spiritual light orbs he had harvested were beyond imagination, causing his spiritual energy to skyrocket. My spiritual energy is nearing the 9th level limit. After another hour or so of work tomorrow it should be enough. Zhang Fan stretched his limbs. Time to go back and rest. Darling, let's go home and sleep. MHM. The night passed without incident. The next morning after breakfast the 8 hunting squads led by 8 replicas left Changheng Island. Zhang Fan also departed with Jingya, and as usual they arrived at the banks of the Yangtze River to hunt aquatic zombies. Unlike the previous night, Jingya was also busy today hunting aquatic zombies. Both were at the 9th level, so their hunting efficiency was naturally extremely high. To avoid interference they decided to separate and act independently. Zhang Fan arrived at the Yangtze River estuary where there were more aquatic zombies and they were much more powerful. To speed up the hunting process, Zhang Fan once again chose to merge with his replica, enhancing his strength by dozens of times. He then deployed his domain. The omnipresent domain force delved deep into the seabed, enveloping every zombie within a 10-kilometer radius. Explode. Zhang Fan exerted force, and the terrifying domain energy crushed these aquatic zombies, turning them into a pulp. Countless light orbs dropped, and Zhang Fan's spiritual energy began to surge once more. Time to move. And so Zhang Fan traversed various parts of the estuary, continuously hunting the aquatic zombies of the Yangtze River mouth. Zombies were dying in droves. His spiritual energy was constantly rising. 750 million, 760 million. 830 million, 890 million. Unknowingly an hour had passed, and his spiritual energy finally crossed the 990 million mark, reaching 1 billion. Zhang Fan deactivated the merged state and opened his status panel. Name: Zhang Fan. Level 9th level awakened. Physique 9th level 1 billion 1 billion. Spirit 9th level 1 billion 1 billion. Abilities several. 9th level limit physique. 9th level limit spirit. Now not only has my physique stopped increasing, but my spirit has also ceased to grow. Zhang Fan didn't know whether to be happy or frustrated. The fact that his physique and spirit were no longer growing meant he had truly reached the pinnacle, standing ahead of everyone else. This was certainly cause for celebration. But on the other hand, the halt in the growth of his physique and spirit meant that his body's physical conditions and hardware could no longer be enhanced. While he had stopped progressing, others would not. As time went on, more and more zombies and humans would reach the 9th level, matching his rank. His level advantage would vanish completely. It seems that to increase my strength in the future, I'll have to rely on acquiring abilities to improve my soft power. Zhang Fan sighed. Suddenly he felt a fierce wind howling around him and heard rumbling thunder from above. Looking up, he noticed a large patch of dark clouds had appeared in the sky overhead. The oppressive churning dark clouds were gathering towards him, with lightning and serpents of electricity darting within them. The wind whipped his clothes, making a flapping sound, and an extremely suffocating pressure emanated from the clouds, making it hard to breathe. What's going on? Zhang Fan was utterly bewildered. Since the apocalypse began, apart from the nights of blood rain every 10 days, it had been clear and sunny the rest of the time. Dark clouds. Thunder. They simply didn't exist. Today was only July 15th, still several days away from the next blood rain. Why was it suddenly about to rain? What puzzled Zhang Fan even more was that the dark clouds and lightning were concentrated only in the area directly above him. Looking at the distant sky, it was still clear and sunny without a single cloud in sight. Why is this happening? Zhang Fan was deeply perplexed. After racking his brains and failing to understand, he decided not to dwell on it. If the heavens want to rain and a mother wants to marry again, it was beyond his control. The only thing he could do was wait and see. Time to go back. Zhang Fan murmured, then teleported towards Jing Ya's location. His physique and spirit had both reached the 9th level limit, so continuing to hunt zombies was futile. He could just coast from now on. Husband. Seeing Zhang Fan appear, Jing Ya came forward to greet him. Has your spirit also reached the 9th level limit? Yes, Zhang Fan nodded. Your spirit isn't growing anymore either. Jing Ya asked, frowning. Right, Zhang Fan sighed. Like my physique, my spirit has stopped growing after reaching the 9th level limit. What do we do then? Jing Ya's brow furrowed deeply. If our physique and spirit stop growing, how will we increase our strength in the future? Well, take it one step at a time. Zhang Fan shook his head, then looked up at the sky. The weather is strange today. Let's head back early. I'm worried it might rain blood. Zhang Fan's words trailed off mid-sentence. He stared blankly at the sky, his eyes wide as saucers, as if he had seen a ghost. Husband, what's wrong? Jing Ya looked at him confused. Zhang Fan swallowed hard and pointed at the dark clouds above, his expression one of utter shock. What's going on? How did those dark clouds get over here? When he was at the Yangtze River estuary, the dark clouds had been right above him. Now that he had moved here, the clouds were still directly overhead. Was this some kind of ghost story? After all, the estuary was 20 or 30 kilometers away from here. How could the clouds have moved? Jing Ya looked up in astonishment. Sure enough, she saw a huge patch of dark clouds in the sky covering the sun with rolling thunder, a clear sign of an impending thunderstorm. This Jingya was utterly shocked. It was clear and sunny just a moment ago. Where did these dark clouds suddenly come from? Zhang Fan didn't speak, but a very ominous feeling welled up in his heart. Jingya, stay here for a moment. I need to test a theory. With that, without waiting for her reply, he flew off towards the sea. The moment he moved, the dark clouds above him began to move as well. The dark clouds followed Zhang Fan like a loyal dog going wherever he went. Can you imagine a massive patch of dark clouds moving at high speed across the sky? This was it. Zhang Fan flew dozens of kilometers in one breath before finally stopping. Looking up, the clouds above him also came to a halt. Zhang Fan's mouth twitched and his heart was filled with a mix of emotions. He didn't know why this was happening, but one thing was clear: the dark clouds in the sky were targeting him. Why is this happening? Could it be like in those online novels where I'm about to undergo a heavenly tribulation? Zhang Fan's mind raced with wild thoughts. He was ahead of everyone else, so the path forward was uncertain and he had no experience to guide him. Faced with this situation, he was completely at a loss, not knowing what to do. Oh well. Zhang Fan sighed. Since I can't avoid it, I might as well face it bravely. Whether I stretch out my neck or shrink back, the blade will fall. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, I can't escape it. But just to be safe, I'd better make thorough preparations to prevent any accidents. Zhang Fan immediately set to work. To be on the safe side, Zhang Fan made various preparations. First, he created 500 clones to guard the area and prevent any surprise attacks. Next, Zhang Fan created 10 additional clones as backup bodies for later use. He did not know what he would face next or whether he would be destroyed by the impending tribulation. He was uncertain, but he had to prepare for the worst. If his physical body were to be destroyed, having clones ready would provide him with new bodies, wouldn't it? Better to be safe than sorry. Finally, Zhang Fan hunted a large number of aquatic zombies and placed their bodies around him. These zombie corpses were intended to replenish his strength in case the tribulation lasted a long time and he exhausted his energy. Zhang Fan could use his Annihilation Black Fog ability to convert these corpses into energy to sustain himself in order to continue resisting the tribulation. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Fan casually found a small island, sat cross-legged upon it and quietly awaited the unfolding events. As he settled down, the dark clouds above also still beginning to gather energy and brew lightning. The clouds churned, lightning danced, and the energy accumulated in the clouds became increasingly violent, its aura growing ever more terrifying. At this rate, the lightning really is going to strike me. Zhang Fan felt a sense of unease. Although he possessed lightning abilities himself, human power was limited. How could he contend with the forces of nature? Buzz, buzz. Just as Zhang Fan waited in silence, a few portals suddenly appeared around him and the members of the hunting team led by the clones streamed out towards Zhang Fan. Master, what are you doing here? One clone looked at the dark clouds above and then at Zhang Fan, who was sitting cross-legged on the island, puzzled. They had been drawn by the unusual dark clouds above, all agreeing that something was off, so they came to investigate. They were surprised to find Zhang Fan there. Zhang Fan was about to explain when a streak of light flew in from the distance, landing above the small island where Zhang Fan sat. It was Jingya. Darling, what on earth is going on? I would love to answer that question, but I'm sorry to say I don't know either. Please step back a bit to avoid any accidental injuries. Could it be that the dark clouds above are targeting you? Jingya's lovely face paled slightly. Pretty much. Zhang Fan looked up at the dark clouds. It appeared after my spiritual energy reached the 9th level limit. Wherever I go, it follows. Now that I'm here, it has stopped too. So it must have been created by me, even though I have no idea what it is. This. Jingya was stunned. The members of the hunting team began to murmur, someone suddenly speculating a possibility. Could the boss be facing a tribulation? Tribulation? What tribulation? Don't you read web novels? Many xianxia stories set it as a rule that when a cultivator's power reaches a certain level, they must undergo a test of lightning tribulation. Passing the lightning tribulation elevates one's cultivation, failing results in either soul dispersal into ash or the physical body being destroyed, becoming a free-roaming spirit. In any case, it's very dangerous. Ah, no way. Really? How can it not be? Just look at other parts of the sky, it's clear and cloudless everywhere else, only above the boss's head is there a vast area of dark clouds. What else could it be but a tribulation? Damn. The boss is really facing a tribulation. The likelihood is very high. So reaching the 9th level limit means having to undergo a lightning tribulation. Does that mean we will also be struck by heavenly lightning once we reach the 9th level limit? We can only say it's possible. Whether or not it happens we will know very soon. Sigh boss, hang in there. The team members debated anxiously, filled with worry, but a glimmer of hope also arose in their hearts. Everyone knew that once the boss constitution reached the 9th level limit it would no longer grow. Many people discussed this matter. Many believed that the 9th level limit might be the peak of evolution, and once it was reached further advancement was impossible. This was something no one wanted to see, as no one wished to be stuck at the 9th level limit with no progress. Now that the boss was facing a tribulation, it was undoubtedly a sign that there might be a higher realm beyond the 9th level. Everyone naturally held expectations. Of course all of this was merely speculation and no one knew what the final outcome would be. Darling, is there no other way? I've tried, there's no way to avoid it. Zhang Fan shook his head. If I don't face it, it will never dissipate. I might as well confront it courageously. But. There's no but. Zhang Fan shook his head. Wife, take everyone to the side to avoid being accidentally struck by the lightning. I understand. Jingya tightly held Zhang Fan's hand, tears welling in her eyes. Darling, I believe you will definitely get through this. That's a given. Jingya led everyone to step aside, leaving Zhang Fan alone to sit cross-legged on the small island. Time ticked by. The dark clouds above had become overwhelmingly oppressive, as if they were just above his head, within reach. Rumble. Thunder rumbled within the dark clouds. Streaks of lightning wove through the clouds, erupting with terrifying thunder. Looking up at the dark clouds and feeling the terrifying power of the lightning, everyone's faces turned grave. Especially Jingya, her delicate brows furrowed, a worried expression on her face, her heart aching. As the lightning continued to accumulate, suddenly a crack was heard. A bolt of lightning as thick as a thigh struck down with a roar, as if it were the divine thunder at the dawn of creation striking Zhang Fan. Crack! The lightning burst forth with a dazzling brightness, illuminating the dim world for a moment. Boom! Zhang Fan's clothes were instantly charred by the high temperature, igniting and soon turning to ashes. His hair stood upright, resembling a hedgehog. Countless tiny currents rampaged over Zhang Fan, paralyzing his muscles, striking his skin, destroying his cells, as if they were intent on annihilating him completely. Zhang Fan remained silent, allowing the lightning to wreak havoc within him. It wasn't that he couldn't feel pain, but his body was so numb that he had completely lost all sensation, feeling no pain at all. Indeed, it's the lightning tribulation. Everyone felt heavy-hearted. Although various signs indicated that Zhang Fan was indeed facing a tribulation, speculation was ultimately just speculation. But when the lightning truly struck down, when it really hit Zhang Fan, speculation immediately became reality. Zhang Fan was truly undergoing a tribulation. Reaching the 9th level limit of cultivation would indeed lead to facing a tribulation and being struck by lightning. This was terrifying. Everyone felt worried. Zhang Fan facing a tribulation meant that they would also have to face one in the future. The question was, could they survive it? No one had confidence. Fortunately, they were not the first ones to face a lightning tribulation. Zhang Fan was. They had the opportunity to observe Zhang Fan's tribulation process, to gauge the power of the lightning tribulation and to accumulate experience. Darling, hang in there. Jingya clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, constantly praying in her heart. Rumble. The dark clouds above churned, continuing to accumulate energy, and when the lightning reached its peak, another bolt struck down. This bolt of lightning was clearly thicker than the previous one, with a greater momentum and more terrifying power. As the lightning struck down, Zhang Fan trembled, countless arcs of electricity rampaging over him. Zhang Fan's body shook, his skin ruptured and charred blood gushed forth. The boss is injured. The boss is injured, as someone exclaimed. Husband. Jingya's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching as if cut by a knife. At this moment the powerful super self-healing ability activated, and the flesh at the wound squirmed as it began to mend. The injuries on his body rapidly recovered, and soon they were completely healed. The boss wounds have healed again. It's the self-healing ability. It must be the self-healing ability at work. Great. With that ability the boss can keep recovering from injuries and surely survive the thunder tribulation. That's true, but each lightning strike is clearly stronger than the last. It's hard to say if the boss can withstand it. Shut your foul mouth. If you can't speak properly, stay silent. No one will mistake you for mute. Crack! Another thick bolt of lightning struck down, scorching the grass and trees around Zhang Fan, igniting a raging blaze. The center of the islet instantly turned into a sea of fire. Zhang Fan sat cross-legged in the midst of the flames, tormented by the searing heat. How terrifying. First lightning, then fire, this is a total annihilation. The boss must hold on. Husband. Jingya could no longer suppress her tears, they streamed down her face. Her heart wrenched with pain and she turned away, unable to bear the sight. Crack, another lightning bolt descended. Zhang Fan's body instantly burst open, a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Yet the thunder in the sky showed no sign of stopping. Crack, 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 amid the unending roar of thunder, bolt after bolt struck Zhang Fan. Each one thicker than the last. Each one more terrifying. Each one more astonishing. Battered by the lightning, Zhang Fan's body exploded, charred black, a bloody mess like a lump of charcoal, hardly resembling a human form. The super self-healing ability worked frantically, rapidly repairing Zhang Fan's injuries. But the relentless destruction of the lightning far outpaced the healing. Everyone watched, their scalps tingling and a bone-chilling cold creeping up their spines. This was their boss, the leader of the Changheng Island survivor base, even the strongest in the entire Demon Sea. If even he was reduced to such a state, how terrifying must the thunder tribulation be? A shadow of dread fell over everyone's hearts. If the boss so mighty was suffering like this, how much worse would it be for them when their own tribulation came? With such thoughts, everyone felt a surge of pessimism about the future. Some even hesitated, considering halting their cultivation and never breaking through the 9th level limit. That way they wouldn't have to face the tribulation, right? Though it meant being forever stuck at the 9th level, it was better than being struck dead by lightning and perishing body and soul. Jingya could no longer bear to watch. She retreated to a corner, sobbing quietly, while Lu Mu stayed by her side, offering comfort. Xiaoya, the tribulation isn't over yet, which means Zhang Fan is still alive. Don't be too upset. Jingya said nothing, only wept incessantly. Zhang Fan, of course, was not dead, in fact he was more lucid than ever. The pain surged through his mind like a tidal wave, a torment worse than death, leaving him no choice but to stay conscious. My stamina is severely depleted, I need to replenish it quickly. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth against the heart-wrenching agony and activated the Annihilation Black Mist ability, decomposing the corpses of zombies. One by one the zombie bodies were annihilated by the black mist, transforming into pure energy that surged into Zhang Fan, nourishing his battered and exhausted form like a gentle stream. With the continuous influx of energy, Zhang Fan's injuries healed rapidly and his condition improved. He took a breath and looked up at the sky, where dark thunderclouds churned and roiled, lightning crisscrossing within. Was the thundercloud gathering energy for a fatal blow? After a long moment it seemed to reach its limit. Suddenly a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket descended with a roar, striking Zhang Fan with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A deafening blast echoed across the islet, carving a massive crater at its center. Zhang Fan lay sprawled at the bottom, pitch black like a lump of charcoal, a pitiful sight. Boss. Everyone's faces twisted with worry. Struck like that was the boss. Still alive. Of course he was. Beneath the charred exterior his flesh was still rapidly healing. Zhang Fan continued to annihilate zombie corpses, steadily replenishing his stamina. Soon the pre-prepared zombie bodies were exhausted. Seeing this, the clones immediately dispatched 100 of their number into the sea to capture more zombies, providing Zhang Fan with nourishment. Under the restoration of the super self-healing ability, Zhang Fan's injuries mended, quickly recovering to about 70%. Thank goodness for the super self-healing ability, or I'd be dead. Zhang Fan gasped for breath, filled with relief. And indeed he was relieved. So far 83 lightning bolts had struck. Each one now could easily inflict severe wounds. Without the super self-healing ability he would have perished long ago. Foolish. A sharp voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Fan's ear. What's that? Zhang Fan shuddered. The heavenly thunder that strikes you is not meant to kill but to temper your flesh and spirit, fusing them into one to help you take that step. The sharp voice spoke again, but your self-healing ability by constantly repairing your flesh hinders the fusion of body and spirit, preventing you from taking that step. If this continues, you will never be able to condense the cosmic heart. Instead your spirit will be slowly worn away by the thunder's bombardment. By then you will surely die. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was shocked. Who are you? I've said enough. Take care of yourself. With that the sharp voice vanished completely as if it had never existed. Who are you really? Is what you said true? Hey! Speak! Damn it, say something! Zhang Fan frantically called out, but the voice was gone with no further response. Bastard! Zhang Fan cursed inwardly, his mind racing. What did that voice mean? Is the tribulation's purpose not to kill me but to temper my flesh and spirit to help me take that step? Is the self-healing ability truly hindering the fusion of my flesh and spirit, preventing me from condensing the cosmic heart? Is what it said true or false? No. I can't trust it easily. I don't even know who it is. But if it's telling the truth, will I really be ground down by the heavenly thunder bit by bit? Zhang Fan's mind was in turmoil. Crack! In the time that followed, lightning struck one after another, showing no sign of ceasing. Zhang Fan activated the Annihilation Black Mist ability to replenish his stamina repeatedly, while the super self-healing ability constantly restored his body. One struck. One healed. Thus they remained locked in a stalemate, as if it would never end, never stop. But Zhang Fan knew it couldn't go on like this. Because he felt his consciousness beginning to blur, his mind growing hazy and an increasing weariness. He understood why his body was indeed being restored by the super self-healing ability. But not his spirit. The super self-healing ability mended the flesh, not the spirit, so his spirit was being constantly drained. Was it true, as that voice said, that my spirit would be worn away by the thunder bit by bit? No. This can't continue. I must make a decision. Whether what it said is true or false, I'll try it first. After all, I still have the initial divine light ability, giving me the capital to start over and learn from mistakes. With that thought, Zhang Fan gritted his teeth, activated the delete ability, and decisively removed the super self-healing and self-healing abilities from himself. After relinquishing the super self-healing ability and the standard self-healing ability, Zhang Fan completely lost his capacity for regeneration. A thunderbolt thicker than a bucket crashed down upon his head. Zhang Fan was struck again, his flesh torn and charred, most of his body surface turning to carbon. This time without the healing ability, his body did not recover, he lay motionless at the bottom of the pit. The observing team members noticed this and were shocked. What's going on? Why isn't the boss healing himself? It seems he really isn't healing. What's happening? Maybe the boss got struck silly and forgot to heal. Nonsense. The self-healing ability is a passive skill. Whenever the body is injured, it automatically repairs itself. It has nothing to do with whether the boss is conscious or not. Then what do you think it is? I don't know. The team erupted in discussion, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts, while Jingya had already dissolved into tears. Thunderbolt after thunderbolt struck and Zhang Fan's injuries worsened. Gradually he could no longer maintain his human form, reduced by the terrifying lightning to a heap of charcoal. Yes, charcoal. A lump of pitch-black charcoal, its limbs seemingly burned away. Yet even so the lightning did not relent, striking him repeatedly. It seemed determined to grind him to dust. Zhang Fan had long ceased to feel pain, his consciousness slipped into a daze, entering a state of utter chaos. In this state he could no longer think, imagine, or even remember who he was. The lightning was like a great hammer, forging him again and again, tempering his flesh and spirit. After an unknown duration, when his flesh and spirit had been tempered to their limits, the thunder ceased. Amidst the rolling black clouds a vortex suddenly appeared. The vortex spun rapidly, forming a black hole. A dazzling white beam burst forth from the hole, enveloping Zhang Fan on the island. This white beam, only 3 meters wide, stood like a pillar connecting heaven and earth, one end shrouding Zhang Fan. The other end linked to the black clouds. It was a milky white, gentle and restrained, yet exuding an aura of supreme and eternal majesty. At that moment everyone felt an overwhelming pressure upon their hearts, their souls trembling involuntarily, bodies shivering, any will to resist utterly crushed. Before this pressure each felt like an insignificant ant, tiny and humble. What is this? Such terrifying pressure. I feel like I'm about to pee myself, can't even breathe. First lightning, now white light, what the hell is going on? Jingya stopped crying, her gaze fixed on the pillar of white light, waiting anxiously. Under the white beam everyone clearly saw golden and silver streams emerging from the charcoal-like Zhang Fan. The golden stream was dazzling, emitting a brilliant light, ostentatious, radiant, imposing. The silver stream was deep and restrained, exuding a cold, solitary aura that sent chills through the heart. The two streams rose gracefully, then converged about a meter above Zhang Fan, beginning to circle each other. As they spun they formed the shape of a taiji inyang fish, one side gold, the other silver. The two streams revolved around each other as if yearning to embrace yet never quite touching, only circling perpetually. The rotation grew faster and faster until at the peak of speed the two streams began to merge and intertwine. A tiny seed took shape so small it was imperceptible, smaller than a needle's tip, unnoticed by anyone. But under a magnifying glass it would reveal one side gold, one side silver, like a taiji yin-yang fish. The seed spun continuously, absorbing the golden and silver streams, quietly growing. Meanwhile, streams of gold and silver continued to flow from Zhang Fan into the seed. This process lasted over an hour. When Zhang Fan's body ceased to emit the streams, the seed stopped absorbing them. By then it was no longer a seed smaller than a needle's tip, but a round ball the size of a pigeon's egg. One side was dazzling gold, the other deep silver. They embraced each other, tightly fused yet distinctly separate, each occupying half. What is this? Everyone, including Jingya, stared blankly at the orb floating above Zhang Fan, bewildered. Could this be a golden core? A team member who enjoyed web novels speculated, did the boss survive the tribulation and condense his own golden core? So, has he entered the golden core realm? Golden core? No way. This isn't cultivation fiction. I think it looks like one. In novels it said swallow a golden core and your fate is your own. Forming a golden core makes one a golden core ancestor with vastly increased combat power and lifespan. The boss has definitely formed a golden core, entered the golden core realm and become a golden core ancestor. Nonsense about a golden core. Stop talking rubbish. Listening to the whispers, Jingya was both anxious and hopeful. It seemed her husband had survived the tribulation and perhaps even broken through to a new realm. Jingya worried whether her man, after enduring such fierce attacks, would be alright. As the crowd debated and Jingya fretted, the white beam connecting heaven and earth silently dissipated and the vortex in the black cloud ceased spinning and vanished. At that moment the orb-like golden core spinning above Zhang Fan transformed into a streak of light shooting into his charcoal-like body. Everyone stopped whispering, staring unblinkingly at Zhang Fan in the pit. 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhang Fan remained still. 30 seconds, 60 seconds. Still no movement. After another 3 minutes, just as impatient set and cracking sounds came from the charcoal and fissures appeared on its surface. Is the boss coming out? Everyone watched with tense anticipation. The cracks multiplied, soon covering the entire charcoal shell. Then pieces of charcoal fell away, revealing skin as smooth as jade and fair as an infant's. When all the charcoal had fallen, a completely naked man stood in the pit with a face like carved jade and a strikingly handsome appearance. Zhang Fan was completely naked, his skin fair, delicate and smooth as jade. It resembled an infant's skin, like a peeled boiled egg or the finest mutton fat, jade, translucent and flawless. As for his physique, his muscles were sleek, his legs long and powerful, his body well proportioned and tall, a perfect golden ratio. The boss has an amazing body. So sexy. This is what a real man looks like. The female team members stared at Zhang Fan at the bottom of the pit, their eyes gleaming like hungry wolves. The male team members were full of envy, feeling a twinge of bitterness in their hearts. The boss' physique was too perfect, making them feel inferior. Ahem. Jingya snapped back to reality, instantly teleporting before Zhang Fan. She waved her hand, producing a blanket to cover him. Honey, are you alright? Jingya stared at Zhang Fan unblinkingly, her limpid eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Zhang Fan had kept his eyes closed, but now he opened them. 2 sharp beams of light shot from his gaze, radiating immense authority. Meeting his eyes, Jingya's heart skipped a beat. She felt a sense of humility, insignificance and inferiority, as if she were facing not Zhang Fan but an exalted deity. Zhang Fan smiled softly, his gaze turning gentle. I feel great, better than ever. Jingya let out a long sigh of relief, a radiant smile blooming on her exquisite face. He was fine. Her man was fine. This is wonderful. As long as he's alright, everything is fine. Jingya wept tears of joy. Your well-being is my sunshine. This was the truest reflection of Jingya's heart at that moment. When Zhang Fan was struck to charcoal by lightning, her heart shattered. Now that he was unharmed, Jingya felt alive again, as if the gloom had lifted and the world was infinitely bright. Feeling the affection in the woman's eyes, Zhang Fan gently pulled her into his arms and comforted her softly. I'm perfectly fine now. Don't worry. Jingya nodded vigorously. Boss. Master. The clones and team members gathered around their faces, unable to conceal their joy. Seeing this, Jing Yi broke free from her man's embrace, holding his arm as she stood aside. Though she longed to merge with him, it was inappropriate with everyone watching. "Sorry for worrying you all," Zhang Fan said with a smile. "Boss, did you succeed?" Zhang Wensi asked knowingly while the others fixed their eyes on Zhang Fan. "I succeeded." Zhang Fan smiled slightly. "I have successfully passed the Thunder Tribulation and am now a genuine level 10 ability user." Level 10. Though they had already guessed, hearing Zhang Fan admit it still filled them with exhilaration. "Boss, how do you feel now? What's the difference between level 10 and level 9? Yang Guang asked eagerly. The others also stared at Zhang Fan. "It feels amazing." Zhang Fan savored the sensation. "Unprecedentedly amazing, like being reborn with my life level elevated, a qualitative change from quantitative accumulation." "Boss, explain in detail." The crowd's eyes burned with curiosity, their hearts itching. "Let's put it this way," Zhang Fan pondered for a few seconds. "First, I've gained the ability to fly." "Fly?" They exchanged glances. "Boss, you could fly before." "It's different." Zhang Fan shook his head with a smile, then his feet left the ground. He rose slowly, stopping at a height of 1 meter. "Before I flew using my ability. Now my body itself can fly," Zhang Fan explained. "It's as natural as eating or drinking, I just fly instinctively." "Just fly instinctively? Without needing abilities? That is indeed different. If we reach level 10, can we fly too?" They exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. Many of them lacked flight abilities and couldn't fly. The thought of breaking through to level 10 and gaining flight was thrilling. "Second." Zhang Fan landed back on the ground. "My ability's attack range has expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers. As he spoke, he released his domain ability, instantly covering a 10-kilometer area. "Absolute zero." Zhang Fan uttered the words slowly. Everyone watched in horror as an endless white mist surged forth, unleashing a terrifying cold that rapidly froze the surrounding sea. Within half a minute, the sea surface was completely frozen into a crystal-clear ice sheet. As far as the eye could see, there was only solid ice, not a trace of seawater. This. Everyone was utterly stunned. Some flying team members shot into the sky to survey the area. The higher they stood, the farther they saw. "Damn. The entire sea has frozen over, this is terrifying. And it's the middle of summer." All were horrified, staring at Zhang Fan in disbelief. Freezing everything within 10 kilometers with a single thought, was this truly humanly possible? What immense power was this? It was almost godlike. Incredible. Is this the terror of a level 10 ability user? It's beyond belief. So awesome. I can't imagine how the boss did it. The team members were shaken to their core. Third. Zhang Fan surveyed the awestruck faces and said with a smile, "The third thing is this." He opened his mouth and spat out a golden-silver orb the size of a pigeon egg, a smooth round golden core. Everyone had seen this golden core before, so they weren't surprised. They were just curious about what it really was. "Boss, what exactly is this thing? Why did it appear after you passed the tribulation?" Zhang Wensi asked. "Boss, is this a golden core? Have you broken through to the golden core realm?" someone inquired. "I don't know if it's a golden core," Zhang Fan said with a smile. "But it's the fusion of my life essence, blood essence, physical essence and spiritual energy all condensed into one. I have a feeling that as long as this thing isn't destroyed, I won't die." "What?" Everyone was deeply shocked. As long as this object endured, the boss would be immortal. What kind of divine item was this? In novels they say swallow a golden core and my fate is mine to command. This is definitely a golden core, exclaimed a team member who was an avid novel reader. "Calling it a golden core is fine," Zhang Fan said, glancing at the member with a smile. "I don't know its true name anyway, so golden core works." Hee hee. The member scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. "Boss, what else?" Zhang Wensi asked again. "Besides these changes, what other differences are there between level 10 and level 9? Hearing this, everyone turned to Zhang Fan again. "There's one more major difference," Zhang Fan said with a smile, then opened his palm. Everyone immediately looked at his hand. A white light gathered in his palm, gradually forming a milky white orb as smooth as jade. "Honey, what's this?" Jingya asked in confusion. "To be honest, I don't know either," Zhang Fan said, shaking his head slightly, a look of puzzlement in his eyes. "After breaking through to level 10, I sensed these things. They're everywhere, filling every corner around us. If I wish, I can absorb them into my body to enhance my power." Zhang Fan was equally perplexed by this milky white substance, resembling white mist yet also like a flowing current. Before breaking through to level 10, he had no idea such a thing existed. However, upon surmounting the threshold of level 10, Zhang Fan immediately sensed this milky white gas. It permeated every corner of his surroundings, drifting through the air, forming an endless white ocean. Yet it was formless and intangible, colorless and without substance, distinct from conventional energy or matter. Invisible, untouchable. And yet it truly existed and could even be drawn into the body, fortifying the flesh, spirit and the golden core. Without inheritance, experience or guidance, I'm utterly clueless about the path ahead. I have to figure everything out myself. What a pain. Zhang Fan felt deeply frustrated. At this moment he profoundly realized the importance of knowledge. By knowledge he naturally meant knowledge of cultivation. Since the apocalypse had only struck a month and a half ago and he was the first human to break through level 10, there was no path before him. Everything had to be figured out on his own, like crossing a river by feeling the stones. This feeling of stumbling in the dark was utterly dreadful. Thankfully that mysterious voice guided me this time, or I might have truly perished under the heavenly tribulation. Zhang Fan felt a surge of gratitude but also intense curiosity about the owner of that mysterious voice. Why had he guided him? Would he ever meet him? If he did, could he ask for guidance on cultivation? Zhang Fan longed to see that person, both to express his thanks and to seek advice. From the mysterious figure's words it was easy to infer that he understood the heavenly tribulation well. So he must know a great deal about cultivation, right? Zhang Fan hoped to learn from him. "Boss, does everyone who reaches the peak of level 9 have to undergo the lightning tribulation?" Zhang Wensi asked another question. "Is it very dangerous? How does one survive it?" Hearing this, everyone turned to Zhang Fan again. Dangerous. That was obvious. The boss had been charred black under the lightning strikes. This was clearly no ordinary danger. What everyone wanted to know was how the boss had survived and what experience he had gained. Zhang Fan pondered for a long while before speaking. "I only have a partial understanding of the lightning tribulation, but there's one thing I've figured out. The purpose of the lightning tribulation is not to kill us but to help temper our flesh and spirit, enabling us to condense the golden core." The purpose of the lightning tribulation. Not to kill them. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had originally thought the tribulation was a trial, only those who survived it would live, but now they learned it was meant to help. That was reassuring. As for how to survive the lightning tribulation, Zhang Fan said slowly, "When the lightning strikes, never resist it, just go with the flow. Again, the tribulation's purpose is not to kill us, it's to aid our breakthrough. When I underwent the tribulation, I kept using my self-healing ability to repair my body, that was resisting the lightning. That's why the lightning struck me again and again, preventing my flesh and spirit from merging. When you face the tribulation in the future, be sure to remove all passive abilities like self-healing." Ah. This. Everyone was taken aback. Earlier they had seen the boss' self-healing ability repeatedly mend his body, and they assumed that was how he had endured the tribulation. Little did they expect that the self-healing ability had not only been useless but had actually caused such trouble. When you undergo the tribulation, remember to remove self-healing abilities, it'll save you a lot of trouble. After speaking, Zhang Fan said to the group, "Let's go. We can head back now. It's almost dark." The tribulation had taken over 4 hours and the sky was indeed growing dim. Looking up, the black clouds had already dispersed. The sun was about to set, painting the western sky with a vast expanse of evening glow. "Yes, boss." The clone immediately opened a portal leading everyone back to the Changheng Island base. Zhang Fan did not leave in a hurry. Jingya, noticing this, stayed by his side as well. "Honey, what's wrong?" Jingya asked, puzzled. "Wait a moment." Zhang Fan said, looking around, and then called out, "You. Senior, are you still here?" "Senior?" Jingya was startled. She also looked around but saw nothing, feeling confused. "Honey, who are you looking for?" Senior," Zhang Fan said slowly. When I was undergoing the tribulation, a mysterious senior guided me, allowing me to barely survive. Otherwise I would have died long ago. Jingya was alarmed. Honey, that happened. Zhang Fan nodded. How perilous. Jingya, still shaken, showed gratitude on her face. We must properly thank that senior. Zhang Fan said no more, slightly bowed and respectfully asked, Senior, are you still here? There was no response for a long time. Zhang Fan waited for quite a while, but there was still no sign, so he had no choice but to give up. It seemed the senior did not wish to see him. Since the senior did not want to meet, he dared not disturb him further. Let's go back. Zhang Fan sighed. Jingya, guessing that the senior was unwilling to see her man, nodded and said nothing more. Just as Zhang Fan opened a portal and was about to leave with Jingya, a sharp voice suddenly rang in his ears. If you wish to see me, come to Borneo. It was that mysterious voice. Zhang Fan shuddered and quickly replied, Yes, senior. The voice then fell silent. Borneo. Zhang Fan felt a surge of excitement. He silently repeated the name, then opened a portal and left with Jingya. It was already late and Borneo was far away. There was no time to go tonight. He would set out tomorrow. When the two returned to the holiday in Chaojia, and the others had already prepared dinner. The meal was served and Zhang Fan ate heartily. Having narrowly escaped death and greatly increased his strength, he was in high spirits and had a big appetite. After eating and drinking his fill, he took Jingya back to their room and went to bed early. Afterwards, the two lay in each other's arms whispering sweet nothings until Jingya fell asleep. Zhang Fan then called up his status panel. Name Zhang Fan. Level 10 Awakener. Physique level 10, Tier 1 110 billion. Spirit level 10, Tier 1 110 billion. Golden Core Tier 1 110. Abilities various. Level 10 Tier 1. Does that mean after level 10 Tier 1 there are level 10 Tier 2 and level 10 Tier 3? And the Golden Core, does it also have tiers? Forget it, let me try cultivating first. Zhang Fan closed his eyes, sensing the ubiquitous white currents around him, and began to slowly absorb them. The white currents drifting in the void were instantly attracted, converging toward Zhang Fan like homing swallows. They then passed through his skin, blood, muscles, bones and organs. These bodily organs immediately stirred like hungry wolves, devouring the white currents voraciously. Cells and organs quietly grew stronger. The remaining white currents continued through Zhang Fan's body, eventually reaching his dantian. Within the dantian floated a pigeon egg-sized orb, round and smooth-colored in gold and silver like a Tai Chi yin-yang sphere. This was Zhang Fan's golden core. The golden core spun swiftly, absorbing the white currents as soon as they approached. As the currents flowed into his body without cease, the golden core accepted them all, continuously drawing them in. Zhang Fan stared at the status panel. He noticed that his physique and spirit were subtly increasing at a rate of roughly 1 point per second. About 1 point per second, 60 per minute and 3600 per hour. 86,400 per day and only 31,536,000 per year. This speed is really slow, much slower than hunting zombies and picking up physique and spirit orbs. At this rate, to accumulate 10 billion physique and 10 billion spirit to reach level 10 Tier 2, it would take, well, 317 years. This speed is extraordinarily slow. I'd better stick to hunting zombies to improve my physique and spirit. The only trouble is the golden core. After absorbing all that white current for so long, it hasn't changed much. What a pain. A night of pleasure and indulgence. The next morning after breakfast, the hunter team led by the clones headed to the Demon Sea to hunt zombies. The zombies on Chongzhou Island had been completely cleared. Now all 8 hunter teams were headed to the Demon Sea. Zhang Fan set them a small goal: strive to eradicate the zombies in the Demon Sea within half a year. According to population estimates, there were nearly 20 million zombies in the Demon Sea. The number was staggering, but it would not increase any further. This meant that as long as they kept hunting day after day, there would eventually be a day when they were all killed, wiped out and eliminated. And the hunter team members' speed at killing zombies was now terrifying. 8 hunter teams, over 500 psychics, the weakest being at level 6 with many at level 7 and 8. Coupled with detection abilities that could locate zombies no matter where they hid, they could not escape. Portal abilities allowed for swift travel. With these factors combined, the hunter team's zombie killing speed had reached an astonishing level. Every day they killed no fewer than tens of thousands of zombies. At this rate it would take only a year for the hunter teams to clear the demon sea of zombies. Do not forget, after killing zombies the hunter team members' strength would rapidly increase, making their hunting speed even faster. Thus it would not even take a year for the hunter teams to completely eradicate the over 20 million zombies entrenched in the demon sea. For this reason Zhang Fan set them the small goal of half a year, hoping the hunter teams could clear the demon sea zombies within that time. Once the zombies were completely eliminated, the demon sea would become the territory of the Changheng Island survivor team. Zhang Fan's plan was that after clearing the demon sea zombies he would distribute the land of the demon sea to his team members, allowing them to own their own land like ancient landlords or feudal lords. Then he would bestow the enslavement ability upon the team members, allowing them to go out and enslave zombies, having their own zombie slaves. Then these zombie slaves would till the land, farm and work for them, supporting the team members. What the team members had to do was simple: take wives, have children, reproduce and continue contributing to the rise of human civilization. The current population was far too small. A city that once supported tens of millions now had fewer than 1,000 people, which showed just how few there were. Under such circumstances, to restore human civilization, reproduction was an imperative. Of course the idea was beautiful, but whether it could ultimately be realized depended on how things developed. After breakfast Zhang Fan set off on his journey to Borneo. Jingya had originally wanted to go as well, but Zhang Fan refused. This trip was to meet a mysterious person whose allegiance was unclear, and Zhang Fan could not guarantee the safety of the journey, so he was unwilling to take Jingya along. In fact, before leaving he had left behind several clones just in case. Zhang Fan rose into the air, oriented himself towards Borneo, and then transformed into a streak of light flying forward. After breaking through to level 10, flight became an instinct far superior to any flight ability. Zhang Fan continuously accelerated, quickly breaking the sound barrier and reaching supersonic speeds. He streaked across the void, producing a piercing sonic boom with a ring of white vapor cloud forming around his body. Zhang Fan's speed was too fast. The moisture in the air sprayed against his face condensed into water droplets and was then quickly flung away, turning into water mist behind him, forming a vapor cloud. Zhang Fan could clearly feel the air resistance. The powerful resistance was like an invisible wall frantically pulling at his body, trying to tear him apart and break him down. However, Zhang Fan's physical body was too formidable, able to withstand the pull of the resistance and continue accelerating. Mach 5. Mach 10. Mach 20. Zhang Fan's speed quickly broke through Mach 25, leaving the first cosmic velocity behind. Exceeding the first cosmic velocity. This meant that as long as Zhang Fan was willing he could fly out of the atmosphere like a rocket and reach outer space. But Zhang Fan was unaware of this because he had no way to measure his speed. He only knew he was very fast, but did not realize he had already surpassed the first cosmic velocity. After all, he had no speed measuring instruments on him. It was like when we run, we cannot know exactly how fast we are going, unlike when driving a car. Haha, exhilarating. Flying with such abandon was a truly pleasurable experience. Zhang Fan's spirits soared and he suddenly flew close to the sea surface. Boom! The terrifying shockwave carried by his high-speed flight was like an arrow, instantly splitting the sea surface. It carved a deep trench on the water, with seawater surging to both sides, forming two towering walls of waves. Zhang Fan sometimes soared upward, sometimes dove, sometimes skimmed the sea surface, and sometimes spiraled forward. He was like Superman in the movies, or like Frieza from Dragon Ball Z, flying through the air with abandon. Flying at high speed all the way, crossing the East China Sea and the South China Sea, Zhang Fan reached Borneo in less than half an hour. The straight-line distance from the Demon Sea to Borneo was very short. Zhang Fan flew in a straight line through the air, covering less than 3,000 kilometers. If not for his fluctuating speed, had he maintained Mach 25 the entire time, it would not have taken half an hour. Borneo, also known as Kalimantan Island, is the third largest island in the world, covering an area of 740,000 square kilometers. This place has a tropical rainforest climate with extremely lush vegetation, crisscrossing rivers and very humid air. Zhang Fan arrived above the island overlooking it. Like other places in the country, Borneo was eerily silent, a land without the crow of a rooster for 1,000 miles. Only cities and tall buildings silently told the tale of humanity's former existence. Where is that mysterious senior? Zhang Fan murmured softly. Borneo was vast, larger than the entire Qinghai province. To find that senior in such a huge place was like looking for a needle in a haystack, as difficult as reaching the heavens. Crack. At that moment Zhang Fan suddenly heard a deafening clap of thunder. Looking up he saw dark clouds rolling in the distant sky with lightning and thunder as bolts of lightning struck the ground one after another. Is someone undergoing tribulation? Zhang Fan's entire body trembled. This scene was all too familiar. Just yesterday he had been subjected to lightning for nearly 4 hours, leaving him with a severe psychological shadow. The mere sight of lightning now made him feel terrified. What shocked Zhang Fan was that there was another being on Borneo undergoing tribulation. Who could it be? Why was their cultivation speed also so fast? Zhang Fan himself had been able to reach the peak of level 9 and attract the heavenly tribulation so quickly because of his infinite pickup ability. Furthermore, the over 500 underlings in his hunter team had been working for him all along, and their combined efforts had allowed him to reach the peak of level 9 in such a short time. Zhang Fan was confident that he was definitely the fastest to reach this stage, but he never expected that someone else had also achieved it. How did they do it? Could it be that someone else also had the infinite pickup ability? I have underestimated the heroes of the world. Zhang Fan sighed, then immediately flew towards the place where lightning surged, wanting to go see who exactly was undergoing tribulation. A few minutes later Zhang Fan arrived at the site of the tribulation. Deep within the primeval forest it was overgrown with vines and trees, the ground thickly carpeted with fallen leaves, withered branches and rotting wood, the air heavy with moisture. At the heart of the forest lay a vacuum. The trees there had been blasted into charcoal, engulfed in roaring flames. In the center of the sea of fire was a massive pit. At its bottom a creature lay prostrate, its flesh torn and mangled, a blur of blood and gore. A flood dragon. Yes, a flood dragon. Its body was pitch black, covered in jet black gem-like scales, long and sinuous like a giant python. Yet on its head grew 2 short straight dragon horns, and beneath its belly sprouted 2 claws, each with 4 toes. It was snake-like, yet not a snake, dragon-like, yet not quite a dragon, strikingly similar to the flood dragons of myth and legend. Let us call it a flood dragon for now. This black-scaled flood dragon was about 30 meters in length. Now battered by lightning, its entire body was a bloody charred mess like a piece of coke. However, it clearly possessed some kind of regenerative ability. Flesh buds writhed rapidly, mending its wounds. In no time at all its injuries were mostly healed. This creature is doomed. Zhang Fan sighed inwardly at the sight. Possessing a regenerative ability during a tribulation was a death sentence. It would be slowly ground down by the thunder tribulation. Of course, that was what the mysterious figure had said. Whether it was true or not, Zhang Fan wasn't sure. Today was a chance to verify it. Crack, crack, bolt after bolt of lightning struck down. Each bolt was thicker and more ferocious than the last. At first the black-scaled flood dragon could still roar and bellow. But gradually the thunderous strikes reduced it to a mere whisper of life. This scene was all too familiar to Zhang Fan. A regenerative ability could repair physical trauma but not the spirit. Its ultimate fate was to have its spirit slowly eroded away until it perished from spiritual annihilation. A pitiful creature. Zhang Fan shook his head but had no intention of saving it. Humans and zombies were mortal enemies destined only for mutual slaughter. Why would he save one? Yet at that moment a flicker of compassion stirred within Zhang Fan. Just yesterday he had endured this very scene, yet the despair and resentment were still fresh in his memory. Thus Zhang Fan could empathize. He could feel the black-scaled flood dragon's pain and despair. However, empathy was one thing and saving it was another. After all, it was a zombie. Watch closely. A sharp voice rang in his ears. This iconic grating voice was unmistakable. Zhang Fan's spirit jolted. Senior. It is the second living being on this planet to undergo a tribulation. You can observe its fate well. The sharp voice fell silent after speaking as if it had never been there. Crack, crack, the terrifying heavenly thunder continued to strike. The black-scaled flood dragon fell completely silent. Though its physical body was still constantly regenerating, it seemed as if it had been struck dead, utterly still. Finally, after a dozen more strikes, the heavenly thunder ceased. The black clouds gradually dispersed and the sky returned to its bright, clear state. The surrounding flames slowly died out, wisps of black smoke curling upwards as everything settled into tranquility once more. The charcoal at the bottom of the pit still writhed ceaselessly, repairing its charred body. But Zhang Fan knew it was dead. Its spirit had been utterly obliterated by the thunder tribulation. What remained was an empty hollow shell, dead beyond death. Zhang Fan's heart was a tumult of shock, terror and relief. Without the mysterious figure's warning he would have surely met the same fate as this black-scaled flood dragon, slowly ground down by lightning until his soul scattered and returned to the netherworld. For a moment Zhang Fan was filled with gratitude for the mysterious figure. Without him he would have truly died. This was a life-saving grace. With this in mind Zhang Fan looked around and called out respectfully, "Senior, are you still there?" This time the sharp voice quickly replied, "Don't you want to see its abilities?" Zhang Fan was taken aback, his gaze involuntarily falling upon the black-scaled flood dragon in the pit. He knew that the mysterious voice referred to was the flood dragon that had just undergone its tribulation. "Senior, it's dead," Zhang Fan reminded. "Consciousness may be annihilated but the physical body won't die for a while. Except for spiritual abilities all other abilities remain," the sharp voice stated flatly. "I see." Zhang Fan nodded. He unleashed his domain ability and activated his Annihilation Black Mist ability, killing the black-scaled flood dragon's physical body. He was also very curious about the flood dragon's abilities because its cultivation speed was astonishing. He had undergone his tribulation yesterday and the flood dragon underwent its tribulation today. Its cultivation speed was nearly as fast as his own. This was utterly unreasonable. After all, Zhang Fan possessed the infinite pickup ability, allowing him to pick up attributes from zombies. With the help of over 500 members of his hunting team they had only just reached the 9th level limit. How did the black-scaled flood dragon achieve this? Whoosh, several light orbs dropped. 1 golden orb. 4 white orbs. There were no silver orbs. Clearly the black-scaled flood dragon's spirit had indeed been worn away by the heavenly thunder. Zhang Fan sighed inwardly and picked up the orbs. Picking up the golden orb his physique increased by 1 billion. Boom, an unprecedented wave of warmth exploded within Zhang Fan, surging violently through his body. His cells, muscles, bones, internal organs. All his organs began to strengthen. When the enhancement ended Zhang Fan's physique had reached the first tier of the 10th level of 1 billion 10 billion. As expected of a 9th level limit zombie, the physique attribute it provides is incredibly generous. He continued picking up the white orbs. He acquired the water control ability. He acquired the essence absorption ability. He acquired the mutation ability. He acquired the clone ability. Is that it? Zhang Fan was sorely disappointed by the flood dragon's abilities. He had thought the black-scaled flood dragon possessed some special ability, but it only had 4 conventional ones. Among them the essence absorption ability could indeed speed up cultivation, but not this fast. As for the clone ability, if it created a multitude of clones and sent them to absorb the life essence of zombies, that could indeed accelerate cultivation, but could it really be this fast? Zhang Fan was skeptical. What abilities did you obtain? The sharp voice sounded again. Zhang Fan snapped back to reality, suppressing his doubts, and recounted the 4 abilities of the black-scaled flood dragon. You didn't get its most powerful ability, the sharp voice said again. It was a spiritual inducement ability that could attract zombies from hundreds of kilometers around to it, making them resources for its evolution. Spiritual inducement ability. Zhang Fan's body trembled slightly, but realization dawned on him. No wonder this black-scaled flood dragon zombie's cultivation speed matched his own, it possessed this ability. Indeed. Zombies were everywhere now, but to hunt them one first had to find them, which undoubtedly wasted a lot of time. But if one could make zombies walk right into a trap coming of their own accord, it would vastly accelerate the hunting speed. If I had this ability and then induced zombies within a few hundred kilometers to hunt them, how fast would my cultivation speed become? Zhang Fan mused silently. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Fan couldn't help but consider using time rewind to resurrect the black-scaled flood dragon zombie. Unexpectedly at that moment the grating sharp voice sounded again, "I'll give you half an hour. You can ask me anything you want to know now." Zhang Fan frowned slightly. He actually wanted to meet this mysterious senior, but judging by his tone it seemed he didn't want to see him. Never mind. If he couldn't meet him, asking questions would suffice, wouldn't it? "Senior, who exactly are you?" Zhang Fan asked cautiously. "You are not qualified to know yet." The grating voice was as emotionless as ever. Not qualified to know. Zhang Fan didn't know what to say. He was already at the 10th level and he still wasn't qualified to know. Just what level of powerhouse was this senior? Zhang Fan grew more puzzled, but since the other party didn't want to say, he couldn't press further. He could only suppress his curiosity and ask his second question, "Senior, I want to know about cultivation knowledge." That is what you should be asking, the sharp voice said flatly. You humans are just starting to cultivate, completely ignorant of everything. Your understanding and knowledge of cultivation are utterly lacking and deficient. You urgently need to supplement this knowledge or you will forever be feeling your way across the river. You are wise, senior. Zhang Fan flattered him a little. What the other party said was the truth, hitting the nail on the head. They humans were indeed in dire need of cultivation knowledge. Where to begin? The sharp voice pondered for a moment, then slowly said, let's start with the cultivation levels. Cultivation levels. Zhang Fan's mind stirred. The current cultivation levels proposed by the survivors themselves, ranging from 1 to 10, were indeed somewhat crude. Zhang Fan was eager to learn how this mysterious senior classified cultivation levels. You Earth humans, having just begun cultivation, are in a dazed and ignorant enlightenment phase, knowing nothing about the matters of cultivation. The grating raspy voice continued slowly, but in the vast and boundless cosmos the civilization of cultivation is exceedingly prosperous. Countless races have clashed, exchanged ideas and summarized, ultimately devising a complete and universal cultivation system. Throughout the universe countless peak civilizations categorize lifeforms into 3 major tiers: planetary lifeforms, stellar lifeforms, and the greatest of all, cosmic lifeforms. Planetary lifeforms. Stellar lifeforms. Cosmic lifeforms. Zhang Fan carefully pondered these terms. Planetary lifeforms are the weakest of lifeforms. Such lifeforms can only survive dependent on their home planet. Once they leave it, they are killed by the harsh cosmic environment. They either cannot withstand the extreme cold of outer space or cannot endure the various cosmic rays. In short, these lifeforms are exceedingly weak, so weak that they can only survive within their home planet. If they leave without aid like spacesuits, they will surely die. We call these lifeforms planetary lifeforms, meaning life that can only survive within a planet, their home planet. Having said this, the grating raspy voice emphasized, according to your crude classification, all lifeforms below level 10 are considered planetary lifeforms. All lifeforms below level 10 are planetary lifeforms. That meant even powerful level 9 psychics and level 9 zombies were planetary lifeforms. Zhang Fan thought about it. Indeed, no matter how strong a level 9 psychic was, they couldn't leave Earth to survive in outer space. Even if they could leave, they would likely freeze or suffocate to death in an instant. The second tier of lifeforms, stellar lifeforms. The raspy voice continued, stellar lifeforms are powerful beings formed when a planetary lifeform undergoes evolution, a leap in their life level. Stellar lifeforms surpass planetary lifeforms in all aspects, including physical constitution, spirit, strength, speed, and more. Stellar lifeforms possess 3 typical characteristics. First, they have condensed a stellar heart. The stellar heart is what you call the golden core. This object is a fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. It is also the core, the spark, the energy source of a stellar life form. As long as the stellar heart is not destroyed, the stellar life form will not die. So the golden core is called the stellar heart. Zhang Fan was secretly astonished. After surviving the lightning tribulation, he had condensed a golden core, but he had no idea what it was. He never expected that this thing wasn't called a golden core. Its proper name was actually stellar heart. Quite fitting. Different civilizations and races have different names for the stellar heart. The grating raspy voice continued, for instance, in the various mythologies of your Earth, Taoists call it the golden core, Buddhists call it the relic, dragons call it the dragon pearl, demons call it the demon core, and Western myths call it the divine spark. Different names, but they all refer to the stellar heart. Golden core, relic, dragon pearl, demon core, divine spark. So this thing really is a golden core. Zhang Fan muttered to himself. The second characteristic of stellar lifeforms, flight. The raspy voice continued, the second characteristic that distinguishes stellar lifeforms from planetary lifeforms is the ability to fly, and their flight speed can exceed the first cosmic velocity. You have studied high school physics, so you should understand what it means for flight speed to exceed the first cosmic velocity, right? Zhang Fan nodded dumbly. The first cosmic velocity is the minimum speed required for a spacecraft to break free from Earth's gravitational pull and fly out of Earth. A flight speed exceeding the first cosmic velocity meant one could fly out of Earth and into outer space. I can fly out of Earth. Zhang Fan found it incredible. He knew he could fly, but he never imagined he could fly into outer space. It was too surreal. The life level of a stellar life form has already changed. Not only can they break free from their home planet's constraints and enter outer space, but they can also withstand the harsh environment of the cosmic starry sky. The grating raspy voice said flatly, the cold cannot freeze them, cosmic rays cannot kill them, and even in an oxygen-free environment they will not suffocate to death. Being able to leave the dependency on their home planet, enter the cosmic starry sky and survive, that is the true reason stellar lifeforms are called stellar lifeforms. The third characteristic, absorbing cosmic primordial energy. The grating raspy voice paused, then continued, stellar lifeforms are also lifeforms. They must absorb energy from the outside world to maintain the normal functioning of their bodies. However, once they enter outer space they cannot breathe oxygen or ingest food, and they would naturally starve to death. But stellar lifeforms can sense the ocean of cosmic primordial energy, allowing them to absorb it, replacing conventional methods of replenishing energy like breathing and eating. Can you guess what cosmic primordial energy is? Zhang Fan nodded, unable to resist opening his palm. A white light gathered in his palm, forming a white orb of light. So this thing is called cosmic primordial energy. Zhang Fan murmured. After surviving the lightning tribulation and breaking through to level 10, he had sensed that the surroundings were filled with endless white currents, forming a boundless ocean of white air. Moreover, he could absorb this white air for cultivation, strengthening his body, spirit and golden core. But Zhang Fan had no idea what this white air was. He never expected it to be called cosmic primordial energy. Cosmic primordial energy is the fundamental force of the cosmos, the basis of all matter and all energy. The grating raspy voice became ethereal. Only by evolving into a stellar lifeform can one sense cosmic primordial energy and cultivate by absorbing it. Because they can absorb cosmic primordial energy to replenish their energy, even if a stellar life form leaves their home planet and enters outer space, they will not suffocate or starve even without breathing or eating. Thus stellar lifeforms can leave their home planet, roam outer space, and even venture into the depths of the starry sky. For example, you are now a stellar life form as well. You can leave the Earth that gave birth to and nurtured you and travel to the Moon, Mars, Venus, and even farther planets like Jupiter, Saturn and Uranus. Of course, since you have just become a stellar lifeform, your flight speed on Earth is passable, but once you enter the vastness of outer space this speed is somewhat inadequate. Without a spaceship or other means of transportation, traveling to the Moon is feasible, but going to Venus, Mars or even farther planets like Jupiter and Saturn would take a very long time. For instance, it would take you about half a day to reach the Moon, but at least 2 months to reach neighboring Venus and at least 70 days to reach Mars. Traveling to Jupiter, Saturn and Neptune would take even longer. Zhang Fan's heart burned with fervor. Journey to the Moon. Such a notion was utterly unimaginable in the past. Even the great nations before the apocalypse, marshalling the full might of their countries and expending immense human material and financial resources, could count on one hand those truly capable of sending humans to the Moon. By the time the apocalypse erupted, only the United States had ever achieved manned lunar landing and safely returned its crew. After all, landing a spacecraft on the Moon and landing humans on the Moon are two entirely different feats. Sending a person to the Moon and bringing them back alive is yet another matter entirely. This illustrates the immense difficulty of manned lunar missions, yet now Zhang Fan could accomplish it single-handedly. It was utterly astonishing. I'll try it as soon as I return. Having lived all these years, to be able to visit the Moon would make this life worthwhile. Zhang Fan made a silent resolution. He had harbored a dream of going to the Moon since childhood, yearning to see it up close, but alas, it had always been nothing more than a pipe dream. With current human technology it was possible to send people to the Moon, but it required vast sums of money. Given Zhang Fan's family background, visiting the Moon was nearly an impossibility. Now his dream was becoming reality. Zhang Fan could hardly wait to head to the Moon and see it up close. The third level is the cosmic life form. The grating raspy voice continued its explanation. Cosmic lifeforms are the third level of life, superior to stellar lifeforms and the most powerful beings in the entire universe. They can devour stars whole, shatter white dwarfs, withstand the gravity of neutron stars and roam within black holes. Zhang Fan listened, utterly awestruck. Devour stars whole. How formidable must their physical bodies be? Roam within black holes. Could a person truly become strong enough to resist the pull of a black hole? Cosmic lifeforms are immensely powerful, far beyond your imagination. Given your current level, cosmic lifeforms are still a distant prospect, so I won't elaborate further. The grating raspy voice ended that topic. Since we've covered the cultivation levels, let's move on to other aspects, for instance the primary cultivation content for stellar lifeforms. The cultivation of stellar lifeforms mainly encompasses three areas: the physical body, the spirit and the stellar heart. The physical body. The raspy voice then meticulously explained the specific cultivation methods for the body, spirit and stellar heart. Its voice was unpleasant and its tone was exceedingly cold. From a teacher's perspective it was far from adequate. Yet Zhang Fan listened with the utmost attention. He absorbed the knowledge it imparted with voracious hunger, terrified of missing or overlooking any crucial information. Fortunately his physical body had become so powerful that his brain's memory and comprehension had reached terrifying levels. He could commit anything to memory after hearing it just once. Thus Zhang Fan etched every single word the raspy voice uttered into his mind. The stellar heart is divided into 10 levels, with the first being the weakest and the 10th the strongest. As a newly ascended stellar lifeform, your stellar heart naturally belongs to the weakest first-level category. Cultivating the stellar heart generally has no shortcuts. You can only strengthen it gradually by absorbing cosmic primordial energy. Unbeknownst to him, over 3 hours had passed. Through the raspy voice's explanations, Zhang Fan had gained a fairly detailed understanding of cultivation knowledge. He understood why one must undergo tribulation, what to be mindful of during the process, how to cultivate after becoming a 10th level stellar lifeform, and how to enhance the golden core. 3 hours was not long, but during that time Zhang Fan developed a profound comprehension of cultivation. Any more questions? The raspy voice remained as indifferent as ever. After speaking for over 3 hours it showed no signs of fatigue or impatience. Senior, I have one more question. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and asked a question that had long troubled him: where do zombies come from and what kind of lifeforms are they? Also, why did the apocalypse break out? There's no need for you to know about that for now. The grating raspy voice said flatly, when the time is right you will be told. Very well. Zhang Fan nodded helplessly. Any other questions? The raspy voice asked again. Zhang Fan thought carefully and found he had nothing left to ask, so he shook his head. Since there are no more questions, let's leave it at that. With those words the raspy voice fell silent, leaving no further trace, as if it had never been there at all. Farewell, senior. Zhang Fan bowed slightly, remaining bent for a long moment before straightening up. He looked up at the sky. It was just past noon and a half-moon hung in the sky, appearing slightly hazy under the sun's rays. That's the moon. Zhang Fan murmured to himself, a fervent gleam flashing in his eyes. Then he soared into the air, flying toward the sky. Accelerate. Accelerate. Accelerate continuously. Like a rocket, Zhang Fan kept accelerating ceaselessly, charging through the void. As he ascended higher and higher, he flew farther from the ground. The primeval forest shrank, and eventually the entire island of Borneo became a tiny green patch. The once flat horizon gradually curved, the air grew thinner, and the air resistance acting on his body diminished. Zhang Fan continued his flight. Gradually he felt his body grow lighter as Earth's gravitational pull on him weakened. After flying a bit further, the force Earth exerted on him became almost imperceptible. Zhang Fan stopped flying, but he didn't remain still. Instead, like an artificial satellite, he began to orbit Earth in a circular motion. Zhang Fan turned back to gaze at the blue planet beneath him, his eyes filled with an indescribable awe. Beautiful. Utterly beautiful. Majestic. Magnificent. Vast. Sublime. This beauty was soul-stirring, ineffable. Any words fell pale and powerless before it. The azure oceans, the emerald forests, the colorful mountains, the flowing rivers, and the white clouds shrouding the planet's surface. All of it left Zhang Fan in awe. He had seen images of Earth countless times in movies and on television. But seeing Earth on a screen and witnessing it with his own eyes were two entirely different experiences. It's truly beautiful. Zhang Fan murmured to himself. He lingered for a long time before reluctantly tearing his gaze away and looking behind him. Behind him stretched the vast boundless darkness of space, a darkness so profound, so deep, so immense, so desolate and so lonely that it resembled the gaping maw of a monster ready to devour him. Outer space is too vast, too monotonous. Zhang Fan shook his head and sighed. Staring into the depths of the cosmos for too long stirred an inexplicable sense of panic within him. Zhang Fan knew this was the innate human fear of darkness and the unknown. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, then locked his gaze on the distant moon and flew toward it. All around was boundless darkness and endless deathly stillness. The entire world was silent, cold and desolate, a loneliness and blackness that seemed capable of devouring a person whole. With a sharp whistle, Zhang Fan shot toward the moon like a streak of light akin to a meteor. His velocity was tremendous. In the vacuum of outer space devoid of air resistance, he could theoretically accelerate continuously, building speed without limit. This was an advantage no human-made spacecraft could match. Spacecraft had limited space and consequently limited fuel. Every ounce of propellant had to be meticulously rationed. Thus spacecraft could not accelerate recklessly. Once they reached a predetermined velocity, the engines would cease firing, allowing the craft to coast inertially toward the moon at a constant speed. Zhang Fan was different. He could continuously absorb cosmic primordial energy, perpetually replenishing his own power. In theory, he could keep accelerating indefinitely. Under this relentless acceleration, Zhang Fan's speed had long surpassed 100 times the speed of sound, tens of kilometers per second. What did that even mean? It was incredibly fast, to be sure. Yet when compared to the vast boundless expanse of the cosmos, such speed amounted to nothing. Terrible cosmic rays battered Zhang Fan's body along with a horrific soul-sapping cold that ceaselessly leached the warmth from him, striving to kill, freeze, and extinguish him. Zhang Fan felt far from comfortable. He could only constantly draw upon cosmic primordial energy to replenish himself, granting his body a modicum of relief. At that moment Zhang Fan deeply understood a fundamental truth: a being of the starry void could indeed survive in outer space, but it was merely survival, nothing more. The harsh, brutal environment of space relentlessly assaulted his body. The experience was exceedingly unpleasant. If he had a choice, he would much rather be within the comfortable embrace of Earth's atmosphere, basking in warm sunlight, breathing fresh air, and admiring beautiful scenery. Outer space. What a godforsaken place. As he flew onward, the moon in his field of vision grew larger and larger. The surface of that somber satellite, its countless meteorite impact craters and ringed mountains, gradually came into sharp focus. The moon resembled a mottled, scarred stone ball hanging forlornly in the darkness. Its surface was riddled with wounds and pockmarks, the legacy of eons of meteorite impacts. Drawing closer and closer to the moon, Zhang Fan had no intention of decelerating. Instead, he hurtled headlong toward it. At his current velocity, any spacecraft approaching the moon would be forced to slow down. Only when its speed was reduced to a certain point could a spacecraft be captured by the moon's gravity and enter a lunar orbit. If it were to crash into the moon like Zhang Fan, the spacecraft would inevitably be destroyed with no survivors. Zhang Fan harbored no such concerns. He plunged straight toward the moon, a human meteor. The moon's mass was too small, its gravity too weak to retain an atmosphere, thus it had none. As Zhang Fan collided with the moon, there was no friction with air nor any air resistance to contend with. On the contrary, under the moon's gravitational pull, his impact velocity grew faster and faster. A distance of thousands of kilometers was crossed in an instant. Like a meteor, Zhang Fan slammed heavily into the lunar surface. A silent cataclysmic impact erupted, carving a terrifying crater into the moon's crust. A vast cloud of dust billowed upward, forming a monstrous mushroom cloud. With a sharp whistle, a figure shot out from the cloud, finally hovering in midair. It was Zhang Fan. Gazing back at the mushroom cloud behind him, Zhang Fan coughed a few times. Causing such a commotion the moment I arrive, isn't that a bit rude? Would change have any objections? Zhang Fan shook his head, then descended from the sky, landing on the lunar surface. His feet touched the ground. A soft yielding sensation traveled up from his soles, as if he were stepping on a thick layer of snow, sinking deeply into it. Zhang Fan looked down and saw that the lunar surface was covered in a thick layer of dust about a dozen centimeters deep. It lay quietly on the moon's crust like fine cement, soft and spongy underfoot. Lifting his foot, he left a deep, distinct footprint imprinted on the moonscape. If no meteorite ever strikes this spot, I wonder if my footprint could last until the moon itself explodes. Zhang Fan stared at the footprint. With no atmosphere, there was naturally no such thing as air currents on the moon. Without air currents, there was no wind. Because there was no wind, the phenomenon of dust being swept up never occurred on the lunar surface. Thus, whenever a meteorite struck, it would kick up vast quantities of dust. Under the influence of gravity, the dust would drift down like snowflakes, eventually settling on the lunar surface. And there it would remain unchanging. It would not shift. It would not harden. It would not be blown away. No creature would tread upon it. It would stay there forever, immutable. Therefore, any footprint left on the moon's surface would remain unchanged for eternity, provided it was not destroyed by a meteorite impact. Zhang Fan began to stroll, wandering across the lunar landscape. Aside from the thick layer of dust, the moon's surface was mostly composed of gray rocks and pitted, uneven craters. To be honest, there wasn't much to see. It was far too monotonous. Such scenery was novel only upon first arrival. After a short while, it inevitably led to aesthetic fatigue. Let me take a picture as a souvenir. Zhang Fan retrieved his latest foldable smartphone from his personal space intending to snap a few photos. But the moment the phone emerged it emitted a sizzling sound then exploded with a bang sending up plumes of smoke. The explosion had no effect on Zhang Fan whatsoever. He looked at the destroyed phone then tested the ambient temperature and understanding dawned on him. He was currently on the lunar near side where sunlight blazed directly onto the surface. The temperature there was extremely high, exceeding 100 degrees Celsius. How could any phone withstand such heat? This was no obstacle for Zhang Fan. He unleashed his domain ability enveloping an area several kilometers around. Activating absolute zero, he rapidly lowered the lunar surface temperature. When the temperature dropped to around 20 or 30 degrees Celsius he ceased cooling. Using his domain to isolate all cosmic radiation he ensured safety then produced another phone. He then created a duplicate instructing it to take photos of him as he struck various poses. Standing arms crossed, hands behind his back, lying on his side lifting a rock, Zhang Fan was just like any tourist snapping picture after picture until he was finally satisfied. Time to explore other places. Zhang Fan put away his phone and the duplicate flying at a steady speed a few meters above the lunar surface. He moved at a leisurely pace about 30 km per hour, comparable to an electric scooter. He flew while taking in the scenery. Due to the absence of an atmosphere there was no scattering of light on the moon. Thus even under direct sunlight the lunar surface was not bright, its illumination was similar to a full moon night on Earth. Compounded by the sheer monotony, Zhang Fan soon grew aesthetically weary and lost interest as he wandered. If the legend of change flying to the moon were not a myth but a real event, that woman would have been driven mad by this god-awful lunar environment the moment she arrived. Zhang Fan muttered to himself, then accelerated his flight. Since he was already here it would be a shame not to circle the entire moon. He decided to head for the far side. Because the moon's rotation and revolution periods are identical, one side of the moon always faces Earth while the other side perpetually faces away. This is the phenomenon of tidal locking. To put it simply, the moon and Earth are like two apples strung together on a single stick. Because they are connected by this same stick, as the moon revolves around Earth, one side constantly faces the planet and the other side constantly faces away. The former is the lunar near side, the latter is the far side. Flight was indeed a remarkably convenient ability. It allowed one to travel in a straight line through the air, free from the rugged and uneven terrain that made overland travel so slow and arduous. Speeding through the void, Zhang Fan soon arrived at the far side of the moon. Unlike the scorching heat of the near side, the far side was a realm of extreme cold, a frigid 180 degrees Celsius capable of freezing everything in its path. Of course this level of cold was nothing to Zhang Fan, a being of the 10th level stellar life form. The temperatures he had endured while flying through the void of space were even lower. The far side of the moon is a place of mystery. Some say alien bases are hidden here, others whisper of crashed alien ships. Zhang Fan lent little credence to these rumors, but that did not stop him from investigating. After all, what if? Just what if there was something? Zhang Fan immediately deployed his domain ability enveloping a 10-kilometer radius and initiating a comprehensive scan. He could have used his detection ability, which had a far greater range. However, the detection ability could only sense life forms and there was clearly no life on the moon. It was useless here, making the domain ability the far more suitable choice for this task. The domain ability enveloped a 10-kilometer radius, rendering everything within that area, including the lunar surface and hundreds of meters below it, completely exposed and feeding a clear, detailed picture back into his mind. Zhang Fan's mind worked like a high-speed computer, rapidly analyzing and processing this flood of information. But alas! Nothing but rock and stone. How dull. Zhang Fan moved to another area and continued his search, but again found nothing. And so he traveled from place to place, tirelessly scanning the far side of the moon, yet his efforts yielded nothing. Rumors truly aren't to be believed. Zhang Fan shook his head. Having held no expectations, there was naturally no disappointment. He soared into the air and attempted to activate his portal ability, wondering if he could teleport directly back to Earth from the moon. But at that moment, from the corner of his eye, Zhang Fan caught a faint glimmer of light in a secluded corner of the lunar surface. He immediately looked towards the spot, which was a massive impact crater, or rather a ringed mountain. At the bottom of the crater something was emitting a weak flickering light like a firefly blinking in the darkness. The far side of the moon was currently facing away from the sun and no sunlight reached this place. Thus the far side of the moon was shrouded in an absolute darkness far deeper than the darkest night on Earth. Where could this light be coming from? It was clearly illogical. Zhang Fan immediately flew over, and upon landing at the bottom of the impact crater he discovered a metal block lying there. Yes, a metal block. It was almost completely buried under a thick layer of dust with only a palm-sized portion exposed to the air. A metal block. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Since arriving on the moon all he had seen was dust, rocks and craters. Seeing a metal block now filled him with an indescribable surprise and excitement. Note, this was not Earth but the moon. Theoretically there should be no man-made objects on the moon. This metal block with its smooth texture was clearly not a natural formation but an artifact. How could there be a man-made object on the moon? Could it have been left by aliens? Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Fan snapped his fingers. He activated his earth manipulation ability, causing the dust, lunar soil and rocks around the metal block to scatter to the sides. The metal block was gradually revealed. Moments later a large pit lay before Zhang Fan. And in the center of the pit stood a silent sphere. A sphere about 5 meters in diameter, entirely golden as if cast from pure gold. Unlike a simple golden ball, the surface of this metal sphere was incredibly smooth, as if coated in a layer of glass, crystal clear and gleaming like new. Though it had been buried in lunar soil, one would expect it to be dirty and covered in dust, yet it was immaculately clean. Of course its cleanliness was secondary, the crucial point was that it was clearly a man-made object. Where did this man-made object on the moon come from? And what was it? Could it be an alien spaceship? Zhang Fan swallowed hard. It looks like one. Could an alien be sleeping inside? Zhang Fan's heart was filled with trepidation. He didn't know what to do. What if an alien was indeed sleeping inside? Would digging it out awaken it? If the alien was awakened, would it attack him? Could his tiny fragile body withstand such an assault? Yet the thought of simply leaving and pretending he had seen nothing filled Zhang Fan with reluctance. Encountering an alien spaceship on the moon and not investigating it would keep him awake at night. After a moment of internal conflict, Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. He decided to take the risk and try to open the thing. If he was attacked and killed, so be it. He had already prepared a contingency, making it difficult for him to truly die. To be safe, Zhang Fan did not act himself. He created a duplicate and let the duplicate do the work. Meanwhile he activated his void walk ability, perfectly merging himself with the surrounding void. Then he watched the metal sphere in silence. Begin. Zhang Fan communicated telepathically. Understood, original. The duplicate nodded slightly, first extending his spiritual power to probe the metal sphere. The moment his spiritual power touched the metal sphere, it was as if it had hit a wall and was directly repelled. After several attempts he still couldn't penetrate the sphere. The duplicate was left helpless. Original, this thing blocks spiritual power. I can't probe its interior. Blocks spiritual power. Zhang Fan frowned slightly. Spiritual power could penetrate walls, earth, rock and any other substance, yet it couldn't get through this metal sphere. Try using the metal manipulation ability to see if you can open this thing. Zhang Fan commanded telepathically. The duplicate nodded, reached out and touched the metal sphere, silently activating the metal manipulation ability. No matter what material this sphere was made of, as long as it was metal, it should be subject to the control of the metal manipulation ability. But things did not go as planned. The duplicate manipulated it for a long time, but the sphere remained completely unchanged, utterly ignoring the duplicate's efforts. What's going on? The duplicate frowned. Could this thing not be metal? No, that can't be right. It feels exactly like metal. Next the duplicate tried various other methods, annihilating black mist, the touch of Midas, matter phasing. All of them were useless. The metal sphere was impervious to everything. None of Zhang Fan's attacks had any effect on it. Zhang Fan pondered for a long time before suggesting to the duplicate, since we can't break it from the outside, try getting inside directly. Use void walk and teleportation. To recklessly enter without knowing what was inside was undoubtedly dangerous. But at this point there was no other choice. I'll try it. The duplicate nodded, his body gradually merging into the void. The void walk ability was a spatial ability. By merging his body with the void he could pass through any object. This time the duplicate successfully ignored the sphere's barrier and entered its interior. I can't sense the duplicate anymore. Did he get in? Zhang Fan was both surprised and delighted yet also tense and anxious. I wonder what the duplicate will encounter if there's any danger and what lies inside this metal sphere. As he waited in nervous anticipation, time seemed to crawl. A few minutes later, just as Zhang Fan was growing impatient, the duplicate emerged again. Original. How is it? Zhang Fan stared intently at the duplicate. It's confirmed. This thing is indeed a spaceship. As if recalling the scene inside the vessel, a flicker of awe passed through the duplicate's eyes. Don't let its size fool you, inside it's a world unto itself. A spaceship. Zhang Fan's entire body trembled. Even though he had suspected the metal sphere was an artificial construct, likely a spacecraft, the confirmation still struck him with immense shock. A spaceship. It certainly wasn't made by Earthlings. It had to be the work of extraterrestrials. The question was, which aliens? What did they look like? Why did it come to Earth? Did it harbor any malice? What's it like inside? Zhang Fan pressed urgently. Are the aliens still alive? It's vast, incredibly vast. Like your portable space and space farm, it looks small from the outside, but inside it's astonishingly huge. It feels as big as a planet. As big as a planet. Zhang Fan was stunned once more. What kind of technology could build a ship like this? It must be beyond imagination. The duplicate shook his head. Of course, that's not the point. The key is I found several corpses on the floor inside the ship. Each one exuded a terrifying pressure, a suffocating aura. The duplicate emphasized, judging by that pressure alone, those corpses were unimaginably powerful in life. They were very likely the cosmic beings that mysterious senior mentioned. Cosmic beings. Zhang Fan's spirit jolted. He had never encountered a cosmic being, but from the mysterious senior's words he knew they were the most formidable and fearsome lifeforms in the entire universe. Devouring stars, shattering white dwarfs, traversing black holes with their physical bodies. Just imagining it was suffocating. Are you sure they're dead? Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. If they weren't and the duplicate's intrusion had awakened them, the consequences would be catastrophic. They're definitely dead. I can't sense any mental fluctuations from these bodies. The duplicate nodded. Besides, these corpses are lying haphazardly on the ground like abandoned bodies. Would beings of this level just lie around anywhere? That's true. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, then asked, any other discoveries besides the bodies? The duplicate shook his head. The whole ship is seamless. I can't find any place where treasures might be hidden. I even suspect they had something like a spatial ring or a portable space ability. All their treasures are stored in another dimension, which is why we can't find them. So you went in there and came back with nothing? Zhang Fan was somewhat disappointed. Pretty much, the duplicate replied, equally helpless. Go back and search again. Zhang Fan commanded. This time I'll send more duplicates in with you. Examine everything thoroughly and see if you can find any treasures. Oh, and while you're at it, check if the ship is still operational. Understood. Zhang Fan created over 1,000 duplicates in one go and dispatched them all into the spaceship. Then he waited. About an hour later the duplicates returned one by one, but all of them came back empty-handed, having found nothing. Boss, we couldn't find any treasures, the duplicate sighed. The technological level of this ship far exceeds our comprehension. Entering this ship is like a monkey getting into a helicopter. We have no idea how to operate it. It's not your fault, Zhang Fan waved his hand. He wasn't a scientist. Even if he were facing a spaceship of such high caliber, the most likely outcome would be total bewilderment and ignorance. Under such circumstances, trying to find treasures inside the ship was nothing short of a fool's errand. Actually. One of the duplicates hesitated. What is it? Zhang Fan looked at him. I think the greatest treasures are these corpses themselves, the duplicate said. These bodies were likely cosmic beings in life, each one incredibly powerful. If we could utilize them, the benefits would be unimaginable. You mean possess them? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. That probably won't work. I'm just a newly broken through starry sky life. How could I have the ability to possess a powerful cosmic being? Even if I succeeded, I probably couldn't control it. It would be like a child wearing an adult's clothes, it wouldn't fit. Don't you have the puppet ability, boss? The duplicate suggested. You could try refining them into puppets. A puppet of this caliber would be absolutely invincible. I doubt it would work either. Zhang Fan was still not hopeful. But it's worth a try. Oh, did you bring the bodies out? I did. The duplicate waved his hand and produced several corpses from his portable space. At first glance they looked very much like Earthlings with similar heights, limbs and facial features. But on their foreheads they had a third eye resembling the heavenly eye of Erlangshen. 3 eyes. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. There were rumors online that during the Apollo 20 moon landing mission Americans discovered an alien spaceship on the far side of the moon and inside it a corpse. It was a female corpse with a third eye between the other two, hence the name three-eyed female corpse. And these corpses all had a third eye. The question arose, did the Americans really find a three-eyed female corpse on the moon's far side during the Apollo missions? If it was true, was there a connection between that corpse and these? Zhang Fan pondered for a long time, then let the thought go. Whether there was a connection or not didn't really matter. Furthermore, the bodies of these corpses were covered in dense fine silver scales packed tightly together like jujube pits. Other than that, their facial features, limbs and overall form were almost identical to humans. Zhang Fan examined them for a long time but found no treasures or vessels for storing them. So he gave up and instead tried his puppet ability. The puppet ability could refine a living being into a puppet to fight for him. This ability was different from the slave ability. The slave ability enslaved the living, turning them into servants. The puppet ability targeted the dead, refining corpses into living dead to serve as puppets. So these corpses were perfect candidates for making puppets, if it was possible. Zhang Fan activated his puppet ability and cautiously tried it on one corpse. The process was surprisingly smooth and it was easily refined. But when Zhang Fan tried to control the puppet, problems arose. The movement was extremely awkward and stiff. Zhang Fan strained with all his might, barely managing to make the puppet perform simple actions like standing up, walking slowly or waving an arm. That was all. It couldn't perform complex movements, couldn't even walk fast, let alone run. Yet even so, Zhang Fan was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, feeling more exhausted than if he had run from Earth to the moon. Zhang Fan realized it was a matter of level disparity. The target's level was too high while his own was too low. It was like a 3-year-old trying to swing a sledgehammer or an 80-year-old man riding a spirited horse, an inherently strenuous task. Zhang Fan reluctantly abandoned the idea of refining the other corpses. The level gap was too great, even if he made them into puppets they would be useless. At this point there's only one way left. Zhang Fan's solution was cloning. Since these corpses were too high level, he would lower their level to match his own. Zhang Fan was eager to know at the same level which would prove stronger, these corpses or himself. And cloning was undoubtedly the best method. It must be noted that any clone produced by the cloning ability matched the physical level of the original Zhang Fan himself. Now that Zhang Fan was a 10th level stellar lifeform, the clone's body would also be a 10th level stellar lifeform. As soon as the thought struck, he acted. All Zhang Fan needed to do was scrape off a bit of genetic material from these corpses. A strand of hair with the follicle, a scale, or even a drop of blood would suffice. Zhang Fan immediately set to work. He didn't think it would be easy, for these corpses were far too high level, their physical forms incredibly formidable. Peeling even a tiny bit of skin or hair from them would prove exceedingly difficult. And indeed it was. Despite exhausting himself with tremendous effort, Zhang Fan couldn't pull out even a single strand of hair from these corpses. Their hair was as tough as steel. No, it was infinitely tougher than steel. Though Zhang Fan was a 10th level stellar lifeform, he still couldn't manage to yank out a single hair. After toiling for a long time with no results, Zhang Fan was left utterly worn out. This is tough. He panted heavily. Master, there's actually one more corpse, a clone suddenly said. What do you mean? Zhang Fan looked at him puzzled. That corpse should be a child's, less than a meter tall. I sensed its aura was ordinary, so I didn't bring it out. The clone spoke with some embarrassment. It couldn't be blamed, with these magnificent corpses as the centerpiece, who would bother with the body of a little brat. Zhang Fan shot the clone a glare. Bring it out and let me see. Sure thing. The clone hurried back into the spaceship and soon emerged carrying a child's corpse. It was indeed less than a meter tall, with a sturdy tiger-like head, roughly the size of a 1 or 2-year-old human child. Its aura was weak, far inferior to the other adult corpses, yet it was strangely peculiar. Its scales were golden while the other adult corpses were all silver. The 3-eyed child's corpse was gold. The 3-eyed adult corpses were silver. This was too bizarre. In Zhang Fan's understanding, gold should be nobler than silver. Why was this child so weak in power, clad in golden scales while the adults were silver? I can't figure it out. Zhang Fan shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, he'd leave it be. The key was to scrape off some genetic material. This child's corpse was also extremely tough, its muscle tissue was like car tires, unbelievably resilient. But unlike the adult corpses, it wasn't indestructible. After great effort, Zhang Fan finally managed to pry off a fingernail-sized piece of flesh from the child's corpse. Then he sent it into the cloning space. Now all he had to do was wait. During the wait, Zhang Fan ordered the clones to return all the corpses to the spaceship. Once the clones came out, he stored the spherical metallic spaceship into his personal space. He couldn't understand it now, but that didn't mean he never would. He'd keep it for now and study it when he grew stronger. At any rate, even if it ended up gathering dust in a trash bin, he wouldn't leave it here for others to benefit. After stowing the spaceship, Zhang Fan sank his consciousness into the cloning space. The cloning was not yet complete. Strange. It's been 3 minutes, why isn't the cloning done yet? Zhang Fan wondered. Cloning his own body took only 3 minutes. Why was cloning the three-eyed child taking longer than 3 minutes? There was nothing to do but keep waiting. Zhang Fan simply took out his phone and started taking more photos. The moon was too monotonous with nothing much to see. Unless something special happened, Zhang Fan wouldn't be coming back. So while he was here, he'd take plenty of photos and videos as keepsakes. Next time either Venus or Mars, but I'd really prefer Europa on Jupiter or Titan on Saturn. Europa, Jupiter's fourth largest moon and the second closest to the planet. Scientists have detected that Europa is a mild world, its surface covered by an ice layer beneath which lies an ocean. Scientists believe that Earth's oceans gave birth to life, and Europa with a similar environment is highly likely to have also nurtured life. Titan, Saturn's largest moon, is the homeworld of the big villain Thanos in Marvel's Avengers series. It is also the second largest moon in the solar system. It is the only moon in the solar system with a thick atmosphere. More importantly, Titan is the only celestial body besides Earth with liquid matter on its surface. The Cassini probe discovered lakes and rivers on Titan as well as the largest lake. With a thick atmosphere and liquid bodies, Titan is strongly suspected to harbor life. Zhang Fan naturally wanted to visit such a planet highly likely to host life. However, the Jupiter and Saturn systems were far from Earth and a round trip would take a long time. He wouldn't dare venture to Europa and Titan without thoroughly eliminating the zombies on Earth. I'll wait. I'll go when I have free time later. Time slipped away quietly. Before he knew it, 7 or 8 hours had passed and the cloning was finally complete. Exactly 8 hours. Zhang Fan glanced at his phone, astonishment in his eyes. I've got to see what kind of monster this three-eyed child is to take so long to clone. With that thought, Zhang Fan's mind plunged into the cloning space. The golden cocoon symbolizing the clone emitted crisp cracking sounds, quickly becoming covered in fine cracks. Boom! The golden cocoon exploded, dissipating into streaks of golden light throughout the cloning space. A tall figure 1.8 meters in height and covered in fine golden scales hovered in midair. He was very human-like, his build, limbs, facial features, hair. Almost identical to an earthling. The only difference was the third eye at the center of his brow, a vertical eye resembling Erlangshan's celestial eye. His muscles were sleek, his legs long and powerful, his body well-proportioned and upright with perfect proportions. His skin emitted a faint golden glow, smooth and delicate. The fine scales covering his body resembled Aquaman's battle armor. A faint pressure radiated from him, pressing down on Zhang Fan's heart, making him breathe rapidly and feel suffocated. Zhang Fan swallowed hard and immediately channeled a portion of his consciousness into the clone. Whoosh! The three-eyed clone suddenly opened its eyes, 2 beams of golden light shooting from its dark gold pupils. Lightning crackled within them, stretching far into the void before gradually fading. Zhang Fan clenched his fists, moved his arms, twisted his neck. Carefully sensing this new body. So powerful. He couldn't hide his awe. This body is this strong. So much stronger than my earthling body. From this body Zhang Fan felt surging vast and overwhelming power. The difference was like suddenly moving from an 80 or 90-year-old decrepit body into a youthful vigorous 18 or 19-year-old physique. The contrast was stark. The sensation was crystal clear. Zhang Fan let out a silent roar toward the sky. He suddenly launched upward, shooting into the heavens like a rocket. After reaching several kilometers high, Zhang Fan abruptly reversed direction and plunged toward the lunar surface. Boom! He struck the moon like a meteor. In a silent thunderclap, the ground trembled violently, countless rocks scattering in all directions as dust billowed up. A massive mushroom cloud rose, and where he had struck a huge impact crater appeared. Whoosh! A streak of light shot out from the mushroom cloud hovering above it. His dark gold eyes blazed brilliantly, lightning flashing within them. Open! Zhang Fan roared, and his third eye suddenly snapped open, shooting out a golden beam that pierced heaven and earth. Slash! The golden beam struck the lunar surface, carving a deep bottomless chasm with a single sweep. Truly formidable. Gazing at the deep chasm left on the lunar surface, Zhang Fan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This ravine was at least several kilometers deep and over a dozen kilometers long, resembling an unfathomable canyon. A single strike could leave such a mark on the moon. This power rivaled the gods of myth. Setting aside all those chaotic supernatural abilities, just comparing physical bodies, the three-eyed clone's physique is far superior to my earthling body. The gap is at least tenfold, which is truly terrifying. This disparity was imperceptible to the naked eye, much like the difference between a Superman and an ordinary human. Outwardly they seemed identical, but upon peeling back the skin and observing the interior, the divergence was beyond imagination. Superman's muscle tissue, bones, organs, even every single cell far surpassed those of an earthling. The three-eyed clone's strength also manifested in its tolerance to low temperatures and cosmic radiation. Zhang Fan could clearly sense that the three-eyed clone was more resistant to cold and better at withstanding cosmic rays. Most terrifying of all, its absorption rate of cosmic primordial energy far exceeded that of his earthling body. In short, it was a complete and utter suppression. Profoundly awed by the might of the three-eyed clone, Zhang Fan also harbored a burning question: what exactly was the race of the three-eyed clone? This was destined to remain an unsolved mystery, at least for now. With no way to investigate further, he decided it was time to go home. Zhang Fan stored his earthling body in the clone space, retaining only the three-eyed clone as his physical form. Then with a single leap he soared toward Earth. The clone ability was a miraculous skill. Every clone created could be stored within the clone space. These clones were like spare sets of clothing or game skins, while the clone space itself resembled a wardrobe or a game inventory. Whenever Zhang Fan wished to use a particular clone, he simply retrieved it from the clone space and infused it with his consciousness. If he poured all his awareness into a clone, his earthling body would become idle. At such times he could store the earthling body in the clone space just like any other clone. The clone space was a wondrous realm. Any flesh stored within remained perpetually viable, never decaying or dying. Whoosh! Piloting the three-eyed clone, Zhang Fan hurtled through outer space, quickly escaping the moon's gravity and shooting into the void. With the moon's weak gravity and lack of atmospheric drag, launching from the lunar surface was far easier than from Earth. Speeding through the cosmos, Zhang Fan returned to Earth in less than 3 hours, then aimed for the Sea of Demons and plunged down like a meteor. Whoosh! As he tore through the atmosphere at high velocity, scorching flames enveloped his body. The intense heat seared his skin, the fire licked at his flesh, threatening to char and cook him. Yet Zhang Fan was unafraid of such temperatures. After some 10 minutes he arrived back at the Sea of Demons, switched to his earthling form and returned to the Changheng Island Holiday Hotel. It was afternoon on Changheng Island, and Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling and Wang Yanni were busy in the kitchen, chatting and laughing in a harmonious atmosphere. As Zhang Fan approached the hotel, he overheard Wang Yuan teasing, "Sister Chao, you want a child? You could ask Zhang Fan, his genes are top-notch. And besides, Sister Chao, don't you like him? Since you do, why not have his baby? A mother's status rises with her child. I'm sure the boss won't treat you poorly if you bear his child." "What nonsense are you talking?" Chao Jia's voice cut in. "Having a child is a matter for two people. Even if I like him and want to bear his child, I'd need Zhang Fan and Jing Ya's consent. Besides, they're already a couple. If I seduced Zhang Fan, wouldn't that make me the other woman? Sister Chao, you worry too much." Wang Yuan snorted. "Is it wrong to love someone? This is the apocalypse now, all the old laws are gone. So what if someone has multiple wives? Who's going to judge you? Besides, even before the apocalypse, having multiple partners wasn't unheard of. As long as you don't get married or register it, the law can't touch you for having several wives. It's not bigamy." Sigh. Chao Jia sighed. "There's no chance. Zhang Fan is devoted to Jingya. Where would we fit in? Devoted my foot. Wang Yuan scoffed. There's no wall that can't be breached. If it stands, your pickaxe just isn't strong enough. If you Sister Chow were determined to seduce him, I bet the boss would fall for it. After all, you're so beautiful, have such a great figure and are so understanding, you're not a bit inferior to Jingya. Chao Jia found herself momentarily speechless, then retorted, you've said so much, why don't you seduce him yourself? Don't you like him too? I am afraid of getting beaten. Wang Yuan said weakly. Jingya is already level 9 and I'm only level 7. I'm no match for her. Although the logistics team lacked the unlimited loot ability to level up by hunting zombies, they possessed the gluttony transformation ability, allowing them to devour zombie crystals en masse and advance. And crystals were plentiful. Every day the over 500 hunting team members brought back zombie crystals for the logistics personnel to use. It was as if more than 500 hunters were supporting the 60-odd logistics staff, ensuring an endless supply of zombie crystals. Consequently, the logistics team's cultivation speed was hardly slow. Currently Chao Jia was the highest at level 8, while Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling and Wang Yani were slightly lower at level 7. Speaking of which, Jing Ya's leveling speed is truly remarkable. The boss must be giving her special treatment. This time it was Zhou Ling's voice. It's only natural to favor one's own woman. Chao Jia chuckled. Zhang Fan is truly a good man, so devoted to Jingya. It's a pity I met him a few days too late. Sigh. If you like him, go for it. I dare not. I'm afraid of getting beaten too. Coward. Listening to their banter, Zhang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. He knew Chao Jia liked him, the tenderness she showed in his presence was unmistakably genuine. To be honest, Zhang Fan also found Chao Jia admirable, and he harbored a fondness for this gentle, soft-spoken woman. But the incident with Hua Rui had left a deep impression on him. Fearing another unpleasant fallout, he chose to maintain only a friendly relationship. So even though I'm a scoundrel, I'm not scoundrel enough, Zhang Fan sighed to himself. He never considered himself a devoted, faithful man, yet he couldn't bring himself to love and abandon like Duan Jingshuan, falling for every woman he met. Let things take their course. Zhang Fan shook his head, stepped into the kitchen and put on a smile. Sister Chow, everyone busy? Seeing him enter, the women fell silent, startled and a little embarrassed. Chao Jia's cheeks flushed as she stammered, Zhang Fan, you're back. Yes, I'm back. Zhang Fan changed the subject with a laugh to ease their awkwardness. I just took a trip to the moon and snapped a lot of photos. Hurry up with the cooking and after dinner I'll show you. To the moon. During dinner, the news about Zhang Fan's trip to the moon spread among the team members. Currently only the team leaders and a few logistics personnel were still staying at the Holiday Inn. Specifically, these were Zhang Fan, Jingya, Zhang Wenxi, the Yang Linger sisters, Yang Guang, Bao Yuning, Chui Yan, Wu Yan and Wu Miao. Then there were the logistics staff, Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, Wang Yani and Zhang Wenxi's girlfriend Gao Yan. Also present were Lu Heng and his daughter Xiao Yudian Dahuang and Fatty's family of 4. As of now, these were the only people staying at the Holiday Inn, everyone else was living in the Shuyun residential area. Lu Mu had originally also stayed at the Holiday Inn, but after the incident with Hua Rui he had a falling out with Zhang Fan and moved to Shuyun. Honey, did you really go to the moon? Jingya asked curiously while eating, and everyone else stared at Zhang Fan with gossipy expressions. Go to the moon? Just thinking about it felt like a dream. I really did go. Zhang Fan nodded. Actually, there's nothing much to see, it's barren and desolate. I hung around for a bit, took some photos and came back. Photos? Jingya's beautiful eyes lit up, a flicker of curiosity in her limpid gaze. Where are the photos? Let me see. Wait a moment, we'll go to the meeting room after dinner. Alright. Everyone hurriedly finished their meal and headed to the meeting room. Chao Jia and the others who hadn't even washed the dishes followed along as well. Zhang Fan copied the photos from his phone to his laptop, connected the laptop to the projector and then opened them one by one. Craters, impact basins, clear footprints, dust covering the ground. As they looked at each lunar photo, everyone's mouths formed an O shape, their eyes wide with astonishment. Only one thought remained in their minds: holy shit. The boss really went to the moon. After viewing all the photos, they could no longer suppress their shock and stared at Zhang Fan with burning gazes. Boss, how did you do it? Zhang Wenxi asked, swallowing hard, while the others also fixed their eyes on Zhang Fan. Landing on the moon. It was something they wouldn't even dare to imagine, yet the boss had accomplished it. And judging by the photos, he wasn't even wearing a spacesuit directly exposed to outer space. How did he manage that? Zhang Fan smiled faintly and said casually, I flew up. Flew up. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. After breaking through to level 10 you can fly. Just keep flying upward and you'll leave the atmosphere. Zhang Fan smiled. And level 10 psychics are incredibly powerful, strong enough to withstand the low temperatures of outer space and various cosmic rays, surviving easily in the vacuum. Since you can survive in outer space, you can naturally survive on the lunar surface. Then just fly over. Zhang Fan made it sound simple, but the others listened in stunned silence. After a long while the room erupted. Is level 10 really that powerful? It can even withstand the cold of space and cosmic rays. That's incredible. That's awesome. Is the mythical change how she got to the moon, giving rise to the legend of her flight? Boss, what does it feel like to fly in outer space? Wang Yuan blinked her big dark eyes and looked at Zhang Fan with admiration. Hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. What does it feel like? Zhang Fan pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head. Not very comfortable. The low temperature of outer space constantly saps heat from your body and various cosmic rays bombard you. Especially when the sun's rays directly hit your body, it becomes scorching hot. So the real feeling during the moon landing was alternating between hot and cold, a true clash of fire and ice. When cold it was bone-chilling, when hot it was searing. The experience was very unpleasant. Why do comets have long tails? It's because during flight they are directly exposed to sunlight. The surface temperature of the comet becomes extremely high, causing ice to evaporate into vapor. When the vapor leaves the comet, it crystallizes, forming the long tail. So don't think outer space is always cold. When directly hit by sunlight, the temperature can be extremely high. The surface temperature of the moon sometimes reaches over 180 and sometimes drops below 100, which is the best proof. So thank the Earth's atmosphere. It acts like a protective shield, keeping the Earth's temperature neither too high nor too low, always within a comfortable range. But the Moon and Mars, which lack atmospheric protection, experience extreme contrasts of heat and cold. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. The environment in outer space is extremely harsh. In comparison, our Earth is much more comfortable. Zhang Fan sighed, summing up his lunar expedition. Compared to the barren, dead and monotonous moon, I still prefer staying on Earth. That hellish place on the moon is fine for an occasional visit, but staying there long-term would drive you crazy. Hearing this, everyone nodded outwardly, but inwardly they disagreed, eager to break through to level 10 immediately and follow the boss' example by taking a trip to the moon. Boss, I have good news. Zhang Wensi suddenly said. I've already reached level 9 and I'll hit the limit of level 9 within a week at most. What I want to ask is, if I don't resist the lightning tribulation, will I definitely survive it safely? At this, everyone turned to look at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's previous tribulation had left a deep impression on everyone. The memory of those world-shattering heavenly bolts still sent chills down their spines. That's right. Zhang Fan gave a definitive answer. As long as you don't use self-healing or phasing abilities to resist the tribulation, but instead endure it with your physical body, you will definitely succeed. After receiving guidance from that mysterious senior, Zhang Fan had clearly understood that the purpose of the lightning tribulation was not to kill the cultivator, but to help them refine their body and condense the star core. Therefore, as long as one honestly endured the lightning tribulation, they would surely pass it and become a stellar life form. Hearing Zhang Fan's affirmative answer, Zhang Wensi breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Boss, when the time comes I'll ask you to help me delete my self-healing ability. No problem. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. At Chongzhou Island in the Bamboo Grove courtyard. A crossdresser wearing a standard pencil skirt and sheer stockings that revealed fair legs lounged in a massage chair, legs crossed, scrolling through a tablet. Displayed on the tablet were none other than the photos Zhang Fan had taken on the moon. Great One, you're so amazing. Great One, I want to go to the moon too. Great One, what does it feel like to stroll on the moon? The crossdresser exclaimed in admiration while casting flirtatious glances at Zhang Fan. Their phoenix eyes were seductive and full of affection, every gesture exuding deadly charm. Zhang Fan sat in the massage chair beside them, smoking leisurely, and answered the woman's questions with a smile. After finishing the photos, the crossdresser suddenly sprang up and bit their tempting red lips. Great One, when will you take me to see the moon? Wait until you break through to level 10. Zhang Fan said with a smile. Only after breaking through to level 10 can you survive in outer space. But I'm only level 9. The crossdresser licked their alluring red lips, a blush creeping onto their face, and leaned close to whisper in the Great One's ear, I want to. With you on the moon. So embarrassing. Moon. Moonquakes. As expected of a Great One always playing creatively. Zhang Fan swallowed his saliva. Then cultivate well, strive to reach the limit of level 9, soon pass the lightning tribulation and break through to level 10. Then I'll take you to the moon to play. Today is July 18th, the 48th day since the apocalypse began, and as usual it is a bright sunny day. The hunting team members set out to hunt zombies as always, with Zhang Fan taking Jingya along. Meanwhile his three-eyed clone accompanied a duplicate to the neighboring Shaoxing Island. Zhang Fan's goal for today is simple: to bestow various abilities upon the three-eyed clone. The three-eyed clone is much stronger than the earthly counterpart, and after acquiring multiple abilities it will undoubtedly become even more formidable. Zhang Fan hopes the three-eyed clone can grow stronger to become his trump card. Just imagine usually operating with his earthly body, and when facing a strong enemy unleashing the three-eyed clone would catch them completely off guard. Currently Shaoxing Island is completely covered by dense vegetation. The lush wild grasses and thick woods give the island a feel reminiscent of a primeval forest. Herds of livestock roam leisurely in the forest underbrush, enjoying the leaves and grass, living quite comfortably. Of course they are content. There are no natural predators on Shaoxing Island, allowing them to forage and rest freely. Whoosh, two figures appeared, the three-eyed clone and a duplicate. This spot will do. Zhang Fan glanced at a large willow tree below. The dense leaves spread out, blocking the sunlight, making it a perfect place to seek shade. Then Zhang Fan maneuvered the three-eyed clone to the base of the willow tree, with the duplicate following closely behind. The first ability, tenfold amplification ability. Zhang Fan declared. Understood, master. The duplicate nodded and immediately applied the tenfold amplification ability to Zhang Fan's three-eyed clone. First apply, then merge. Zhang Fan worried that since the three-eyed clone was an alien race it might not be able to absorb the abilities of Earthlings. To his relief, the process was surprisingly smooth. Within 3 minutes the three-eyed clone successfully acquired the tenfold amplification ability. Zhang Fan sighed with relief. As long as it could absorb abilities he could continuously apply more. Domain ability. Initial divine light. Time rewind. One after another abilities were applied. The application was smooth. The merging was painful. Zhang Fan closed his eyes to merge, not uttering a sound throughout. Unknowingly the sun began to set and all abilities were finally applied. Success. Zhang Fan opened his eyes, two golden beams flashing in his dark golden pupils. All the abilities I possess are now in the three-eyed clone. With this the three-eyed clone will not lag behind my earthly body in any aspect. Zhang Fan understood what this meant. The only advantage the earthly body had over the three-eyed clone was its abilities, and now even that advantage was gone. The earthly body would be comprehensively inferior to the three-eyed clone. The three-eyed clone will be my greatest trump card. As time silently passed, 2 days slipped by unnoticed, and it was now July 20th. In the blink of an eye it was time for the blood rain that occurs every 10 days. As per tradition, today was a day off, and like the previous times the team members mostly stayed in the base. They either sang karaoke together, played mahjong, or swam in the community pool. It is worth mentioning that the Shuyun community originally had no swimming pool. To accommodate the team members' swimming needs, Lu Chang specially had a large swimming pool built in the community. The pool is 1 kilometer long, 800 meters wide and 100 meters deep, larger than any pool on Earth. The water in the pool is purified from the nearby Yangtze River. Zhang Fan possesses the water separation ability, which is excellent for purifying water, making it easy to extract clean drinking water from the Yangtze. Once the pool was completed it was very popular among the team members and many went swimming after work today. Unlike the heavy atmosphere of previous blood rain days, the team members today felt quite relaxed, a relaxation brought about by their strength. After days of hunting and hard work the team members had made significant progress in their abilities. Currently there are over 600 people in the base, with the weakest being level 7 ability users, including those from the logistics department. The weakest. Level 7, which was unimaginable just 10 days ago, yet this reality has indeed occurred. Among the over 600 members, level 8 ability users nearly make up 1/3, around 200 people. As for figures like Zhang Wenxi, Yang Linger and Yang Guang, they have all advanced to level 9. To be precise, the current survivor base on Changheng Island has 1 level 10. 13 level 9. 237 level 8. The rest are all level 7. Such strength is truly earth-shattering. Such strength is enough to sweep through the entire demon sea. Such strength is enough to fear no zombie. Thus, even though today is a blood rain day, the team members are very relaxed. They eat, play and worry about nothing. There is no need to worry. As of now, the weakest zombies are level 4 and the strongest are level 9. According to predictions, after tonight the weakest zombies will evolve to level 5 and there may even be level 10 zombies. Even so, there is no need to fear. Amidst the relaxed and joyful atmosphere, the day quietly passed and night soon descended, shrouding the earth in darkness. After dark, the clear sky suddenly changed to thunderclouds roared above, thunder crashed and fierce winds howled. In Shuyun Community, Zhang Fan's room. Dressed in shorts, Zhang Fan stood on the balcony holding a glass of red wine, gazing at the thunder that spanned the sky, and couldn't help but sigh. The blood rain has arrived as scheduled. Yes, it has arrived as scheduled. Jingya stood in front of Zhang Fan, her snow-white arms tightly wrapped around his arm. Tonight she wore a white cotton tank top and light blue denim shorts. The tank top was stretched tight by her ample bosom, while the shorts accentuated her long snowy legs. To observe tonight's blood rain, all the floodlights in the community were turned on, illuminating it as bright as day. "Honey, nothing strange will happen tonight, right?" Jingya whispered. "Even if something strange happens, there's nothing to fear." Zhang Fan gently swirled the wine glass in his hand, smiling. "With our strength we can handle any zombie and any crisis." "True." Jingya nodded slightly, her watery eyes filled with admiration as she looked at her man. "With you here we need not fear any crisis." "You are not bad yourself." Zhang Fan laughed. "You could have transcended today, why did you deliberately hold back?" Earlier this morning Jingya's spirit had reached 900 million. With just 100 million more she could easily reach the threshold to break through to level 9 and face the tribulation. Yet she held back, ultimately stopping at 900 million, just 10 million short of 1 billion. "Tonight is the blood rain night. I'm worried about unforeseen events, so I'll postpone it." Jingya explained. "After tonight I can break through tomorrow." "That makes sense." Zhang Fan nodded slightly. "Transcending the tribulation takes several hours. It cannot be completed in a short time, so postponing it to tomorrow is indeed a wise choice." Jingya gently nodded. "It's a promise. Once I break through to level 10, take me to the moon. Rest assured." Boom! Just as Zhang Fan was speaking, a deafening thunderclap suddenly echoed outside the window. In the next second, torrential rain came crashing down, with raindrops hitting the walls and ground, creating a series of dull thuds. "Rain." Zhang Fan and Jingya were taken aback for a moment, then exchanged glances, seeing confusion and surprise in each other's eyes. On the night of July 1st it was blood rain plus blood hail. On the night of July 10th only blood hail remained. According to Zhang Fan's calculations, tonight should also be blood hail. How could it be blood rain? Black rain. Why is it black rain today? The rain outside poured down like a torrential flood. The large raindrops as big as soybeans crashed violently against the rooftop, the windows and the ground, producing a series of loud thuds. The dazzling searchlight emitted bright beams, dispersing the dark night and illuminating the courtyard ahead. A thick layer of rainwater accumulated on the ground, but upon seeing the color of the water everyone was left astonished. Black. Ink black. Why is this rain? How can it be black? Everyone was baffled. Zhang Fan and Jingya were also in shock. The courtyard was filled with thick ink-like black water which stained everything: courtyard walls, rooftop windows and trees, completely black. It was as if the sky was not pouring rain but ink dyeing the entire world black. How could this happen? This is actually black rain. Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged glances, seeing astonishment, shock and disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. In the previous 5 instances of blood rain, whether it was rainwater or hail, they were all blood red. Everyone had become accustomed to the blood red rain and naturally assumed that tonight's rain would also be blood rain. Who would have thought? It would be black rain. Something unexpected has occurred. A serious expression flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes and a mental transmission spread, instantly resonating in everyone's hearts: to prevent unforeseen events, all of you stay alert and be ready for battle at any moment. Yes, boss. Understood, boss. All team members responded in their hearts simultaneously. Those who were sleeping quickly dressed while those watching TV turned it off, and even those playing mahjong or do di zhu set down their cards. In just a few minutes all team members were dressed and ready for battle. In fact, there was no need for much clothing, a pair of shorts was sufficient. Currently each team member averaged 7 types of abilities, one of which was undoubtedly the ability to turn into silver alloy. With this ability even wearing just shorts was enough for self-defense. Tonight's rain is actually black rain. Why is it black rain? The color of the rain isn't important, what's crucial is what effect this black rain will have on the zombies and what kind of changes it will bring about. How strong will the zombies become? No need to worry. Regardless of whether it's blood rain or black rain, if the zombies dare to come we guarantee they'll regret it. Exactly. The stronger the zombies become the better for us, if this way we can level up quickly and break through to level 10 sooner. The team members discussed among themselves, some worried, some anxious, but many were more excited. The apocalypse had descended for 50 days now, and everyone was no longer the naive rookies they once were. They had become elite fighters, having killed countless zombies, and it was impossible to scare them as easily as at the beginning of the apocalypse. Now the team members had more of a hunter's mentality, and no matter what kind of zombies they faced they would eliminate them all. Of course everyone's greater confidence stemmed from Zhang Fan. With Zhang Fan, a level 10 starry life form, overseeing them, what was there to fear even if the zombies became stronger? Bang bang bang, the black rain fell in torrents. It continued to pour. In a deserted corner of the community the large beauty sat alone on the ground. Strangely, the torrential rain did not wet it, instead it was continuously swallowing the rain. It opened its small mouth, emitting a terrifying suction force, forming a black hole that incessantly absorbed the surrounding black rain. The endless black rainwater was absorbed into its belly, and then through digestion in its stomach space it transformed into a continuous stream of energy nourishing its flesh and spirit. Meanwhile, on a rooftop of a building the big clever one was doing the same thing, constantly absorbing the black rainwater. Both of them were Zhang Fan's zombie servants, granted the abilities of gluttony and division by Zhang Fan. Usually they followed behind the hunting team to clean up the zombie corpses, swallowing massive amounts of zombie bodies almost every day, allowing their evolution speed to exceed imagination. As of now they were both genuine level 9 zombies holding high status within the team. Because they had been together for a long time, no one feared them, nor did anyone reject them simply because they were zombies. The big beauty had a proud and cold personality, always wearing a disdainful expression, so its relationship with everyone was average. The big clever one was completely the opposite. This creature was a chatterbox, able to converse with anyone, so it got along very well with the team members, often putting its arm around their shoulders and frequently playing mahjong and do di zhu together. Many people, while paying attention to the black rain, also kept an eye on the two of them. Since the specific effects of the black rain would definitely be reflected in them first, it was wise to focus on them. As time ticked away, unknowingly more than 2 hours had passed and the time reached 10 p.m. There had been no disturbances from the outside, and neither the big beauty nor the big clever one showed any changes. After 2 hours of heightened vigilance, everyone began to relax, their taut nerves easing. Crack! Just then a silver lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky, striking fiercely at a corner of the community. The blinding white light dispelled the darkness, illuminating the entire community, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Crack! Buzz buzz buzz! The glass windows vibrated violently from the thunder, and everyone was thoroughly startled by the sound. Thunder! Where is the thunder coming from? Look at the big beauty, it seems like it's about to undergo tribulation. Everyone jolted and instinctively turned to look at the big beauty sitting quietly in the corner of the community. Unbeknownst to them, it had already stopped absorbing the black rain and was now quietly sitting on the ground. The earlier lightning did indeed strike it, causing its clothes to explode and electricity to surge wildly around it. Is the big beauty about to undergo tribulation? Damn! It's already at the limit of level 9. I thought the second one to undergo tribulation in our base would definitely be the boss lady, but I didn't expect it to be it. The big beauty undergoing tribulation indicates that zombies also have to undergo tribulation. Thank goodness the heavens have not favored the zombies, at least in this aspect of tribulation. Zombies and humans are equal. Of course. I remember the boss said that tribulation is not a disaster but an opportunity, a support that helps us temper our bodies and spirits, condensing the golden core and breaking through to level 10. From this point of view, the bodies and spirits of zombies are almost no different from us humans, if they too must rely on tribulation to break through to level 10. That's a very reasonable analysis. Do you think? Will there be many zombies undergoing tribulation tonight? It's hard to say. There might not be many land zombies since there are very few level 9 land zombies, there simply aren't many of them. But there are definitely a lot of water zombies. The boss mentioned earlier that many water zombies have reached level 9, especially after tonight even more water zombies will reach level 9. That makes sense. Crack, another bolt of lightning struck down. A torrential downpour of black rain cascaded down. Brilliant bolts of lightning tore across the night sky, striking one after another upon Debialiang in the corner of the residential complex. Under the relentless bombardment of lightning, Debialiang gradually lost its human form, eventually reduced to a pile of charred remains. Witnessing the heap of carbon where limbs and head had been obliterated, everyone felt their hearts tremble and their bodies shudder. Although everyone present aside from the over 60 logistics personnel had witnessed Zhang Fan's tribulation before, watching a person being struck into such a miserable state still sent chills down their spines. How painful and agonizing must it be to be reduced to such a state? Would we also be struck like this during our tribulation? The mere thought of this scene made everyone feel a creeping dread and an icy chill down their backs. Finally, after a barrage of 81 lightning strikes, the thunder tribulation ceased. Immediately a vortex appeared at the center of the dark clouds and a milky white beam descended from the sky, enveloping Debialiang. Success. Debialiang succeeded. Phew. It's finally over. It was nerve-wracking. Debialiang made it through. Debialiang truly lives up to its name, enduring the entire ordeal without a single sound. Such fortitude is admirable. Fortune follows disaster. Debialiang is about to condense its golden core. Watch closely. The team members watching the tribulation let out a collective sigh of relief as the milky white beam descended, a wave of indescribable joy and elation washing over them. Everyone knew that the most perilous stage of refinement had ended and the moment of core formation was at hand. If it successfully formed its golden core, Debialiang would become the second being in the base to break through to level 10. Bathed in the milky white light, streams of gold and silver, representing flesh and spirit, rose from Debialiang, converging above its head and spiraling around each other. This process lasted for over 10 minutes. Finally a golden core took shape, shimmering with gold and silver, one side a resplendent gold, the other a subdued bright silver, forming a Taiji yin-yang fish pattern. The golden-silver golden core rotated gently like a miniature planet, radiating mystical and unfathomable ripples. Honey, it's done. Jingya gazed joyfully at the formed golden core, a glint of delight flashing in her moist eyes. It's done. Zhang Fan also broke into a smile. Although he knew beforehand that barring interference from self-healing abilities the tribulation would succeed with absolute certainty, the real-life example was still only his own, far too few to serve as solid evidence. Thus during Debialiang's tribulation Zhang Fan had harbored some unease. Now that anxiety had completely dissipated and his heart was finally at ease. As that mysterious senior had said, the heavenly tribulation was not meant to kill the cultivator but to aid and bestow opportunities. Indeed, this proved true. Crack, 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 cracks appeared on the surface of the charred remains. In no time the carbon shell shattered with a bang, revealing a graceful figure. Jade-like translucent skin. Lustrous jet-black hair. Full rounded breasts. A shapely curvaceous derriere. Long, slender and straight legs. Was this a person? This was undoubtedly a perfect work of art. Ahem. Zhang Fan cleared his throat softly as if hearing a chorus of loud swallowing. With a thought he erected a wall of earth around Debialiang, shielding it in the center. Then he tossed a set of clothes to Debialiang. Ahem. The team members finally snapped out of their daze. The women blushed slightly while the men turned away in embarrassment. A few minutes later Debialiang, fully dressed, flew out of the earthen wall. Clad in a red leather jacket and pants, it accentuated a seductive, graceful, tall and slender figure. Its exquisitely perfect features bore not a trace of expression, as cold and aloof as a goddess from the celestial realm. At first glance it appeared no different from a human female. Upon closer inspection one would notice a white crystal embedded in its forehead, rhombus-shaped and the size of a peanut, strikingly similar to the diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead from Naruto, representing the 100 Healings Jutsu. What is this? Zhang Fan and Jingya both looked startled. What's that thing on Debialiang's forehead? If I remember correctly, it wasn't there before the tribulation, was it? Indeed it wasn't. This appeared only after the tribulation. What is it? Could it be the mark of a level 10 stellar life form? That can't be right. I recall that after the boss tribulation there was no such thing on his forehead. Why does Debialiang have it? Could it be a mark for zombies breaking through to level 10? After all, the biggest difference between the boss and Dabialiang is that the boss is human while Dabialiang is a zombie. Is that so? That seems to be the only possibility. The team members also noticed the purple rhombus-shaped crystal on Dabialiang's forehead and began discussing it among themselves. They were both puzzled and bewildered, making various speculations. Zhang Fan and Jingya also speculated but couldn't figure it out. No matter, they could simply ask directly. Dabialiang, come over here. Zhang Fan's voice echoed in the air. Dabialiang raised its blood-red gem-like eyes, glanced at Zhang Fan, then slowly rose into the air and flew toward him. It landed outside the balcony and gave a slight nod in greeting, its voice cool and clear. Master. Congratulations on successfully overcoming your tribulation. Zhang Fan offered his congratulations with a smile, then asked, what is that mark on your forehead? Dabialiang reached up and touched it, shaking its head gently. Master, I do not know. Didn't know? The mark was embedded right there on its forehead and it didn't know. Zhang Fan frowned slightly. He knew Dabialiang would never deceive him. If it said it didn't know, then it truly didn't. Crack! Just then another bolt of lightning struck. What's going on? Didn't Dabialiang finish its tribulation? Where did this lightning come from? Look at the rooftop of Building 5. Building 5. Isn't Dekongming there? Is Dekongming about to undergo its tribulation too? Damn. It's like a rush. Everyone turned in unison to look at the rooftop of Building 5. Sure enough, another lightning bolt struck, slamming into Dekongming, who sat in meditation. Unlike the silent Dabialiang, Dekongming let out a blood-curdling scream, a harrowing sound that sent chills down one's spine. Indeed. Dekongming is also undergoing its tribulation. As time passed, lightning struck one after another, mirroring Dabialiang's experience. After 81 bolts, a milky white beam descended, helping Dekongming successfully cross the heavenly tribulation. Like Dabialiang, Dekongming also had a rhombus-shaped mark on its forehead. The difference was that its mark was not purple but blood-red. Why? Why do zombies all develop a rhombus-shaped mark on their foreheads upon reaching level 10? But humans do not. Zhang Fan gazed at Dekongming standing before him, staring at the mark embedded in its forehead, lost in thought. Crack! Suddenly another thunderclap rang out, but this one did not originate from within the residential complex. In fact, it was far away, but Zhang Fan's hearing was acute enough to discern it clearly. Something is undergoing its tribulation. Let's go take a look. Zhang Fan left a few clones to guard the complex while he soared into the sky, disappearing into the vast moonlight. From a great distance he could see lightning striking over the distant river like pillars of light connecting heaven and earth. And farther out over the sea, 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 or 8 bolts of lightning were descending. There were even 2 milky white beams stretching between the heavens and the earth. So many zombies undergoing tribulation. Arriving at the mouth of the Yangtze River, watching the relentless lightning striking down, Zhang Fan was engulfed in an indescribable shock. 1, 2, 3. A total of 8. There are 8 zombies undergoing tribulation. Zhang Fan gasped. Although he had known for a long time that marine zombies were generally much stronger than terrestrial ones, seeing so many oceanic zombies facing tribulation was still shocking. The black rain began at 8:30 p.m. and it has only been 2.5 hours since 1040. Zhang Fan murmured, in less than 2.5 hours of black rain, so many level 9 zombies have broken through their limits and attracted heavenly tribulation. After tonight, how many level 10 zombies will emerge? Zhang Fan dared not imagine. But he was certain that a large number of level 10 zombies would appear around the world, putting humanity in a precarious situation. Zhang Fan wasn't worried about himself, he could single-handedly face thousands of troops. No matter how many level 10 zombies came, he could slay them all. The unfortunate ones were the survivors in other regions of the world. The only thing I can do is hunt level 10 zombies as much as possible. Zhang Fan murmured as he rushed towards the first zombie undergoing tribulation, as he had yet to kill a level 10 zombie. Zhang Fan was eager to discover just how strong level 10 zombies were. After killing one, what would he gain? 2 minutes later he arrived before the first zombie facing tribulation. It was a crab-like zombie. Excluding its 8 legs, its long tail measured over 15 meters, completely enveloped in a hard shell. Its 8 legs were covered in menacing spikes, a deep black color glimmering with a cold metallic sheen resembling a steel fortress armed to the teeth. Bolts of lightning struck down continuously as if the divine thunder of the heavens was ruthlessly ravaging this crab zombie, aiming to reduce it to charcoal. The crab zombie was charred black, convulsing violently with wisps of black smoke escaping from the cracks in its shell. Zhang Fan noticed that the lightning striking this crab zombie was much thicker and more powerful than the tribulation lightning he de Piaoyang and de Tsongming had faced. Zhang Fan understood that this was due to the crab zombie's enormous size and its exceptionally strong physique. In the words of that mysterious senior, the purpose of tribulation is to refine both the body and spirit, purifying all the life force contained within the body and the energy of the spirit to an extraordinary degree. Thus, the stronger the body and spirit, the more formidable the heavenly thunder required for refining. This crab zombie was no exception. With its size, the power of the heavenly thunder was naturally much greater. Crack, crack. Despite the crab zombie's hard shell and impressive defense under the relentless strikes of the heavenly thunder, it was gradually reduced to charcoal, its fierce pincers eventually falling silent. Eventually the heavenly thunder ceased and a milky white beam descended, aiding the crab zombie in condensing its golden core. After a long while, a golden core shining with gold and silver hues floated in the air, astonishingly as large as an apple. What a large golden core! Zhang Fan gasped inwardly. My golden core is only as big as a quail egg, yet its golden core is so massive. The golden core was formed from the energy of the body and spirit. If the stronger the body and spirit, the larger the golden core. Crack, crack, crack. The charred exterior of the crab zombie began to shed, revealing a new body as lustrous as jade. At this moment, although it had successfully passed the tribulation, its shell was very soft, fleshy and somewhat jelly-like. However, as time passed, its shell hardened rapidly, and in a moment the crab zombie's shell became as hard as iron. Roar! The crab zombie retrieved its golden core and couldn't help but let out a long howl towards the sky, releasing the joy within its heart. Like Zhang Fan, who had just crossed the tribulation, its knowledge was exceedingly limited and its understanding was muddled. Yet it understood that it had successfully broken through its shackles and reached a new stage, significantly enhancing its combat power. That was enough. After roaring for a while, the crab zombie finally stopped. Its two button-like eyes coldly glanced at Zhang Fan, a glint of icy killing intent flashing within, and its enormous pincers suddenly slammed down onto the ocean surface. Splash! A gigantic water dragon burst forth, claws bared, charging at Zhang Fan with overwhelming ferocity. He thinking of attacking me just after successfully transcending the tribulation. Zombies truly are zombies forever, humanity's nemesis. Zhang Fan let out a cold laugh, activating his domain ability, instantly enveloping the crab zombie in the center. With a casual wave, the incoming water dragon crumbled into pieces. Zhang Fan reached out and the power of his domain acted on the crab zombie, directly pulling it out of the water. Roar, roar, roar! The crab zombie struggled violently. Its strength was astonishing, showing signs of breaking free from the domain's restraint. Humph! Zhang Fan snorted coldly, activating the time-stopping ability of his domain, and a terrifying wave of time spread out, quietly enveloping the frantically struggling crab zombie. Buzz! The crab zombie immediately froze in midair, unmoving. Water deprivation. Zhang Fan reached out into the void. An omnipresent force acted upon the crab zombie, and the moisture within its body was immediately drawn out, rushing out from the crab zombie's interior. A large amount of water flowed out continuously, and the crab zombie visibly shriveled and collapsed, becoming a dried crab corpse in just 2 minutes. Swish! Several light orbs fell. 1 golden, 1 silver, 3 white and 1 gold-silver mixed. A gold-silver mixed light orb. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. This color of light orb has never appeared before. Collect. Zhang Fan first collected the gold-silver mixed light orb and immediately felt a warm yet cool sensation surge into his body, directly passing through and flooding into the golden core nestled within his dantian. As Zhang Fan looked inward at the golden core, he saw it spinning rapidly while visibly growing larger. Glancing at the attribute panel, his physique, spirit and abilities remained unchanged, but the golden core entry successfully increased from level 1, 110 to level 1, 210. Clearly this newly appeared gold-silver mixed light orb represented the golden core light orb. Absorbing it, Zhang Fan's golden core experience increased by 1 point. Zhang Fan's eyes brightened with joy as he realized he had discovered a fast way to enhance his golden core. Previously he could only slowly improve it by absorbing cosmic primordial energy. The speed was slow with little effect. He calculated that it would take at least 317 years to raise the golden core to the second tier of level 10 by relying solely on absorbing cosmic energy. 317 years. How slow would that be? However, now just by absorbing the golden core light orb dropped by the crab zombie, the golden core had already increased by 1 experience point. At this rate, as long as he hunted 9 more level 10 zombies, Zhang Fan's golden core could be raised to the second tier of level 10. It was incredibly fast. Then Zhang Fan continued to collect. Physique 1. 6 billion. Spirit 1. 1 billion. Acquired water control ability. Acquired energy absorption ability. Acquired mutation ability. Tisk. As expected of a level 10 zombie, the loot it dropped was simply too bountiful. Zhang Fan licked his lips and targeted the second zombie facing tribulation. Sorry my dear friends, but for my faster evolution I must take you down. The second C-zone zombie undergoing tribulation was a moray eel. Over 40 meters in length, its body was covered in black scales that gleamed with a dark metallic luster. A spiral horn grew from its forehead and 3 pairs of fin-like wings protruded from its ribs. When Zhang Fan arrived, it was shrieking under the bombardment of lightning, its flesh torn and bloodied. However, this moray eel zombie possessed no self-healing abilities, so it barely survived the tribulation, successfully evolving into a 10th level zombie and becoming a new 10th level stellar life form. Unfortunately targeted by the hunter Zhang Fan, it was destined to be the shortest-lived 10th level stellar life form. With a simple move of absolute zero, Zhang Fan froze the moray eel zombie into an ice sculpture, killing it effortlessly. As a fellow 10th level stellar lifeform, Zhang Fan held an absolute advantage over both the crab zombie and the moray eel zombie, able to annihilate them in an instant. This was Zhang Fan's advantage in abilities. This advantage ensured that Zhang Fan possessed absolute dominance and instant kill capability against those of the same level. After the moray eel zombie died, 6 light orbs dropped. 1 physique orb. 1 spirit orb. 3 ability orbs. 1 golden core orb. Zhang Fan picked them up in sequence. Physique 1. 4 billion. Spirit 1. 8 billion. Acquired water control ability. Acquired essence absorption ability. Acquired mutation ability. Golden core upgraded to first rank 310. Continue. Zhang Fan oriented himself and dashed toward the third zombie undergoing tribulation. The third C-zone zombie undergoing tribulation was a catfish encased in a steel-like armor. It was pitch black, resembling an iron fortress, its defenses no weaker than the crab zombies. But under the relentless bombardment of the heavenly tribulation, its exoskeleton was soon shattered into pieces. In the end, the catfish zombie successfully overcame the tribulation, becoming a 10th level zombie and a 10th level stellar life form. Then it followed the fate of the crab and moray eel zombies slain by Zhang Fan the opportunist. Physique 1. 9 billion. Spirit 1. 1 billion. Golden core upgraded to first rank 410. The abilities were unremarkable. These C-zone zombies only ever had the same 3 abilities, offering almost nothing new. The 4th, the 5th. Zhang Fan moved across various parts of the sea like a diligent bee or an industrious hunter, hunting them down one by one. The black rain poured down fiercely, raindrops as large as soybeans crazily falling onto the vast ocean. The C-zone zombies, like fish being fed in a pond, swam to the surface, scrambling to devour the black rain. Nourished by the black rain, their auras continuously strengthened and their levels evolved. 7th level evolved to 8th. 8th level evolved to 9th. 9th level triggered the heavenly tribulation. The consequence was that more and more 9th level C-zone zombies welcomed their tribulations. Zhang Fan kept hunting, but the number of tribulating C-zone zombies did not decrease, instead it grew. Looking out, silver lightning bolts constantly fell upon the black ocean, their dazzling flashes illuminating the sky. It was a breathtaking scene, hard to imagine so many zombies undergoing tribulation. It was utterly astonishing. Because there were so many tribulating zombies, even Zhang Fan hunting them one by one could not keep up. The result was that many zombies successfully passed the tribulation, and before Zhang Fan could arrive, dived back into the seabed, escaping that calamity. Zhang Fan realized this wouldn't do. He waved his hand, creating a large number of duplicates. Kill them all. Spare none. Yes, original body. The duplicates immediately teleported away, vanishing into the black curtain of rain in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fan gazed at the dark sky and the turbulent waves, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. The vast ocean covers 71 of the planet's total area. If just the East Sea had so many zombies undergoing tribulation tonight, how many would there be across the entire ocean? 100. 1,000. Or 10,000. If he could hunt them all, to what extent would his strength increase? Since I'm doing this, I'll go big. I'll sweep up all the tribulating zombies. Zhang Fan resolved fiercely, continuously creating duplicates. With his current strength he could create at most 100 duplicates at once, but that didn't matter. He could use his Annihilation Black Mist ability to annihilate seawater and replenish his stamina. Thus he could keep creating duplicates, replenishing stamina while creating duplicates. More and more duplicates were produced, then received orders and headed to various parts of the ocean. As for feeling guilty or reluctant about slaughtering zombies that had barely survived their tribulation to become 10th level stellar lifeforms, Zhang Fan declared he had no such psychological burden. Humans and zombies are irreconcilable mortal enemies that can never coexist. If he let these 10th level zombies go tonight, they would go on to slaughter human survivors tomorrow. And they would do so without hesitation, without mercy, and without any regard for morality. Thus Zhang Fan felt no psychological burden in hunting 10th level zombies. In fact, he was determined to eradicate evil completely. Duplicates were created endlessly, 10005000100000. For the next several hours until dawn, Zhang Fan did nothing but create duplicates. He couldn't even recall exactly how many duplicates he had made, he only knew it was a vast number. The black rain continued until 6 a.m. before stopping. The sun was about to rise and black mist rose from the sea surface. The entire ocean seemed dyed black by the rain, becoming a black sea. In the distant sea zone, zombies were still undergoing tribulation. The rumbling thunder could be heard from afar. After a night of this, time to go back. Zhang Fan yawned and stretched. As a 10th level stellar lifeform, he didn't feel tired at all. But having long been accustomed to sleeping, staying up all night felt a bit unusual. Home. Zhang Fan pointed into the void and a teleportation portal opened. He plunged into it and vanished. When he got home, Jingya was still asleep. Zhang Fan used his fire control ability to quietly evaporate the moisture from his body and burn away any dirt and grime, giving himself a fire bath. Don't underestimate a fire bath. Flames of over 1,000 degrees can destroy any filth and kill all germs. So a fire bath is even cleaner than a water bath. After that, Zhang Fan quietly climbed into bed and hugged Jingya from behind. She opened her eyes and looked at him, mumbling, "Honey, why are you back so late? What time is it?" "Almost 6. Let's sleep a bit together." Jingya turned over, curled up in Zhang Fan's arms and fell asleep again. When they woke up, it was already noon. Though he had only slept 6 hours, Zhang Fan felt refreshed. Just then lunch was ready. After washing up, the couple went to the dining room to eat. "Xiaoya, did anything unexpected happen after I left last night?" Zhang Fan asked while eating. "Yes." Jingya nodded. A group of zombies by the river pushed down the city wall and got near the neighborhood, but Piao Yang and Tsongming easily dealt with them. "And then?" Zhang Fan inquired. "Nothing else." Jingya shook her head lightly. "With them guarding, I let the others rest. After that, nothing happened." "As long as nothing went wrong." Zhang Fan nodded slightly. The current Changheng Island base was no longer what it used to be. It didn't rely solely on him. Even if he left, there were others to take charge. Not to mention the Piao Yang and the Tsongming, both 10th level zombies, were enough to intercept any threat on land. As for the sea, those tribulating sea zone zombies were probably too busy dealing with their own troubles to think about invading Changheng Island. As for those below 10th level, they couldn't cause any significant trouble. "Xiaoya, focus on hunting zombies this afternoon and undergo your tribulation as soon as possible. The sooner you transcend, the sooner you'll become a stellar life form." Throughout the afternoon, Jingya slaughtered a vast number of zombies, finally pushing her mental power to the 9th level limit and ushering in her heavenly tribulation. The process was arduous, but the result was gratifying. Zhang Fan had removed all of Jingya's healing abilities in advance. Jingya narrowly survived the tribulation, successfully breaking through to the 10th level and becoming the 4th 10th level ability user at Changheng Island base. In the following days, Jingya continued hunting zombies to stabilize her realm, while Zhang Fan roamed the seas hunting 10th level zombies. Since the black rain a few days ago, more and more 10th level zombies had been undergoing tribulation, with over a dozen encountered daily. Thanks to these 10th level zombies, Zhang Fan's strength grew rapidly, changing with each passing day. On the 4th day after Jingya's breakthrough, yielding to her pleas, Zhang Fan took her to the moon. Like Zhang Fan on his first visit, Jingya was excited as a child, dragging him around to explore and take photos. They even experienced a thrilling moonquake in a crater on the far side of the moon. The ultra-low gravity made the moonquake feel effortless and even more exhilarating than on Earth. After 2 days of play, Jingya grew weary and thoroughly bored, then followed Zhang Fan back to Earth. In the time that followed, Zhang Fan dispatched countless replicas worldwide to hunt 10th level zombies. The Pacific, Atlantic, Indian and Arctic Oceans. Wherever 10th level zombies were found, replicas were present. Yet even so, Zhang Fan remained unsatisfied. He frantically created more replicas, delving into every continent and traveling to nations across Asia, Europe, Africa. In just over a month, Zhang Fan's replicas had spread across the globe. With Earth's surface area of only 510 million square kilometers, Zhang Fan had created 1 million replicas. Each replica managed an average area of 510 square kilometers, truly not a vast territory. Under this blanket surveillance, wherever lightning tribulations appeared or 10th level zombies were detected, replicas could discover and eliminate them immediately. Over half a year, Zhang Fan slew hundreds of thousands of 10th level zombies, finally breaking through his shackles to reach the cosmic level. Name: Zhang Fan. Level: Cosmic Level First Stage. Physique: Cosmic Level First Stage 1. Spirit: Cosmic Level First Stage 1. Golden Core: Cosmic Level First Stage 1. A Cosmic Level Physique. A Cosmic Level Spirit. A Cosmic Level Golden Core. Zhang Fan could distinctly sense the overwhelming power of the cosmic level, a strength that 10th level star beings could never match. The most noticeable change was his speed. Zhang Fan could effortlessly surpass the speed of light. This was no boast, he had tested it, needing only 0.13 seconds to circle the Earth's equator. From Earth to the Moon took less than 2 seconds, and from Earth to Mars just over 10 minutes. A cosmic level physical body granted Zhang Fan terrifying speed. He now understood why the mysterious figure had said that only cosmic beings were qualified to roam the universe. Indeed, the universe was boundless, even light required eons to traverse it. Without reaching light speed, roaming the universe was a joke. One couldn't even leave the solar system. With such speed, Zhang Fan naturally didn't idle. He left his replicas on Earth to continue hunting zombies while he set off to explore other planets. He first went to Mars. It was barren, desolate and lifeless, a poor tourism experience. Zhang Fan then headed to Venus. Venus was a planet with severe greenhouse effect surface temperatures soaring over 400 degrees Celsius. A true inferno. Yet Zhang Fan feared not the heat. He even bathed in a lava lake on Venus' surface. It felt like soaking in a hot spring, absolutely blissful. However, the stench on Venus was unbearable, with pungent sulfur and smoke everywhere. Zhang Fan didn't linger long before leaving for the more distant Jupiter. This journey took longer, but in under an hour Zhang Fan reached Jupiter. He witnessed Jupiter's great red spot and plunged into its atmosphere, experiencing lightning bolts stretching tens of thousands of kilometers and monstrous storms with wind speeds up to 1 kilometer per second. More than the gas giant itself, Zhang Fan was fascinated by Jupiter's moons. He first visited Europa. This ice-covered satellite was considered by Earth scientists as the most likely place for life to emerge. Zhang Fan eagerly went. He drilled through the ice layer 20 to 30 kilometers thick and indeed discovered a vast abyssal liquid ocean beneath Europa's thick ice crust. This liquid ocean was bottomless, at least 100 kilometers deep. Compared to it, Earth's ocean seemed like mere puddles. Besides its astonishing depth, Europa's ocean teemed with life. These lifeforms were formidable, the weakest rivaling 5th or 6th level zombies and the strongest even matching 10th level zombies. Unfortunately, they lacked high intelligence and couldn't break through the ice. Zhang Fan discovered that by hunting Europa's lifeforms, Zhao Yang could collect physique, spirit and golden core light orbs. For the next half-month, Zhang Fan explored Europa while hunting its seabed creatures. His actions undoubtedly brought catastrophe to Europa's life, severely damaging the planet's ecosystem. But so what? Every man for himself and the devil take the hindmost. What did Europa's life have to do with him? Killed is killed. Nonetheless, Zhang Fan didn't exterminate them all, only hunting 9th and 10th level beings. He left those below 9th level untouched. Even so, Zhang Fan amassed a large haul of physique, spirit and golden core light orbs, steadily enhancing his strength. After half a month, Zhang Fan left Europa for Jupiter's other moons. However, compared to the vibrant Europa, the rest were rather disappointing. He took a quick tour and lost interest, then headed to the Saturn system. His first act upon arrival was to admire Saturn's rings up close. From a distance the rings looked like a colorful ribbon encircling Saturn, quite beautiful. But up close the beauty vanished, revealing only countless ice fragments clustered into a ring tens of meters thick but hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide. Boring. Zhang Fan found it dull, so he abandoned Saturn for its most intriguing moon, Titan. Like Europa, Titan was considered by Earth scientists as a potential cradle for life. From afar Zhang Fan saw Titan with its thick atmosphere and patches of lakes and rivers. These two features alone set it far apart from other moons in the solar system. Like a meteor, Zhang Fan plunged straight through Titan's atmosphere and crashed onto its surface. He then halted above a vast lake. The lake was green, but not the green of Earth's lakes, a murky turbid green. Zhang Fan stared at it, sensing carefully. His eager anticipation quickly turned to indifference. He did detect life in these liquid methane lakes, but only the simplest single-celled organisms akin to Earth's earliest life. Scientists might be overjoyed, but Zhang Fan was no scientist. He had no interest in single-celled life and no desire to study them. Zhang Fan didn't linger on Titan. He then visited Saturn's other moons. They were even less interesting, mostly large ice balls or composed primarily of water ice. Devoid of any aesthetic value. Having explored thus far, Zhang Fan decided to return home. There was no need to visit Uranus or Neptune. Both were gas giants equally dull. Earth is the best. Zhang Fan began his journey back, no longer suppressing his speed, traveling at light speed. After a few days he successfully returned to Earth. In the following days Zhang Fan mostly stayed on Changheng Island, tending to crops and spending time with his women. Meanwhile his replicas oversaw the world, hunting zombies, returning approximately every 3 days. They brought back collected physique, spirit ability and golden core light orbs. So even while staying home Zhang Fan's strength steadily improved. Notably, as the apocalypse deepened, the blood rain occurring every 10 days grew more intense. Black rain. Black rain and black hail. Pure black hail. Then golden rain plus golden hail and golden hail. The increasingly severe blood rain naturally accelerated the zombies' evolution, making them faster, more ferocious and more numerous. The overall strength of zombies kept rising. From the weakest being 5th level to 6th level and then 7th level. By the time the apocalypse reached 1 year, even the weakest zombies had evolved to the 10th level. Then the zombies were wiped out. Zhang Fan had no interest in zombies below 10th level, but any that evolved to 10th level were killed without mercy. No matter how fierce the blood rain or how much the zombies evolved, Earth never had any 10th level zombies. All were slaughtered by Zhang Fan. Moreover, zombies had a fatal flaw: they couldn't reproduce. This meant that whether on land or in the ocean, every zombie killed was one less. Kill and they dwindled. When all zombies had reached the 10th level, Zhang Fan finally exterminated them all. Earth had no more zombies. It's worth noting that by then Zhang Fan had pushed his cultivation to the peak of cosmic life. The difference between a peak cosmic being and a newly broken through one was like heaven and earth. In other words, Zhang Fan was now countless times stronger than when he first broke through. With no zombies left, the apocalypse naturally ended. Zhang Fan knew it was time to restore human civilization. He gathered everyone under his command. The Changheng Island survivor base had now grown to over 800 people. Among them he was at the peak of cosmic life, while the rest were all 10th level beings. Jingya was the strongest at the 10th level peak. The others ranged from 10th level 1st stage to 10th level 8th stage, but none were cosmic beings. Zhang Fan looked at his followers and removed their infinite pickup ability to prevent them from turning on each other. This was a precaution. Having lived through the apocalypse, Zhang Fan deeply understood a truth: never overestimate human nature. With no zombies left on Earth, further improvement was impossible. In such a situation, some might resort to preying on their own kind to advance through cannibalism. Removing the infinite pickup ability cut off that temptation, preventing unnecessary conflict and sacrifice. Everyone, the zombies are gone and the apocalypse is truly over. We must take up the great responsibility of reviving human civilization. Zhang Fan looked around at everyone. Next, I will divide lands and grant each of you a vast territory. You can farm, raise livestock, marry, have children, and of course develop technology. How you choose to live is up to you. You are all 10th level ability users, theoretically with a lifespan of 3000 years. With such long lives, live as you please. You can go to other survivor bases, take multiple wives and have many children. Or you can start your own ranches, raise cattle, sheep and horses, living with nature. Of course you can also go overseas, seize an island, plunder a group of foreigners and become a king. In short, you are all free now. Live however you wish and I won't interfere. The crowd listened in silence, many faces showing bewilderment and confusion. After struggling through the apocalypse for a year fighting zombies, Zhang Fan suddenly told them it was over. No one knew what to do. Now let's begin the land distribution. Zhang Wensi. A month later the members who had stayed on Changheng Island gradually left. The once lively Changheng Island returned to tranquility. Zhang Fan and Jingya ended their passionate encounter nestled together, feeling each other's warmth. Honey, what do you plan to do about Sister Chow and the others? Jingya asked softly, breathing heavily, savoring the afterglow. I don't know. Zhang Fan shook his head. Everyone had left. Zhang Wensi, Yongguang and the others had departed, taking seeds and the livestock Zhang Fan had gifted them, pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and left Changheng Island. But Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, Yang Linger, Zhou Ling and the sisters Wu Yan and Wu Miao did not leave. For a month they went about their routine as usual, cooking meals on time, then tending to the vegetable garden, watering, or heading to the neighboring Shashing Island to feed the livestock. In any case they showed no intention of leaving. You and I both know their feelings, Jingya sighed softly. Forget it. Marry them all since I can't satisfy you anymore. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Fan scolded. I'm not. Jingya said earnestly. I've thought it through. I'm at the 10th level peak and you're at the cosmic peak. We're an entire major realm apart. The gap in physical ability is like heaven and earth. I can never keep up and you're left unsatisfied every time. With no zombies left to improve, I know if I keep monopolizing you we'll both suffer. Are you serious? Zhang Fan asked doubtfully. More serious than gold. Jingya declared solemnly. Then. Okay. Zhang Fan probed. Pfft. You scoundrel. I knew you had your eye on them all along. Why are you pretending? Jingya feigned anger and grabbed him. No way. You won't get off so easily. Get up. Over time. I'm going to drain you dry. Coming right up. The end.